Soon, in early April, the lotus leaves in the lake emerged from the water. Village Zheng checked several times and was sure that all the rice seedlings in the village had been planted, which eased his mind. With some free time, he wondered if he should find something else to do. He heard that in the neighboring village, people had recently fought over water. Why did they waste the winter? Why didn't they dig channels to store water? When people are idle, trouble tends to happen. Looking at Songjia Terrace, after finishing the fields, everyone makes straw hats. Every household has something to do. Yesterday, Village Zheng passed through the village and heard a few families discussing whether to make a rice seedling boat with song changha to be used after the summer harvest when planting resumes. As for the foot plow, one family can't handle it alone. But if several families join forces, buy the wood, and ask Song Changha to make it, would that work? When in hardship, think of change. Village chief believes that this is good enough. Focusing on the right path will lead to better days. After inspecting the village chief went to talk with Guzi's father and Song Lu about when to go to the county to register the household. Registering Guzi's household is easy, mainly because of Song Lu's situation. First, she is a girl household, and girl households are usually harder to register. Second, she is only 13, not yet 15. According to current common rules, girls are considered of age at 15. However, at the founding of the country, the emperor encouraged people to have children early and set the age of 13 for girls to be of age and marry. So, Song Lu is just at the minimum age for registration. Whether to register her household depends on the elder's decision. Registering the household will make us feel at ease, said village chief. Village chief, we'll listen to you, both replied. Whenever you're free, we'll go then. Then it's the day after tomorrow. Village chief, fix the date. You should go back and prepare. By the way, Song Lu, go to Mingzhu's house and tell Mingzhu's father. Please ask him to come along when we go. Okay, Song Lu responded clearly and went to busy herself. At village chief's home, because they raise fish in the rice paddies, the old Annie checks the fields daily to prevent snakes, mice, birds, or other animals from stealing the fish. Old man, do you think the idea of raising fish in the rice paddies was something Guzi's father came up with himself? The old auntie asked her husband. Definitely not, village chief replied without hesitation. Such wild ideas probably came from Mingzhu. Otherwise, why hadn't Song Changha or Guzi's father been involved in this all these years? The old Annie thought for a moment and said, in this family, I think your position as village chief will eventually be passed to the youngest. What about the eldest and second eldest? Balancing everything fairly is very difficult. The two elders can only try to make up for it, so that in the future, the three brothers won't fall out because of unequal treatment by their parents. Village chief pondered for a moment and said, when we went to the town to set up the water supply, both the eldest and second eldest went. I think they handled it quite well. Actually, the second eldest liked that work more, while the eldest was not so interested. Maybe I should ask them if they want to apprentice under Changha, village chief suggested. If they agree, I'll put aside my pride and ask Changha directly. The old Annie thought for a moment and nodded. That's good. No matter how much we think about it, they are the ones who need to walk their own paths. Cunjung didn't waste time. He immediately called his two sons into the house, closed the door, and spoke. Oldest, second, I called you here to ask about your plans for the future. The brothers looked at each other, unsure of what their father wanted. Father, are you planning to split the family now? Yes, father. That's not what you said before. It's not about splitting the family, just. Village master waved his hand and said, our youngest is lively and likes to avoid hard work in the fields. But he's not greedy, honest, and willing to help family and neighbors. So I think in the future, the position of village master should go to him. The brothers had already understood this and said, Father, we know. We haven't thought about it. Whether you want to or not, how your mother and I arrange things is a different matter. They were most afraid that because the child was sensible, one might be favored over the other, causing family discord. Now, you've seen the situation over in Changha, village master said as he paced inside the house with his hands behind his back. Although Daegu and his father are helping, they are not from Changha themselves. So your mother and I are thinking, would you two be willing to apprentice under Changha and learn a craft seriously? The brothers looked at each other, unsure. Village master looked at his sons and said, our family is now led by me, but in the future, it will be up to you to decide. The path your mother and I have thought of, whether to follow it or not, is entirely your choice. We won't force you. Just remember, if you live well now but regret it later, don't blame us for favoritism. After some thought, the brothers said, Father, this is sudden. Let us think about it properly, okay? That's what I want you to do. Village master waved his hand again, telling them to go back to their rooms and think. I believe other people in the village also want to apprentice under Changha. The sooner the better. When you've decided, tell me tonight. Old Song and Old Second went back to their respective rooms and closed the doors to discuss the matter with their wives. Surprisingly, the wives shared the same opinion. Husband, I'm not saying this to criticize, but if you want to repair tables and chairs, that's fine. But if you want to make a foot-operated plow, even with Changha guiding you step by step, you probably won't learn it. Old Song's wife said. Old Song looked unhappy. But I also see clearly you and your brothers. When it comes to farming, no one is better than you. Old Song's face finally looked a little better. So I thought maybe you should focus on working the land. For example, raising fish in the rice fields, planting bamboo, or trying other crops, whatever works. If you do well with farming, it might be just as good as learning a craft. After thinking carefully, Song Laodao realized his wife was right. He wasn't suited to be a carpenter, and forcing himself into that job would only lead to trouble for both sides. That would be a real loss. He understood this now, and his mood became calmer. Then he said, later, I'll talk to my parents and ask them to set aside a piece of land for me. I want to figure out what to grow. Relying only on rice farming wouldn't make us rich. He needed to think of other ways. As for Song Er, his wife had her opinion. Your father is steady and hardworking, and he prefers farming. Your uncle is clever and likes working outside. But you're stuck in the middle. Song Er didn't get angry. He asked, do you think I should go learn from Master Changha? His wife nodded. I see you like working with wood sometimes. Why not go learn from Song Changha and later pass the skills to our son? It wasn't impossible to send Eru directly to a master. But he was too young and would have to start by presenting offerings to the master. It might take 8 or 10 years before he could become a true apprentice. For this small family, it was best if Song Er went personally to learn as an apprentice. Village Zheng wasn't surprised by the decisions of his 2 sons. All right, Eru, get ready. When we return from the county, we'll go find a master to learn from. There's a saying, man plans, but heaven decides. The next day, Village Zheng was at home discussing with Er how to prepare for the apprenticeship ceremony when someone outside called him. Village Zheng, come out quickly. People from the county are here. The county? Who's coming? Village Zheng wondered. It's not harvest season or tax time. Why would people from the county come? The magistrate is here. The person finally explained. The magistrate? Village Zheng almost wanted to kick him. Why didn't you say so right away? Hurry and go out. He was so clumsy. When he reached the village entrance, he saw that the magistrate wasn't coming with a small group. He had a large entourage with him. Village Zheng was suddenly nervous. Sorry for not welcoming the magistrate properly. He hurried to bow. Please forgive us, Your Honor. Song Village Chief, you've done a good deed. Gao Lijing followed behind County Magistrate Tang with a worried look on his face. Village Chief Song became even more nervous. What did I do wrong? Please tell me. Since County Magistrate Tang arrived at Songjia Terrace and saw the main road, he looked shocked and didn't speak. Now that he had regained his composure, he said, Song Village Chief, the thing is this. Song Changha makes lunchboxes, and your village is working on the water supply. The emperor knows about it.
What?
Who found out? What does the emperor think? Village Chief Song looked up and suddenly fainted. The sun was too hot, and he couldn't hear clearly. Hey? Village Chief Song? Village Chief Song. Village Chief. The villagers hurriedly carried him home. Old Song, the youngest, took charge temporarily, inviting County Magistrate Tang and a few important people to sit at his house. Others were asked to rest under the big banyan tree in the open space, and Song Chongha was asked to help take care of things. Song Chongha quickly gathered a few men, including Guzi's father, to help. The men quickly moved out chairs and stools from their homes, while the women started a fire to boil tea. The children, although bored, knew not to cause trouble and watched from afar. Fortunately, village chief Song was just a little too excited and didn't get seriously hurt. Once he got home and calmed down, he was awake again. "It's my fault. I didn't explain clearly and scared village chief Song." County Magistrate Tang apologized with a bow when he saw village chief Song wake up. No, I dare not." Village chief Song quickly returned the bow. He had lived most of his life and had only seen the biggest official as County Magistrate Tang. Suddenly being promoted to the emperor's level was a bit hard to accept. Just a year ago, he wouldn't even bother with a dog from the neighboring village. "It was indeed my impatience," Tang Magistrate admitted openly and explained what happened. It turned out that after he reported the situation at Songjia Terrace to the emperor was very pleased. He personally wrote the words Songjia Terrace and awarded a plaque for it. For village chief Song, this was a great honor for his ancestors. For County Magistrate Tang, it was also his first official reward since taking office, which was very meaningful. So, as soon as he received the imperial decree, Tang Magistrate couldn't wait to bring people and the money allocated by the court to report the good news at Songjia Terrace. Actually, as soon as he left the county seat, he started to regret it. He was too impulsive. He should have sent someone to notify first. But since he had already gone out, he decided to keep going. He still remembered to send someone to inform Gao Lijing. So, when he reached the town, he gathered another group of people. County Magistrate Tang saw Gao Lijing and asked how the town's tap water was being used. Gao Lijing praised loudly, saying that because they stored water for a winter in advance, this spring planting went smoothly, and the town didn't run out of water for the first time. County Magistrate Tang was very happy. As they talked along the way, he forgot to send someone ahead to notify the Songjia Terrace people. When they arrived, both the county and the town were shocked. The county officials, no. Is this really Songjia Terrace? They only came to harvest grain last autumn. Back then, it was a shabby little village. Why does it look so different now? Did they come to the right place? The town folks, no. Songjia Terrace built such a road without telling them. It made their town always lag behind the village. Isn't that frustrating? The villagers then realized that the magistrate wasn't here to cause trouble, but to help build a memorial arch. Oh, they better go quickly to the back mountain to see if their ancestors' graves are smoking. Master Village Zheng also relaxed and sent his wife to find Song Mingju's mother to make up the meals they didn't serve to Magistrate Tang last year. "There's no need to trouble yourselves." Tang Magistrate smiled. "We brought dry food ourselves when we set out. Besides, I have something to discuss with Song Village Zheng. Please ask him to call Song Chongha over." "That's not necessary. We still need to eat." Village Zheng told his son to call Song Chongha and specifically asked Song Mingju to come too. Soon, the father and daughter arrived.
Maditatang.
Song Mingju was very happy to see Tang Magistrate. She ran up and handed him a bunch of wildflowers, saying, "These are flowers from Songjia Terrace, just picked on the way." Tang Magistrate's smile blossomed. "Thank you very much." Village Zheng saw that calling Song Mingju over was the right choice. The atmosphere immediately warmed up. Village Zheng pushed aside the villagers and closed the door to talk privately with Tang Magistrate. It was like this: "Your Majesty knows about your water project and greatly appreciates it. He has decided to promote it throughout the Daxia dynasty to solve water problems in some areas. This involved whether Songjia Terrace could continue selling tap water and making money." Village Zheng and Song Chongha looked unhappy. It seemed the emperor wanted to conscript their idea forcibly. They had thought it was a great opportunity. Village Zheng even wanted to tell his wife to stop cooking. Seeing their expressions, Tang Magistrate understood what they were thinking. Don't worry, the court won't take your idea for free. Tang Magistrate reassured them. His Majesty said that within Liang County, you'll continue to manage the tap water. Regarding other areas, officials from the Ministry of Works will send people to learn how to manage tap water before implementing it. Actually, Village Master has thought about this too. The few people in Songjia Terrace can't go far even if they try. At most, it's just a few nearby villages and the county. The surrounding villages won't make much money either. But when others say this, it feels uncomfortable, especially since this person is also stealing from you. The emperor also said that Songjia Terrace will be exempt from 3 years of land tax, Tang County Magistrate added. That's really helpful. The land tax in Songjia Terrace has always been 30%. In the past, with additional taxes, they sometimes collected up to 50%, and at times even 70 or 80%. But just exempting land tax isn't enough. What about the miscellaneous taxes? Village Master calmly asked. All will be waived, Tang County Magistrate replied. This means for the next 3 years, all the harvests from Songjia Terrace belong to them. Village Master was still not satisfied after hearing Tang County Magistrate's verbal promise to waive all taxes. After all, this concerns everyone in the village's livelihood, so he had to be cautious. Until Tang County Magistrate produced the imperial decree, Village Master called over the few literate villagers. They gathered and read from start to finish, making sure every word they read matched what Tang County Magistrate said. Uncle Village Master, the Emperor really said that. Wow, the County Magistrate didn't lie to us. Village Master's face finally showed a sincere smile. Oh, His Majesty is so wise. The children, with simple minds, only knew that if they didn't have to pay land tax, their families could eat better. Wow, can we eat plain rice now? Dahu excitedly asked him. Yes. Village Master was very pleased. As long as they weren't lazy and took good care of the fields like last autumn, they wouldn't have to eat plain rice every day. They could at least have a good meal every 10 or 15 days. His Majesty is merciful, a blessing for us common folk. Village Master bowed properly to the north. Tang County Magistrate watched Village Master change expressions so quickly and was very impressed. If His Majesty doesn't give benefits, wouldn't he be scolding him for being muddle-headed? Changha, you really did a great thing for the village. Village Master vigorously patted Song Changha's shoulder, smiling so broadly that his eyes disappeared. After all, earning money from tap water isn't easy to predict, but taxes are solid and certain. Song Changha was also very happy. One idea benefited the whole village, fulfilling his promise and truly helping everyone earn money together. Yes, His Majesty has good judgment. Song Mingzhu was very happy and praised the emperor enthusiastically, saying, he has vision and a big plan. Maybe in the future, we won't be able to make money from tap water. Mingzhu, are you willing to accept that? Song Changha gently touched his daughter's head and asked lovingly. If giving up a little of our benefit can make life easier for all the people of Daxia, that would be a good thing, Mingzhu replied. A peaceful country and happy people are actually connected. When the country is peaceful, the people are happy, and when the people are happy, the country is peaceful. Well said. County Magistrate Tang was very moved. Look at that. Even a young girl like her has such a high sense of awareness. The Song family is truly full of good energy. Also, Song Changha, the lunchboxes you made are also very useful to His Majesty. But lunchboxes are different from tap water. They are not essential items. Having them makes going out more convenient for ordinary people. Not having them isn't a big problem. Because of that, they are not part of the basic livelihood projects, and the court doesn't plan to promote them widely. Let the merchants in different areas make their own profits. To recognize your dedication and hard work, His Majesty has specially granted your family a house. This made Song Changha and Mingzhu both very excited. Really? Mingzhu couldn't hold back her excitement. She quickly grabbed County Magistrate Tang's arm and asked eagerly, "Where's the house?" This girl, she talks like an adult one moment and like a child the next. About this house, it depends on what you want, Tang said patiently to Mingzhu. If you want to move to the county, find an empty house there and it will be given to you. If you prefer to stay in the village, the county will pay for rebuilding a house for you here. Everyone looked at Song Changha. If Song Changha agrees to move to the county, the next 3 years could be the most glorious time for the Song family. Song Changha looked at his daughter and communicated his feelings through his eyes. Big girl, this house is earned by you. Whatever you decide, our whole family will go there. Others also looked at Mingju with their eyes. I choose to stay in our village, Mingju confidently said. She liked Songjia Terrace, liked the hardworking villagers, liked the fair and understanding village chief, and liked her little friends. She hoped this place could become even more beautiful. Are you sure? County Magistrate Tang asked again. Yes, I am sure, Mingju nodded firmly. She is the shining star of Songjia Terrace. Oh, Mingju. Village Zheng's eyes filled with tears as he quickly embraced Song Mingju. You really are. We can't do without you in our Song family. Village Zheng, you're so sweet too. Song Mingju hugged his neck to comfort the sturdy old man. Our Song family can't do without you either. As the local official, Magistrate Tang also enjoyed seeing such harmony. He took out a small box from his pocket, opened it, revealing a jade pendant. The emperor heard about your deeds and liked you very much. He specially gifted you this jade pendant. Actually, the emperor's words were, "This girl is interesting, clever and mischievous, and she argues too." The emperor liked watching her tease her father. Song Mingju, unaware of the truth, took the small box, picked up the jade pendant, and handed the box to her father. She didn't understand jade or know how to judge its quality. Anyway, this piece was shiny and smooth to the touch. On the front of the pendant, her name Song Mingju was carved, and on the back, the words peace and happiness were engraved. Song Mingju didn't know what mood the emperor was in when he wrote those words, but she felt kindness. An emperor's kindness to a humble commoner was the greatest. Official Tang, could you please tell the emperor thank you for the gift? I really like it. Song Mingju was cautious and didn't say reward, but instead called it a gift. Gifts could be exchanged, but rewards could only go from higher to lower. Feeling the sweetness of this gesture, Song Mingju wanted to send a gift to the emperor. My father has made 2 more things recently. Maybe you could also mention them to the emperor?
맛있다, 땅.
This girl really is clever. She's quite the climber. Village Zheng, also an old monkey, quickly ordered Song Changha. Yes, Changha, hurry up and bring the foot plow and seedling boat to show Magistrate Tang. Foot plow?
맛있다, 땅, Frauen.
Is it a plow you can operate with your foot? To better connect with the common people, Tang took the opportunity during the autumn harvest to check the work in the fields. Now he could almost be considered an amateur farmer. Yes, yes. Village Zheng nodded enthusiastically. Magistrate Tang, you're truly talented. Just 1 word, and I understand.
맛있다, 땅.
No need to flatter him so much. Is the foot plow not here? Tang asked. It's at Changha's house, Village Zheng replied. Then let's go see it there. They also planned to measure the foundation and figure out how to build it properly. After settling the main matters, they came out and waited outside. Gao Lijing and others quickly approached, ready to listen to Magistrate Tang's instructions. Let's go to Changha's house now and see the foot plow, Village Zheng proudly announced. The townspeople looked confused. What? Wasn't a reward supposed to be tap water? They hadn't even finished discussing the road repair, and now it was about the foot plow? A group of people left Village Zheng's house and headed to Song Changha's home. Song Mingju held County Magistrate Tang's hand, acting as a little guide, and explained how they built the Song family Terrace Avenue. Our ancestors said if you want to get rich, first build roads. Song Changha looked puzzled. Oh dear, didn't you say that last time? Song Mingju smiled slyly. Who said what does it matter now? From today, this saying will be part of the Song family Terrace's motto. To get rich, first build roads. County Magistrate Tang thought about these 6 words. Good roads mean more visitors. Wider roads mean more carts. Song Mingju pointed at Tang and also at Gao Lijing, smiling happily and said, more people and carts, then wealth can't be far behind. County Magistrate Tang pondered this, and felt it made sense. For example, the busiest street in the county is full of wealthy families, right? So, Tang decided to write this saying into his report. When passing under the big banyan tree, Tang called the workers from the county construction office and told others to wait where they were. Only the workers from the construction office were officially there to work. Others were just there to watch. Mrs. May and her daughter-in-law were cooking in the kitchen when village Zheng's family came to help. After the chaos, when Ing Hong and the others arrived, the women had formed a good understanding of who did what, and everything was organized smoothly. Although it was rushed, it wasn't chaotic. But suddenly, Song Li burst in shouting, "Aunt May, the magistrate is coming here. Isn't he at our house?" Old Anne got up to look outside. He said he wanted to see the foot plow.
Song Li said.
She had overheard it on the road and rushed to report to Mrs. May.
Oh dear.
Mrs. May didn't know what to do. They had already cooked half the meal. Should they keep cooking or go out to greet him? Just as she was worried, the visitors arrived outside. "Hey, Mingzhu, your house has built new houses." County Magistrate Tang looked at the 2 rows of new earthen houses with some suspicion. Have new houses been built already? He thought he had moved quickly enough. According to the customs of the court, it usually takes at least half a year to allocate money for building a memorial arch at Songjia Terrace. Fortunately, His Majesty approved it personally, and with his father's supervision, the money arrived in Liang County in just 2 months. Not a single coin was missing. County Magistrate Tang didn't delay either. As soon as he received the imperial decree, he immediately went to Songjia Terrace. But it seemed that Songjia Terrace was always ahead of him. Could it be that the entire Songjia Terrace is full of clever people? Unbeknownst to him, Gao Lijing and his men also felt anxious. "Oh, Songjia Terrace, are you trying to exhaust all the villages and towns? It's just one winter. How did you manage to cause so many problems?" Not much to complain about. Song Changhe called a few men, including Heir Guzi's father, to bring the foot plow into the yard so that Magistrate Tang and Gao Lijing could see. Magistrate Tang first looked at the plow. At first glance, it looked like a cart dragging a plow, but upon closer inspection it wasn't. He couldn't quite describe it. "Here's how you use this foot plow." Song Changhe demonstrated himself. First, climb on it, sit properly, then use your feet to step on the pedals alternately, and the plow will move forward. Just talking wasn't enough to show clearly, so Song Changhe suggested, maybe we should go to the field and see it in action? But now, the good fields at Songjia Terrace had already been planted, leaving only a few rotten fields at the village's back hill, still unplowed. Village Zheng quietly pulled Song Changhe aside and whispered in his ear, "The fields over there are hard. Do you think it will be okay?" He was worried that the plow might break apart in front of the magistrate. "It should be fine." Song Changhe replied, "Those fields have already been plowed once. There are no big stones, just a lot of clumps of soil." Since it wasn't appropriate to discuss too much in front of Magistrate Tang and the others, they asked the villagers to carry the foot plow and the seedling boat to the back hill. Of course, it was still the men, including Heir Guzi's father, who did the work. Others wouldn't have trusted them. Now, they all were closely tied to Song Changhe. If one suffered, they all suffered together. When they reached the back hill, they carefully placed the foot plow down. Song Changhe attached the plow blade, climbed on, and tried it out, then came down to make some adjustments to the angles of a few parts. Everyone watching didn't dare to make a sound, afraid of disturbing Song Changhe. After adjusting, Song Changhe climbed back up to test it again, but felt something was off. He came down to adjust again. Village Zheng couldn't help but sweat nervously. If they had known Magistrate Tang was coming, they would have kept a field untouched. After 2 more adjustments, Song Changhe tried again and finally felt it was ready. He stepped on the foot plow to start. As the plow moved forward step by step, Magistrate Tang and Gao Lijing all looked on with wide eyes. This plow, really moving forward on its own. County Magistrate Tang bent down to pick up a clump of soil turned over by the foot plow. Although it was a bit rough and hard, turning it over a few more times should be enough. After all, people and oxen working the fields don't finish in just one pass. "Your Honor, would you like to try it?" Village Elder Zheng cheerfully invited County Magistrate Tang. Tang thought for a moment, lifted his coat, tucked it into his waistband, and prepared to try it himself. Fortunately, he came riding a horse today, dressed in casual clothes. Otherwise, lifting his coat might have been awkward. This small incident made Tang notice that the people from Songjia Terrace all wore short jackets with a row of small bamboo strips sewn on the front, and he didn't see any belts or similar accessories. What new thing are the people from Songjia Terrace up to? Before he could figure it out, Song Changha had already come down. "Your Honor, please,"
he said.
Tang climbed up and sat down like Song Changha had earlier, placing his feet on the footrests on each side and gently pressed down. Nothing moved. "Use a bit more strength," Village Elder Zheng shouted. So, Tang put in a little more effort. The foot plow slowly started to move. Tang knew how to ride a horse, so the height of the foot plow wasn't a big deal for him, but the experience of stepping on it felt very new. Especially when he looked through the gaps in the footrest frame and saw the turned soil appearing beneath his feet, he felt a great sense of achievement. Tang tried plowing a row of fields, sweating all over, feeling as if he had released all the frustration he'd accumulated in the county office. It was very satisfying. "Gao Lijing, you should try too." Tang got off and called out to Gao Lijing and the others. Gao Lijing and the others had been watching eagerly for a long time, waiting for Tang's words. But Gao Lijing was older, and his plowing was less nimble than the young Tang. Song Changha even helped him up. After getting on, Gao Lijing's first step didn't move the plow. "Use more strength," Village Elder Zheng chuckled. If he couldn't move it, that would be embarrassing. Gao Lijing was a bit motivated by Zheng, the old fox. He kicked his legs hard, and the plow finally moved.
"Wow, it moved."
It moved. Zheng cheered loudly. "Gao Lijing, you're doing great." That old rascal. Why does he want him to shut up? This is easy to understand at a glance, so County Magistrate Tang didn't go down to the field himself. Gao Lijing and the others also didn't go. But County Magistrate Tang noticed that the rice paddies where Song Changha tested the seedling boat had higher embankments and deeper water than other fields. Carefully looking, he also saw fish swimming around in the water. "Why is this field different from the others?" Tang asked. The village chief spoke again. "This is our village's new farming method, farming fish in rice paddies." They chatted happily, confusing both experienced and inexperienced farmers, and those who knew how to raise fish and those who didn't. After bragging a bit, the village chief shyly said, "Actually, this is our first try. We don't know if it will work yet." Gao Lijing felt jealous. That sly fox. He was actually acting cute with a magistrate. Acting cute. How shameless. County Magistrate Tang thought that coming to Songjiatai today was really worth it. He was worried about how to tell the emperor about the road repair at Songjiatai, but now, no matter how good the news was, it only brought praise, not real benefits. Now, with the plow and seedling boat, this good news spread early. It should have been reported together now, to get a big reward for Songjiatai and Song Changha. As for rice farming with fish, since it hasn't shown results yet, they could hold off for now. The summer harvest wasn't far off, so they could come back later. If it really works, they could discuss how to do it then. Then, everyone went back to Song Changha's house to measure the land. Mei and Old Wu's wife were both nervous. The house had just been built a few days ago, and Pearl hadn't moved in yet it was going to be torn down?
Why?
The emperor was going to build them a new house, made of blue bricks and big tiles, then tear it down. As for how big the house should be, the family wasn't greedy and thought one room was enough. "Magistrate, if there's enough bricks and tiles, can you also build one for my master?" Pearl said, hugging Tang's leg. "My master, and them still live in a thatched hut now." Tang thought of the two people he saw on the back mountain of Songjiatai last time. He had thought about it after returning, but he couldn't remember who they resembled. Later, he got busy and forgot about it. Since he was here today, he decided to ask about it. "How are those two on the mountain now?" Tang asked the village chief. "They're doing well," Village Zheng carefully explained. "On the first day of each month, I go to deliver rice, some vegetables, and oil and salt to them. Changha also helps them clean their house. Sometimes, people in the village send firewood. Tang County Magistrate listened carefully and nodded repeatedly. Thank you for your hard work, Song Village Zheng.
Tang Madita not that politely.
From the way he listened, it was clear that Village Zheng was truly dedicated. You're too kind. Village Zheng quickly returned the gesture. It's just a small effort. Even without me, Changha and his daughter wouldn't neglect them. Tang Magistrate praised the people of Songjiatai again and then asked, what are Song Village Zheng's requirements for the archway the emperor has granted? Different customs exist in the 4 directions of the Great Xia dynasty, so the style of the archway naturally varies. Tang Magistrate had a personal idea. He wanted to make the archway at Songjiatai look nice. At worst, he could add a little more money himself. Just follow the style of the county's archways, Village Zheng said happily. Since it was for Songjiatai, the archway should be built at the village entrance. First, it would serve as a sign for passing travelers and carts. Second, it could improve the feng shui of Songjiatai. Moreover, the workers in the construction department often handled such projects, so they knew good locations. As the saying goes, mountains govern the population, water governs wealth. Your Songjiatai is at the front with water, behind with mountains, so it just needs a big gate, said the construction worker, pointing to the spot he marked. Building the archway here is perfect. Then we'll follow your advice. Village Zheng agreed happily. The workers noted the road width and quickly calculated how many bricks and stones would be needed to build the archway and how many to build a house for Changha's family. Next, Tang Magistrate asked them to go to the back mountain to estimate how many bricks and stones would be needed to renovate Wang Longjuan's house. They roughly had a number. For more specific details, they would need to discuss after returning to the county. Your Honor, will these bricks and stones be transported from the county? Gao Lijing asked. That's the current plan, Tang Magistrate replied. Gao Lijing, do you have any suggestions? Transporting bricks and stones from the county might be too far, Gao Lijing said with a slight bow. Our town actually has a brick kiln. The blue bricks produced there are very good. Why not consider bringing blue bricks from our town? It would be much more convenient than from the county. This was Gao Lijing's way of suggesting that Tang Magistrate buy blue bricks from their town. Gao Lijing now understood that Song Village Zheng was willing to ask for favors if there was any benefit. Compared to honest hard work, a little face was nothing. So, Gao Lijing is now also learning Song Tsunjing, giving up his pride to bring business back to their town. That's even better. County Magistrate Tang is very pleased. Otherwise, the workers at the construction site would be running back and forth between the county and Song Qingtai, which is very tiring. Today, the county's deputy is in charge of the county office, and the chief clerk has come along. County Magistrate Tang asks Gao Lijing to speak with the chief clerk. When Village Zheng hears chief clerk, he immediately remembers the matter of Guzi's father registering a household with Song Lu. Your Honor, I have one more thing to trouble you with. Village Zheng explains his plan to register these 2 people tomorrow. The chief clerk is responsible for household registration, so it's convenient. County Magistrate Tang looks at the chief clerk and signals him to handle it quickly. You really are so lucky, the chief clerk says happily. Since the county magistrate has spoken, I will handle it for you together, so you don't have to make another trip tomorrow. But the household registration documents will have to wait until the next time someone comes to the county, and then we'll bring them all at once. Guzi's father and Song Lu have no objections. Thank you, Your Honor. After finishing official matters and setting a date for construction, County Magistrate Tang and his team prepare to leave. Your Honor, you haven't eaten yet. Village Zheng quickly calls out. County Magistrate Tang smiles kindly and says, let the children eat first. Village Zheng and the villagers chase to the village entrance, trying to invite Tang Magistrate to stay for a meal, but they fail. It's Mei Shi who is clever, wrapping a stack of freshly baked pancakes and handing them to her daughter. Song Mingzhu skillfully hugs Tang Magistrate's leg and stuffs a pancake into his hand, saying, Your Honor, these are pancakes my mother baked, a specialty of Song Tai. Is this also a feature of Song Tai? Tang Magistrate asks with a smile. Yes. Song Mingju answers happily, just like our Song Tai's lunchboxes. Lotus Pond's 3 treasures, straw hats, and tap water, they're all special features of Song Tai. When Tang Magistrate is about to leave, Song Mingju pulls him aside for a quiet chat. Your Honor, have you heard of cotton flowers? What kind of flower?
Tang Madita Fra.
It's a kind of plant, roughly. Song Mingju gauges her height and gestures, about this tall. Tang Magistrate suppresses a smile and asks, and then? This plant produces fruit that looks like peaches. When it's ripe, it bursts open, revealing a silky white substance inside. It feels soft and looks like a flower. Song Mingju didn't know which character County Magistrate Tang understood, so she said, this white cotton stuffed inside clothes can keep you warm. It can also be woven into fabric, which is soft, fine, and easy to dye. It's very suitable for wearing close to the skin. Then, you mean? County Magistrate Tang was a bit unsure whether Song Mingju was asking for this kind of material or something else. Honorable Magistrate, last winter, everyone in our village stuffed reed and straw into their clothes and kept working, but it was still very cold. Next door, I heard some elderly and children froze to death. Song Mingju revealed her purpose. So, Honorable Magistrate, could you send someone to find this kind of cotton? As long as we have it, the people will no longer fear the cold. So that's how it was. County Magistrate Tang couldn't help but admire Song Mingju's sincerity. Since he first saw this child at the county office, she kept talking about how good the Song family platform was. What others saw as a dog's den, she saw as a treasure. Perhaps because of her sincerity, the Song family platform has changed so much and become better and better. All right, I understand.
I will have someone look for it, Tang said.
Then he changed the subject and asked, but where did you hear about this kind of cotton? Song Mingju kept her lips pressed tightly and didn't speak, just looked at Tang with bright eyes. Up on the back hill, Wang Langjun was brought by Wang Bo to a sunny spot to enjoy the sun. From there, you could see the entire Song family platform and, naturally, the bustling crowd at the village entrance. Tang felt something and looked back at the back hill of Song family platform. He couldn't see anyone, but he felt that the hill looked like a person watching over Song family platform. Do you know where this kind of cotton is found? Tang asked again. If one path is blocked, just take another. From the western regions, Gaochang Kingdom, or from the southern coastal area, there is Zhuyao Island. Both places have it, but Zhuyao Island is better. Song Mingju didn't hide this. After all, finding cotton earlier meant planting it sooner, and fewer people would die in winter. I understand, Tang said softly, gently patting Song Mingju's head sincerely.
Thank you.
What Song Mingju said to Tang Magistrate was unknown to others, including her parents. Her parents were very worried. This child is grown up, and sometimes she just can't hold her tongue. Moreover, Song Mingju is a person with her own opinions. I just hope she doesn't say anything she shouldn't.
Sigh.
Sending off County Magistrate Tang and Gao Lijing, the people from Songjiatai also began to walk back. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. Oh my, the emperor has given us a memorial archway. If his father knew, he would probably crawl out from underground to see it.
What's so special about that?
It's just a 3-year tax exemption. That's real. From then on, the days in Songjiatai became as wide and open as the road beneath their feet. Changhe really did a great job. Hearing this, the villagers all looked toward the Changhe family. Village chief was the first to stop, straighten his clothes, and bow deeply to Song Mingju's family. Don't be so polite. No need to bow. Song Changhe hurried to help the village chief up. It's nothing. The other villagers also stopped and bowed deeply to Song Changhe. Everyone, Song Changhe looked at these villagers who kept looking up and down, and his throat tightened. Although sometimes the villagers plotted against him or caused trouble, overall, most people knew he was good to them. That was enough. Song Changhe also straightened his clothes and bowed solemnly. On the way back, County Magistrate Tang kept thinking about what Song Mingju had said. In the past, when he was in the capital, he wore silk every day. In hot weather, there was an ice basin in his room. In cold weather, a coal basin. When he went out on sunny days, he rode a horse. In rainy weather, he used a carriage. His friends would meet and either show off poetry or new, good things. He never worried about making a living. When noble people were bumped into, they would immediately curse, "You lowly person." Back then, he just thought it was a bit much, but didn't see anything wrong. Until he saw another side of the emperor, he started to pay attention to the lives of lowly people. He realized some people were born above the heavens, while others struggled their whole lives and still lived in a nine-layer. Later, during court sacrifices, he was lucky enough to go to the imperial ancestral temple and saw the nine-story pagoda. One story, one person. The higher the tower, the narrower it became. The bottom was wider. It was clear that the builders knew the tower had to be smaller at the top and wider at the bottom to stand firm. If it were reversed, the tower would be crooked, fall, or collapse. Seeing him look so focused, the emperor called him over and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Your Majesty, I am looking at what the foundation of this tower is made of," he replied. "Oh, can you tell?" "Yes, I can see it's made of large green stones." "Then today I will test you," the emperor said with a smile. "This nine-story tower's foundation is made of green stones." "Which country's foundation is it?" He answered, "I am a common folk." Those who are lowly, common, ordinary, or civilians are all called common people. A tall tower built on a weak foundation will eventually fall. A dynasty that ignores the people will ultimately perish. County Magistrate Tang thought again that since his change, his old friends no longer played with him. He always believed he was unique, but he realized that in a small village under his rule, he saw the same spirit in a little child. It turns out he is not the only one on this path. Maybe he should write to ask his father if he knows about cotton flowers. Never mind, his father is a native of the capital and probably doesn't know. He should write to ask old Mount Tai instead. Although Gaochang Kingdom was destroyed centuries ago by the previous dynasty, if he searches, he might find some traces left behind. He also knows Jia Island, a place of exile, formerly called Jia, named after pearl oysters. Since it produces pearls, it was renamed Jia. He has no acquaintances there. Who can he ask for help? If nothing else works, he can ask His Majesty. After all, His Majesty is also his official. The county acted quickly. Within a few days, carriages brought stones and wood into the area. The coachman praised Songjia Terrace Avenue. "Wow, I've traveled through many places, but I've never seen such good roads in an old village." Every villager who heard this smiled happily. Without being told, everyone voluntarily brought water and food for the workers. The workers refused to accept them. It turned out that County Magistrate Tang had given instructions in advance, choosing a specific day for the workers to bring their own rice and grains, and only asked villagers to cook the meals and pay for firewood. The village head was very moved and arranged for a few reliable households with decent cooking skills to take turns. Because there was less material for building the archway, work on the archway started first. It was a bit slower at Song Changha's house, but daily bricks and stones kept arriving. Seeing Song Changha busy, the village head didn't ask Song Mingju's wife to help cook for the archway project. Instead, he told Song Changha to manage his own affairs. Since both tasks couldn't be finished at once, the workers needed to stay in Songjia Terrace for a while. The village had arranged for an empty house in the village, cleaned it thoroughly, and laid out fresh straw for the workers to stay. The village paid for some vegetables to add to their meals. People can't be rude and refuse hospitality. They have to accept. The money given wasn't much, just a few coins per household, so the villagers didn't complain. Regarding Song Changha's hometown, he didn't plan to take advantage of the village, and the villagers had little to say about it. Now, the water in the river isn't so cold anymore. Several strong young boys went into the river to catch fish and brought some back to Song Changha's family. "Uncle May, we caught a few fish and want to give them to the workers coming from the county. But my mother doesn't know how to cook fish. Could you please help cook them?" said Mao, his second brother. Today, it was his mother who was cooking. His mother couldn't cook fish well. The fish soup would be very fishy, and even cats wouldn't eat it. But apart from fish, the other dishes were fine. It was quite strange. "All right, You can put them down, Mei said cheerfully. I'll call you when it's ready. Mei cooked 2 large pots of tofu with fish, using water buckets to carry them, and called the children to come and take the food. Can you carry it? Mei asked. Do you want me to help carry it over? No need. The boys replied. 2 boys carried each bucket carefully and took the food away. The workers initially wanted to refuse, but the smell was just too tempting. Before they could say anything, their hands honestly took the bowls handed over by the children. The boys were also very eager. 2 boys sharing 1 bowl, drinking fish soup eagerly. One takes a sip, then the other. Everyone happy and no one disliked it. Only Song Mingju happily watched the workers build the archway. The archway, also called a paifong, at Songjia Terrace is built in a 3-room, 4-pillar, 3-story style with protruding pillars. Uncle, what is a jian? Song Mingju asked sweetly, catching a craftsman. Among the workers from the county, there are actually 2 types. One is responsible for basic work, and the other is a craftsman guiding the workers and mastering the core techniques. See these 2 side pillars? The craftsman pointed to the newly erected side pillars. The space between these 2 side pillars is called a jian. 4 side pillars can create 3 spaces, so it's called a 3-jian 4-pillar style. This is the most common style of the paifong. Then what is a lu? Song Mingju asked again. Lu means the roofed part of the paifong, similar to a roof. The tallest in the middle is called the main building, or minglu. The shorter ones on the sides are secondary buildings. Simply put, if you see several eaves extending from the paifong, that indicates the number of floors. The paifong at Songjia Terrace hasn't reached the stage of adding floors yet. The craftsman drew a diagram on the ground for Song Mingju. Usually, the number of floors in a paifong is an odd number like 1, 3, 5, 7, or 9. The more floors, the higher the rank of the paifong. Of course, only the emperor can use the 9 dragons. For example, the Imperial College has 3 rooms for pillars and 7 floors. Its roof is covered with golden glazed tiles, so it's also called the glazed archway, like Songjia Terrace, which uses gray tiles. Additionally, the stone foundation of the Imperial College is made of white marble. The stone foundation of Songjia Terrace is made of granite from the neighboring county, with wooden pillars painted red. The main building of the Imperial College has a hip and gable roof style, with colorful brackets. The craftsman drew a hip and gable roof for Song Mingju to see. Hey, isn't that the temple where Sun Monkey turns into in the cartoon Havoc in Heaven? Alright, let's stop comparing, okay? After asking around, Song Mingju finally understood that the archway at Songjia Terrace is the highest in rank. It's an imperial decree archway, commissioned by the emperor, paid for by the treasury. But in terms of materials, it's quite average, nothing special. The emperor is more stingy than Lady Chen. Song Mingju complained to her father after returning home. Scared, Song Changhe quickly covered his daughter's mouth. Don't speak so loudly, little ancestor. There are people outside building their house. Fortunately, after spring started, their family expanded their own clay house first. Now, if they demolish the main house, they live in the east room. If they demolish the east room, they move to the west room, so the family won't end up homeless in the village. Sniff. Sniff. Song Mingju broke free from her father's grip and thought to herself, although the village archway was painted in red, green, and yellow, and decorated with carvings, it was all made of wood. Their house, though simple, was built with blue bricks and gray tiles. In total cost, their house was more expensive. All right. Song Mingju gave in. This emperor really knows how to save money. Could he have a magic abacus? In the palace, the careful emperor just received a report from Liang County. Now that the winter snow has mostly melted and the courier roads are back to normal, they no longer have to wait months to get reports from below. Is there one from Liang County? The emperor asked. I'll look for it. They flipped through the pile of reports and found the one from Liang County, presenting it. Your Majesty, this is from Liang County, just arrived yesterday. The emperor took it and said, from now on, whenever reports from Liang County arrive, just bring them to me. Yes, Your Majesty. Who knows what that young Tang kid wrote this time? In the past, He was good at writing beautiful essays, but since becoming an official, his reports seemed to be full of warmth at first glance. But upon closer inspection, every word seems to be asking for money. Now, since the treasury isn't full, it's hard for this emperor too. If he hadn't been so careful with money, the funds at Songjia Terrace wouldn't even be enough. He is almost obsessed with calculating every penny. Song Mingzhu doesn't know that the emperor is also worried. Even if she did, she would just sigh and think so the emperor is just like everyone else. Compared to that, working at Songjia Terrace seems happier. Ahem. How disrespectful. Thinking about it, what's there to fear? The emperor doesn't know anyway. Maybe it's karma for being mouthy, but just after she finished thinking about the emperor, her family's house renovation ran into trouble. The problem with her family's house renovation is that their house is on a hill. Carts with oxen and mules can move easily, but heavy loads of bricks and stones are too hard to pull uphill. That's why they gave up digging a well before and switched to using bamboo to bring water. If they had dug a well back then, maybe their village would have tap water now. It shows how fate is connected, with coincidences happening one after another. Should I call some people to help push the cart? Song Changha asked the coachman. Let's try it, the coachman said cautiously, but people need to push from both sides, not from behind the cart. Otherwise, if it slips and hits someone, it would be a big problem. So, Song Changha called his apprentices. Yes, Song Changha has apprentices now. Finally, he's no longer a lone general. That's a happy thing.
But
his apprentices are only semi-apprentices. Here's what happened. The day after Magistrate Tang arrived, early in the morning, several people came to Song Changha's house. Heir Guzi's father, Heir Mao's father, Heir Zhuang's father, and villager Zheng. After some inquiries, they all came to ask to become apprentices. All the fathers came personally, except villager Zheng's father, who brought his son. That son is also the son of Heir, whose father.
Haha.
Big brother doesn't laugh at second brother. Now that these fathers with heir names have relaxed, they're worried Song Changha might reject them for being too old. Uncle villager Zheng, you should go talk to Changha. They pushed villager Zheng forward to speak with Song Changha. Why, since you're here, are you still afraid? Villager Zheng straightened his clothes, took a deep breath, and knocked on Song Changha's door.
Changha.
He was actually a bit nervous too. When Song Changha heard their intentions, he quickly waved his hand. No, I dare not. Back when the scoundrel Lu Lu was learning from a master, he said he would teach him if he asked. But half of that was just a gamble. He was betting that the villagers wouldn't be embarrassed to ask. Today, the people who came are all his peers, usually called brothers in the village. When they called Song Changha master, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Village elder Jing, being wise, saw Song Changha's expression and guessed what he meant. Since starting to build the water system, Song Changha hasn't hidden or refused to teach these people.
Why do you look down on them?
Village elder Jing deliberately raised his voice to speak for Song Changha. The others looked a bit unhappy.
No.
Song Changha quickly explained. Actually, I see everyone as my companions. I've taught what I can, but I can't take everyone as my apprentices. The others then understood Song Changha's meaning. As long as you don't think we're too slow or not good enough, that's fine.
Yes.
We want to learn skills from the master. Whoever is better is the real master.
Exactly.
Changha, even though we're older, we learn quickly when it comes to new things. Village elder Jing also chimed in. Yes, Changha. A brave man can have 3 helpers, and a master can have 3 or 4 apprentices to help carry things. If you take them as apprentices, when they go out to build the water system later, they can legitimately use what you teach them. Otherwise, their status will always be a bit lacking. Furthermore, Song Changha has been rewarded by the emperor before, so it's a matter of pride to have him as a teacher. Who would have thought that, in just a year, Song Changha would rise so quickly? Finally, with village elder Jing's help, Song Changha could only nod in agreement. Let me say this first. I am not very skilled or experienced, so I can't teach you too much. So I only consider you as semi-apprentices, and you only need to see me as a semi-master. If in the future you find better opportunities or better teachers, Just let me know. We'll part ways amicably. The others were very happy to hear this. Changha, don't worry. Others might not dare say it, but you can trust us. Second Dog's father said first. It's time to call him master now. Second Mao's father joked. They all laughed and shouted together. Master, Song Mingju quietly approached and suddenly said, Uncles, if you call my father master, doesn't that make us peers? Then how do we count the relationship between Second Dog and me? The others paused, then slapped their heads. Oh no, they forgot about this. Your father said half master, half apprentice. Master Zheng pulled Song Mingju up to a height roughly the same as his head and said, You are our Song family's little auntie. A few helpers came over to assist, using ropes in front and pushing from the sides to carry 2 carts of bricks and stones, making everyone tired and out of breath. This won't do. The helpers didn't mind helping, but it was indeed tiring. The 2 people pulling in front had blood marks on their shoulders. Song Mingju sat by the roadside, watching for a while. Song Changha was worried the cart might slip and hurt his daughter, so he urged her to leave. Mingju, go play somewhere else, okay? After 5 days of classes and 2 days off, this was the problem. While others worked, she was just standing around, getting in the way. Father, this isn't right. Song Mingju spoke up.
I think we should make
some kind of tool. Like, build a simple ramp from our hillside directly up to the walkway, then put things in baskets below, and people above can pull them up. Her idea was to create a simple elevator with sliding rails, not carrying too many bricks at once, making it easier to pull up. But with so many people, she couldn't explain clearly, just gesturing vaguely. Father, do you understand now? Father, you get it, right? Song Changha. He didn't understand. He couldn't understand. But in front of others, Song Changha could only say, You just moved too quickly.
Slow down.
Let me look again. So, Song Mingju demonstrated again. Like this. First this way, then that way. Song Changha asked again, Wait, what does that move mean? Song Mingju patiently tried not to lose her temper. It's like this. First this, then that, then this. A few helpers. What exactly are the experts doing? After comparing, the fathers felt that being a father to Song Mingju was quite challenging. It was better to have their own children. Sometimes having a simple-minded child was also a kind of blessing. The father and daughter's relationship was on the verge of breaking apart, pulling back and forth until they were about to explode, when a helper arrived. It was the craftsman from the Archway area. He brought a young apprentice, who liked the fish soup cooked by Song Mingju's mother. Hearing about it, he hurried back to ask his master for help. Because Song Mingju had been visiting his place often these days, asking questions and building a good friendship. The craftsman briefly understood the situation and said seriously to Song Mingju, Show me your idea again, I want to see. It's quite amazing. The craftsman immediately understood the gestures that even the divine painter of peach symbols couldn't decipher. Are you thinking of making something like a hammock to lift the stones directly from below to your house? The craftsman responsible for repairing the archway at the Song family, named Xie, referred to as Master Xie by colleagues and Xie Siwu by the workers, had never seen anyone like this before. They didn't understand and thought he was calling Master Xie, so they followed along. It wasn't wrong to do so. At first, Song Mingju called him uncle, but once they got familiar, she called him Uncle Xie. Yes, yes, yes. Song Mingju nodded excitedly, her face full of joy. Uncle Xie, you're really amazing. You saw it at a glance. She thought she had explained clearly enough with her gestures. See, that's the difference between an amateur and a professional. A few of the fathers, including Song Changha, said. They really couldn't see it at all. Oh, Uncle Xie, you truly are my soulmate. Song Mingju exclaimed happily. For the first time, Song Changha felt embarrassed in front of outsiders and his daughter. It made him feel uncomfortable, but he also knew he had many shortcomings. Master Xie, does this method really save effort? Song Changha asked humbly. It does. Master Xie replied. Not to brag, but in our town Mingxi ancient temple, according to my master's master, used this method to lift stones back in the day. Master Xie began to tell an old story. Song Mingzhu no longer looked down on her father. She leaned close to him, listening eagerly. Song Changhe was no longer angry at his daughter. He squatted down and hugged her, acting as a stool. The other fathers glanced at them and thought the father and daughter were quite extraordinary, bold and shameless. Song Changhe thought, "Why should I care?" After Master Xie finished telling the story, Song Mingzhu clapped loudly. "Uncle Xie, you told it so well," she said eagerly. "Uncle Xie, you're so skilled. Do you think you can make a hammock too? Can you teach my dad?" It wasn't that Song Mingzhu wanted to make things difficult for Master Xie. She just instinctively thought that since he explained so clearly, he must know how to do it. Her father had been struggling alone, figuring things out himself. If possible, she wanted her father to learn systematically from Master Xie, so he could thank him properly later. If Master Xie asked to take her father as a disciple, she would agree. After all, Confucius had taken many as teachers, so her father could too. Several people at Song Family Terrace listened carefully to Master Xie and thought he was very knowledgeable. They all looked at him eagerly, hoping he would show them something new. However, they overlooked one important thing. Master Xie doesn't know how to do it. This made Master Xie feel a bit troubled inside. Their family skills have been declining for generations. His master's master in the past could solve difficult building problems by making their own tools. But by the time it reached his master, due to changes in the dynasty, the knowledge was half lost. He could still use some tools left by his predecessors, but creating new ones from nothing was impossible. By the time it was in his hands, almost all the tradition was gone. His master took him in during his lowest times, but after only a few years, his master passed away. Luckily, his master had some connections and helped him find a job at the county office, and he became an apprentice. When his second master also passed away, it was his turn to become the teacher. He felt ashamed. But the people at Song Family Terrace didn't understand his feelings. They thought Master Xie was proud and didn't want to teach them. "Master Xie, if you find it hard to teach us, we can find another teacher," said Guzi's father, speaking up. "After all, one master is enough, and even two masters are acceptable." No, I dare not." Master Xie quickly waved his hands. He had heard that Song Family Terrace had created some kind of water system that earned the emperor's praise. At first, he didn't pay much attention. But when he saw it, he realized the water system was quite clever. No wonder they call him Clever Worker Song. The workers who built Song Changhe's house also admired the foot-powered plow he made. "I saw that Song Changhe has a few other things covered with cloth, so no one can see them," said Master Xie. He couldn't tell if Song Changhe was a hidden talent or a clever strategist, so he didn't want to show off. "Honestly, I've never seen a two-story basket lift before," said Master Xie. Liang County is a small place. Besides temples, no one needs to build such tall structures. Usually, they just carry things on their shoulders or backs, so complicated machinery isn't needed. But if they wanted, they could try working together, Master Xie said happily. He hadn't improved his skills in years and wondered if he could borrow some of Song Family Terrace's good luck to help him overcome this challenge. He explained roughly how a basket lift was made. The simplest basket lift is just a rope with a basket tied underneath, and you pull the baskets up one by one. This type can only go straight up and down, and it can't carry much at a time. It's not suitable for your home. To help her father understand, Song Mingzhu happily went to find her mother. "Mom, can I borrow the bamboo basket?" Then she happily went to find her mother-in-law. "Mother-in-law, do you have any rope?" She happily gave it to her father. "Father, the basket and the rope are here." Song Changhe tied the rope to the handle of the basket and gave it a pull, roughly understanding how it works. This second type of hanging basket is a common tool used in building medium-sized structures. Its main parts include a thick rope, a large hanging basket, a pulley, and a winch. Strictly speaking, Master Xie is a builder who specializes in constructing houses. He has seen more machinery than Song Changhe. He is quite different from Song Changhe, who mainly makes furniture and small woodworks. But over the past year, Song Changhe has gradually moved towards the worker side. The water wheel for water supply, foot plow, and other tools like the foot-operated cutting and grinding machines that are not meant to be seen, these are all types of machinery. When it comes to making machinery by himself, Song Chong-ha actually knows more than Master Xie. His disadvantage is that he has seen fewer things. But when Master Xie carefully explains, Song Chong-ha begins to understand gradually. Unfortunately, before they could finish talking, Master Xie was called away. "Master, there's something at the archway. You'd better go check it out," shouted the apprentice. "I have to go now. You try to make a hanging basket first." Master Xie left these words and hurried off. Making a hanging basket and getting the rope right is easy, but the pulley and winch are a bit tricky. Song Chong-ha muttered as he pondered. The fathers of Erguzi and others didn't understand, and wasting time was pointless, so Song Chong-ha told them to leave first. Once they were gone, Song Mingju pulled her father to the foot-operated plow and pointed to the 2 wheels borrowed from Village Zheng's family. "Father, the wheels." The 2 wheels from Village Zheng's family were said to be borrowed, called Huel. Whether Village Zheng had any opinion about it, no one knew, but old Neo had no objections. Since spring plowing was over and the foot plow wouldn't be needed for a while, Song Chong-ha simply took 1 wheel apart. In this era, there was no rubber. The wheels of ox carts were all made of wood, with no shock absorption measures. Basically, they were just bare, hard wheels. The wheel rim was made of 2 semicircular parts, so it was also called teeth. Because of this design, as long as the middle of the wheel rim is hollowed out, it can hold a thick rope to make a pulley. The father and daughter look at each other. What should we do? Should we do it or not? Finally, Song Chong-ha waves his hand and says to his daughter, "You stay at the door. When village master comes, remind me." Recently, because of 2 big events in Songjia Terrace, building a memorial arch and repairing the house, village master has been taking daily walks around Songjia Terrace. He looks here, looks there, points and gestures, observes the land of Songjia Terrace. Song Mingju moves a small stool to sit at the door, drawing and writing on the ground with a stick. Last year, in autumn and winter, her learning progress was quite relaxed. Her 2 teachers had never taught such a young child before. They just taught as they thought of things. But after spring, her learning pace changed. The master teacher gave her more big characters to practice at home. The second teacher finished teaching her the multiplication table up to 99, explained multiplication of 2-digit and 4-digit numbers, then moved on to geometry. Yes, geometry. He was teaching geometry to a kindergarten class. They say geometry is tricky, enough to make your head burst. Song Mingju struggled for 2 days and suddenly realized, "Hey, I don't know this." She should know it. So, when it was the second teacher's turn to teach, Song Mingju took the initiative to ask questions. "Master, Brother Erguzi says he's been having trouble understanding something his teacher told him. Can you help him?" "Tell me, I'll listen," said the second teacher. He noticed that in this village, besides this little girl, he couldn't like any of the others, including Wang Bo. Whenever he tried to get close to the villagers, a feeling of rejection would rise inside him, shouting, "Go away. All of you, get lost." He could only interpret this as his soul naturally rejecting the world.
So he stopped trying.
"Master, do you think it's better to teach someone to fish or to give them a fish?" Song Mingju asked. The second teacher was impatient with this kind of word game and frowned. Of course, it's better to teach him how to fish. As long as he learns to fish himself, he can fish whenever he wants in the future. But this person is about to starve, Song Mingju asked again. "Then give him some fish to eat first," the second teacher said irritably. "What if he's hungry? Didn't they tighten their belts back then, studying and working at the same time? But if he's full and no longer wants to learn how to fish, what should we do?" This is really a typical issue of either poverty alleviation or boosting people's confidence. In a past debate competition during Song Mingju's university days, there was a question like this: "Then just throw her out and never give her fish to eat again," the second master angrily said. In the end, Song Mingju disrupted the class and was sent down the mountain by the second master, earning herself a day off. The next day, the master took over the class and Song Mingju came. "Master, Brother Erguzi says his teacher recently encountered a difficult problem he can't understand. What problem? The master asked kindly.
Tell me.
It's like this, Song Mingju said seriously. Brother Erguzi's teacher has 2 rabbits, 1 male and 1 female. After 2 months, these 2 rabbits had 2 baby rabbits. The baby rabbits are also 1 male and 1 female, and they grow up quickly. After 2 more months, the 2 baby rabbits become adult rabbits and have 2 more babies. Meanwhile, the original 2 rabbits also had 2 more babies. Based on this pattern, how many rabbits will his teacher have after 1 year? The master said, wait, this is quite interesting. Let me write it down first. While trying to remember, the master became confused. Should I use 2 rabbits or a pair? Song Mingju quietly slipped away and earned herself another day off. When she returned to class, the master no longer asked her to write big characters, but told her to write a few sentences on the topic fish and fishermen. Don't need to write long, just write as much as you can. But how much should she write? When it was the second master's turn, he no longer taught geometry but started explaining basic math calculations. But the problem he explained was exactly the difficult problem that Brother Erguzi's teacher faced. Given a pair of rabbits that can produce a pair of babies in 2 months, and after 2 months, the babies can also reproduce a pair of rabbits. The question is,
All right.
The boomerang Song Mingju threw out spun between the 2 masters and finally hit her herself. Such endless sadness. Why does this appear at the end of spring and early summer? Song Mingju had a thought, and she drew a spiral. Mingju, what are you drawing? Village Justice's voice sounded in her ear. A snail? Song Mingju was startled, turned around, and was shocked. Village Justice, sir. Oh no. She forgot she was on patrol. Sir, when did you arrive? Song Mingju quickly grabbed Village Zheng and said, look at this shell I drew. It's not really a shell. But if you say it's not, well, it kind of is too. Coincidentally, Song Changhe was inside the house, startled by the sudden noise. He hurriedly packed up his tools, covering and hiding things. He didn't know how the wheel was placed, but it suddenly rolled out by itself. Song Changhe tried several times to catch it but failed. So, the father and daughter watched helplessly as the half-carved wheel rolled to Village Zheng's feet and stopped with a loud bang. Oh, dear, this wheel even seems to complain. Village Zheng looked down at the damaged wheel and felt heartbroken. Sir, please listen to our explanation. Song Mingju obediently leaned against her father's leg and spoke softly. My father didn't mean to break the wheel. It's just that our house is too high, and the ox cart can't come up easily. Uncle Xia suggested that my father make a hanging basket to transport bricks and stones from below. My father is thinking about how to make the basket now.
Hanging basket?
Village Zheng turned his head, unable to look directly at the broken wheel. What kind of hanging basket? It's a kind of construction tool. Song Changhe hurriedly explained. Very respectful. If we can make it, it will be much easier for future house repairs and transporting materials. Song Changhe truly has a craftsman's spirit. Once he gets into something, he won't stop until he finishes. And he means well. Village Zheng couldn't scold him either, so he turned away, pretending not to see, to avoid annoyance. Then just do your best to make it. If you can't succeed, I'll peel your skin. After finishing the pulley, it was time for the winch. Song Changhe had never seen a winch before, but he thought of the drum on the water wheel, guessing it worked similarly by turning to tighten the rope. But just having a rotating wheel wouldn't be enough. It needed modification. How to modify it he didn't know now, so he could only try and adjust as he went. May arranged the workers' dinner and called the father and daughter to eat. Song Changhe took a few bites and then simulated turning the wheel a few times. After a couple of bites, he turned it a few more times. Father, eat your vegetables. Song Mingju helped her father serve some food. When she was caring and considerate, she was very thoughtful. Over at Master Xia's side, after solving the issue with the archway, it was already getting dark. He wanted to visit Song Changhe, but his apprentice and the workers were waiting for him to eat together. Unable to go, he could only return to eat first. He couldn't just let everyone go hungry because of him. After finishing the meal, Master Xie still wanted to visit Song Changhe's house. But it was already dark outside. There were women in Song Changhe's home. After thinking for a moment, he decided to be patient and waited until the next morning. After breakfast, you go to the archway to work first. I will visit Song Changhe's house and then come back, Master Xie told his young apprentice. But master, what about your breakfast? The apprentice asked. Just save it for me, Master Xie replied. I'll eat when I return. Yes, master. The apprentice responded, going to fetch water for washing his face. Song Changhe also tossed and turned all night. At dawn, he got up to saw some wood, knocking here and there. His noise kept the whole family awake. Mingzhu, are you awake? Why not sleep a little longer? He asked. Song Mingzhu sat listlessly at the door. Dad, don't you know? Really, don't you know? Seeing that the father and daughter's relationship was about to break, De Huang let out a soft bark and crawled up, looking toward the door. Someone was outside. Now, their family had no gate, so anyone could come in. De Huang and De Gua were alert, guarding around the house. Song Changhe? Master Xie called from a distance. Yes. Song Changhe answered, getting up to greet him. Master Xie, you're here. Have you eaten yet? Not yet, Master Xie replied. I was thinking of visiting you first. I plan to come back later for meal. Then let's eat here, Song Changhe called to his wife. San Nyang, bring some rice. Actually, Mei had already cooked porridge. But she didn't say anything. She went back to get a jar filled with ash-colored flour, scooped some into a bowl of ash water, and poured it into the boiling porridge to cook again. She made a thick porridge. She also baked a few more pancakes. This kind of thick porridge wasn't new to them. Just the day before yesterday, when Ermao's mother was cooking, she accidentally burned the rice because she was distracted. She hurriedly called Mei for help. Mei scraped off the burnt part and used the remaining rice to make rice porridge. Then she added some ash water and cooked it into a thick porridge. The workers said it smelled good. Probably because Song Changhe's family loved eating ash flour so much, the villagers believed Song Mingzhu was so smart because she ate a lot of it. People in the village even exchanged their rice for ash flour. They even discussed dividing some of their land next year to grow wheat instead, since they also needed wheat straw to make straw hats. Now, when they went outside to gather wheat straw, the prices had already gone up. Because visitors arrived, the men and women in the family sat at separate tables to eat. Mei and Old Lady Wu continued to eat in the kitchen, while Song Changhe and Master Xie sat together. Little Mingzhu was still young and sat with her father. Good girl, Mingzhu, Master Xie praised. This little girl looked very happy while eating. The two adults drank porridge and talked about the pulley system. You did a good job with the pulley. Your idea for the winch is correct. Master Xie praised Song Changhe's hands-on skills and gave advice. A winch is actually. Mei listened but didn't understand and went to do her own work. Mingzhu listened with interest, but unfortunately, she had to go to school. Only Song Changhe and Master Xie stayed to chat happily. One had theoretical knowledge, the other practical skills. Both felt they had met a kindred spirit. Master Xie, you are very knowledgeable. No, I am not as skilled as you in hands-on work. They complemented each other and recognized each other as semi-mentors. Then Master Xie went to work at the archway, and Song Changhe continued to improve the winch. They agreed to meet again at noon to discuss how to install the pulley system. Although the brick-moving work paused, transporting bricks continued. The bricks were unloaded at the below Song Changhe's house, waiting for a solution before moving them further up. Old Lady Wu sat on a small stool watching her bricks. Little Flower lay at her feet, napping. The family each did their part, working in an orderly way. By noon, Master Xie came to find Song Changhe. They discussed how to install the pulley system. You're here, installing a crane arm isn't impossible. Master Xie thought aloud. But installing a crane arm was a bit complicated, and fixing it on Song Changhe's house seemed unnecessary. How about laying 2 tracks? Mingzhu suggested, lay 2 rails from below then modify the pulley to run on the rails, pulling diagonally from the side. Would that work? Both Song Changhe and Master Xie looked excited. That will work. Master Xie agreed. Song Changha also thought it was a good idea. As for how to make the rails, Mingzhu didn't say anything and left it to her father and Master Xie to figure out. After trying wood and bamboo, Song Changha chose bamboo because it was easier to get. He split a large bamboo in half, cleaned it out, then burned it to shape it close to wedge it into the ground. Some parts were suspended, so he drove stakes underneath for support. As for the basket, he would weave it on the spot. The laborers were recruited from the local community and usually had their own jobs. When the government called for help, they would come to assist. So, these workers had some skills of their own. One who knew how to make woven crafts volunteered to help Song Changha. My father is a woven craftsman. I often do this kind of work. Other workers also stop their tasks to watch and occasionally comment. Villagers with nothing to do gathered around as well. When Erguzi's father heard the news, he hurried over and pushed to the front. Move aside. Move aside. My master is here to help. The villagers looked back and laughed loudly. These people were treating a feather as a command token. Near the archway, Master Xie's young apprentice and the workers waited anxiously, but Master Zhao didn't arrive. Fearing something might go wrong, the apprentice sent a quick-footed worker to check. This worker was fast, but not very good at seeing clearly. From afar, he saw a crowd gathered on the hill near Song Changha's house, and some villagers were rushing over there, looking anxious. He hurried back and shouted, "Something's wrong. There are a lot of people gathered over there." The young apprentice had been feeling restless since early morning. His eyes kept twitching. He sensed something might happen today. And it turned out to be true. "Hurry." The apprentice waved his tools forcefully. "Everyone, go help my master." With the help of the woven craftsmen, they quickly made a square bamboo basket. Then, Song Changha installed 2 bamboo rails at the bottom of the basket to slide it. At first, because the bamboo rails were as thick as the basket sides, they couldn't fit inside. Air Tiger's father found a slightly thinner bamboo and cut it to size, making it fit into the rails. He then reattached the bamboo rails to the basket. Master Xie, as a builder, knew about carved beams, flying eaves, and dugong brackets. He helped out where he could, which made the work much faster. Erguzi's father and the others assisted nearby. Although it was their first time working together, everyone did their best, and surprisingly, it was quite harmonious. Master Xie's young apprentice rushed over with some people, squeezing into the crowd. Master Xie squatted down, looked up, and asked, "Is the work at the archway finished?" The young apprentice hesitated. It didn't seem like something serious was happening. "Come here." Master Xie called the young apprentice. "This is the balon hanging basket that Master Song modified. Watch carefully and learn." Several of Song Changha's apprentices are watching here. He can't let any of them suffer a loss. Men generally enjoy watching machinery work. Of course, village justice is also involved. He watches his usually quiet second son, who, although still not very talkative with Song Changha, looks much livelier now. It's clear he made the right move. Song Changha keeps adjusting the tracks and bamboo baskets, from being unable to move the empty basket to being able to pull it easily. With each small improvement, the crowd watching applauds him. "Great job, Master Song. Master Song is amazing." They are the workers. Changha is impressive. "Good job, Changha." These are the villagers. Everyone watching feels differently. Some think, "Oh, so this is how it's done." Others say, "Oh, so things can be done this way." Some feel, "This work looks simple, but it's not easy to do." After finishing the bamboo basket and tracks, the sun is already leaning west, but the men in the village don't want to go home. "Changha, keep going. We'll stay and help." Someone calls out. Others laugh happily, standing, squatting, leaning, or resting, but no one leaves. When Song Mingzhu returns, she sees this and thinks, "Is this any different from watching people fish or dig with excavators?" Men. Song Changha is also in good spirits. He drinks a bowl of water, takes a break, then continues to assemble the pulleys and winch. Because of Song Changha's modifications, the hanging basket turned into a sliding basket. The movement changed, and now the pulley didn't know where to be installed. He tries installing only the winch without the pulley, but it's not impossible. However, once bricks are placed in the basket, just relying on the winch becomes a bit tiring. It seems he still needs to install the pulley. Originally, the pulley was hanging inside the basket. Now, laid on the ground. Where should it go? It's still Song Mingju, who looks around and says to her father, "Dad, if you wrap a piece of rope around the middle of the bamboo basket, place the winch here, and put the pulley in the middle in front of the winch, then stand it up." She keeps explaining. The villagers listen, confused. People with some knowledge in this area don't understand Song Mingju's way of speaking at first, but as Song Changha begins to modify it, they start to understand gradually. Wow, this little girl from Master Song's family is impressive. Some children from other families come calling for dinner but refuse to leave, still wanting to watch.
Dad.
Mom said if I don't come back to eat, I shouldn't eat at all. They can only sheepishly go back. May endured and endured, but finally couldn't hold back and shouted, "Changha, why don't you eat first before doing anything?"
No.
"You and the others eat first," Song Changha replied without turning his head. "I just thought of how to do it. If I don't finish now, I might forget later." May was angry inside but couldn't find the words to scold, so she went inside, lit the lamp, and told Wu Laonyang and Song Mingju to eat first. Men sometimes get so absorbed in their work that they forget everything. Old Mr. Song was like that too. Wu Laonyang comforted her daughter-in-law. "Don't worry about him. Going hungry for a while is okay." Song Mingju looked at her mother-in-law with admiration. Her mother-in-law was very wise. People in the village said Wu Laonyang was timid, but she knew her daughter-in-law was capable, her granddaughter was smart, and her son was not lazy. All had their own opinions. Why should she worry so much? She followed all instructions and was the biggest help to the family. The three women ate their meal inside. Because there were too many people outside, May left her daughter with Wu Laonyang to watch over her. "Night is falling. Don't go out again," May warned her daughter. People in the village, unable to resist the family's urging, gradually left, then some came back carrying bowls. Most everyone was drinking porridge, thick and similar, and no one disliked each other. Song Changha didn't eat, nor did Master Xia. Neither did the apprentices on either side. No one wanted to miss witnessing this miracle. Song Changha and Master Xia worked here and there, hammered stakes into the ground, and installed pulleys and winches. Master Xia called his young apprentice. "We'll lower the basket from above. You go down and load half a basket of bricks. Don't load too much at first, just in case the rope can't hold." On the other side, Era's father volunteered to help down at the. "He's just a kid and unfamiliar with our village's terrain." "I'll go down," he said. People from the village, eager to see the excitement from both ends, split into groups and followed Era's father down to the below Song Changha's house. They also lit some dry firewood as torches stuck in the ground. No one wanted to waste oil lamps. Besides, in such darkness, oil lamps weren't very effective. Era's father and some villagers helped load half a basket of bricks into a bamboo basket, shouting loudly, "All done." Song Changha heard from above and started turning the winch. It could pull, but it was very tiring. "No good," Song Changha said, lowering the bamboo basket. "It's too exhausting. If I pull like this, either the rope will break or the basket will, or the winch might collapse." Sigh. The villagers all sighed softly. After 2 days of hard work, everyone was disappointed with the result. May looked over, pulled her husband aside, and whispered, "You should add hooks to both sides of the bamboo basket, and then tie on 2 more ropes. Pull all 3 ropes together, and the force will be more even." She didn't want to interfere, but seeing the situation, she worried her husband might not be able to finish today's task and might not eat or sleep well. Feeling concerned, she spoke up. "That's a good idea." Song Changha suddenly nodded happily. "I was overthinking." "Thank you, third sister." The villagers only saw Song Changha and his wife whispering to each other. They didn't know what they said. Then they saw Song Changha shake off his bad mood and happily call for help. Wow. Did Song Changha's wife give him a good idea? Is this daughter's man turning into a wife's man now? Oh well, it's none of their business anyway. Song Changha added hooks to both sides of the bamboo basket, used a thick rope to go around the basket, reinforcing it. It was a community effort.
Rope.
I have some at home. I have some too. Wait, I also have some at home. Villagers went home to get more rope and also returned their used dishes. Meanwhile, Song Changha improved the pulley system, making the base wider and thicker, with a longer, stronger handle. As night deepened, some villagers started yawning. But no one was willing to leave. Crazy. The women at home cursed. Everyone's gone mad. They kept burning firewood, one stick after another, until finally, Song Changha finished fixing the bamboo basket and pulley system again. Hey, wake up! Villagers called to each other. Changha is done. It's time to try it. Era's father and others went down to place bricks. Song Changha worked almost all day, without rest. Just as he was about to stand up and test the pulley, he suddenly felt dizzy. He barely managed to hold on. Master Xia also felt a little unsteady. Villagers hurried to call Mei. Little sister, Changha is dizzy. Mei, who hadn't slept, quickly came out to check. It's fine, Song Changha said, catching his breath. Probably because I'm hungry. You're so stubborn. Mei scolded, angry. She went inside and brought out 2 bowls of rice, soaked in soup, and handed them to her husband and Master Xia. Eat something first. Luckily, she had kept the food warm in the pot. Both men couldn't hold out any longer and quickly ate their soup and rice. Era's father then took his turn. He took a deep breath and slowly shook the handle. The onlookers all stared wide-eyed, watching intently at Erguzi's father, making him feel nervous. At first, Erguzi's father didn't dare use too much force, worried about damaging the carefully made thing. Once he found the right feeling, he gradually applied more strength. The bamboo basket slowly climbed up, and everyone in the village watched without blinking, afraid the rope might break. When the basket reached the top, the crowd cheered together. It's coming up. Really coming up. Oh. The cheers woke Song Mingju. Grandma, are my dad and them still working? She asked, rubbing her eyes, half asleep. Don't bother them. Old Wu gently patted her, thinking she was scared. Just go to sleep. It was noisy outside, so how could she sleep? Grandma, I can't sleep. Song Mingju got up and dressed herself. I want to find my dad and mom. Old Wu had no choice but to get up and open the door to go outside. The crowd had been waiting most of the day and night, and now they were excited, pushing to get closer to Erguzi's father. Let me go. I'll do it. I have strength. In the middle of the night, they woke up half the village. Crazy. Everyone's crazy. The women complained. Mom, I also want to see the fun. A child who didn't care about appearances said. Stop looking. His mother scolded. Go back to sleep. For the men in the village, this was a big celebration. Even during the new year, nothing was as lively as this. They took turns hauling baskets of bricks up, then happily went home to sleep. They had witnessed the birth of the slide. As for the workers, they were willing or unwilling to stay up late. But when they saw Song Changha succeed, they felt excited inside. Song Mingju watched for a while, then held Old Wu's hand and went back inside to sleep. There was no choice. She was small and easily tired. That night, many women in the village scolded their husbands. You're finally back? Why didn't you sleep at Song Changha's house? The men didn't argue, happily lying down in bed. They thought to themselves how wonderful it would be if their own house could also be built with blue bricks. Next time, we'll build a big house like that. The man said. You're dreaming, his wife said angrily. No one answered. Looking around, the man was already asleep. The next morning, Song Mingju woke up and saw that her family's bricks had been moved up. On the way to school, I saw the uncles and elders from the village, each with 2 dark circles under their eyes. They looked tired but excited at the same time. It reminded me of when she was in college, staying up all night singing, then going to class the next day. How similar it was. But then I thought, these uncles and elders are about the same age as modern college students. That explains their wild night yesterday. After finishing the work of moving the bricks and stones, the house repairs went very quickly. The excavated soil was transported down the hill using bamboo baskets and sliding rails. Village folks said, "If only last year when we built the road, we had such tools, it wouldn't have been so hard." They remembered how they used to carry stones on their shoulders and backs. If they had this equipment back then, bringing stones down from the mountain would have been much easier. Now, the villagers see many changes and start thinking about more things. As for Song Changha and Master Xie, because they fought side by side that night, they formed a deep friendship and often discussed machinery together. Master Xie suggested that Song Changha come to help, and then they could improve the tools together. Song Mingzhu watched nearby, occasionally saying a few words when they faced difficulties. She didn't say much, just 1 or 2 sentences, then went back to her own things. Regarding the archway, because its construction was complex, Master Xie first made the eaves and brackets based on the measurements, assembling a 3-story structure. Once the main beam was in place, they could start building the upper floors. This way, the construction was faster. On the day of the beam-raising ceremony, early in the morning, Gao Lijeng arrived with people. They came to watch and also to bring gifts to Songjia Terrace. Village elders called Song Changha, each holding a red cloth, and personally tied it to the central beam. At the end of the cloth, they attached a lucky coin symbolizing good fortune and peace. "The auspicious time has come. Let's raise the beam." With the red cloth tied, the central beam was carefully placed onto the supporting pillars amid everyone's eager eyes. Everyone cheered loudly. "It's in. It's settled." Then they began to build the upper floors. "Are we going to do it?" "Yes, we are." The 3 archways were successfully installed. Village elders took out a traditional copper gong and struck it loudly. Dang, dang, dang. The village's Swona player puffed out his cheeks and blew happily, filling the air with lively sounds to boost everyone's spirits. Ancestors on the mountain, did you see that? Our Songjia Terrace is thriving. An imperial gift, the archway, stands tall. The front of the archway is carved with the bold characters Songjia Terrace, and the back bears the phrase "Eternal Peace for the Land." It reflects the emperor's high hopes for Songjia Terrace. Wow, the emperor's calligraphy is really beautiful. Villagers stand beneath the arch, admiring it and praising it aloud. "Isn't it?" Someone nearby agrees. This was written by the emperor himself. In the future, when asked where they are from, they can proudly say, "From Songjia Terrace." After the archway was finished, the house of Song Changha also had its beams installed. That day, villagers came to congratulate and brought small, decent gifts from their homes. The attitude of the town was quite interesting. For the archway, Gao Lijeng represented the officials. For Song Changha's house, Gao Yuanwei came himself, representing the common people. Each side emphasized their own relationships. Mei's family asked the village elder's wife, 3 daughters-in-law, Heir Guzi's mother, Heir Zhuang's mother, and Heir Mao's mother to help prepare several tables of food. They hosted villagers, craftsmen from the county, and Gao Yuanwei's group. Everyone was so busy they were sweating. This time, Song Li didn't go into the kitchen to help but watched over Song Mingzhu instead. Gao Xiaobang also came along. "Song Mingzhu, I'm here." Before he even reached the door, he hurriedly got out of the car and shouted loudly, "I'm coming, I'm coming." Song Mingzhu heard the voice and came out to greet him. "Oh, Song Mingzhu, it's been just over half a year, but your village has changed so much." Gao Xiaobang excitedly ran toward her. I almost didn't recognize it. Song Mingzhu was usually busy and didn't pay much attention to the days passing. Hearing Gao Xiaobang shout, she suddenly realized how quickly time had flown. "It's already May. Who stole the time away?" Gao Xiaobang rambled on to give his answer. "Oh, Song Mingzhu, your village's main road is really beautiful. Smooth and easy to walk on. It makes our town want to build one too." Since Gao Lijeng and others accompanied County Magistrate Tang to Songjia Terrace to promote the Grand Road, the town folks had changed too. "Lijeng, don't you think our town's roads should be repaired too? People from Songjia Terrace already have a big road." "Exactly. A bit shameless, aren't they?" but they can't compare to the village. In the past, they wouldn't even dig a water channel without the village head going door to door. In the end, it was thanks to Songjia Terrace's water supply project that the drainage was finally improved. Oh, Song Mingju, your village now has a decorative archway. It's even a royal gift. That's quite impressive. The archway in our town was built when the town was established. It's old and needs repairs every year. Unlike Songjia Terrace, which is quite grand. By the way, because Songjia Terrace widened the village road, the main building of the archway now spans across the road, so it also became wider. That makes Songjia Terrace's archway look especially impressive. By the way, Song Mingju, do you know? The blue bricks used to build your house were made in our town. That's right. Song Mingju praised first, then asked, is the kiln in the town, or is it yours? There is one in the town, and I have one too, Gao Xiaobang proudly said, and my grandfather reduced the rent for our tenant farmers. He also played a part in this. At that time, he was clever enough not to go straight to his grandfather after saving some money. Instead, he waited until after the harvest to ask him. As long as he didn't run into Song Mingju, his mind was enough. Grandfather, why is our farm's harvest not good? Because the tenant farmers are lazy, Gao Young Master said angrily. County Magistrate Tang had already ordered to go to Songjia Terrace to collect grain. I saw the crops there before the Mid-Autumn Festival, and they were very healthy. Compared to that, Gao Young Master was almost furious. Then why are the fields at Songjia Terrace so well managed? Because the people there are hard-working. Grandfather, that's not true, Gao Xiaobang said seriously to his grandfather. The reason their fields are so good is because those are their own lands. Our fields are not well managed because they are not their own. I am willing to rent the land to them to farm, and that is already. Gao Young Master's words suddenly stopped. Yes, he was willing to rent the land to them. That was a great kindness. With such a big favor, why weren't they farming well? Gao Young Master thought about this for a long time. Until County Magistrate Tang came to collect grain, he and the village head went to Songjia Terrace together. After returning, he closed the door and thought for a long time. The land couldn't be given out. He had worked hard to build his estate, and he wouldn't give it up easily.
But
what if the approach changed? Otherwise, with the current situation, even taking 10% wouldn't be enough. Gao Young Master called his sons over to ask their opinions. The result was exactly the same as before. Even if they have land to farm, they don't do a good job, serves them right. Shut up. Hai Young Master Gao was so angry that he scolded his sons, saying, You drove away the tenants.
who will farm this land now?
His sons didn't understand why their father was so upset and stayed silent. As for Gao's wife, she cried and complained tearfully that he had spent too much money and that there was nothing left for his sons and grandchildren. This made Gao Young Master very angry. He wondered, is there no one in this big family who truly understands him? He then went to find Gao Lijing. The two brothers sat drinking wine under the moon, discussing the plans for Songjia Terrace. Gao Young Master asked if the emperor knew about Songjia Terrace. What do you think he would think? Gao Lijing replied, the water system at Songjia Terrace makes it easy to get water. When there's a drought, it can store water in advance to help with irrigation. He continued, it costs a little money but solves big problems. Would you do it? Compared to the money spent on disaster relief, it was a small amount. After returning home, Gao Young Master thought for a long time and then made a decision. But he didn't tell anyone. When spring arrived this year, Gao Young Master gathered all his sons and grandsons and personally visited all the tenants. He told them that because last year's harvest was poor and he knew life was hard for everyone, this year's land rent would be reduced by 10%. Young Master, is that true? The patched-up tenant asked in disbelief. Of course. I'm old enough to know better than to trick you, Gao Young Master said. If this year's crops grow well and the harvest is good, I will reward you with another 10%. The tenants immediately knelt before Gao Young Master. Don't worry, Young Master. We will definitely farm the land well this year. This was the real happiness of Song Village. On the way back, Gao Xiaobang said to his grandfather, "Grandpa, you looked so tall and proud today." "Of course." Gao young master proudly stroked his beard. Looking back, the sun was shining brightly. It seemed to be a good harvest year. "By the way, Song Mingzhu, I went to the fields today." Gao Xiaobang reported everything he had experienced. "You're right, fresh, good land really smells nice." During spring plowing, Gao Xiaobang followed his grandfather to watch the tenants work in the fields. To avoid losing face in front of Song Mingzhu and Guzi, Gao Xiaobang carried a small his grandfather prepared and dug 2 feet into the ground. The tenants were all stunned. "Grandpa, the soil below is a different color from the soil above," Gao Xiaobang shouted. "Of course." Master Gao lifted his robe and went down to the fields. He picked up a handful of soil and carefully explained to his grandson this is because. Gao Xiaobang kept talking, saying that one person's words could be worth 500 ducks. "By the way, Song Mingzhu, I also brought you a gift." He handed her a small wooden box. Song Mingzhu opened it and saw 2 small clay figurines. They looked like children, holding lotus leaves, and resembled Buddhist figures called molu, if measured in centimeters. They were about 12 or 13 centimeters tall, less than 15 centimeters. The figurines looked lively and full of expression, but they weren't painted, so they looked simple. "What's this?" Song Mingzhu asked. "This is Manhwa," Gao Xiaobang said proudly. "Only my family can fire such small ones." When talking about what he knew well, Gao Xiaopang's words flowed like water, impossible to stop. "Listen, Song Mingzhu, this Manhwa, the big one is over 3 feet tall, taller than me. But bigger Manhwa aren't always more valuable." He rambled on. Song Mingzhu listened carefully and suddenly understood. Isn't this like a modern collectible figure? People in the Daxia dynasty are so good at playing. Of course, Song Mingzhu also liked these 2 Manhwa figurines, but she liked the kiln at Gao Xiaopang's home even more. "Thanks, Xiaopang." Song Mingzhu pulled Gao Xiaopang aside and whispered, "By the way, Xiaopang, besides firing green bricks and clay figurines, can your kiln do anything else?" Gao Xiaopang's mind snapped back. "What do you want to fire?" Not really wanting to, just asking. Song Mingzhu understood Gao Xiaopang's pride. "Our village doesn't have a kiln. I've never seen one." Gao Xiaopang understood. "Oh, I'll tell you, that kiln is just..." Actually, Song Mingzhu wanted to try firing red bricks, but Gao Xiaopang obviously wasn't capable of leading Gao's family. So, she was just inquiring about the situation. When she has the capital for negotiations in the future, she'll come back. After the roof-raising ceremony, Master Gao and his family left. Village Chief Zheng and Song Chongha's group saw them off at the village entrance. On the way back, Gao Xiaopang asked his grandfather, "Grandpa, can we also fix the road from our town to Songjia Terrace?" Song Mingzhu said that more people in their village would probably build brick houses in the future. If the road is fixed, then maybe they can sell more bricks, right? Master Gao thought for a moment and said, "You have a point, but this is a big matter. I can't decide alone. When we get back, I'll bring it up with the town officials." Traveling from the town to Songjia Terrace, you pass through more than one village. It's not just a matter between the town and Songjia Terrace. Other villages in between need to cooperate. And these villages are not always on good terms with each other. Thinking carefully, most of them are quite rebellious. If they only want to take advantage of Songjia Terrace and the town without helping, neither Songjia Terrace nor the town are fools. In short, the interests involved are too complicated to explain in just a few words. But Mr. Gao is willing to try. Now he understands that his sons can only maintain what they have. To expand the family business, the sons are not enough. Maybe the grandchildren could help. Mr. Gao's gaze falls on his youngest grandson. When the house at Songchang's family is finished, the lotus leaves in the lake have grown so large they look like umbrellas. During rain, children pick lotus leaves to wear on their heads, follow behind the old ox, and run happily home amid the scolding of adults. The flower buds quietly emerge from the water, looking green. But soon they will bloom. On the back mountain, Master Xia quietly tells Songchang, "Earlier, Mingju said she wants to build 2 small blue brick houses for her master. The magistrate said just a simple earthen house is enough to avoid attracting too much attention. You should talk to Mingju about it. It's not that the magistrate is reluctant to use blue bricks. Song Chang then passes this message to his daughter. Mingju immediately understands. I was overthinking, she says. I'll follow the magistrate's plan. So, Master Xie personally leads workers to quickly turn the shed on the back mountain into an earthen house. They also build a bamboo fence around it and set up a new shed for Mingju's classes. Once everything is done here, the county sends people to take the workers back. The workers pack up and are escorted to the village entrance by village chief and others. Changhe, when you go to the county again, you must visit my home. Master Xie repeatedly urges Song Chang. If I find out you went to the county and didn't come to see me, I'll be angry. Brother Xie, don't worry. When I go to the county again, I will definitely visit you. Song Chang replies. After Master Xie and his group leave, the villagers go back to their own work. Song Chang's family walks hand in hand to their new house. In just a year, their home is changed from 3 simple earthen houses into 3 rows of earthen houses. Before they even move in, those houses have been replaced by large blue brick buildings. Song Chang and his wife, along with old Lady Wu, feel like they're dreaming. Only Mingju is genuinely happy. Her family has upgraded. Her master has also been promoted. That's great. The whole family moved in, and Song Mingju was given her own room. Song Changhe placed her bed, wardrobe, and desk inside, making her look like a young lady from a small rural family. County Magistrate Tang was generous. The floor was paved with blue bricks, so Song Mingju no longer had to step in mud. But Mei was really worried about her daughter living alone, so she discussed it with Song Mingju. Mingju, you're still young. It's not safe for your parents to let you sleep alone. How about we add a small bed in our room for you? When you're able to get up at night by yourself, you can sleep alone, okay? Song Mingju thought, no wonder young ladies from wealthy families need many maids to take care of them. Leaving a little girl to sleep alone does seem unsafe. But she didn't really want to agree. After all, she preferred her freedom to sleep alone. Mei saw her daughter silent and added, it's not that I want to scare you. When you were born not long ago, a passing Taoist priest came to our house and asked for a bowl of water. When he left, he said you would face a hardship on your 100th day. At that time, Mei wasn't sure what exactly the hardship was and was very nervous for a long time. On the night of her 100th day, Mei and her husband stayed up together, holding a bamboo knife nearby. They couldn't stay awake much longer and fell asleep. Suddenly, the baby in the bed started crying loudly without warning. Mei woke up quickly to check, but the oil lamp was already out. Deleng, light the lamp. Mei shouted, kicking her husband awake. Song Changhe hurried to light the oil lamp. Mei was shocked to see a large centipede, over half a foot long, crawling up the bedpost. At that moment, Song Mingju was placed at the very back of the bed. If the centipede had been just 1 inch closer, it could have reached her foot. Mei screamed sharply, picked up her daughter with one hand, and grabbed the bamboo knife with the other. She chopped the centipede in half. Since then, Mei checked her bed carefully every night, afraid such a frightening thing would happen again. Song Mingju was indeed scared. She threw herself into her mother's arms and nervously asked, can a brick house also have centipedes? Faced with her frightened daughter, Mei softened her heart again. I haven't lived in a brick house before, but it's always good to be careful. Old folks say that sometimes if you kill a chicken and don't eat it all that day, even if you put it in a cabinet and lock it, centipedes might come. So, they say, chicken soup left overnight must be boiled thoroughly before eating. Song Mingju thought for a moment and made her own request. My house cannot be taken back. She must have her own space. Of course. Mrs. Mei said, that is your house. No one can take it away from you. I also need to use it regularly. Song Mingju emphasized. Of course, it's your house. You can use it however you want, Mrs. Mei patiently replied. Just come back to your parents' house at night to sleep. Since it had come to this, what else could Song Mingju do? All right then. After resolving the sleeping arrangements, Song Mingju began to patrol her new house, checking if anything needed fixing or adding. Although their house had been upgraded to a big blue brick house, it was still unfinished, and decorating it was a big task. For example, now, without the stone path in the courtyard, it looked a bit plain. Song Mingju asked her father to set up 2 large water tanks, one on each side of the courtyard. They filled them with mud and planted lotus leaves and lotus flowers. It immediately looked much better. By the time the whole family was settled in, it was late May. Song Mingju visited the rice fields where Guzi and village Zheng kept fish. The crops on both sides were growing well. The fish in Guzi's field were smaller than those in village Zheng's when caught, but now they seemed about the same size. As for the rice plants, maybe it was just her feeling, but they did seem a little taller than those in other fields. Anyway, both families were very happy. But the real difference between fields that fish were raised in and those that weren't could only be known after harvest. Time passed peacefully, and before she knew it, the month was almost over. Song Mingju checked her tasks and felt like she had forgotten something important but couldn't remember what it was. Mr. Wang said he would come after the new year, so why hasn't he come yet? Mrs. May looked at the village entrance and muttered. She was still waiting for him to pick up the lotus root powder and straw hat. Yeah, Song Mingju finally realized that Uncle Wang and the others hadn't come for a long time.
Could it be
that he doesn't want them anymore? Mrs. May said to her husband. Mrs. May grew more anxious the more she thought about it, her hands trembling. They had spent money to buy straw hats from the village and had collected many. They had also spent money on lotus root powder and put a lot of effort into it at home. What should they do now? With his character, he probably wouldn't suddenly change his mind without saying anything, Song Changha thought, trying to defend Uncle Wang. Maybe send someone to ask him directly, Mrs. May suggested. Maybe something came up and he can't come, her husband replied. How could something take so long? Mrs. May asked, puzzled. It was understandable if he couldn't come at the start of spring, but now. It's already summer now. Song Changha made his wife more nervous and said, I'll go to the county tomorrow to see if I can find out any news. Wang Langjun always stays at the same inn when he visits Liang County, so it's not hard to gather information. That's all we can do. May's face finally looked a little better. We can wait 4 or 5 more days at most. If we don't hear anything tomorrow and he still doesn't come, we'll take matters into our own hands and go to the county to sell. Waiting forever isn't an option. They've invested so much money and effort. They can't rest easy until they get some profit. Although they got a big blue brick house for free, they spent a lot of money this spring expanding the house and hiring Guzi's father and others to help, paying for food and wages. They haven't earned a single coin back this year. Song Mingju feels anxious too. Oh, what good idea can she come up with for her father? They can't afford to have no money at home. Just as she's worrying, Old Song hurried over. Mingju, where's your dad? Old Song called out. Tell him to come out quickly. Someone's come from the county again. Song Changha quickly came out after hearing this and asked, Someone from the county? Who exactly? A big group. The county clerk is also here. Old Song said. Brother Changha, you'd better go see. His father discovered this while patrolling at the village entrance. Among the visitors was someone he knew, a county official, so he asked him to call Song Changha. But Old Song didn't know the details of what was happening. Song Changha hurried over. Dad, I want to go too. Song Mingju said, running after him. Da Huang always behaves sensibly and stays at home to watch the house. De Gua has grown up now, and seeing the situation, he followed Song Mingju to act as a bodyguard. Xiao Hua is now a big cat. It's clever and immediately climbed onto the roof to keep watch. Father and daughter met village Zheng on the way, who was already leading people toward their house. It was truly a large crowd. Changha, the county official, is here to give your mother her pension. Village Zheng pointed at the group pulling mules behind him, smiling happily. He's a familiar face. He came with the magistrate before.
Oh.
Song Mingju looked at the official's face and suddenly understood. Mingju, what do you think I should do now? The official teased the little girl. They are quite familiar. They met at the county office before. But last time, when he came with Magistrate Tang, they left in a hurry, so they didn't get a chance to build a good relationship. Now, maybe there's a chance? I have always felt that I forgot something very important, but I just can't remember what it is. Song Mingju honestly said, "Today, when I saw Lord Zhua, I remembered it."
Oh?
Lord Zhua didn't understand that he had this effect. He stroked his beard and asked, "What is it?" "It's about your visit." Her mother-in-law turned 60 on the first day of the new year, but no one had come to give them rice or money. Plus, their family had been busy and actually forgot such an important matter. Now, their family is no longer short of food. At first, Lord Zhua didn't understand what Song Mingju meant. When he finally did, he laughed. What a sharp-tongued girl. The officials from the county also laughed. Only the Song family has face. In other villages, it's impossible for the magistrate to come personally, and Lord Zhua also came himself. Otherwise, these two officials wouldn't need to do anything else all day. They could just visit villages. Hee. Gao Lijing also chuckled, feeling a mix of emotions. Yes, he's here again. There's no way around it. Whenever someone from the county comes, he must come too. It's his duty. But every time he comes, it feels like a to his heart. Especially since Song Tai has developed a foot-powered plow, and it looks like there will be reward soon. Gao Lijing's heart feels sour. What did Song Tai's family do? How did they go from being poor to soaring high? Maybe they should leave a house in town for Changhasong so he can stay there sometimes? And maybe everyone in town can fly together? Village Zheng saw Gao Lijing's expression and knew he was jealous. But he ignored it and continued introducing others. These are craftsmen sent by the court to learn about water supply. Village Zheng pointed to two more people carrying backpacks, coming from Beijing. Their demeanor was a bit different. Though tired from travel, their proud eyes couldn't hide. They nodded politely. This isn't a good place for talking. Let's go to Changha's house, Village Zheng said. Right now, only Changhasong's family was the most impressive and respectable in the village. Meisher spotted this group at the door and hurried back to tell Wu Laonyang to start the fire and boil water for tea. People kept coming and going at home, and whenever someone arrived, they wanted to eat and drink. She was almost like a cook. Maybe she should open a small restaurant later? Everyone was busy with their own plans, unaware of the chaos at the center, the father and daughter. When they arrived at Changhasong's house, Meisher helped welcome the visitors inside. The table and benches are already set up. Song Changha invites people to sit down. First, they exchange polite greetings while waiting for the tea. Once the tea arrives, they begin discussing serious matters. Song Mingju stays, leaning against her father's leg, listening attentively. I came here mainly for 3 reasons, the county clerk says. First, to accompany the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works to learn about the water supply system from start to finish. The county clerk introduces Song Changha to the 2 craftsmen. Both sides are polite in front of the county clerk. One doesn't ask many questions, and the other doesn't say much. The second reason is to deliver household registration papers for Song Longhu and Song Lu. The clerk tells the village official, "Please ask someone to call them over." Song Longhu is the name of Guzi's father. It wasn't his original name. It was changed when Tang County Magistrate visited Song's house last time and suggested establishing a household. The village official sends someone to call these 2. While waiting, they discuss the third reason. The third reason is to deliver the pension money and supplies issued by the court for Master Song's mother. "Sir, does our court's pension money follow the household registration?" Song Mingju asks. "Exactly. It follows the household registration," the county clerk replies, slightly bowing and meeting Song Mingju's bright eyes. "Can you tell me about our Great Xia's household registration system?" Song Mingju asks. Since Guzi's father and Song Lu haven't arrived yet, and the clerk has free time, he begins explaining the household registration system of Great Xia. In Great Xia, we still use the old dynasty's household registration system. Each household has a document called a hanshur. A hanshur is a paper sheet listing the head of the household's name, all the people living in the household, and notes on illnesses or disabilities. These documents are linked together by village or town, forming a volume called a village ledger. After the village ledger is compiled, it is verified by the local authorities and then reported to the county. The county consolidates and reports it to the prefecture or province. The prefecture or province then reports to the Ministry of Household Registration, which creates a unified record. Based on these documents, the Ministry of Household Registration prepares the taxes, corvée labor, and expenses for the coming year and uses them as the basis for household registration. The village ledger is created annually, but the household registration is updated every 3 years. Because it is all manually checked and the data is large, the process is slow even if they try to speed it up. To simplify calculations, only adult men are counted when registering households, and women are not included, they say. For example, in Song Lung-hoo's family, although there are 4 people, only Song Lung-hoo is counted as one household member. Won't this lead to inaccurate population counts? Song Mingju asked with doubt. It will definitely happen. Every dynasty has faced this problem, the county clerk replied. Just the words hidden household can stir up many people's nerves. But now, the court has started recognizing female households, the county clerk added. Like Song Lu, who is registered as a female household this time, she still has to pay taxes. Also, elderly people like your mother-in-law, who are over 60, want to receive the court's pension money. They must first report to the village, then to the township, then to the county, then to the prefecture, and finally to the Ministry of Household Affairs for review. After the Ministry of Household Affairs reviews, they report to the emperor. If the emperor agrees, he signs and stamps the approval, which is then sent back to the Ministry of Household Affairs. The ministry then sends the approval to the prefecture, which passes it to the county, then to the township, and finally to the village. It takes at least half a year for the process to complete. So, the pension money is usually distributed once every 6 months. The county magistrate cares about your Song family terrace. As soon as the funds are released, I am sent to deliver them, the county clerk said. According to our laws, elderly people over 60 receive 1 liter of rice and 10 coins daily. How much is 1 liter of rice? To put it simply, in the youth of Fan Zhongyan, he cooked 2 liters of millet porridge daily, and after it solidified, he cut it into 4 pieces, eating 2 pieces in the morning and 2 in the evening. So 1 meal was about 1 liter of millet. Among the heroes of Liangshan, Li Kuei could eat 3 liters of rice in 1 meal. At that time, 1 liter of rice cost about 7 or 8 coins, and 10 coins could buy just over 1 liter of rice. Therefore, the pension money from the court, converted entirely into rice, was just over 2 liters, enough to fill one person's stomach. But for ordinary people, this was a great blessing. Like Wu Laonyang, who in her house couldn't clearly hear how much grain she would receive in half a year, only hearing the word daily made her smile so much she couldn't close her mouth. Song Mingju was also very happy. Although her mother-in-law sold buttons, 5 buttons only worth 1 coin, and if she sold them at a higher price, no one would buy. Now, even if her mother-in-law didn't sell buttons, she had money to spend. Long live the emperor's kindness. Song Changhe and his family bowed north to thank the emperor for his grace. Song Mingju also sincerely performed the bow. After all, she still had the jade badge given by the emperor hanging around her neck. Just then, after finishing the matter of household registration and pension money, Erguzi's father and Song Lu arrived. The county clerk showed them their household registration, which made Erguzi's father and Song Lu so happy they were dizzy. Thank you, sir. The county clerk finished his work and was about to leave. Sir, have a meal before you go? Village Zheng warmly invited him. No, the county clerk politely declined, showing good judgment. The magistrate didn't even eat at Songjia Terrace. Why should he be able to? Si Yuanzheng pulled the county clerk aside quietly and said, Sir, these 2 craftsmen are from the Ministry of Revenue. We can't afford to offend them. But our village is poor, as you can see, and we really don't know how to host them. Could you give us some advice? The county clerk replied, The magistrate said that once you arrive at Songjiao Terrace, everything should follow Song Siyuanzheng's arrangements. Siyuanzheng hesitated for a long time but finally arranged for the craftsmen to stay in the same house as last time, where the workers had stayed before. Not at Song Changha's house. From now on, this house will be a public house. Anyone who comes can stay there, Si Wenjing thought to himself. Before leaving, the county clerk pulled Song Changha aside and quietly advised him. The magistrate said these two craftsmen are quite well known in the Ministry of Revenue. Master Song, if you can seize this chance and learn from them, it might be very helpful in the future. The county clerk's hint was very obvious. After seeing them off, Song Changha thought for a moment, told his wife to cook some good food, and prepared to visit the public house to build a good relationship. Good food? Easy for you to say. Meisher complained, it's too late to buy from Shao village now. Then just cook something simple. Song Changha quickly changed his tone. Meisher was even more annoyed. Seeing things might go wrong, Song Changha hurried out to help Si Wenjing. I'll see if they need anything over there. He slipped away. Song Mingju glanced at him, but didn't run to hug her father. Instead, she went with her mother-in-law to count money in the room. The grandparent and grandchild spread out a bag of coins on the bed. 1, 5, 10, 15, 20. They were so happy. Song Lu carefully carried her household registration back home, stored it safely, then brought a basket of vegetables to Song Mingju's house. This year's field was directly given to Ergo's father to farm, while she still only grew vegetables. Uncle May, these are fresh vegetables from my field. Mingju likes them, so I brought some for her to try. Song Lu set down the basket and was about to leave. Meisher called her. Hey Song Lu, don't go. Stay and help me with something. Uncle May, just tell me what to do. Song Lu cheerfully agreed.
Just help me with.
Actually, Meisher didn't need help. She just wanted to keep Song Lu to have a meal. This girl used to have trouble eating and was thin and small. Now that life was stable, she was starting to grow stronger. The old, unkind woman wasn't good at taking care of people, so Meisher wanted to take advantage of the chance to ask Song Lu to stay for a meal sometimes. In this way, the child usually helps Mingju a bit more. People are not saints, and the Mei family indeed has some selfish motives. Since she married Song Changha, Mingju has been the only child, which makes her feel a bit lonely. It would be nice if Mingju had a brother. Mei touches her belly and sighs, then goes to cook. At Guzi's house, his mother is anxiously waiting, even watering the vegetables absent-mindedly. This year, she started learning from Song Lu, planting vegetables around the house and in the fields. They harvest seeds at similar times and sell their produce together at the market or town. When they have free time, they also sit together making straw hats. Song Lu gets materials from Guzi's mother, who charges her 3 cents per hat, fair prices. It seems their lives are improving, and Guzi's mother-in-law changed her mind. She wants to reconcile with her eldest son and comes to ask for favors during rice planting, shamelessly. Second and third brothers don't have money to buy seedlings this year. After Guzi's father divided the land, the second and third brothers also argued over the inheritance. His mother-in-law threatened to die if they didn't divide it, so it wasn't settled. Now, the second and third brothers still live with their parents. Hearing this, Guzi's mother-in-law sends her son out to play and hides in the inner room, not showing her face. If you don't have money to buy seedlings, just trade grains or vegetables with others, Guzi's father says. If you don't want to trade, you can borrow from the village and pay it back later. Usually, he plants his own seedlings with rice seeds. Now that the land is divided, he naturally won't interfere with that. His mother-in-law sits on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Mother, the ground is cold, and I can't stop you from sitting. Guzi's father doesn't help her, and simply says, but now Mrs. Ernyo is borrowing seedlings from the whole village. If you're too slow, Mrs. Ernyo might borrow all the seedlings, and you'll miss the planting time. The village will scold us. This is a reminder of what happened to the last son, who caused trouble. His mother-in-law is unwilling and has no practical solution, so she has to get up herself. Now your wings are strong. Guzi's father ignores her words and carefully sends her home, calling out at the door, Brother, I've brought mother back. It's been rainy lately, so take good care of her. Don't wander around. It's easy to fall. Then he leaves. As for how his 2 brothers and the villagers will treat her, that's not his concern. Once the household registration is settled, I'll be at ease, his wife says to him. Second dog's father was also worried about home. When he got the household registration, he hurriedly rushed back home with it. His mother, the household registration is here. Second dog's father pushed open the door and eagerly shared the good news with his wife. Really? Second dog's mother put down the water scoop and happily went to see. Where is it? Let me look. Second dog's father carefully took out the household registration from his pocket and handed it to his wife. Recently, the couple had been learning to read with their eldest son and could recognize the characters Song Chong-hu. Wow, your handwriting looks so nice. Second dog's mother praised. Hee, I guess I learned from Chong-ha. Second dog's father said happily. I know. Second dog's mother replied. Now you have Chong-ha and Chong-hu, not brothers by blood, but closer than brothers. Song Chong-hu was very busy, but this spring, when their family was tidying up the house, he still found time to come help. But second dog's father's two brothers never even showed their faces. It's easy to imagine how he felt when his mother came to ask for help. He couldn't be bothered with their messy affairs. By the way, what vegetables are in the field?
Pick some to send to Chong-hu.
Second dog's father said to his wife. Two craftsmen came from the court, and they're eating at Chong-hu's house now. If you have time, go help Mingju's mother too.
Got it.
Because of the household registration, second dog's mother didn't bother scolding her husband. After putting away the household registration, she happily went to pick vegetables. Son, let's go. Take vegetables to Mingju's house. Second dog's mother called her son. Okay, coming. Second dog happily ran over, grabbing his mother's hand to deliver the vegetables. Did you learn the math Mingju taught? His mother asked. Second dog had been studying with his older brother since last winter. But whenever he encountered the difficult classical phrases, he got a headache. However, he understood the arithmetic Mingju taught right away. When selling vegetables, second dog's mother carefully thought about how much to charge, but second dog almost always beat her to give the price. They ended up calculating the same. I've learned it, second dog said. Mother, didn't you forget again? I'll recite it for you. At the Ermao family's house, Ermao was also taking his father's test. Half a foot-long fish costs 2 coins each, 3 fish for 5 coins. An old lady passing by said she wanted 10 coins for some. How many should you give her?
Give.
Ermao held out his left hand. 3. His father frowned. Ermao then held out his right hand. 3. His father picked up a stick. Ermao looked at both hands and loudly said, 6 fish. Yes. Ermao's father put down his stick and smiled happily. Erzwang's family was also in a similar situation, but Erzwang was counting duck eggs. 1 duck egg, 2 duck eggs, 3 duck eggs, 4 duck eggs, 5 duck eggs, 7 duck eggs, 8 duck eggs, 10 duck eggs. Oh. Dad, don't move. Oh. Mom, help me. The villagers each have their own hopes, and the 2 craftsmen from the Ministry of Works also have their mission. One is older, and the other is younger. Actually, after reading the water drawing plan and water construction diary written by the son of the Minister of Revenue, they guessed how to build the water system. Setting up bamboo pipes is not difficult. Basic carpentry skills are enough. The water wheel with a backbone is a bit more effort to make, but compared to the demands from royal relatives, it's not a big deal. As for the bamboo puppets, as long as they understand how to connect them with the water wheel, it's simple. So, they told the leader they could try. If it works, they wouldn't need to go all the way to Songjiatai. But the emperor refused and insisted they come down to observe in person. They left Beijing and traveled a long way, which made them a bit resentful. So, after settling in, the first thing they did was to see the water system. Song Village Zheng, please take us to see the water system first, said the older craftsman. The water system is right here in the village. You can see it any time, Village Zheng replied. But you've traveled a long way. Shouldn't you rest first? No need, the older craftsman shook his head. We came from Beijing just for the water system. The sooner we understand, the sooner we can report to the court, and the sooner we can go back. All right then. Now Village Zheng wasn't much for persuading people, so he took them to the back mountain. All the water for Songjatai village is drawn from this lake. Feel free to look as long as you want. If you want to see inside the houses, just tell my third son." Then he left the task to his younger brother, and they went on their way. What's the point of watching the water system? Anyway, their village's archway and the blue brick house of Song Changha's family had already been built. Could the emperor send people again to tear them down? Instead of wasting time with them, they might as well discuss what play to put on with Song Changha. Yes, in a few days, old Lady Wu's 60th birthday was coming up, and the villagers were already looking forward to a big show. There's no need for many acts, just this one, that one, and another. These few will do. Village master waved his hand and drew a big circle. Song Changha. "Uncle, with so many acts, we probably can't finish singing in one day," Song Changha said. "Then we'll just sing for an extra day." Village master pretended to be naive. Since he didn't have to pay, he figured he might as well take advantage of the opportunity. In the hopeful eyes of the villagers, Song Changha had no choice but to accept. He could only agree. There was a local opera troupe in town, usually performing around 10 miles nearby. They went wherever they were invited. Song Changha set a date and started preparing the stage when he returned. The stage was built under the big banyan tree, with villagers coming to help. Because there was a show, everyone was eager, and they finished setting up the stage in half a day. They also brought small stools from home to reserve their favorite spots early. Of course, the front seats were reserved for Song Changha and Village Master. "Village Master, when will your melon seedlings be moved to the fields?"
Someone asked.
They were talking about watermelon seedlings. Last year, Song Mingju collected some watermelon seeds from Aunt Chen. During rice planting, Mei brought them out and asked her husband if they should try planting some. Song Changha thought for a moment and shook his head. "We probably can't grow them ourselves." First, no one in the village had ever grown watermelons before, so no one had experience. Second, watermelons might not be easy to grow. Otherwise, why wouldn't the court promote them? Third, their family now had other ways to make money, so Song Changha didn't want to spend a lot of effort on these few seeds. Since he didn't want to plant them, Mei also lost interest. But these seeds were hard to come by for Mingju. "It's a pity to throw them away,"
Mei said.
"Maybe you could ask Erguzi's father and Uncle Village Master if they want to plant some?" Erguzi's father, hearing that the seeds came from the county magistrate's wife, wanted to plant them. "Head of the household, we already have enough work in the fields this year," Erguzi's mother said, pulling her husband's arm. "You can't bite off more than you can chew." Erguzi's father hesitated for a long time, but finally followed his wife's advice. "All right, I'll listen to you." Meanwhile, Song Changha, as a master, showed with his actions what it means to listen to his wife and daughter, and he's enjoying good days. Over here, Erguzi's father was learning from him, not feeling ashamed. Song Changha then went straight to Village Master's house. Song's second son and youngest son were interested in watermelons, but not so much in how to grow them. Only the eldest son was excited as soon as he heard about watermelons. "Watermelons? How do they taste? Are they delicious?"
"Well,
"I haven't tried them myself," Song Changha honestly said. "You have to ask the magistrate and Mingju to know." "Then give me some to plant," Old Song said. He was worried there wasn't much good to plant in the field. So, Song Changha gave some watermelon seeds to the village head. Then, Song Changha went to ask Ermao's father and Erzwang's father. After discussing, both wanted to plant, but neither knew how to do it. "Maybe we should take the seeds to Dahu's father and ask him to help grow the seedlings?" suggested Ermao's father. "Once the seedlings are ready, we can transplant them?" "I'm afraid he might refuse," said Erzwang's father. "Let's ask him first. If he says no, then we can ask Era's father," they decided. They explained their plan to the village head, who agreed quickly. "But no one in our village has grown watermelons before, so we can't be sure if the seeds will sprout," he added. "That's okay. Even if they don't sprout, it's not your fault," assured Ermao's father and Erdog's father. Old Song took the watermelon seeds and started thinking about how to grow the seedlings. He kept thinking about it during meals, sleep, and work. His focus was just like when Song Changha was figuring things out. When they planted the rice seedlings and the weather was still a bit cold, He didn't rush to sprout the seeds. Only after May, when the weather stabilized, did he start drying and soaking the seeds.
And so on.
After the seeds sprouted, Mingzhu even went to see them. "Wow, Uncle, you're really amazing." Mingzhu cheered happily. "We'll have watermelons to eat this year." Now, Mingzhu also called Old Song Big Uncle, just like Eru. "When the fruit is ready, you'll be the first to taste it."
Old Song said happily.
"Let's see if it tastes just right." The villagers weren't as optimistic as Mingzhu. Before the seeds sprouted, they worried they wouldn't grow. Once they sprouted, they worried the seedlings wouldn't turn into plants. When the plants grew, they worried they wouldn't grow tall enough. Now that the seedlings had finally stabilized, they started worrying about transplanting. Some people were even thinking about how to ask Old Song for a seedling to plant. Village Head understood the villagers' feelings, but since it wasn't his matter now, he said, "This is handled by our big uncle. You should ask him." Village Head noticed that ever since he talked about dividing the family and arranged the chores clearly, his 3 sons had become much more diligent. Not that they weren't careful before, but now they worked even harder for their small family. They didn't need to be scolded, beaten, or whipped. The village chief was happy to see this. People in the village, eager for watermelons, went to ask Old Song. "Old Song, when do you plan to plant those melon seedlings in the field?" The villagers asked. "If you plant them too late, the roots might get hurt." "I was planning to move them to the field in the next couple of days," Old Song replied. "Why not do it today?" The villagers suggested. "We can help you. There's not much real help needed, just watching the fun." Even the emperor couldn't stop people from watching the excitement.
"All right."
Old Song happily agreed. So, the villagers gathered around Old Song to help plant the melon seedlings. It was a lively scene. Meanwhile, 2 craftsmen from the Ministry of Revenue carefully examined the improved water wheel designed by Song Changha, following the bamboo pipes to check the water supply at each household in Songjia Terrace. They retraced the path that Magistrate Tang took last year. Unfortunately, the villagers were no longer as enthusiastic as before. When they brought someone over, they just said, "Feel free to look," then went back to their work. Oh well, they didn't want to delay him from finishing farm work early, as there was a big show coming soon. The 2 craftsmen thought that the villagers of Songjia Terrace seemed especially hardworking, doing twice as much work in a day. "Looks quite good," they thought to themselves. In this peaceful atmosphere, 2 mule carts arrived at Songjia Terrace and stopped under the archway, not daring to move forward. "Achoo!" Wang Langjun sneezed, rubbed his nose, got off the mule cart, and said in surprise, "Oh, is this Songjia Terrace?" He had just arrived in Liang County yesterday. Since the appointment he made last year had passed, he was worried that Song Changha might think he was untrustworthy, so he hurriedly arranged his affairs and came early in the morning. He also brought his good friend along. Li Langjun got off another mule cart, looked at the wide avenue of Songjia Terrace, and then at the newly built archway in front of him. Songjia Terrace. It should be correct. Li Langjun asked, "Was it like this when you last came last year?"
"No."
Wang Langjun replied. "If it was, I wouldn't be so surprised." Last year, when he left, Songjia Terrace was just an ordinary, unremarkable small village. Let's go. Wang Langjun tugged at Li Langjun. "We'll see what's going on inside." "Achoo, my nose has been acting up lately. I keep sneezing." "Achoo." As they entered Songjia Terrace, villagers working in the fields looked up and greeted them. "2 gentlemen, are you here to see Song Changha?" "Yes." Wang Langjun nodded politely. "Sir, how was the harvest last year?" It's okay. The villager cheerfully said, "Sir, if you go inside, you'll find Song Changha's house." Then he bent down and kept busy. Wang Sir was very curious. What happened at the Song family's place? Why has the villager's attitude changed so much? He had visited many times last year, but never received this kind of treatment. When the 2 reached Song Changha's house, they saw a new blue brick house hidden among the bamboo forest. Wow, both were shocked. "Changha, you have visitors," said the enthusiastic villager. When Song Changha came out, his face immediately broke into a smile. Wang Sir.
Li Sir.
You've finally arrived. Oh, Brother Song, your village has changed so much. Wang Sir said with a bow. I hardly recognize your home now.
Come inside, come inside.
Song Changha happily led them in. Song Mingju heard the noise and ran out of the house. Uncle Wang.
Uncle.
Oh, Mingju. Wang Sir caught Song Mingju, lifting her slightly, which was a bit tiring. After a bit more lifting, she was up. Song Mingju sniffed and noticed a strange smell on Wang Sir, like fishy scent. She exclaimed, Oh, Uncle Wang, where have you been? Why do you smell like fish? It was the smell of dried seafood or dried fish. Yes, that's exactly it. In her previous life, Song Mingju liked eating seafood, but now, smelling it suddenly made her want to. Wow, Mingju, your nose is really sharp, Wang Sir said in surprise. He put her down and asked the helper to bring the basket down from the mule cart. Uncle, I brought you some things you've never seen before this time. Meisher was happy to see them and quickly started a fire to brew tea. Oh, little sister-in-law, it's not that I deliberately broke my promise, but I've been on a long journey and just got back. Wang Sir apologized to Meisher and then explained what happened. It turned out that last year, after returning from Song Tai, Wang Sir was selling straw hats in his county when he met someone. This person was very interested in straw hats. I want this hat, I'll take it. Wang Sir was quite talkative himself and started chatting with the other person, learning that he was a merchant from the southern coastal area. May I ask, brother, what is the climate like over there? What products do you have? Wang Sir asked. The weather there is still very hot, the other replied. As for products, mostly from the sea. Things like pearls, dried sea fish, large shrimp, scallops, sugarcane, mandarins, lychees, and so on, things you don't have around here. Wang Langjun was very touched when he heard this. He asked carefully about this person's travel plans and learned that he would be returning in a few days. He hurriedly wrote a letter, asking Li Langjun if he wanted to go south. Coincidentally, Li Langjun was asked by someone to help find some things from the sea, so he happily agreed. The two of them traveled together, first following the southern merchant back to his hometown, selling some goods and buying others. Then they continued along the coast. They set out in late September and only returned in early May, experiencing a climate and customs very different from their own region. Then, Uncle Wang, did you spend the New Year outside this time? Song Mingju asked curiously. This year was special. It was my first time traveling so far, Wang Langjun explained. Many trading groups find it hard to go on a trip. Everyone hopes to go farther and carry more goods back. But going farther makes the journey hard to estimate, sometimes taking a year or two to return. Being on the road means facing many unavoidable difficulties.
Oh,
I see,
Song Mingju said, surprised.
This time we went south. Guess which trading group we met? Wang Langjun said with emotion. That group travels even farther. You probably can't guess where. Since she couldn't guess, Song Mingju started to think.
Where?
From? She asked using her mind. If it was very close, Wang Langjun wouldn't say this. It must be from far away, very far, in a place unlikely to be in the south. What's the northernmost place in our country? Song Mingju asked. Wang Langjun looked at Li Langjun, both surprised. Yunzhong Prefecture and Yanshan Prefecture, Wang Langjun replied. So they came from those two places. Song Mingju confirmed.
Oh.
Wang Langjun clapped his leg and said, Exactly. Did they carry goods all the way from the north to the south? Song Mingju asked. Wang Langjun answered, Not exactly. The trading group left Yanshan Prefecture with furs, deer antlers, ginseng, tiger bones, and other goods. When they reached the capital, they sold some and bought silk, fine porcelain, wine, fabrics, and other items. In the next city, they sold some goods they already had and bought local products, repeating this process. When they arrived in the south, they sold the silk fabrics brought from the capital, either buying or exchanging them for items like pearls and coral. These goods could be divided into 3 types based on how long they could be stored. One type could be kept for a long time and brought back to the north. Another type could be stored for a longer period and exchanged along the way. The last type had a short shelf life and had to be sold at the next town. This time, we brought back a lot of seafood, Wang Langjun said as he carried over a basket and took out items one by one for Song Mingzhu to see. This dark, fabric-like thing is called. Seeing it, Song Mingzhu blurted out, seaweed. What a good thing. Everyone around fell silent. Song Mingzhu looked back and noticed her parents' strange expressions. That's when she realized she had never seen this before. Oh, she was too excited just now. Have you seen it before? Wang Langjun asked curiously. He probably only learned about it after going to the seaside. No, I haven't. Song Mingzhu quickly added. But my master said he read in a book that there is a type of large-leaf algae in the sea, which is green in color like fabric, with feet like goose paws, and is edible. When dried, it turns black, but when soaked in water, it comes back to life. That's why it's called seaweed. In some places, it's also called kelp, black vegetable, or goose paw vegetable. In area, it says there's a kind of silk fabric in the East Sea, which is this very thing. The previous explanation was something Song Mingzhu made up on the spot, but she had indeed heard her master mention this part of area. Their master and disciple always talked about interesting things during lessons, and they would naturally go on about anything fascinating. They talked about everything from the south to the north, from ancient times to the present. Exactly. Wang Langjun nodded in admiration and clapped. This stuff has a fishy smell when you eat it. Locals stew it in soup or serve it cold as a salad. At first, it might be hard to get used to, but after eating it for a while, people find it surprisingly delicious. Eating seaweed regularly can also cure goiter. Song Mingzhu added. Goiter, or enlarged thyroid gland, was common in her village in her previous life. It was mainly caused by iodine deficiency, and eating seaweed could help. If it wasn't too serious, eating noodles could also help. An old Chinese doctor once told her that. When she was young, her neck lymph nodes swelled, and since the village couldn't buy seaweed, an old doctor told her parents this. She doesn't remember how long she ate noodles, but eventually, she started to feel sick of them and didn't eat noodles for over 10 years. Now that she was here, she surprisingly liked eating noodles. Really? I haven't heard about that before. But after thinking carefully, I realize I haven't seen anyone with a big neck disease at the seaside. In our county, cases of big neck disease are quite common. I don't know if it's true or not, but that's what the books say, Song Mingzhu replied. However, Song Changha thought for a moment and said there used to be a sister of Erzwang who had big neck disease. Erzwang's mother-in-law also had it. There was a wandering doctor who gave her some herbal water, and her neck improved a little, but it never fully healed. So Erzwang's mother-in-law rarely went out, and Song Mingzhu had never seen her. Then she looked at Wang Bobo and asked so. Wang Bobo, where is their home? Wang Bobo asked Song Changha. Could you please show us the way later? The two merchants immediately saw a business opportunity. Of course, Song Changha replied. Wang Bobo also introduced other seafood, like dried shrimp, dried scallops, and fish. This time, Song Mingzhu didn't interrupt. Let her mother think about it. After Wang Bobo gave away some seafood, Li Bobo simply handed over a small box of pearls. They weren't very big, but each one was smooth and round. I can't accept this, Song Changha refused. These small pearls aren't worth much. Just let Mingzhu play with them, Li Bobo said. Song Changha couldn't refuse, so he accepted them. Wang Bobo pointed to the big blue brick house above and said, So, Song old brother, in the past half year. Song Changha then told the story of Songjia Terrace. When they learned that the archway and the house were both gifts from the emperor, Wang Bobo and Li Bobo immediately felt that they had given a small gift. Oh, last night, even if they didn't sleep, they should have found out about this right away. Such a big matter, and they missed it. It's really not good. But they were glad Wang Bobo could make up for it. I know you, Changha, like bamboo. I specially collected some bamboo seeds along the way. You can try planting them. Wang Bobo took out a small bag from his pocket and carefully opened it, introducing it to Song Changha and his daughter. This is a seed of the arhut bamboo. This is a seed of the phoenix tail bamboo. And this is a seed of the purple bamboo. Bamboo seeds are also called bamboo rice, which are the fruits that grow after the bamboo flowers. It sounds simple, but it's actually quite difficult. First, bamboo only flowers once in its lifetime, and it dies after flowering. Second, bamboo can live from a few years to several decades, so its flowering time varies from about 10 to 50 years. Not all bamboo flowers produce bamboo rice. Such opportunities are rare and hard to find. The saying "a phoenix only rests on a phoenix tree, and it only eats bamboo shoots" highlights the value of bamboo rice. Brother Wang. Song Changha knew about this and was so touched that he almost hugged Wang Junjun to cry. Brother Song. Wang Junjun cheerfully replied. The reason Wang Junjun searched for bamboo rice is quite mysterious. One day, they were camping in a remote countryside. Wang Junjun's father, who had already reached a blissful state, suddenly appeared in a dream, saying, "Having rice means having everything." "Father, please explain clearly," Wang Junjun asked. "You're grown-ups now, and you still can't understand simple words?" His father slapped him on the ear, and Wang Junjun woke up. It was just dawn when he woke up. On the way, he met a family whose bamboo had just flowered. Bamboo can flower? Wang Junjun was curious and took Li Junjun to see the rare sight. They were amazed to see that not only did the bamboo flower, but it also produced bamboo rice. Having rice means having everything. Having bamboo rice means having bamboo. Wang Junjun kept repeating the words his father had told him, and he bought the bamboo rice with the money he had. Perhaps it was his father's blessing, but Wang Junjun encountered several such rare bamboo flowering events. He used to complain about the usefulness of this, but now he was using it. It shows that listening to his father's advice was indeed helpful. After giving gifts and catching up, during the time Mei was cooking, Song Changha took Wang Junjun and Li Junjun to Zhuang's house. When Zhuang's father heard their purpose, he hurriedly invited them inside. This thing. Zhuang's father looked at the dark object in Wang Junjun's hand and asked, "Can it really cure big neck disease?" This illness didn't develop overnight, so it can't be cured instantly, Wang Junjun explained carefully. Eat it for 10 days or half a month. If there's improvement, it proves this method works. We'll see how it goes and decide how to continue. Then how much does this thing cost? Zhuang's father asked. He had only earned a little money, and he was worried he couldn't afford it. But since he knew it could cure his mother's illness, he couldn't just ignore it. Feeling conflicted, he hesitated until Wang Junjun said, "My brother Changha and I get along well. I heard you're half a disciple of Changha. I don't want your money for this seaweed. I'll give it to you." Really? Zhuang's father was overjoyed. But then he thought about it and worried that accepting this might seem like taking advantage of Song Changha, which could harm his reputation and cause others to stop visiting. No, I will still buy it," second uncle said. "It's not free either." Wang Langjun waved his hand. "What should we do?" Everyone looked at Wang Langjun confused. "I have just one request," he said. "If the old lady eats it and truly gets better, please tell others about it." "That's only fair," second uncle agreed. "And I won't ask for much," Wang Langjun promised. "I'll give you more seaweed to try until the old lady really improves." Second uncle was very grateful. Wang Langjun then explained how to cook the seaweed, and everyone headed back to Song Changha's house. Song Mingju usually liked to tease her father, but this time she didn't go to second uncle's house. She stayed home, waiting for dinner. Wang Langjun always brought his own dishes. This time, he brought some large bones, originally for the dogs at Song Changha's house. Mei took over and cooked a pot, adding the soaked and cleaned seaweed to stew. This is how Wang Langjun taught them. That's how locals make soup with it. When dry, seaweed looks like cloth, brittle and dull. After soaking, it thickens, becomes slippery, and has a strange, fishy smell. "Is this really going to taste good?" Mei asked nervously. "Just try it and see," Song Mingju said, placing her bowl on the stove. "Mom, give me some soup." Seaweed, like cilantro or wild vegetables, is loved by some and hard to tolerate for others. In her previous life, Song Mingju was neither a big fan nor a complete hater, so she was curious this time. Her two dogs, Da Huang and Dagwai and Xiaohua all held their bowls and lined up behind her. Your dad and them will be back soon, Mei said, though she still scooped some soup into her daughter's bowl. She pulled out 2 bones and shared them with Da Huang and Dagwai. For Xiaohua, Mei gave a small fish snack. Xiaohua looked at her bowl and then at her brother's bowls, confused. Da Huang and Dagwai looked at the greenish bones in their bowls and doubted. Can we really eat this? Only Song Mingzhu held her bowl, deeply inhaled the aroma, and happily took a sip. Yes, this is the taste. Xiaohua came over, sniffed, and then, disgusted, carried her fish snack and walked away. Da Huang and Dagwai didn't want to give up the bones. They tried biting them. Well, they could eat it. When Song Changhe and the others returned, the family and guests enjoyed the seaweed soup and steamed fish, marveling at how strange the world was. The saying goes, depend on the mountains for food, depend on the sea for seafood. That's basically how it is, Song Changhe sighed. After finishing their meal, Wang Langjun, as agreed, checked the lotus root powder and straw hats, and collected them all. Li Langjun asked for half of the items, but Wang Langjun refused. One returned fully loaded, the other empty-handed. Mei felt a bit embarrassed, but ended up giving Li Langjun 1 jean of lotus root powder. She had originally kept it for herself. Li Langjun tasted a bowl on the spot and ordered 50 jean of lotus root powder from Mei, making her very happy. Then Li Langjun ordered 2,000 straw hats, 600 sets of lunchboxes, and 600 bamboo dolls from Song Changhe. Please, Master Song, engrave the character Song on the lunchboxes and bamboo dolls just like last year, Li instructed. Of course. Song replied. Last year's Song character was written by a scholar from the neighboring Shao family village. This year's Song was inscribed by the emperor himself. Song then asked, and the delivery schedule. Li planned to deliver in 2 parts, the first in half a month, the second in a month, so they could be ready before the summer harvest. Song calculated that the schedule was tight, but since the villagers already knew how to weave the straw hats, gathering everyone to speed up was possible. He agreed to the plan. Wang also didn't want to fall behind and ordered 600 sets of lunchboxes and bamboo dolls, with the same delivery schedule as Li. They immediately pushed their plans forward. Song Changhe agreed, took Song Mingzhu, and sent the 2 to the village entrance, then hurried to find the village chief. Village chief uncle, big order coming. What big order? Village chief was tending to the old ox and turned around slowly, asking calmly, take your time, no rush. You're panting. Recently, he had fewer worries and was living comfortably, often chatting with the old ox. Since the ox cartwheels were lent to Song Changhe, the old ox had no cart to pull and was also enjoying a peaceful time. Moo, the old ox greeted Song Changhe. Song patted the ox's head and explained about the straw hats. Hearing this, the village chief became anxious. Oh, dear, so many straw hats at once. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Song Changhe. He had just sent someone off and immediately came to report, didn't he? Song Mingzhu. Isn't it you, village chief, who told us to take our time? With such a tight schedule, how can you be so leisurely? The village chief scolded Song Changhe while shouting to his son, youngest, go ring the bell.
Prepare for the meeting.
Yes. Song the younger responded quickly and went to handle it. Villager village, Zheng walked toward the big banyan tree while counting 1,000 straw hats every half-month, then one day. I'll have 67 hats. Song Mingzhu interrupted. Then it should be 70 hats. Village, Zheng frowned. Let me think. How should I divide them? Now, the villagers are skilled at making straw hats, and producing 70 in a day is not difficult. Uncle, I have an idea for this batch of hats, Song Changhe interrupted village Zheng's thoughts. Look, even if your hats aren't perfect, you're familiar with the process. You also know whether others' hats are good or bad. So, do you want to take on the job of sorting and preparing the hats this time? You're talking nonsense, honest words, village Zheng slapped him, then suddenly stopped. What did you just say? Whether my family takes the job or not. Just like last year, when we collected straw hats, your family provides the materials and the villagers take them from you. You get 3 cents per hat. Song Chong-ho explained. I'll pay 5 cents per hat. Sorting materials is also a way to make money. Song Chong-ha is offering Village Zheng the chance to earn. Wow, that means your family is contracting the work. Song Mingzhu added. Village Zheng understood Song Chong-ha's meaning, but was confused by the words Mingzhu used. Contracting? Yes. This time, your family will handle all the arrangements for the straw hats. My father will only be responsible for the final inspection and receipt of the goods. Don't you want to do it? Village Zheng looked at Song Chong-ha. I still have work making lunch boxes and bamboo dolls, Song Chong-ha said. Oh, and I need to borrow some from your family, your second brother, and Heir Guzi's father. I won't be making straw hats with you, but I will do the lunch boxes. Having tasted the benefits of running water and plowing with a foot pedal, Song Chong-ha is determined to build his own team and shift focus to the work side. For simple tasks like making straw hats, he decided to give the work to Village Zheng and the villagers. This way, everyone can have a side job during their free time, so they won't always worry about their family matters. Those guys are your apprentices. Do whatever you want with them, Village Zheng said. Do you have enough bamboo? My bamboo isn't enough, Song Chong-ha calculated in his mind. I need to deliver the lunchboxes and bamboo dolls in 2 batches. The first batch will require about. He called Village Zheng uncle, a respectful term, and Village Zheng naturally helped him plan. If you need so much bamboo at once, my family can't supply it all. We'll have to ask the villagers for help. I think the same way, Song Chong-ha replied. I'm just worried the village might not have enough resources. This spring, many families planted bamboo. Everyone planted mozo bamboo, which grows quickly, and now most of it has grown into shape. But this is new bamboo, still tender, and it will take about 3 to 5 years to become strong enough for making household items. This is also one reason why the quality of the lunchboxes and bamboo dolls made by Song Chong-ha is good. Master Gao has a whole mountain of bamboo. Why not ask him if he's willing to sell some? Village Zheng suggested. Anyway, buying from anyone is buying. It's better to connect with the town and build good relationships. After all, relying only on the Song family's resources is a bit weak. That's also what Song Chong-ha thought. I'll ask around in the village first to see who's willing to sell and how much they can give. If it's not enough, I'll go to the town to buy more, he said. It's good that you have a plan. If you need me to step in, just say so, Village Zheng replied. Uncle, what do you think about the straw hats? Song Chong-ha asked again. Whether to accept or not, you need to give me a clear answer. Village Zheng was also thinking about this. If he accepted, they would have to pay for the materials and the straw hats themselves. That's not a small amount of money. Dad, I say yes to it. Song Laoyao, worried that his father might refuse, urged him. Since they only need to deliver in 2 parts, it's not like they have to pay all at once. It's a profitable deal, and if he explains it clearly to his mother, they should be able to gather the money. I've already taken a deposit for the straw hats. If you decide to accept, you can use the deposit first, Song Chong-ha said. That way there would be no more worries. All right, I'll accept it, Village Zheng said seriously. Refusing now would be ungrateful. But, Chong-ha, you need to give me some ideas on how to arrange the straw hats, Village Zheng added. You can't just leave everything to me. Since he had taken on this job, he needed to think about everything from how to arrange the materials, the schedule, to how much each family should produce. He couldn't ruin Song Chong-ha's reputation, nor could he damage his own village's name. The responsibilities suddenly became heavier. Of course, Village Zheng's burden was always heavy. And this was also a money-making job. Old Yao, didn't you go with Chong-ha to collect materials before? Count carefully and see how to plan everything, Village Zheng instructed his son on the spot. Your second brother isn't involved in the straw hats this time. Remember to leave him out. A few people walked and talked together, quickly reaching the big banyan tree. Everyone in the village was there. Village chief climbed onto the newly built stage and spoke. Are your straw hats still being woven? Village chief asked first. Yes, still weaving. Someone answered from below. Since last year, Song Chong-ha has been collecting straw hats, so the villagers have kept weaving. They make about 5 or 10 hats and exchange them for money with Song Changha. So, each family now has some stockpiled. That's good, village chief said seriously. Now, I have an important matter to tell you. Everyone listened carefully. Changha has won a big order for our village. How big? Very big. 2,000 hats. The villagers immediately started talking excitedly.
Wow, really?
That many? Village chief raised his hand to quiet everyone. This time, the order is urgent. Half of the hats need to be delivered in 2 weeks. We can't take our time like before. So, after talking with Changha, I decided that my family will lead this straw hat project. We will provide all the materials, and the price will be the same as last year. 3 cents per large hat, 2 cents per small one. Each family can think about whether they want to join. Last year's Mid-Autumn Festival straw hats. Some families looked down on the project and didn't join. Later, seeing others making money, they secretly learned how to weave hats and boldly went to Song Changha to sell their hats. Song Changha was kind and didn't say anything. But village chief didn't tolerate their bad attitude. Those who don't want to join can leave now, he said. He noticed that from the stage, he could see everything clearly. Some people were making noise, pretending not to hear him. But he could see everything. No wonder people say that standing high gives you a better view. He decided not to tear down the stage, but to keep it for meetings and speeches in the future. How about it? Have you all decided? Village chief asked again. No one left. All right, I'll say this first. Since we've decided to do it, everything will follow the plan. Whenever there's a big matter, village chief makes sure to sternly remind those who are restless to unify their thoughts, clarify goals, and work together. If anyone disobeys the plan, cuts corners, or uses inferior materials, ruining the whole village's effort and causing everyone to lose money, then everyone in the village will go to his house for a meal. No one in the village dared to take responsibility for that. Village master, rest assured. Tell us what to do, and we will do it. The clever ones quickly expressed their willingness. Yes, everyone agreed to follow village master's arrangements. After hearing everyone's response, village master no longer hesitated and happily assigned tasks. All right, everyone, if you already have woven straw hats and you're willing to contribute some for this effort, please report the quantities. Because of a sudden large order, everyone in the village was busy earning money, and the planned big show was cancelled. The villagers came to discuss with Song Changha. Changha, about the show. Talk to your mother and see if you can postpone it for now, okay? Why worry about the show? Money doesn't wait. Old Lady Wu thought that the big show was paid for by her son, using her own money. If they could skip the performance, that would be great. She had no objections. So, the decision about the straw hats was made. Village master gathered his whole family, those collecting materials, responsible for distribution, receiving and inspecting goods, bookkeeping, and even the youngest grandchildren. All were assigned tasks. His family no longer kept idle people. Other families in the village did the same. Anyone who could weave straw hats focused on making them. Those who couldn't make hats went to farm work. Children who couldn't do heavy labor pulled weeds, collected firewood, fed pigs, or gathered chicken droppings. Whatever they could do. Soon, many children playing around the village disappeared. On Song Changha's side, he called over a few of Dagwa's fathers separately, talking about making lunch boxes and bamboo dolls. Everyone was happy. He explained his requirements for the bamboo, leaving Eru's father and Erzwang's father to gather bamboo in the village, while Dagwa's father and Momo's father headed to the town. First, to gather bamboo. Second, to inform the opera troupe. They first went to the opera troupe. The troupe leader was naturally unhappy. The schedule was set, and the big show was to be performed tomorrow. Now, they wanted to postpone it, but since the client requested it, the troupe leader could only agree. Then, they went to visit Gao Yuanwai's residence. Gao Yuanwai was very surprised to see them and quickly had people bring them in. Master Changha is here in town. Is there something you need? Gao Yuanwai asked politely. If it weren't for old village Master Song blocking the way, Gao Yuanwai would have called Song Changha little brother. Do you sell bamboo, Lord Yuanwai? Song Changha cupped his hands politely. Gao Yuanwei didn't ask what it would be used for, and simply said, "How much do you need?" Song Changha reported a number and said, "If the young master is convenient, I need this much now, and I will need the same amount in half a month." "When do you need the previous supplies?" "As soon as possible." Gao Yuxian understood immediately. "I'll take you to see the bamboo now." After inspecting the bamboo, Gao Yuxian said, "Don't worry, I will deliver it to you tomorrow." Then, Song Changha and his companions headed back. By the time they returned to Songjia Terrace, it was already getting dark. Usually by this time, everyone had finished dinner. But today, many rooftops still had smoke rising from cooking fires. It shows that everyone is eager to earn money. The next day, Gao Yoxian's relatives came as promised to deliver the bamboo to Song Changha. On the way back, they casually complained to Gao Yuxian about how difficult the road was from the town to Songjia Terrace. Since they managed to build a road to Songjia Terrace, why can't they do the same for the other villages and the town? The relative complained. It wouldn't be hard to widen and level the road, right? It's difficult. But if they don't try, how will they know it can't be done? So, Gao Yuxian went to discuss this with Gao Lijing. Actually, since returning from Songjia Terrace, they had been thinking about this matter. But the town is different from Songjia Terrace. More people, more opinions, more scattered. Some believed that if Songjia Terrace could do it, maybe the town could too. Most of these people depend on the Gao family for survival, about 40%. Others thought that Songjia Terrace is one thing and the town is another. There's no need to compare everything. Most of these depend on other powers for their livelihood, also about 40%. Some people neither say it can nor can't be done. They just watch from the sidelines. These two groups mostly have their own small businesses and are not involved in the other's affairs. Gao Lijing and Gao Yuxian discussed and decided to start with the undecided group. They made a list and, with dozens of village officials and household servants, went door to door asking, "Do you have any concerns? Tell us, and we will help find a solution. If we can't solve it, we will ask the county magistrate to help." "Oh, you have no concerns? Since you have no concerns, you should support us wholeheartedly. Come, sign here." "Oh, you can't write? That's okay. Just press your fingerprint here." They were quite polite. After dealing with this group of fickle supporters, Gao Lijing avoided the dissenters and directly called all the village heads from the towns and the villages between the town and Songjiatai. "Do you all know what happened recently in Songjiatai?" Gao Lijing asked straightforwardly. The emperor awarded them a plaque and exempted 3 years of grain taxes. Quite impressive, isn't it? Among these village heads, some had gone to Songjiatai earlier this year to gather news, but didn't learn much. Now, hearing that Songjiatai received a royal reward, they felt quite envious. One of them was the village head of Xiajiakan. Xiajiakan is closest to Songjiatai. Last year, Songjiatai came to their village several times to collect wheat straw. Those with shallow pockets tried to raise the price on the spot. At that time, Songjiatai was in a hurry and accepted the higher price, losing out. This year, they prepared their straw early, but Songjiatai's people didn't come back. Those folks from Songjiatai, instead of coming to Xiajiakan, would rather walk several more miles to collect straw from other villages. And those who benefited from Songjiatai sat opposite Xiajiakan, happily laughing. Even a small mosquito bite is still meat. Xiajiakan doesn't want it, but they do. Songjiatai's reputation isn't impressive, and Xiajiakan's experience must be the deepest. A village head sneered. This village is next to Xiajiakan, and most villagers have the surname Xia, so it's called Xiajiakan. Xiajiakan forms a triangle with Songjiatai and Xiajiakan. The village also lacks a school. A child wanted to study at Xiajiakan school, but the village head Xia refused, citing the water dispute between the two villages. In the end, the child left to study in the town. Xiajiakan's village head was so angry, he finally decided to speak out.
Ha ha ha.
Facing Xiajiakan's mockery, Xiajiakan's head could only laugh helplessly, unable to reply. Originally, this year they also wanted to imitate Songjiatai and develop their own water supply. It's just bamboo, after all. Who doesn't have some? But good news came. The imperial court took control of that project. Now everyone in the Great Xia dynasty knows that the water supply belongs to Songjiatai. What are they supposed to do now? Moreover, the court issued a clear order. If anyone tries to copy without permission, they will be punished. Listen to that. Doesn't it sound like they are being forced to pay Songjiatai? Gao Lijing didn't care about Xiaojiakan's little tricks. He looked at the village heads who wanted to be friendly with Songjiatai and said, honestly, Songjiatai recently developed some new technology that is extremely helpful for spring farming. If the court approves, it will definitely promote it throughout the entire Great Xia. I see that your villages have many good things. Just tell me, do you want to join the train to Songjia Terrace? Who wouldn't want to ride the train to Songjia Terrace? The question is, how can you get on it? You've probably seen the road construction at Songjia Terrace. Gao Lijing naturally brings up the topic of building roads. Now, the county often has merchant caravans going back and forth to collect goods from Songjia Terrace. If you also repair your village roads and display your good products, the merchants will come and look around. Maybe they'll be interested? Building roads? Xia Cunjing responds. Yes, building roads, Gao Lijing says. For example, your Xia village's road has some work, but it's barely passable. But the road inside your village is so bad that even you don't want to walk on it. Who else can you expect to come? Xia Cunjing's face turns a little red. The other village heads chuckle. Among them, Xiao Cunjing laughs the loudest. You guys are not much better off than Xia village, so don't laugh at your second brother, Gao Lijing adds. The village heads feel a bit embarrassed and stop talking. Originally, Songjia Terrace was the poorest among our towns and villages. But now, no one dares to say that anymore. Gao Lijing continues, giving them a strong push. I asked Song Cunjing why Songjia Terrace changed so much. He said, to get rich, first build roads. They endured a winter, hungry like you, but still built a wide and big road. It connects every household. Now good days are finally coming to them. The traffic between the town, county, and Songjia Terrace is visible, so Gao Lijing doesn't need to lie. When you're poor, you think of changing. You still have time to catch up with Songjia Terrace, Gao Lijing says sharply. In 3 or 5 years, it will be hard to catch up. The village heads feel serious when they hear Gao Lijing's words, especially Xia Cunjing. Their Xia village is very similar to Songjia Terrace in environment, with many lakes and ponds. Their village has no hills, and the land is even flatter than Songjia Terrace. If they build roads, their village should be the easiest to repair. But should they build the roads? Building them might not make them rich, but not building them will definitely keep them poor. Let's build. We will build these roads. Xia village chief thought for a long time, then suddenly slapped his thigh and said, we will repair the road when we go back. The other village chiefs looked at Xia village chief in surprise. You should know in the past Xia family village was the second poorest in town. For example, in Songjia Terrace, some families only had 1 pair of pants for the whole family, wearing the same pants when going out. Xia family village was just a little better, with each family having 2 pairs of pants. Now, Songjia Terrace has moved ahead, and Xia family village has become the last. Now that the last place needs to improve, should they join in? This road must be repaired. Xia village chief said loudly, blushing in front of everyone. If Xiao family village doesn't repair theirs, we will build a road straight to Songjia Terrace ourselves. He didn't care what others thought, he was all in. When they go back, he would learn from old Song and gather everyone for a meeting. Since the busy farming season hadn't started yet, those who were free and lying around could get up and help repair the road. Xiao village chief. What does it matter to Xiao family village whether Xia village repairs the road? Encouraged by Xia village chief's enthusiasm, other village chiefs also expressed their willingness. We will repair our village too. We will repair ours too. We will also. After all, everyone wants good days, right? Originally, Gao Lijing and Gao Yuanwei thought convincing a few villages to work together on repairing the road would be a tough battle. But unexpectedly, Xia village chief threw punches wildly and directly helped Gao Lijing solve the hardest part. The remaining task was for each village to discuss where to start and where to end their repairs. That was easy to handle. Each village had its boundary connected front and back, so they just needed to repair within their own village limits. As for the standards for repairing the road, Gao Lijing didn't lower the requirements. Everyone could refer to Songjia Terrace's standards. Since they had gathered everyone together to repair the road, why not do it all at once? Waiting for future rework would be a waste? The senior monk from Mingxi Ancient Temple said tomorrow is an auspicious day. You all go back today to prepare, and we'll start construction tomorrow, Gao Lijing happily announced. What if we can't finish before the busy farming season? One village chief asked. Do as much as you can before the busy season. If not finished, then continue after the season. Gao Lijing waved his arms and said loudly, anyway, before this fall harvest, I want to see all villages with new roads. Anyone who stalls the whole town and prevents everyone from benefiting will have everyone in town come to eat at their village. Several village chiefs from Xie village said their village didn't have such a big pot and couldn't carry that burden. Village head, don't worry. We will go back and definitely repair the road. Please have the local officials speak well of us in front of the magistrate when the time comes. Gao Lijing smiled and saw them off to the door.
Don't worry.
If you really do a good job with this, not only the magistrate but even the emperor will hear about it. Xie village Zheng and a few others happily returned to their village to arrange for road repairs, but Shao village Zheng was not very happy. But
who cares?
After sending off these village officials, Gao Lijing and his older brother, Gao Yuanwei, were so happy they almost floated. So this is what happiness feels like for Song village Zheng. Today, Gao Lijing finally experienced it himself. Then, Gao Lijing called the townspeople out and announced the road repair project. We do not agree. Sure enough, the opponents jumped out to protest. Road building is a government duty. If the government doesn't require us to do it, why should we pay and work ourselves? The town's power was mainly divided into two groups. One was the Gao family side, led by Gao Lijing and Gao Yuanwei, who controlled the town's resources like bricks, tiles, and mules. The other was a group of wealthy families who controlled supplies like cloth, grain, and oil. Honestly, Gao Lijing found these people quite annoying. Last Mid-Autumn Festival, when Song Changhe's family was selling mooncakes, these people kept demanding high prices. It was only with Gao Yuanwei's help that they finally managed to settle it. Another example was last year's water supply project. These people didn't want to do it at first. But since the project was small and the costs were low, and it would be very convenient once done, they agreed. Besides that, whenever there was a town matter requiring money or effort, these people would complain and refuse. But when there was a benefit, they would come shamelessly like cats smelling fish. Roads built by the government are for fighting wars. We build roads for our own good lives, Gao Lijing said sternly to these people. Remember last year's water project? Wasn't it you who caused the most trouble? And who used the water the happiest after it was finished? Wasn't it you? For the first time, these people were caught with their faces exposed and looked a bit embarrassed. How could Gao Lijing scold them directly? He couldn't. The leader of the opposition was about to reply, but Gao Lijing suddenly slapped the collected signatures onto his face. 60% of the town agree to build the road. Even if you cause trouble to the county, the road will still be built. Gao Lijing finally understood that these people only bully the weak and fear the strong. If you talk nicely to them, they will bargain and push for more. But if you are strong enough, they won't dare to say anything. If you really don't want to help build the road, that's fine too, Gao Lijing said, standing on the steps, waving his hand. The town is too small to hold you big folks. You can go wherever you like. Once the road is finished, he plans to find people to open a fabric shop and a grain store in town. At worst, he won't charge rent and will simply give the houses to others to use. He doesn't believe that if he offers good conditions, no one will come. Finally, with Gao Lijing's strong push and the support of Mr. Gao, the road from the town to Songjia Terrace finally began construction. This was a spontaneous act of unity among the villagers and a big step forward. Looking back at the whole discussion process, Gao Lijing felt the joy of having power for the first time. But that wasn't enough. He needed more support to become stronger, so his words would be more convincing. To get more support, he had to lead more people to benefit. This is a cycle. Fortunately, there is plenty of time, and taking it step by step might even help him catch up to others faster. On the Songjia Terrace side, the villagers had no idea that their collective effort had improved the whole town's status. They were busy making straw hats, tending the fields, with adults and children all working hard. Once we earn enough money, I'll buy you big meat buns to eat. Parents told their children. When we earn enough money, you can buy a few yards of cloth and make new clothes. Men told their wives. When we earn enough money, we'll buy good things to honor you. Children told their parents. Everyone had hopes, and for a while, there was less fighting and more harmony in the village. What's there to fight about? With this free time, it's better to make a straw hat, earn a few coins, and buy some malt candies for the children. Now, villagers are learning from village elders and Song Mingju, using malt candies to attract their children, feeding chickens and giving a candy, cooking meals and giving a candy, washing clothes and giving a candy, doing chores and giving a candy. By the end of the day, it adds up. For the children, they have to work anyway, even if they don't get candies. Now, with candies, they're much happier. Children are happy, and adults can spend more time and energy working. The troublemakers from before are now obedient and following the village's way. His words also became more polite. When he saw Villain, he spoke kindly, afraid that Villain would dislike them and not want to work together to earn money. As for Song Changha, after the bamboo arrived, he gathered the 4.5 apprentices and took out 3 hidden bicycles. He started teaching them how to make lunchboxes and bamboo dolls from scratch. This shocked the fathers greatly. Wow, Changha, you hid such good things, said Second Dog's father in surprise. Call me master. Second Mao's father patted Second Dog's father on the shoulder. Being too familiar was a problem. They always forgot to call him master. Ah, master, you still hid such good things. Second Dog's father politely changed his way of speaking. The other 2 fathers smiled with their mouths open. Song Changha didn't argue over titles. He patiently taught them how to use the cutting machine to cut bamboo tubes, how to use the grinding wheel to smooth, and how to use the drill to make holes. The fathers found all this very interesting. Everyone came up to try it once. Wow, Changha, this cutting machine is so useful. Wow, Changha, this grinding wheel makes polishing so easy. Wow, Changha, with this drill, I can make a hole in one go. Wow, Changha. In the end, everyone was convinced. Wow, master. They believed they hadn't chosen the wrong master because he always thought of things others couldn't. As long as they could follow Song Changha, maybe one day they could become as skilled as him. The house of Song Changha was lively, attracting 2 people. It was the 2 craftsmen sent by the Ministry of Works. These 2 were probably the most idle in the Song family village now. In just 2 days, they thoroughly understood the water supply system. Apart from the improved dragon bone water wheel, which they found interesting, everything else was quite ordinary. Following the usual work procedures of the Ministry of Works, they dismantled the dragon bone water wheel and carefully drew detailed diagrams of its structure. They also drew how the water channels connected at various points. Then they planned to leave. But when County Magistrate Tang sent someone to bring them, he said, people will be sent to pick them up later. At that time, County Magistrate Tang had given them half a month's worth of rice and grain. Now only a few days had passed, and they didn't want to bother anyone to remind them, so they could only wait patiently in the village. In the first 2 days after their arrival, Villain and Master Song were very warm and friendly to them, asking about their well-being. At that time, they didn't want to interact too much with the villagers or let their skills be learned by others, so they kept their distance. But who knew, after 2 days, Villain and Master Song stopped being so friendly. When they asked around, they found out that Master Song's mother was celebrating her 60th birthday, and the village had invited a troupe to perform a big opera. Everyone is getting ready to watch the show. TSK, country folk. The 2 sneered at them. But who knew, even though the stage was set up, they suddenly decided not to perform. One asked, "Why aren't you singing anymore?" "Busy with other things." No time to watch the show. They asked again, "What are you busy with?" The villagers hesitated and didn't answer. Earlier, when passing by villagers' homes, they openly invited them to see the tap water. Now, when passing by, they shut their doors tightly, as if guarding against thieves. The two couldn't understand and wandered around the village. They were drawn by voices and went closer. It was the house of Master Song, who had been rewarded by the court. "Master Song, what are you doing?" An older craftsman asked at the door. A few villagers looked up and instinctively blocked the entrance with their bodies.
Sorry to bother you.
The older craftsman politely apologized. Song Changha spoke, "We are making lunch boxes. Please come in, masters." They decided not to hide anymore. The two craftsmen entered. Before, they heard that Master Song's lunch boxes and bamboo dolls were very popular in Liang County. They borrowed some to observe in the county, mainly cutting, polishing, and finishing simple carving techniques. It was not difficult, just focused on the idea of cleverness. They could copy it after just one look, so there was no need to hide. With this thought, they casually looked around the courtyard and found things were different from what they expected. The older craftsman pointed at the 3 carts and said in surprise, "You guys are." Craftsmen sent by the court are not ordinary people. After watching how Song Changha operated once, they were very impressed. "Wow, this was originally a spinning wheel, but you changed it into a grinding wheel." At first, when they saw the bamboo dolls and the water wheel driven by a foot pedal, they thought Song Changha just happened to come up with the idea. It was like how some people in the countryside invented foot-powered spinning wheels, reported it to the court, and the court found it useful and promoted it. The tap water system at Song's house was similar. It was a clever idea, and it was highly praised at the time. It's hard to become influential. But now, after seeing what Song had made, they no longer thought it was just luck. First, the foot pedal grinding wheel. They asked around, and the foot pedal spinning wheel promoted by the court had not yet reached Liang County. Song Changha's foot-powered grinding machine is based on an old-fashioned hand-crank spinning wheel, which he modified into a foot-powered spinning wheel. In other words, if Song Changha had developed the foot-powered spinning wheel 2 years earlier, he would be credited for it. Then, Song Changha further improved the design by creating a foot-powered grinding machine based on the spinning wheel. Theoretically, as long as someone has strength, they can keep pedaling and grinding, which is much faster than using a handheld carving tool. This achievement is quite impressive. As a result, the two men changed their opinion of Song Changha. Next, they went to see the foot-powered cutting machine. Upon seeing it, they couldn't hide their surprise. "Oh, this thing," they saw a bamboo stick placed on the machine, the top clamped in place. When they pressed down with their foot, the saw blade moved forward cutting a beautiful bamboo tube. Oh, this thing is, in terms of craftsmanship, they weren't very interested. After all, they came from the Ministry of Works and had seen many finely carved items. But they were very interested in tools that could improve work speed and efficiency. "Oh, this is so clever," the older craftsman said excitedly. "Master Song, can this cutting machine saw through wood?" "I haven't tried," Song Changha honestly replied. He originally made the cutting machine for sawing bamboo to make bamboo dolls. But bamboo and wood are similar in nature. With a little modification, it should be able to saw wood too, he added. "Master Song is amazing," the older craftsman said, rubbing his hands eagerly. "I wish he would take this cutting machine apart now and modify it on the spot." Song Changha quickly protected the foot-powered cutting machine. "It's okay to look, but don't touch." He still had work to do and was worried about damaging it, which would delay his production.
No touching. No touching.
The two men moved closer to look at the foot-powered drilling machine. "We just want to take a look." This drilling machine was simple and clearly used for drilling holes. They placed a bamboo piece in the right position, pressed down with their foot, and the drill spun quickly, drilling out a hole. "Oh, how clever. So clever." The two craftsmen couldn't find the right words and kept exclaiming "oh" repeatedly. Craftsmen like them often carried a bit of pride, but they also kept some innocence. This innocence showed in their eagerness to observe and learn from other skilled artisans. Especially after working long hours on dull carpentry tasks, seeing such tools made them feel it would be much easier to work. "Oh, Master Song, could you let us take a closer look at this drilling machine? The older craftsman eagerly discussed plans with Song Changha. How do you want to do it? Song Changha asked cautiously.
Well,
The older craftsman gestured. Open it up, see how it's built like this and that. Song Changha's face darkened, ready to tell his apprentice to send them away. Anyway, they were here to see the water supply, not to look at his foot-powered drilling machine. Hey, Master Song, don't get mad. The older craftsman had completely lost his composure now, revealing his obsession with craftsmanship, circling around Song Changha. No opening.
we won't open it.
Just let us touch the main part, okay? Just a touch. I promise. Song Changha hesitated, trusting him. The young craftsman looked a bit embarrassed and spoke kindly. Master Song, my master really admires the foot-powered spinning and grinding machines you made. He couldn't help but act like this. He's not usually like this. His master usually kept a calm face. When officials from the inner court came to ask for something, he would often ignore them. Are you master and apprentice? Song Changha caught a key phrase. Yes. The young craftsman blushed, pulling his master along as he answered. My master loves tinkering with these machines. When the court promoted foot-powered spinning wheels, he improved them again. No wonder he's got the tinkering bug again. Song Changha felt a bit sympathetic, but he was still hesitant. If you had come half a month earlier, I could have shown you, Song Changha said, pointing at the bamboo in the yard. But now we're in a rush to meet our delivery deadline. If we miss it, we'll lose money. Hearing there was room for discussion, the older craftsman immediately said, What do you want to make? Lunchboxes, right? We'll help you.
So,
Seeing that Song Changha didn't agree, the older craftsman pressed further. How many lunchboxes do you need? Besides that, what else do you want to make? We also want to make bamboo dolls, Song Changha honestly replied. The older craftsman promised, We can all help with that. This made things a bit awkward. We need to make a lot.
Song Changha said.
No problem. The older craftsman quickly responded, Since you're out here, we're not in a rush to go back either. The young craftsman's face turned even redder. Master, weren't you just saying the same yesterday? Song Changha looked at the two apprentices, then at the clearly skilled master and his apprentice. He felt a little embarrassed.
All right then.
Song Changha reluctantly agreed. The older craftsman immediately beamed with happiness. But first, I must say, you can't take the things away. You can only look at them here. Song Changha emphasized. And you can only look after we finish a day's work. No problem. The older craftsman happily agreed. We'll listen to Master Song. May I ask, what is your family name? Song Changha inquired. My family name is Liang. The older craftsman replied. My apprentice's family name is Zheng. So it's Master Liang and Master Zheng. They all bowed again. You can continue working, we'll watch from the side. Master Liang kindly made space for Song Changha and his team to keep working. Based on last year's experience making lunchboxes and bamboo dolls, Song Changha arranged one person per station so that both the lunchboxes and bamboo dolls could be made at the same time. Master Liang and his apprentice found it very exciting to watch. A craftsman needs good tools to do good work. That's exactly the kind of person Master Song is. Master Liang said with admiration. Then he suddenly asked, By the way, Master Song, do you still have a spinning wheel at home? I want to try making a new one. Song Changha naturally didn't have a spinning wheel, but after dinner, the village Zheng family received some unexpected visitors who immediately asked to borrow a spinning wheel. Even though there was a face they knew very well inside, village Zheng still wanted to close the door. Uncle, I swear I'm not lying this time. Song Changha pushed village Zheng's door open, holding back Master Liang. The foot-powered spinning wheel promoted by the court is something Master Liang is responsible for fixing and improving. Master Liang straightened up and showed the air of a government craftsman. Village Zheng squinted and looked for a long time, but said nothing. Don't worry, Village Zheng. I promise I'll return a foot-powered spinning wheel when I leave. Master Liang assured. Although it's possible to make one with wood, remaking it would take too much effort. Master Liang couldn't wait any longer. He was eager to create a new foot-powered spinning wheel right now, immediately. Maybe Master Liang's sincere look or some other reason made Village Zheng hesitate. After a long struggle, he finally called his wife out to discuss. What's the matter? Can't you see I'm busy? His wife, holding a half-woven straw hat, impatiently scolded Village Zheng. Changhe wants to borrow a spinning wheel again, Village Zheng said gruffly. Now, his wife might have done more work and earned more money than Village Zheng, so he didn't dare offend her easily. Borrow another spinning wheel? His wife looked at Song Changhe. You borrowed one last time, promised to return a new one, and you still haven't returned it. Song Changhe lowered his attitude and sincerely said, Once I finish these busy days, I will return your things. He didn't mean to hide the spinning wheel from Auntie intentionally. He was just so busy with one thing after another that he hadn't had time to return it. Oh, by the way, Annie, this time I am not borrowing the spinning wheel. Master Liang needs to borrow it, Song Changhe added, bringing Master Liang into the conversation. The foot-powered spinning wheel promoted by the court is actually improved by Master Liang. Later, he will return you the most authentic one. The whole Liang County hasn't even gotten one yet. Andy was a bit tempted. Really? Can we possibly deceive you? The three hardworking men all looked sincere.
Well,
Auntie considered the words authentic, and Liang County hasn't even got one, then nodded.
all right.
After the three of them carried away the spinning wheel, Village Chief chuckled and said, Just indulge them. Auntie rolled her eyes at her husband and whispered, Hey, old man, do you think those 2 wheels you lent out could help us get a big blue brick house someday? Dream on. Village Chief replied as he walked toward his house. The things are Changhe's idea, and he put in the effort. You just gave away 2 wheels, and you think we can exchange for a big blue brick house?
I was just thinking about it.
Auntie said awkwardly. The Emperor himself can't exempt us from 3 years of grain tax, so we're already lucky. Village Chief looked up at the dark blue night sky and said, Let's focus on doing the work at home and earning money for Changhe. As long as our family stays united, we'll live in a big blue brick house sooner or later. After borrowing back the spinning wheel, they placed it in Song Changhe's house that night. Early the next morning, Master Liang couldn't wait to bring his apprentice over, looking just as passionate and eager as Song Changhe. Song Mingju watched for a while and sighed. It's true. Birds of a feather flock together. The lotus flowers in the pond finally bloomed, and the county finally sent someone to pick up Master Liang and his team. I still have some things to finish here. Come back later, Master Liang said. So, the county people went back. Master Liang and his apprentice followed Song Changhe to help make lunchboxes and bamboo dolls. During their break, they worked on repairing the spinning wheel. Since they came from the Ministry of Works, they knew exactly what to do first, how to divide tasks, and how to coordinate. Their methods were much more organized than Song Changhe's. They knew how to use each tool properly, how to improve the process, and how to handle joints better. Their theories were thorough and well-structured. Song Changhe learned a lot from watching them. Several of Dagozi's father are very interested, helping by passing things back and forth. They stop eating their own meals and need their son to call them. A few children called several times, so when they came again they brought meals and soup in lunchboxes. Some wives learned from May's method and sewed small bags specifically to hold lunchboxes. After their fathers finished eating, they would take the leftovers home in the evening, which was very convenient. Master Liang and his apprentice watched this, feeling a bit envious. Master Song, now I finally see how useful these lunchboxes are. Master Liang said, Let's buy 2 sets for ourselves. Oh, Master Liang, if you like, just take 2 sets to use, Master Song said nervously. Don't say such things. You're embarrassing me. As for the bamboo dolls, they didn't ask to keep them. They just played with them for fun, and then returned them. Master Song, if you had figured out the foot-powered spinning wheel a couple of years earlier and combined it with what you're doing now, maybe you could have been recruited by the court and become a government official, Master Liang said regretfully. I haven't thought about that, Master Song said while working. I just hope to invent more things that can truly help the villagers. Master Liang was surprised by Song's words and paused for a moment. When they worked in the Ministry of Works, craftsmen often competed with each other, trying to create clever and unique items to impress the nobles. If they couldn't advance in the ministry, they might get a position in a noble household, which was a safe way to live. But Master Liang was different. When he was young, he was an idealist, imagining himself as Lu Ban reincarnated. Until he joined the Ministry of Works and experienced harsh realities, he realized one thing. Compared to ideals, filling his stomach was more important. So, he learned to flatter and flatter others. But he still remembered one thing in his heart. Why do you want to become a craftsman? His master asked when he became his apprentice. I heard that Master Lu Ban once made a flying bird out of bamboo and wood, and it flew in the sky for 3 days without falling, he replied. My father hurt his back and can't get up anymore. I want to make something that will help my father stand up and walk again, he said. Unfortunately, before he finished learning carpentry, his father passed away. Later, he studied strange and clever techniques, trying to recreate Lu Ban's flying bird to fill the regret in his heart. His master couldn't stand it anymore and called him over. Master Ancestor went to show off his flying bird to Mosey, and Mosey said a few words. An ordinary craftsman can carve a 3-inch long wheel hub, a wooden connector on a large cart axle that prevents the wheels from falling off, in just a moment. The wheel hub is mounted on the axle, allowing the cart to carry 50 stones of weight. If you lose your original heart, even if you can replicate a wooden bird, what use would it be? Now, Master Liang saw the answer in Song Changha. Only those who benefit the common people are truly good craftsmen. Master Liang, after spending time with someone, you can see he is a sincere person. Coincidentally, Song Changha is too. After finishing their daily work, they often lean their heads together, thinking about how to improve the cutting machine to make more bamboo tubes at once. Song Mingju comes back from school, sits on a small stool nearby, watching happily. Mingju, you're just a young girl. You don't like wearing flowers, so why do you like woodworking? Master Liang finds it very interesting. Because it's beautiful. Song Mingju answers happily, supporting her chin with her hands. Then she looks up at Master Liang and flattery, Grandpa Liang, my dad says you're amazing. Master Liang is about the same age as the village elder, so calling him Grandpa is appropriate. Where? Lifelong learning is important. Master Liang's beard twitches twice. Your dad is also very talented. His apprentice, Master Zheng, pretends not to notice his master's pride, lowers his head to work, and keeps a straight face, not daring to laugh. Hearing this, Mingju thinks, wow, Grandpa Liang is very wise. Her dad is very talented, but his talent lies in innovation. Master Liang's strength is in systematic inheritance and decades of deep experience. In other words, Song Changha is a talented village-level artist, while Master Zheng from the county is at the county level. And Master Liang is a national-level artist. It's fundamentally different. It's like carving bamboo dolls. Using just a few strokes, Song Changha's work is good, and you can tell the emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness at a glance. But Master Liang's carvings evoke a sense of deep emotion. This emotion isn't superficial happiness or anger, but a story shaped by life's experiences, refined over time. Holding a bamboo doll in your hand makes you wonder what happened to those eyes. This is a level Song Changha hasn't reached yet, but Mingju wouldn't say that. Grandpa Liang, you don't look old at all. Song Mingju used her advantages, opened her big eyes, and seriously said to Master Liang, at your age, you're the main pillar of the family. Don't believe me? Look at our village, Zheng. Even my dad and others can't compare. This past year, there have been big changes in Songjiatai. Song Mingju has also changed a lot. In the past, she was a cute little rice ball loved by everyone. Now she's a slightly bigger, chubby little girl. The only thing that hasn't changed is that she is still loved by everyone. Song Changha listened to his daughter, without getting angry. Besides, he didn't think she was wrong. With Zheng's energy, many young people in the village can't keep up. Wow, Song Zheng is really impressive. Master Liang also sincerely admired. Recently, as Master Liang interacted more with Song Changha and others, he learned more about Songjiatai. He increasingly felt that the village's fame was not just a passing trend. Things that Song Changha did are really hard for outsiders to understand their true value. But Song Jung could support Song Changha with his own resources before anything was even shown. That's not something ordinary people can do. Also, although Song Changha had ideas, without Zheng's strong support and going against the crowd, the village's water project wouldn't have succeeded. Timing and harmony among people are very clear in Songjiata. Master Liang now even likes the village a bit. Hey, Grandpa Liang, can you make dolls? Song Mingju tilted her little head, looking hopeful. What kind of dolls? Master Liang asked, confused. Wait a moment. Song Mingju ran inside, took out a toy called Moheel that Gao Xiaopeng gave her, and showed it to Master Liang. Like this kind of doll. Oh, Moheel. Master Liang had seen this before in Beijing. Common folks play with simple versions like this, but the wealthy go all out. Gold inlaid, jade inlaid, colorful, even carved entirely from ivory. Everything you can imagine. Grandpa Liang, can you make me a doll like this out of wood? Song Mingju asked. It needs to be painted. Sure. Master Liang agreed happily. It's just carving a moheel, such a simple task. Master Liang took a piece of wood from Master Song and started carving right away. But as he carved, Song Mingju's request changed. Grandpa Liang, I don't want the head to look like that. What do you want it to look like?
Just round.
Song Mingju gestured. No hair carved out, I'll paint it later. Master Liang understood and said, just a bald head, right? Yes, yes. Song Mingju nodded happily. Oh, Grandpa Liang, you're so clever. You understood right away. Song Changha, who often couldn't understand, said. He felt a bit disappointed. The other fathers just listened with both ears, afraid to say a word about what Song Mingju and Master Liang were talking about. After Master Liang shaved the round, smooth head as Song Mingju requested and was about to shape the body, Song Mingju spoke again. Grandpa Liang, the body doesn't need to be so detailed. Just follow the shape of the head, no arms, no hands, and no legs. Master Liang held the wood, squinted his eyes, leaned back slightly, and said with some dislike, no arms, no legs? Wouldn't that just be a bucket? He looked just like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Make the neck a little thinner, stretch out the shoulders a bit. Song Mingju carefully gestured. Make it look a little better than a bucket. I got it. Master Liang said with dislike. It's just a flower vase. Such a simple thing, and he had to be the one to do it? That was a waste of his skills. Yes, yes. Song Mingju cheered happily. No need to carve the legs, just connect them to the upper body. And for the feet, make them flat, like this, like that. Master Liang wanted to give up and stop working. Shape the whole body like a flower vase's belly and skip the feet. Just carve a rounded base, he summarized. Yes, yes. Song Mingju nodded excitedly, jumping in place. Talking to someone like Master Liang was so relaxing. Wouldn't it just be a flower vase with a monk's head? The moment he thought of it, Master Liang thought it looked hideous. Song Mingju thought that maybe Master Liang hadn't seen a bowling ball before, or he would have learned something new. Master Liang complained loudly, but kept working, quickly shaping the rough form. Is it like this? He showed Song Mingju. She looked and agreed it was pretty much what she imagined. Yes, exactly. Just need to smooth it out more. Basically, make it shiny and round. Master Liang finally couldn't hold back and urged Song Mingju, Mingju, I can make you a much more beautiful one, 10 times better. Think about it. Really think about it. He said he could make it, but he wouldn't dare to show it. No, I want this. Song Mingju's stance was very firm. Master Liang had no choice. He was still eating the meals cooked by Song Mingju's mother. Originally, Master Liang was not a picky eater. When he worked in the Ministry of Works, he often ate cold rice and cold vegetables because he was too busy. After arriving at Songjia Terrace, their first meal was at Song Changha's house, and at that time, it didn't seem particularly special. But later, when they tasted food from other families in the village, the difference became clear. For example, when other families made tofu, it was salty tofu. But Song Mingju's mother made tofu that was fresh and tasty. Not only was the color appealing, but the aroma was so tempting that it made people drool from afar. Master, could you please talk to village chief Song and ask him to let Mingju's mother cook for us in the future? After becoming familiar with Song Changha, Master Zheng couldn't hold back anymore and asked his master. Although they weren't picky, there was no need to make things difficult for themselves. Master Liang lowered his face and went to find village chief Song, first praising him highly, saying he managed the village well, better than many others. Village chief Song smiled so broadly that his eyes disappeared. Master Liang, if you encounter any difficulties here in Songjia Terrace, just tell us. When the county official delivered people last time, he subtly reminded village chief Song to bribe these two men appropriately. This is someone from the Ministry of Works. If they can speak well for your Songjia Terrace in front of the emperor, then if you have more good things in the future. At that time, village chief Song initially wanted to build a closer relationship with Master Liang, but Liang was still very aloof and indifferent. Village chief Song didn't want to waste his warmth on someone who didn't reciprocate, so he lost interest. Now that Master Liang took the initiative to make friends, village chief Song naturally wouldn't refuse. Can our meals, in the future, Master Liang hesitated, be made by Song Chang's family?
Huh.
Village chief Song, ready to accept Master Liang's bold request, asked just like that. Thus, Master Liang and his apprentice finally started eating meals from Song Mingju's family.
But
knowing Master Liang's character, even if he didn't care about the food, once he promised something, he would grit his teeth and see it through. So, Master Liang carefully polished the object in his hand, making sure there were no rough edges, then handed it to Song Mingju. Song Mingju played with it for a while and thought it felt quite comfortable, neither too big nor too small. Grandpa Liang, could you cut open the stomach part and hollow it out inside? Song Mingju said again. Master Liang stopped talking and just followed the instructions. What shape do you want it to be? Just like the one outside. Master Liang nodded and started carving the hole. Song Mingju took a quick look and then carried her school bag to her afternoon classes. When she returned from school, Master Liang had already hollowed out the inside of the doll. Master Liang, make another doll just like this one. Song Mingju kept talking excitedly. But it should be a little smaller. It needs to fit inside this one. And the second doll should also be hollow inside. Master Liang listened carefully to Song Mingju's instructions and suddenly understood her idea. Are you thinking of making a hollow doll, one inside another, like this? Yes. How many do you want to stack? 3, 4, 5, whatever fits. This way, the client's needs became clearer step by step. Actually, Song Mingju never really wanted a wooden puppet. That kind of doll is very detailed and requires high skill, so making it is slow. What she really wanted was stacking dolls. They are simple in shape, not too hard to make, and easy to produce in large quantities. While Master Liang found Song Mingju's idea interesting, he used his experience to hollow out the first doll a bit more, so it could hold more hollow dolls inside. Seeing Master Liang understand her idea, Song Mingju was very happy and went to ask her mother to cook fish soup. Mom, cook a little more fish soup and save me a bowl. She took out her lunchbox. I want to give a bowl to my master. Song Mingju noticed that both her grandmaster and second master liked her mother's fish soup. The difference was that the grandmaster liked plain fish soup, while the second master liked it with added ingredients. And the second master liked it whether there were radish shreds, tofu, or wild mushrooms in the soup. Their tastes were quite similar to Song Mingju's. She realized this after giving them several bowls of fish soup.
all right.
May agreed readily. By the way, Dad, I checked the new house my master is going to live in. It's dry now. Can he move in? She wanted her master to move into the new house as soon as possible. There hasn't been rain recently, so it should be fine. I'll go check later, Song Changha replied. If it's not ready, we can light some fire pits to dry it. A while ago, Master Liang went to the shed to check the tap water. An old man appeared there, looking a bit unfriendly. The master and apprentice didn't go near, just watched from a distance. After coming down from the mountain, Master Liang and his apprentice asked the villagers about the place. The villagers were secretive and only said that it was where Song Changha's daughter's teacher lived. The villagers found it a bit strange and advised them not to go there if possible. This made the two of them very curious. Later, an old woman from the village accidentally revealed that place is where a mad person lives. They were very curious about this. Although she called the person a mad person, she had just built a new house nearby, and her clothes didn't look like someone uncared for. When they asked more, other villagers scolded the old woman. "Don't talk too much. It's none of your business. Aren't you tired of meddling? It's really annoying how she keeps poking her nose into others' affairs. Haven't you seen that the village is now personally taking care of that place? Is that Mingju's teacher?" Master Liang asked casually. He didn't mean anything special. He simply thought that in a place like Songjia Terrace, with Song Changha's skills, he could teach there himself. There was no need to take a mad person as a teacher. "Oh, yes," Song Mingju replied. "My teacher's surname is Wang. He's very powerful. Yes, he's very impressive." Song Changha patted his daughter's head and smiled. Then he subtly said to Master Liang, "He just has a bit of an illness and doesn't like to socialize with the villagers, so he lives alone on the side." Master Liang understood and didn't bring up the matter again. When the fish soup was ready, Mrs. May called her daughter. "The soup is ready. Which part do you want?" Today, she cooked a larger fish cut into several pieces. "I want the fish head," Song Mingju answered. Today, her second master, like her, liked eating fish heads. If it were the Grand Master, she would prefer the fish belly instead. Mrs. May served the soup to her daughter. Since it was already late, Song Changha personally went with his daughter to deliver the soup. Seeing this, Master Liang and his apprentice didn't stay for dinner at Song Changha's house. They took their own meals in boxes and left. Other women in the village, busy making straw hats, also put aside their work to light fires and cook dinner, hurriedly eating a night meal. Smoke curled up from the rooftops. The scent of lotus flowers drifted from the lake. Chickens crowed, dogs barked, and children played happily. It was another peaceful evening. The next day, Song Changha took some time to go to the back mountain and check on the new earth house built by Master Xie and others. Seeing it was livable, he helped Wang Langjun and his group move in. The old shed, having been repaired several times before, was still in good condition, so they didn't tear it down. It was kept as a firewood storage or for miscellaneous items. Song Mingju took a quick look around and felt very satisfied. "Father, when you have free time, please help my master and the others build a clay stove." "Sure." Song Changha agreed immediately. In just half a month, the deadline arrived. The villagers worked quickly and finished not only 1,000 straw hats, but also some extras. The village leader and his family kept a close watch, and Song Changha saw that none of the hats were poorly made. As for Song Changha himself, although Master Liang delayed a bit because he was helping Song Mingju make dolls, they were not originally part of the plan. Plus, with 2 skilled workers who could start immediately, the overall progress even sped up a little. Both sides were happy with the progress. Wang Langjun and Li Langjun came as promised to collect the goods and brought new news. "Oh, Changha, outside your village, they're also building a road." "Building a road? Which village?" asked village leader. They've been busy inside the village and didn't know what was happening outside. "They're fixing the road from the town to Songjia Terrace." Village leader thought about the water supply and understood roughly. It must be old fox Gao Lijing, seeing how good the road to Songjia Terrace is, and after receiving praise from the county magistrate, he's worried about their village taking all the credit, so he teamed up with a few other villages to build a road too. That must be it. Song Changha was not too angry. "If they can finish the road, that's a good thing," he said. "At least, the road from our village to the town will be much smoother. No more getting stuck in the mud every time it rains, either falling into a hole, slipping into a ditch, or rolling into a field. Falling in mud is a small problem. Breaking an arm or leg, that's real trouble." Village leader thought about it and agreed. It's all convenient for himself. But he felt a bit upset, like his home was stolen. "Oh well, let's just build it." With so many villages, what else could he do? "Don't worry, Didi." Song Mingju comforted village leader. "As long as we run fast enough, they won't catch us." The adults agreed. Oh, Mingzhu, no wonder your village is getting better and better. Now I understand. Wang Langjun suddenly realized. Village leader was amused. Mingzhu, you're right. We'll run faster, so they can't catch us. If they want to chase, it just proves that Songjia Terrace is doing well. With that, village leader's bad mood disappeared. Oh, by the way, how is Grandma Erzwang's neck after eating seaweed? Wang Langjun asked again. Much better. Elder Erzwang came out to reply, bowing deeply. Thank you for your kind help, Lord Wang. They had been too busy lately to promote seaweed for Lord Wang. It's not urgent to do this in just a day or two. Lord Wang took out a small jar of seaweed and handed it to Elder Erzwang.
I've brought some for you this time.
Eat it slowly, no need to rush. Elder Erzwang was very grateful. Because the entire Song family was busy, Lord Wang and his group didn't stay for a meal this time. After checking the goods, they prepared to leave. Uncle Wang, next time you come, could you bring some outside seasonings? Song Mingzhu asked as she ran after him. Lord Wang looked at Lord Li and said, the seasonings you want are all available at Uncle Li's house. Just ask him to pack some for you later. Since it was already said, what could Lord Li do? What kind of seasonings do you want? Lord Li asked. He and Lord Wang were very different, one reserved, one outgoing. He wouldn't even touch food given by someone he didn't know well. The other, who was shy about speaking, didn't mind showing his face. Their personalities were very different. It was quite strange that they had been friends for so many years. Uncle Li, you probably know our situation, Song Mingzhu said openly. Besides oil and salt, if there are any other seasonings outside, please bring a little for us. All right, Lord Li agreed. Thank you, Uncle Li. Song Mingzhu smiled. Next time you come, there will be a surprise for you. Really? What surprise? Lord Wang immediately didn't want to leave. He loved to watch lively scenes. Not seeing any excitement was really frustrating. Let's go. Lord Li pulled him away. If you don't take this seriously, I'll sell the goods in Jiangling County.
Come on. Come on.
Lord Wang teased. Hurry up and open a restaurant in Jiangling. I'll bring people to eat. Master Jiang watched them walk away and then said to Changhe, Changhe, if the roads outside can really be built, do you think more people like Lord Wang and Lord Li will come? Definitely, Changhe replied, holding his daughter. They didn't chat much more, and each went back to work on their own tasks. Master Liang had recently made 2 big breakthroughs. First, he collaborated with Changhe to improve a new cutting machine that could cut 3 thin bamboo tubes at once. If they had enough materials and some additional parts, they could cut 5 at a time. They also made the parts that hold the bamboo adjustable, so they could cut bamboo of different thicknesses. The limited width of the table meant that the cuts varied between rough and fine, resulting in different quantities. 5 apprentices were amazed and impressed. Wow, Master, you're so skilled. They all admired him. Now, whether making a lunchbox or a bamboo puppet, the progress was very fast. Song Mingzhu was happy to see this situation. She preferred teaching others how to fish rather than just giving fish directly. That was what she truly wanted. Next, Master Liang's second achievement. The puppet Song Mingzhu wanted was finished. He made 5. However, the 5th was too small, so he only made a solid one. If he hadn't underestimated the size when carving the first puppet, he could have made another one. Honestly, none of the 5 puppets looked quite like a real person. Master Liang was very worried about this. Song Mingzhu took the puppets and played with them for a while. Master Liang was thoughtful. He even designed the seam on the puppet's belly to be a removable, lunchbox-style connector. He originally wanted to focus on craftsmanship, making shoulder joints and sliding joints, but after trying, he found that the simple plug-and-pull design like Song Changhe's was more convenient. In the end, Master Liang had to accept it. This is a kind of variation of the traditional joint technique. Dad, do we have any paint at home? Song Mingzhu asked happily, while holding the puppet. What kind of paint? Song Changhe finally understood her question. Yes, 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 she replied. We don't have that, Song Changhe said. Only ink and cinnabar. By ink, he meant the ink in the ink pot, which was mixed with chicken blood and black dog blood to keep evil spirits away. Cinnabar was used to add red color, symbolizing good luck, wealth, and protection from evil. Song Mingzhu. It was Master Liang's apprentice, Zheng, who answered next. For painting, I do have a little. Zheng was not just a carpenter. He also helped with some calligraphy. For example, Song's water supply system involved Master Liang inspecting, testing, reproducing, and fixing, as well as explaining the process. Zheng helped with the work and also recorded how each item was made, which required drawing. So he knew a bit about painting. Song Mingzhu's eyes lit up. "Ah, Uncle Zheng, can I borrow some?" "Of course." Zheng agreed happily. "Wait a moment, I'll go get it." Soon, Master Zheng returned with brushes and 3 bottles of mineral pigments. He was quite thoughtful and brought some paper in case Song Changha's family had none. The term danqing actually refers to mineral paints, which come in powder form and need to be mixed with water before use. Master Zheng only had 3 colors: red, green, and white. Mixing red and green can produce yellow. The 3 colors, yellow, green, and white, are very popular now. In the capital, items like 3-color pillows and 3-color painted cups are common, made by carving into red clay and filling with these colors. These ceramics are bright and colorful, very popular among people today. In short, these colors are enough for Song Mingzhu. "Dad, can you set up a table for me?" Song Changha followed her request. Song Mingzhu stood by the table, ready to start. She had learned a few days of painting from her master, so her work wouldn't be very detailed, but she could tell if a chicken was male or female. She picked up her brush. First, she drew a circle with ink. Inside the circle, she drew 2 curved brackets for the bangs. Below the brackets, she added 2 round eyes, a small round nose, and a tiny curved mouth. "Mingzhu, what kind of brush are you using?" Master Liang asked. "A bamboo brush." Regular brushes are too soft, and Mingzhu couldn't control them well. She used a bamboo brush her dad sharpened to her specifications. Bamboo brushes are stiff. With enough pressure, she could make fine lines, as long as the tip was sharpened thin enough. "Can I see it?" Master Liang asked again. "Sure, go ahead." Mingzhu had several bamboo brushes of different sizes, some with fine tips, others wider and flat. The pointed tips are used to guide the ink, though she usually used water, not ink. Master Liang picked up a flat-tipped bamboo brush, tried it, and found nothing special. The tip was sharp and stiff, scraping on the table and making a sound like a blade, giving people goosebumps. "Grandpa Liang, you need to hold it like this." Mingzhu showed him how to hold the bamboo brush. Because bamboo brushes are stiff, you can't use the lifting method like with a regular brush. You need to hold it differently. Master Zheng quietly watched and learned, realizing that holding a bamboo brush properly does require some control. But it felt a bit awkward. As he held it, he kept wanting to lift it up. Mingzhu didn't pay much attention and painted the parts that needed black, red, or white. Then she drew a few white 5-petal flowers on the doll. She mixed a little yellow for the flower centers. "Your snow plum is quite good," Master Liang praised. After becoming familiar with Master Liang, I realized that his aloof appearance is just a disguise. In private, he is actually a curious person. He wants to touch and ask about things he has never seen before. Song Mingzhu. This is a matter of personal opinion. She can't really judge. Then, she drew a few green buttons on the chest of the puppet. "Is this?" Master Liang asked again. "The foot of the bamboo puppet?" "It's called a button." Song Mingzhu pointed to her clothes and her father's clothes, showing the buttons to Master Liang. The bamboo puppet's foot only has 1 hole, but buttons have 2 holes. Mrs. May and Old Lady Wu felt that sewing buttons on the chest looked inappropriate and preferred the belt. Song Mingzhu and her father, Song Changha, liked it very much and both changed their clothes to include buttons. The villagers also gradually made some changes. Anyway, those who liked it really liked it and praised it in many ways. Those who didn't like it disliked it and showed their disapproval. One use of the buttons, however, was highly praised by the whole village. They were sewn onto the waistband. Because it made dressing and easier, now everyone in the village wears open-crotch pants or modified pants with a front opening. This can be seen as a small step forward for civilization. Master Liang looked at it and found it quite interesting. He decided to ask Song Changha for a few buttons later. Then, Master Liang picked up a pointed bamboo pen, held it using the method Song Mingzhu taught, and tried writing. He found that because of limited movement, writing large characters was difficult. It felt like holding a carving knife and carving patterns on soybeans. But writing small characters was very easy.
Wow.
Master Liang unlocked a new way of holding the pen, took a piece of paper, dipped it in ink, and started drawing and writing. Master, let me try. Zheng, the apprentice, eagerly said. He didn't often write when his master did, so he wanted to give it a try. Master Liang moved aside and handed the bamboo pen to his apprentice. Zheng took it, redipped the ink, and carefully used his strength to write a line of small characters. He deliberately tried to make the characters smaller and smaller, starting from the size of a pea, then a soybean, then a mung bean, and finally sesame-sized tiny characters. Zheng was amazed. Master, this is great,
Zheng happily said.
If we had a pen like this, our documents would be at least half as thick. Traveling far was very difficult these days. Even a few extra sheets of paper in the bag could become a burden over time. It was like the master and apprentice coming down from Beijing. Master Liang's most treasured possessions weren't his spare clothes or silver, but the set of tools he used for eating, which he carried all the way. Master Zheng, meanwhile, was holding his treasured art supplies, an ink brush set, paints, and drawing tools like rulers and compasses. It's not true to say he wasn't tired. So, when they first arrived at Songjiao Terrace, it wasn't that they deliberately showed a bad attitude toward the village. They simply didn't have a good expression to show. Now that everyone has become friends, their faces naturally look better. Master Zheng became obsessed with his brushwork, while Song Mingzhu's painting was nearing completion. Master Liang, who had turned from his apprentice, glanced over and said in surprise, "Oh, Mingzhu, what are you painting?" What Song Mingzhu painted was a little girl wrapped in a red headscarf and wearing a red cloak, basically Little Red Riding Hood. Modern people would understand immediately, but Master Liang and Song Mingzhu's real father had never seen it before, so they found it quite strange. "Oh, Mingzhu." Song Changha also looked a bit awkward. "What exactly are you painting?" "A lucky doll," Song Mingzhu replied. Then she borrowed a piece of red cloth from her mother, tied it around her head, and asked her father with a tilt of her head, "Does it look like it?"
Ah.
Honestly, it really does look quite similar. Master Zheng looked at Song Mingzhu and then at the doll, smiling and saying, "Oh, Mingzhu, you're painting." At first glance, it looked a little scary. On second look, it was a bit funny. Careful observation revealed it to be oddly cute. "It's quite pretty." Song Mingzhu was very happy. "Oh, Uncle Zheng, you really have a good eye for beauty." Without a good eye for art, Master Liang and Song Mingzhu's father could only keep working silently. If only they could suppress their smiles a little more.
Oh.
Master Liang kept sighing. He thought Mingzhu was just a little girl, and it wouldn't be appropriate for her to paint portraits of noble ladies. But she just drew a little doll like this. Actually, it made sense. "Oh, I see now." Song Changha also sighed with emotion. "Mingzhu, your painting looks quite like it. It's very pretty." He was proud of his daughter's cleverness. Look, with just a few simple strokes, she captured the spirit of a lucky doll, who in the village could compare. "Mom, do you think my painting is pretty?" Song Mingzhu then showed her doll to her mother. Although Mei didn't usually join in the men's fun, she kept her ears tuned to her daughter's activities. She was very surprised and delighted when she received her daughter's masterpiece. "Oh, it's so beautiful." Of course. Song Mingzhu felt very proud. "This is your daughter." Her mother was so skilled at embroidery, it was strange she wasn't good at drawing. Then, Song Mingzhu happily went to show her mother-in-law. "Look at the doll I drew." Old Lady Wu took a look and said, "Oh, this doll is nice. Chubby and lucky. Grandma, you have good taste." Song Mingzhu gave her a thumbs up. Next, she showed the drawings to the two men. "Uncles, do you like it?" What could the men do? "Yes, it looks nice. Very nice." Song Mingzhu was happy to receive everyone's praise and drew the remaining 4 dolls. Because the dolls got smaller the deeper inside, her drawings became simpler. Finally, she drew a tiny doll about the size of half a pinky finger, like an egg, wrapped in a blanket, representing a small baby. Mingzhu, is this your own art style? Master Zheng teased her. Yes, it is. Song Mingzhu smiled happily. She brought over a small stool and stood on it to perform a stacking game with dolls. This is a lucky doll. Guess what's inside its belly?
What?
Song Changha asked along. Song Mingzhu quickly pulled apart the first doll, revealing the second.
Look.
Wow. Everyone clapped. Then, she lifted the second doll and spun it around, asking, Guess what's inside this one?
What?
The men shouted together. They wanted to experience the fun Song Changha had. Watch carefully. Song Mingzhu quickly pulled apart the second doll, revealing the third. Ding ding, wow, everyone cheered. For kids, the most important thing is to have fun. Then, she opened the remaining dolls until the last one. This show is great. Second dog's father led the applause. He truly praised Song Mingzhu. After all, he had known Song Changha the longest. Based on what he knew about the father and daughter, once the food box and bamboo dolls were finished, they would definitely make this kind of doll. That meant they could learn more and earn more money. The other three fathers looked at each other. This guy was trying to take their spotlight. Oh, Mingzhu, your act is also very good. The other three fathers quickly joined in. Song Changha smiled happily, looking proud. He made Master Liang and Master Zheng laugh happily. This Song Changha, the so-called daughter lover, truly lived up to his reputation. By the way, before Song Changha, no one in the village loved their daughter as much as he did. It's just my son, and I don't spoil him that much. But Song Changha showed everyone that having a daughter is a blessing. This made the other fathers also want daughters. If a family has such a smart girl, they would treasure her. The next day, when going to school, Song Mingzhu showed Song Lu the nesting doll. Oh, Mingzhu, this doll is really beautiful. Song Lu genuinely liked it, turning it over in her hands and couldn't put it down. I've made just one now. When my dad and the others are free, I'll make more and send you one, Song Mingzhu happily promised. Master Liang found it interesting and took some time to carve a few hollow dolls. They didn't have to be exactly 5. Depending on the size of the wood, there were between 3 and 5 dolls. Mingzhu, go ahead and draw. Song Mingzhu drew a chubby doll with a round bun on top, a long-bearded general, and an immortal with white hair holding a peach. Of course, as she went on, Song Mingzhu could draw fewer and fewer figures. Most were sketched by Master Liang, with Song Mingzhu giving some ideas. Grandpa Liang, could you help me draw a fairy holding a lotus flower? She should have willow leaf eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and a red mole in the middle of her forehead. A red mole in the middle of the forehead? Master Liang paused for a moment. Yes. Song Mingzhu was quite specific. Her instructions were very clear, but it seemed Master Liang didn't quite understand. Master Zheng quietly watched him. Master Liang pondered over the bald doll for a long time, then finally picked up his brush and gently started to paint. In the end, the doll didn't end up in Song Mingzhu's hands. Master Liang took it himself. Oh, Song Mingzhu wanted to chase after him, but was pulled back by her father. That doll is a gift for Grandpa Liang, okay? Song Changha hugged his daughter and said. Only then did Song Mingzhu realize what was happening. Oh, all right then. The next day, Master Liang came back to Song Changha's house to work. Song Mingzhu secretly looked and saw that Master Liang acted as if nothing happened, so she ran over again, grabbed his arm, and pouted. Grandpa Liang, could you help me carve a few more of these hollow dolls? This time I don't want dolls. I want shapes like roosters, hens, kittens, and puppies. Is that okay? Master Liang thought this was a good idea too. As long as your dad has enough wood. Then, Master Liang told Song Changha, I've thought it over. If you plan to sell these, painting with colored ink won't work well. Wood absorbs color, and if you paint with colored ink, it won't show clearly unless you apply a thick coat. The price of paint is expensive, making it not very cost-effective for small businesses. Also, water can cause the paint to melt, which would ruin the decorative work. Song Changha hesitated and politely asked, Master Liang, do you mean we should use lacquer? Master Liang replied, yes, you need to use lacquer. When Song Liang heard lacquer, he immediately understood. Oh, I should have thought of that, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. In the past, when Song Changha helped his father with carpentry work, if they worked on items for a bride's family, they would apply red lacquer. If the family was wealthy, they would also decorate the lacquer with gold edges. Gold lacquer was very expensive, so it was usually only bought if the family specifically requested it. Song Changha remembered that his family still had some red lacquer, but after his father fell, they hadn't used it anymore. He went inside to look for it. His daughter, Mingzhu, followed closely behind, darting around like a little tail. Father, is this the jar? Father, is this the can?
Father.
Song Changha found a small wooden box among his father's belongings and exclaimed happily, I found it.
Yay.
Mingzhu cheered. The father and daughter carried the lacquer box outside and opened it, only to find the contents had dried out.
Ah?
Mingzhu looked disappointed. It's no good anymore. Master Liang took a look and pressed his finger on the dried lacquer, then said, soak it in oil. Maybe it can be reactivated. Song Changha went to ask his wife for some oil. They used soybean oil, which could be used for cooking and lighting, 2 purposes in one. However, soaking the lacquer in oil didn't work either. Song Changha thought about waiting for a free moment to go to the county and buy new lacquer. They hadn't been to the county in a long time. Father, I want to visit Sister Yu Zhu and play, Mingzhu said pitifully, looking at her father. We haven't been to the county this year. She missed her friends. Among them were Tang Yuzhu, Xiao Kuai, Ing Hong, and Ben. She had promised Xiao Kuai she would visit whenever she had free time. But now De Kuai had grown into a big dog, and Mingzhu hadn't kept her promise yet. After we finish delivering these goods, we'll go to the county to buy lacquer, and I'll take you, Song Changha said, glancing at his wife's expression. Mei Shi heard this, but pretended not to hear, as it wasn't the time to talk about it yet. They would decide later. Seeing that her mother didn't object, Mingzhu thought her mother agreed, and started planning what gifts to bring to her friends. The new nesting dolls definitely need to come with a set for Tang Yuzhu. Ing Hong and Lady Chen will bring a jar of her mother's homemade sauce and pickled vegetables. Her mother's pickled vegetables are very tasty. Most people, like Song Mingzhu, wouldn't even be willing to give them away. Then there's Little Guai and Dabin. For Dabin, they should bring some good food. For Little Guai, it's a bit more complicated. She needs to ask De Guai, De Huang, and Xiao Hua if they have anything to bring along. Over at Song Changha's place, they're also thinking about what to bring to County Magistrate Tang when they visit. Both times, it was County Magistrate Tang who gave them gifts, so their village should also give something in return. But if they give expensive gifts, first, they can't afford it. Second, it might look like bribery or trying to flatter. At that time, the lotus pods in the lake weren't ripe yet, so giving lotus flowers and leaves would seem careless. Overall, it's quite a dilemma. Next month, Changha plans to go to the county, whose father said that evening, mentioning to his own father, from his look, I think he's going to the county office. Village Zheng wanted to ask Song Changha to bring something for County Magistrate Tang, and came to discuss it with him. When they met, both felt it was a bit difficult.
What's so hard about that?
Song Mingzhu, playing with a nesting doll, interrupted, the lotus roots in the lake can be dug up, right?
Just dig half a basket.
And the vegetables in the field. Harvest some fresh ones. Oh, and fui, the fish in your pond are growing bigger, right? Catch a couple and ask the magistrate to help taste them. Since it was an official gift, they could just bring something from Songjia Terrace.
Well,
Village Zheng thought the gift was a bit too simple. Is that okay? Why not? Song Mingzhu said, all these are from our Songjia Terrace. It's our signature product. Signature product? What's that? Village Zheng asked.
Well,
Song Mingzhu struggled to explain. I heard that when making friends, people write their names on paper and exchange them. Oh, a name tag. Village Zheng understood. Song Mingzhu wiped her sweat secretly and slipped away. Changha, what do you think? Village Zheng asked Song Mingzhu's father. I think we should listen to Mingzhu, he replied. Song Changha thought that, Given his daughter's habit of giving gifts, even if she brought a handful of thorns picked from a roadside, she would say they couldn't afford better. But these are thorns from Songjia Terrace. He could already picture his daughter's proud little face bragging about their Songjia Terrace. People who didn't know might think their Songjia Terrace was a heavenly palace. All right, we'll go with your idea. He finally agreed. Master Mura no longer worries and is just waiting for the right time to make arrangements. Meanwhile, the villagers heard that Granny Erzwang ate seaweed and that her goiter improved a bit. A few people came to ask if they could buy some seaweed. Song Changha decided to help and cut some seaweed from his family's supply to give to those who asked. I don't have much seaweed myself, but I'll give you some to try, Song Changha said. If you like it, I can ask around when more people come. Thank you very much, the villagers politely replied. The families who received the seaweed didn't leave empty-handed. They went back to their fields, pulled some vegetables, and brought them to Song Changha. Fresh vegetables just picked,
they said.
The village chief saw this and felt very happy. Friendship is about giving and taking, and that's how relationships grow. If one person always gives without receiving, the friendship will eventually break. Soon, at the end of the month, Wang Langjun and Li Langjun came again. Li Langjun brought a bag of seasonings, about 10 bottles and jars. Song Mingzhu smelled each one. Some were spices, some were sauces. Suddenly, she recognized a very familiar smell.
Oh.
This is... She stopped herself before finishing the sentence. It was pepper. She could tell just by smelling it. But she couldn't say it out loud. She could guess the seaweed by its shape, but how could she guess the pepper? Oh, what is this? Song Mingzhu asked. This is pepper, Li Langjun replied. It's a bit strong-smelling, but it's warm when you eat it. Is it the pepper that the emperor built a pepper house for his concubines? Song Mingzhu asked, pretending to be surprised. Li Langjun was surprised that Song Mingzhu knew this and nodded. Yes, that's right.
Oh.
Mei Shi exclaimed, quickly refusing. We shouldn't accept this. Li Langjun, you should take it back. Such a valuable thing, and her daughter didn't understand its worth. Li Langjun said in the past this was mainly brought by traders from the western regions. But now, there's small-scale planting in Lingnan, so it's not as precious as before. That's why I brought some back from the south last time. Lingnan? Song Mingzhu's eyes lit up. Uncle Li, have you seen foreign traders there? This time, we didn't encounter any foreign traders, Li Langjun replied. But we did see 2 ships returning from outside. Song Mingzhu brought over a small stool and sat properly opposite Mr. Li, asking Uncle Li, could you tell me the story in detail? Where would you like me to start? Mr. Li also found it a bit difficult. This girl, Song Mingzhu, has interests that are quite different from other children. For example, her own daughter, after receiving pearls from him, would quickly go to her mother to make jewelry and then go out to show her friends. The stories about the trading caravan are mostly enjoyed by boys. Only the eldest son takes them seriously, while the younger children just listen to them as stories. Song Mingzhu wasn't sure where to start, so she tried asking, maybe you could start from when the sea trade began? Starting from the beginning of the event is always a good idea. All right, Mr. Li agreed. In the late previous dynasty, there was frequent war and the western trade routes were cut off. After our current dynasty was established, the first emperor tried to open sea trade. But there were many obstacles at that time. When the current emperor ascended the throne, he pushed for opening sea routes, establishing ports in Qingyuan Prefecture in Jiangsu, Guangzhou in Lingnan, and Xuanzhou in Fujian, and set up the Maritime Trade Office. Many foreign ships came. These ships carried spices and jewelry from India, silver and lacquerware from Ryukyu, ginseng and paper from Goryeo, and spices, rhino horns, ivory, and other goods from the Arab world, landing at the 3 ports of the Great Xia Empire. This was called entering the port. Then, they traded with local merchants, exchanging their goods for silk, tea, porcelain, herbs, and more. They also traded among themselves. Afterward, they left with their exchanged goods, heading east, north, south, or even farther away from the sea. This was called leaving the port. Such grand scenes fascinated not only Song Mingzhu but even Song Changha, who listened intently. Did they bring some crops or seeds that we don't have in Great Xia? Song Mingju asked, which was her main concern. Those are rare, Mr. Li replied. If you want anything, Uncle Wang, and I can ask someone to keep an eye out. Although their caravan was inland and rarely traveled such long routes, it wasn't too difficult to send letters and ask local friends for help. Song Mingju understood. Let me think about it. I'll tell you both once I decide. After hearing the story, Song Changhe told Uncle Wang about the villagers wanting to buy seaweed. Actually, both Uncle Wang and Mr. Li had brought back seaweed. Wang Langjun only gave seaweed as a gift to Song Changhe's family. Li Langjun did not. Song Changhe didn't know the full story and assumed that only Wang Langjun was selling it. Li Langjun didn't want to compete for such a small business. Regarding the seaweed, I also brought some this time, Wang Langjun said, expecting that the people at Song's place might want it. What's the price? Song Changhe asked. I sell it to others for 10 coins per tael. To your Song family, I sell it for 9 coins per tael, Wang Langjun replied. Just then, Li Langjun was going to the village head's house to collect some straw hats, so Song Changhe took his people over, mentioning the seaweed. The villagers thought the price was a bit high, but then they remembered that seaweed is dried, and although a tael doesn't look like much, once soaked, it can expand to 5 or 6 taels. Plus, this isn't food for everyday eating. A tael of dried seaweed can last several meals. After thinking it over, it seemed acceptable. They decided to buy about 1 or 2 taels each to try. Their purpose was purely medicinal. However, since everyone has different means, Song Changhe didn't press too hard. Wang Langjun didn't mind the small business and happily explained how to eat seaweed to the villagers. He was good at making friends. Anyone who bought seaweed received a couple of small pieces as a gift. Those who didn't buy also got a small piece to try. Since I get along well with the Song family, I'm giving these to the villagers to try. You won't find this elsewhere. Wang Langjun said cheerfully to the villagers who came to inquire, Don't tell anyone outside. The villagers smiled widely and replied, We know. Li Langjun handed over the straw hats to the village head, and they didn't stay long at his house. They returned to Song Changhe's place because he had just received the money and was excited. There was no reason to delay him counting his earnings. As for Song Changhe, Master Liang and his apprentice knew they had to deliver goods today. To avoid suspicion, they didn't come along. Erguzi's father and a few others helped deliver the lunchboxes and bamboo dolls and called out, Changhe, we're heading back now. Since business talks might be happening here, it was better not to stay.
All right.
Song Changhe saw them off at the door. Everyone was sensible, so no need for extra words. Then, Song Changhe tried to persuade Wang Langjun and Li Langjun to stay longer. Brothers, why not stay for a meal before you leave? That's just what I was waiting for, Wang Langjun said happily. Last time he came, he was in such a rush he didn't eat. This time, he wanted to have a proper meal with Song Changhe before leaving. Plus, Li Langjun brought some seasonings, so Wang Langjun was even more eager to stay for the meal. Young sister-in-law, I brought some meat and vegetables. Wang Lang took out a basket and said to Meisher, Look at the seasonings Brother Li brought. See which ones we can use, and let's cook some fresh rice and food. Also, make another bowl of that tofu with Auntie May's recipe. Last year, Meisher sold some sauce to Brother Li. After he dried it, Wang Lang also took 2 jars and told his family to make more. It was tasty, but compared to Meisher's, it always felt a bit lacking. After eating it several times, Wang Lang finally found the reason. The water at Songjia Terrace is good, and the tofu made their tastes better than theirs. But bringing tofu from Songjia Terrace to Jiangling isn't profitable, so they just ate a few more bites whenever they came to collect supplies. Mother, mash that pepper and add a little when cooking tofu. Song Mingju ran to the kitchen, hooking her mother's neck, and said, Add some nutmeg and Sichuan pepper too. She was really craving that spicy, numbing flavor. Meisher was about to ask, How do you know how to eat that? When she saw the little monkey run off quickly.
Don't ask.
Just know. It's natural, she knows. Uncles, I think I know what to look for now. Song Mingju jumped around to find Brother Li and Wang Lang. Inspired by the pepper, She had thought of something suitable for them now. Tell me, Brother Lee said kindly, is there a place called Jiaoji around here? Jiaoji is Vietnam, one of the world's granaries. If they could get some good rice seeds from there, maybe future harvests would increase, and everyone could have enough to eat. Yes. Wang Lang cut in before she finished. Jiaoji is just a nam. The rice there is high yield, drought-resistant, and matures early. The rice they grow at Songjia Terrace was brought over by the court from there. Really? Song Mingzhu was shocked. Had the Vietnamese Changsha rice already been discovered? Not only at Songjia Terrace, but all of southern and central Daxia grow this kind of rice, Wang Lang added. Song Mingzhu felt very disappointed. God not only didn't give her a chance to travel through time, but also cut off her opportunity to make a name for herself in Daxia. But speaking of rice, Song Mingzhu had always been confused. How could Fan Zhongyan eat 2 liters of rice a day and still not be full? Later, she realized there were several reasons. First, in small villages like Songjia Terrace, most people usually eat porridge. Sometimes they add wild vegetables, but they can't even afford oil and salt. Song Mingzhu is still picky about food. She first ate with her family, then her family ate with others. In other words, Song Mingzhu single-handedly improved the overall dining standards of the Song family. Next, a liter of rice in this time is actually less than a pound in later generations, about 8 ounces. An adult, without meat or vegetables for extra nutrition, would feel hungrier just eating rice. Especially for strong workers who need to work hard. This issue mainly comes down to low productivity and a shortage of supplies. But it can't be fixed overnight. It will take time to improve. Finding high-yield rice from outside sources is no longer possible, so they have to look for other options. By the way, things like sweet potatoes, corn, and chili peppers, which are common in stories about crossing time, probably still aren't available in this era. Historically, foreign plants mostly entered China during the Ming and Qing dynasties. In this great summer era, they haven't even reached the Ming dynasty yet. Uncle Li and Uncle Wang, can I ask you something? Song Mingzhu discussed. Can you help me ask around? Any foreign plants or seeds, no matter what they are, as long as we can get them, please keep some for me, okay? Worried they might refuse, she added. If it's hard to get, maybe. There are flower pots on foreign ships? Plants grown in flower pots also count. At this point, Song Mingzhu almost mentioned chili peppers and tomatoes by name. I'll cover all the costs for buying these things, Song Mingzhu said confidently. She was afraid they might think she wanted to take advantage or help just a little and then miss out on what she was really after. That would be a big loss. Do you have money? Wang Langjun asked happily. Yes, Song Mingzhu said boldly. Any ideas I come up with, my parents will share the credit with me. Song Changhe was standing nearby, laughing foolishly. Oh, not bad. Wang Langjun laughed loudly. Li Langjun also smiled and said, that's how it should be. The two men found things that were hard to understand before, now seem very normal. After all, doing good without benefits is rare. Who would do it twice? Forget about the idea that suffering is a blessing. Those are just words to persuade later. By the way, 2 uncles, I have a surprise for you from last time. Song Mingzhu mentioned again. Wait a moment. She ran back to her room, brought out her own painted nesting doll, and showed it to Wang Langjun and Li Langjun. Please take a look, uncles. This is a nesting doll. Wang Langjun first took it and saw that it was a wooden doll, drawn with a lot of childlike innocence and fun. Why is it called a nesting doll? Wang Langjun asked. Song Mingzhu forcefully pulled apart the first doll and said, because inside, there is a doll inside another doll. Wang Langjun and Li Langjun's eyes immediately lit up. 1 doll, 2 dolls, 3. Song Mingzhu opened a total of 5 dolls. Except for the smallest one, which didn't need to be assembled, she reassembled the other 4 in order from small to large, placing them in a row. Wow, this is interesting, Wang Langjun said happily. He took a doll, pulled it apart, then put it back together. Then, imitating Song Mingzhu, he assembled it backwards to make a combined figure. Mingzhu, your father probably made more than one nesting doll, right? Wang Langjun asked her, Bring them all out so the uncles can see. Song Mingju had been waiting for this moment. Okay. She ran into her room, happily brought out all her nesting dolls. Uncles, look. Our clever craftsman Song has new products now. Wang Langjun and Li Langjun saw the various nesting dolls Mingju brought out. Men, women, old and young, all with different expressions, and they couldn't put them down, wishing they could take them all right then and there.
These are all mine.
Not for sale.
Just for you to look at.
Song Mingju carefully took each one back. Wang Langjun and Li Langjun looked at each other. Their newly built friendship boat seemed to be taking on water. Brothers, don't misunderstand. I didn't make these. Song Changha quickly stepped in to handle the remaining situation. I've been busy making lunchboxes and bamboo dolls lately, so I haven't had time. These nesting dolls were designed by Mingju and Master Liang. Master Liang was a craftsman from the Ministry of Revenue, which Wang Langjun and Li Langjun already knew from their previous visits. Then you should start making more. Wang Langjun urged eagerly. Such interesting things. If you only show us but don't sell, it's really frustrating. He almost pointed his finger at Song Changha's face. Song Changha nodded like a chick pecking rice. If the two brothers want some, I'll find time to make more. Then, after you make these dolls, don't sell them to others, just sell them to us, okay? Wang Langjun and Song Changha discussed. After the busy farming season, we'll come back. Whatever you make, we'll buy it all. This meant they wanted to monopolize the dolls and not let Song Changha sell them in the county. And the price. Price is no problem. We guarantee it won't be less than what Brother Song deserves. Wang Langjun and the others wanted the exclusive top piece. As long as they can secure the best opportunity, how they sell this item will be up to them. By the way, remember to include your skillful craft name, Song, under this set of dolls. The character Song written by the Emperor is already quite valuable. Song Changha agreed. Then, Wang Langjun brought up another matter. By the way, your family's mooncakes from last year were very popular. After last year's mooncakes were shipped back, Song Mingju had some printed with decorative patterns on the paper, then repackaged them. They sold very well. This year, Wang Langjun wants to order more and print the decorative paper in advance to sell big. Whatever he wants, I want the same amount, Li Langjun said. Wang Langjun came himself during the Mid-Autumn Festival last year, and Li later found out about it. Their friendship almost broke. But Wang Langjun voluntarily gave up 50 pieces, and they made peace again. Don't think about buying the recipe this time. I don't think my sister-in-law will sell it, Wang said at the time. If Wang Langjun is a foodie, then Li Langjun is a recipe collector. When they encounter something new to eat, Wang's first thought is to try it, while Li's first thought is whether he can buy the recipe. But buying recipes depends on luck. Some are inherited skills, not something you can buy just because you like it. Sometimes, among 10 skilled people, only one is willing to sell, which is lucky. This is why Li developed the habit of asking people to sell recipes. Wang thinks it's pretty annoying. Don't do that, Wang warned, glancing toward the kitchen. If it causes him to miss a meal, their friendship might break again. Li ignored him. About the mooncake recipe, Li stubbornly asked, I wonder if Song would sell it? I can't decide about the recipe, Song Changha quickly replied. Please ask your brother-in-law to talk to him, Li said, adopting Wang's tone and calling Song Changha older brother.
Cough.
Wang covered his mouth, pretending to cough. Cough, cough. Buying recipes from Song, buying lunchboxes from Master Song, so shameless. Song Mingju watched the two bicker and found it very funny. Having a true friend is rare. Meeting someone whose personality doesn't quite match, but is willing to tolerate everything about you is quite special. Speaking of mooncakes, I happen to have something to ask both of you, elder brothers, about. Song Changha said again. Please go ahead, Brother Song. Wang Langjun replied. Last year, I bought the ingredients for making mooncakes from the town and the neighboring village. There were some unhappy moments then. This year, I want to buy from both of you. Would that be okay? There's no problem at all, Wang Langjun said confidently. Whatever is available locally, we can get it for you. Song Changha hesitated. It's not necessary to go that far. It's just some common items. I'll write down what's needed later and give it to you, elder brothers. That way, we've roughly agreed on the ingredients for this year's mid-autumn mooncakes. There's no need to worry about people raising prices again. Before the meal was ready, Song Chang-ha went to the kitchen to talk to his wife about the mooncake recipe. Uncle Lee and Uncle Wang, have you thought about setting up a small shop in our village to sell things? Taking the opportunity, Song Mingju suggested. You mean opening a shop in your village? Wang Langjun asked. The Song family's land isn't very big. Where would they open a shop?
Who would come to buy?
It's not exactly a shop. Song Mingju explained. Just a small stall to sell some everyday items. Their village is still too small to support a proper shop. It wouldn't need to sell expensive things, just small items like needles, thread, fabric, and other daily necessities. She didn't have much experience shopping or living, so she just spoke from her imagination. That way, it would be easier for villagers to buy what they need. You wouldn't have to deliver every day, just restock when you run out or every month or two. And if our village has good products, you could also put them there for sale when you visit. That's about it. It's basically a rural small shop model. Song Mingju gestured as she spoke, and Li Langjun understood her first. You mean selling things in Songjia Terrace? That's fine, Mingju said vaguely. She couldn't decide on the exact way to cooperate. She was just offering an idea. I think if you have things we need in our village, someone will come to buy them. For example, Uncle Wang's seaweed, Uncle Lee's seasonings, and common essentials like oil and salt. Maybe during festivals, you could bring some sugar, cakes, and snacks. The meaning of Song Mingju's words is that goods need to circulate to have value. For example, Wang Langjun and others collected medium-quality seaweed. When local prices were low, 3 cents per small handful, after traveling thousands of miles to Songjiatai, it became 9 cents per small handful. Similarly, the straw hats from Songjiatai cost 5 cents each. When sold in Jiangling County or Longjing County, they could sell for 10 or even 15 cents. The farther the goods come from, the higher their price. Scholars criticize merchants for seeking profit, but overlook the risks merchants take. However, if goods don't circulate, the economy becomes stagnant. Villagers earn money, spend it, earn more, and spend again. This keeps the economy moving. Flowing water creates wealth. That's the idea. Also, good products from Songjiatai are sold outward, while quality goods from outside keep coming in. Over time, Songjiatai can develop its own economic cycle. Some small items no longer need to depend on the Xiaojia village market. Eventually, even dependence on the town can gradually decrease. You have a point, Wang Langjun said thoughtfully. People in Songjiatai earn money from their work. They want to buy some malt candies for their children or a piece of cloth to make a new outfit for their wife. Nothing unreasonable, right? They are traders, whether their carts are empty or full. They shouldn't push this business away. Once they start thinking this way, Wang Langjun and Li Langjun begin to discuss. Song Mingju has completed her task successfully and didn't stay to listen to their plans. She went off to do her own thing. Big Yellow and Big Guai, I want to see Little Guai. Do you have anything to bring for Little Guai?
Woof.
Woof woof. Big Yellow and Big Guai happily ran over, circling around Song Mingju. She knelt down, hugging them on both sides, enjoying the moment. Then she called out, Little Flower. But Little Flower didn't answer. The weather is getting hotter, and Little Flower no longer stays on the roof. Where's Little Flower? Song Mingju asked. Both Big Yellow and Big Guai shook their heads.
Woo. Woo.
They didn't know where Little Flower was. Song Mingju stood up. She cupped her hands like a horn and called, Little Flower. The house was lively, with just one person. When Chang'e returned, he noticed that Wang Langjun and Li Langjun looked at him with extra kindness. Brother Chang'e, your family is now a big household in Songjiatai. Are you interested in starting a small business here? Wang Langjun asked. What kind of business? Chang'e didn't quite understand. Aren't you already doing business?
Well,
opening a shop in Songjiatai, and we'll deliver goods to you, Wang Langjun explained. Opening a shop? Song Chang'e was even more confused. Why would he open a shop? He had only stepped away for a little while. What happened? Song Mingju didn't realize that the returning boomerang she threw had hit her father, and she was still joking around with cats and dogs. Wang Langjun and Li Langjun looked at Song Changha's puzzled expression and also felt confused. Hey, your daughter came up with the idea. How come you can't understand it yourself? Wang Langjun and Li Langjun, upon meeting Song Changha, immediately knew that Song Mingju had come up with a sudden idea. They explained the situation to each other again, and only then did Song Changha understand what was going on. After thinking carefully, he also thought it was a good idea. So, he went to discuss it with his wife. I'm still thinking about the mooncakes, and now you have something else to say? Mei Shi asked. It's a good thing. Song Changha replied. He didn't dare say that his daughter was the one who came up with the idea. He just said that Wang Langjun and Li Langjun wanted to put some goods in their house to sell, and asked Mei Shi if she was willing.
Are
we going to open a shop? Mei Shi asked. You're not really opening a shop, Song Changha said. It's just that they put the goods in our house, and if someone from the village comes to buy, you sell. Let me think.
Mei Shi responded.
If they took on this business, there would be benefits. No need to go outside the village to earn money. Although the money might not be much, even a small amount is still money. Accumulating little by little can add up to a lot. But there are obvious downsides too. As long as someone comes, Mei Shi would have to come out and deal with it. If she was decisive and firm, it might be okay. But she was worried about those who loved to argue, who could haggle over a penny until they were exhausted. That could be troublesome. Though their family was small, they still had many things to do. Her husband mainly focused on work outside. At home, he never took the initiative to ask about daily needs unless told. An old person and a child looked after the house, but they couldn't handle big matters. In the end, all the household affairs fell on Mei Shi. If she had to take on this extra work, she felt she might not be able to breathe easily. I've thought it over, and I don't think our family can take on this job, Mei Shi said. Then she shared her worries. Doing business with villagers requires patience. The items bought might not be many, but there are many small issues. If the goods aren't to their liking, they might complain endlessly. In the end, she would earn just a penny, and they might still feel like they got a huge bargain. Song Changha was impatient with talking to the women in the village. Then forget it. I'll go talk to Brother Wang and the others. Wait. Mei pulled her husband back. I only said our family can't do it. I didn't say others can't. You mean? Song Changha was confused again. At the village Zheng house, Mei said, you should talk to Annie about it. Maybe she'll be willing to do it. Now the old auntie was very eager to earn money. All right, I'll ask again. Song Changha spun around like a top and went to village Zheng's house. After explaining his purpose, the village chief called his wife over. The couple and Song Changha discussed together. Old wife, do you think we can do this? Village Zheng asked. He was the one in charge of big matters, so he thought it was better for his wife to handle small things. Go away. Don't block the way. The old auntie waved dismissively at the old man and kindly said to Song Changha, Changha, I'll go directly to your house and talk to them. Since the women in the village started earning money, many of them had changed. Mei was changing, Song Lu was changing, Guzi's mother was changing, and other women were slowly changing too. But no one changed as much as the old auntie of village Zheng. She was like a bamboo that had grown roots for many years. Now, she had gathered strength, and with good timing and support from others, she felt like she could reach the sky. When she arrived at Song Changha's house, she straightforwardly said, Gentlemen, you want to put some goods in the Song family shop for sale, but Changha's family doesn't have the manpower. I have an idea, but I don't know what your rules are. Wang and Li didn't underestimate the woman in front of them. They sat up straight, and Wang answered. It's like this, there are two ways. First, we put the goods in your house to sell. We set the price, and you only handle the sales. For each sale, we give you a commission. I understand, like hiring someone to work.
The old auntie said.
That's about right, Wang said. The second way is like collecting straw hats. You pay us to buy the goods, and we give you a discount price. You decide how much to sell, and we won't interfere. Song Mingju thought the old auntie would choose the second way. After all, She would earn more by doing it herself. Song Changha and May also thought so. I choose the first way, the old auntie said after thinking for a long time.
Huh.
It was quite surprising. The old auntie had her own plans. Their family is not wealthy in money, so she doesn't dare use the family savings for this. Also, she knows the temper of the people in the village. She probably understands who is willing to spend money. Some people are so stubborn that they argue over a single needle and a few threads, making the shopkeeper avoid them. If she used her own money to buy needles and threads to sell to those women, she would never have time to eat or sleep, just arguing with them all day. She would worry if she couldn't sell, and angry if she did sell. It's not worth it either way. It's better to let others pay and supply the goods. Then she can tell those women, this is a fixed price. Of course, if they are willing to travel 10 miles to buy a needle and some thread, that's fine too. Once both sides agree, they can discuss the details. Changha Sanyang, please listen to, the old aunt called in Song Changha and his wife. With them here, Wang Langjun and Li Langjun wouldn't dare fool her. They discussed the details carefully, and if anything seemed unfair, the old aunt would argue her point. Song Mingzhu found it very exciting to watch. Finally, everything was agreed upon and they drafted a contract. The old aunt then called her grandson, De Huang. De Hu, you recognize these words, right? Read them out loud for Grandma. He looked very confident. Song Mingzhu's eyes sparkled with admiration. De Hu, what's your family name? Mingzhu asked, running over and holding the old aunt's arm. The old aunt was momentarily stunned. Usually, villagers called her old aunt or auntie, and sometimes she thought her surname was old or aunt. Or they called her De Hu's wife or heir whose wife. Sometimes her husband would curse someone and call her old woman or old mother. When did she lose her own surname? She didn't know. The old aunt was stunned for a long time, then suddenly asked her grandson, De Hu, what's your surname? Grandma, I'm surnamed Song, he said nervously. What was wrong with her grandma? Why ask such a silly question? Yes, it was a very silly question. So silly that the old aunt burst out laughing.
My surname is Hu.
After the old aunt and Wang Langjun and Li Langjun agreed on everything, she took her grandson home. May's family's meal was finally ready. Mingzhu scooped up a spoonful of the upgraded version of Meigu tofu with pepper and served it.
Wow.
Delicious. Wang Langjun and Li Langjun also took a bite, and both thought, how can I say this? The tofu is soft, but it has a spicy and numbing flavor. One bite feels like it hits your forehead very strong. Oh, dear. I think I'll need to eat 3 bowls of rice today. Wang Langjun said. Luckily, he's not a big eater, so he only ate 2 bowls. After they finished eating, Wang Langjun and Li Langjun hurried to leave. Before leaving, they agreed that the 2 people with the straw hats would continue collecting. After the busy farming season, they would come back and collect as much as possible. As for the goods for the village's young family, they brought those over at the same time. Also, about the mooncake recipe, May still hadn't decided. She said she would give an answer next time they came. Li Langjun could only agree. After seeing them off, Song Changha went to pay some workers. First, he went to Guzi's house. Guzi's father received the money and then handed it to his wife. Guzi's mother was very happy. They didn't have many other things at home, but she forced a few eggs into Song Mingzhu's hands. Auntie, I also. Song Mingzhu spread her small hands helplessly. I can't take any more. Guzi's mother found a basket, put the eggs inside, and then hung it on Song Mingzhu's arm. Here, isn't this better? After hanging it, she looked at the basket, which was still quite empty, and added some vegetables. Song Mingzhu. She wasn't here to collect vegetables. Auntie, I can't carry this. Song Mingzhu struggled. Guzi's mother looked at her and, worried she might drop the basket, said, All right, I'll ask Guzi to carry it for you. But I still need to go to Mao's house with my dad. Song Mingzhu added. No problem, go ahead. Guzi's mother waved her hand and called her son. Guzi, take this basket and deliver it to Aunt May. Okay. Song Mingzhu's family has a dog, so Guzi didn't dare get close. He called out from outside, Aunt May, I'm Guzi. My mom asked me to bring you some vegetables. May came out to see and quickly let Guzi in. She was preparing to eat flatbread for dinner, so she accepted the eggs and vegetables from Guzi's mother and made 2 flatbreads. Annie just made these. Take them home and try. Guzi happily left. Meanwhile, Song Mingju and her father continued to Mao's house. The 2 fathers talked about the men's matters, and Mao's mother handed Song Mingju a handful of small dried fish. They just caught these this morning. Mingju, try one, are they tasty? Some small fish and shrimp caught from the river. Nobody wanted to buy. Mao's mother dried them over a fire so they would last. Song Mingju tasted one and gave Mao's mother a thumbs up. Auntie, it's delicious. I'll prepare a bowl for you to take home and eat, said Mao's mother happily. Auntie, I still need to go to Wang's house with my dad, said Song Mingju. No problem. I'll have Mao take you there, said Mao's mother, calling out to Mao. Mao, take this small bowl of dried fish to Mingju's house. Got it. When they arrived outside Song Mingju's house, Mao didn't dare get too close and called out, Annie May, it's me, Mao. Come out, please. May, hearing the voice, came out holding a spatula. She had just finished making 2 pancakes and was about to make a third. Mao, what's the matter? My mother asked me to bring dried fish to Mingju, Mao replied. So, Mao received 2 pancakes, happily carrying the bowl back home. Song Mingju and her father then went to Wang's house. This time, Song Mingju finally saw Wang's grandmother. She was a shy old woman, her age unknown, but her face showed signs of many years of hardship. She tried to kneel to Song Changha, which startled Song Mingju, who quickly hid behind her father. Auntie, you can't do that. Song Changha hurriedly stopped Wang's grandmother and helped her up. Thank you. The grandmother sniffled. If I had known about this thing, the girl wouldn't have. Mother, stop talking, it's all in the past. Wang's father quickly stopped her and told his wife to help her inside. After settling her mother-in-law, Wang's wife took out a few duck eggs to give to Song Mingju. Mingju, these duck eggs have been pickled for a whole month. They're just right now. Take them home and have your mother cook them for you. Song Mingju said, Auntie, I still need to go to Era's house with my dad. Then I'll have Wang take you directly home. Wang's wife called her son, Wang. Wang received the order and went to Song Mingju's house, calling out outside, Auntie May. Inside the kitchen, May had just finished making 2 pancakes. So Wang also received 2 pancakes and happily went home. This time, Song Mingju and her father finally arrived at Era's house. Within 1 day, Song Changha had come 3 times. Uncle, Auntie, I'm not here to see you this time, Song Changha quickly said. I'm here to see second brother. Era's father then welcomed Song Changha into his house. Song Mingju wanted to go in too, but her old aunt called out, Mingju, I made some delicious food. Come try it. Okay, Granny who, Song Mingju replied, changing her way of addressing her. The old aunt was momentarily stunned. All 3 daughters-in-law were also surprised. Then, the old aunt burst into a big smile. Oh, Mingju, you're really charming. Village Zheng and the 2 older sons didn't speak. A group of grandchildren thought, so grandma's surname is who? After sending the payment, Song Changha came out again to find Village Zheng. Uncle, I plan to go to the county tomorrow to borrow a cart from you. Soon, the busy farming season was about to begin. The villagers took this opportunity to rest. Song Changha quickly took care of this matter. Isn't the 2 wheels of my cart still at your place? Village Zheng asked. Song Changha. He had forgotten. So, the father and daughter went back, took the 2 wheels from the foot plow, and went to Village Zheng's house to put them back on the cart. The old ox looked at the cart and then at Song Changha, with a look of disbelief. Since I've already given it to you, why are you back? Sigh, the old ox is about to go back to work. Song Mingju squatted on the ground for a while, then suddenly remembered something. Oh no, I should encourage my dad to get a bicycle. Such an important matter. How could I forget? All right, I'll arrange it when I go back. Before it got dark, Village Zheng sent his son to catch fish in his rice field, put them in a bucket to raise, and planned to deliver them along with the cart to Song Changha early the next morning. Over at Erguzi's place, Village Zheng also asked Erguzi's father to catch a few fish and put them in another bucket to send to Magistrate Tang. Changha, I'll go with you tomorrow, Village Zheng said. First, it's better if he personally delivers the gift to Songjia Terrace. Second, he can also report the village's situation to Magistrate Tang. Anyway, his old face isn't useful at all, so he might as well use it to make a good impression. As long as he can bring some benefits to Songjia Terrace, it's worth it. After returning from Village Zheng's house, Song Changha went to find Master Liang and his son. Master Liang, we're going to the county tomorrow. Do you want to come along? Since the last visitors, no one has come to the county again, and he wasn't sure if Magistrate Tang had forgotten about Master Liang and the others. Master Liang told his apprentice to pack up, and they would leave together tomorrow. Master, how much should we bring? Zheng asked. Bring everything, Master Liang replied. The official documents for the water supply had already been completed, and he had also made suggestions for improvements, which the county officials had taken back last time. Songjia Terrace no longer concerns them. It's time for them to leave. Song Changha was busy all day. During dinner, he told his wife about the plans for tomorrow. Tomorrow, Village Zheng and Master Liang will go to the county together. What about Mingzhu? Mrs. May asked. Does she still need to go? She originally thought that only she and her husband would take their daughter and go, so it would be quiet. But now, with so many people, she didn't really want her daughter to go. The main reason was that the journey was too long and inconvenient. Song Mingzhu immediately said, I want to go. Seeing the mother and daughter about to argue, Song Changha quickly calmed her down. I didn't say you can't go. It's just that tomorrow there will be too many people, and your mother and I are discussing what to do. Anyway, I want to go. Song Mingzhu also refused to eat, dropping her chopsticks and looking at her parents. May was busy all day and very tired. Seeing her daughter throwing a tantrum, she got a little angry. Oh, come on. Song Changha quickly tried to smooth things over. Yes, you and your mother will go. We can go shopping in the county and see if there's anything you want to buy. Dad will buy it for you. Then Song Changha gave his wife a look. It's been almost a year since we last went to the county. Let's go together. Who knows when we'll go next time? May thought for a long time and reluctantly nodded. All right then. Hee. Song Mingzhu smiled at her mother. May couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her. Hurry up and eat. It's getting cold. Song Changha hurried to help his daughter. He was afraid she would be mouthy again and upset her mother, wasting his careful efforts. Song Mingzhu was sensible and ate her meal quietly, not bothering her mother anymore. May discussed with her husband at the dinner table how much dry food to bring tomorrow and how to plan everything, talking on and on. Seeing her busy mother, Song Mingzhu washed up and went to bed. She slept sprawled out. May and her husband prepared everything for tomorrow, washed up, and went to bed. When she saw her, she felt both annoyed and amused. She's getting more and more lively as she grows up.
May shite.
Every day, as soon as she opened her eyes, she started causing trouble, insisting on doing things she wasn't allowed to. Sometimes, she would climb onto De Huang's back, making De Huang act as her horse. De Huang was so scared, he didn't dare move. It was only when Wu Laonyang called her down that she reluctantly got off. I just want to try. She stubbornly insisted. She only calmed down when she fell asleep, and then she would act like a loving mother and obedient daughter. Sometimes she was truly annoying, but other times she was truly sweet. The next day, when Song Mingzhu woke up, she was already on the ox cart. She pushed aside the screen on top and peeked out of the basket, first looking for her mother.
Mom.
You're awake? May had been holding up the basket all the way and her arms were sore now.
Dad. Wu Xia.
Grandpa Liang. Uncle Zheng. Song Mingzhu glanced at the people beside the ox cart and greeted them one by one. The cart wasn't very big. It held items to be sent to Magistrate Tang, luggage for Master Liang and others, and also Song Mingzhu herself. There was only space left for one more person. The men didn't want to compete with Madame May for a female companion, so they all followed the cart. They wore special straw hats from Song's family, carried small bags with lunchboxes and water bottles, and looked very noticeable on the road. Madame May turned her back to brush her daughter's hair and wipe her face. There was no way to avoid being seen on the road, so she tried to cover up as much as possible. Jianzheng and Master Liang, being considerate, moved ahead a bit to give space for the mother and daughter. "Mother, I need to go," Song Mingzhu whispered to her mother. Magistrate Song stopped the ox cart so they could get off and find a tree or bushes nearby. Song Mingzhu knew it was a bit embarrassing, but there was no other choice. After finishing, mother and daughter returned to the cart. "Mother, wipe my hands." Madame May wiped her daughter's hands and took out breakfast for her to eat. While peeling the egg, Song Mingzhu looked around at the scenery. Compared to last year, the village was still the same, with no big changes. But the road was very different. All villages were repairing their roads. Some villages were faster, others slower. So some parts of the road were finished, while others were still being repaired, patchy and uneven. "Luckily, we started in winter," Jian Zheng said, with feeling. "If they had waited until now, it would be very busy. When this road is fully repaired, it will be much easier to get to the county," Song Mingzhu happily said. Last year, she had paved a stone road in their village, which became the best road in the whole village. Everyone came to see it. At the end of the year, their village started repairing the village road. After it was finished, the town and other villages came to see it. Now the town and other villages are also repairing roads. Will other towns come to observe in the future? Just thinking about it made Song Mingzhu feel hopeful. Oh, this kind of progress is just right. The ox cart arrived at the county and headed straight to the county office. The gatekeeper didn't recognize them at first. "We come from Song's family terrace." Jianzheng stepped forward and said, "Song's family terrace?" The gatekeeper's memory started to come back. "Yes, that's right." Song Mingzhu got off the cart and ran to the gatekeeper, lifting her small face. "I came here a few times last year. Do you remember me?" Seeing Song Mingzhu, the gatekeeper finally remembered. "It's you guys," he said happily. "It's been a long time since you last came to the county." "Yes," Song Mingzhu replied with a bright smile, then pointed at Master Liang and the others, saying, "These two are craftsmen from the ministry who came to our Song family terrace." The gatekeeper then invited them inside and sent another servant to inform others. "Your Song family terrace is now very famous in the county," the gatekeeper said happily. "A royal commissioned archway. The only one in the whole county. Congratulations." According to village justice's understanding, this means asking for a gift of money. When people bring good news, they often do so quickly to get a reward. However, since so much time has passed, he wasn't prepared and couldn't find any money on him, feeling very embarrassed. Luckily, Song Mingzhu had a clever idea and handed a lotus flower to the gatekeeper. "This year's lotus pods haven't come out yet, so I give you a lotus flower from our Song family terrace." Who wouldn't like a cute girl giving them a flower? The gatekeeper's face lit up with joy. "Thank you so much," he said happily, taking the lotus flower. "I'm also happy for your Song family terrace." This way, the awkward moment was resolved. Master Liang and his apprentices, along with village justice and Song Changhe, watched this and felt very impressed. This young girl is even smarter than adults. Soon, someone came out to see off Master Liang and his team, along with village justice and Song Changhe. Then, Inghong arrived. Sister Inghong." Song Mingzhu happily ran over. "I've missed you so much." May tried to stop her but couldn't. "Oh, this girl is like a firecracker. No one can catch her." Fortunately, Inghong practices martial arts, so she easily lifted Song Mingzhu. Mingzhu said, "Inghong, I miss you too." Inghong loved Song Mingzhu's lively spirit. Then, Inghong said to May, "Madam May, my wife is waiting for you at the back. I'll take you there." "Thank you, Sister Inghong." "Inghong, do you know? Last year's Mid-Autumn Festival, after you and Brother Xiaowu left, our village changed a lot. Song Mingju held In Hong's hand and kept talking excitedly. I'm telling you, if you go again, you probably won't recognize our village anymore. The people of Song family terrace split into two groups, one to show their faces to County Magistrate Tang, and the other to County Magistrate's wife.
Their goal was to be flawless.
First, about County Magistrate's wife. Song Mingju saw Lady Chun and bowed. Madam, I hope you are well. She also didn't forget Lady Chen's maid. Grandma Chen, I hope you're well. This made Grandma Chen very happy. Oh, you still remember me. Then, Song Mingju happily ran toward Tang Yuju, calling out, Yuju's sister. Tang Yuju was originally sitting upright, but seeing this, she had to stand up to greet Song Mingju. Mingju, little sister. Honestly, the two children hadn't seen each other for nearly a year, so they felt a bit awkward. But who was Song Mingju? She was someone who could chat easily with County Magistrate Tang. Yuju's sister, I miss you so much. Song Mingju held Yuju's hands, bouncing happily. Apart from Yuju being the daughter of County Magistrate Tang, Song Mingju genuinely liked her. The young girl didn't have the arrogance typical of noble daughters from wealthy families. She was very friendly. Of course, maybe Yuju didn't show her arrogance in front of Song Mingju. Anyway, Yuju, a proper young lady, was pulled along by Song Mingju, bouncing around for quite a while. They bounced until their noses were sweaty. Both of you sit down and talk. Lady Chen called Mei to sit down, then addressed the two children. Where could Song Mingju sit? She took her small bundle from her mother, placed it on the table, opened it, and took out a nesting doll for Yuju. Yuju's sister, look, this is a nesting doll. Song Mingju demonstrated as she said, see, you open it like this. Hearing Song Mingju's voice, little Hui ran over from the garden, initially stunned to see her. Little Hui! Song Mingju exclaimed happily. Little Hui reacted quickly, happily bouncing in place, then wagged her tail and ran to Song Mingju. Song Mingju hugged little Hui tightly, then took out gifts for her big yellow dog, Big Hui, and Little Flower. This is from your big yellow brother. This is from your real brother. This is from your little sister Flower. Then, Song Mingju looked for Deben. By the way, where's Deben? I also brought a gift for him. Deben is in the stables. I'll take you there, Tang Yuju offered proactively. The two children held hands and ran out, followed by a group of maids and old women. Mei wanted to follow her daughter, but Lady Chen called out, let them play by themselves. We'll have tea and cake. Could Mei dare to do that? Lady Mei, I heard that your Song family village has changed a lot. Lady Chen said, I haven't been to your village yet. Can you tell me about it? Our village. Mei hesitated, trying to think where to start. They have been busy since last year, always rushing around, never having a moment to rest. It felt fulfilling at first, but now, when Lady Chen asked, Mei suddenly couldn't remember what exactly they had been busy with. Her mind felt like it had dropped away. No problem. Say whatever comes to your mind. Lady Chen comforted Mei. Mei picked up her thoughts and said slowly, last winter, our village repaired the roads. Now, the roads are much better. Horse carts, mule carts, donkey carts, and carriages can all go on them. Also, recently, our village started making straw hats. The women here are very skilled at weaving hats. A large hat costs 3 cents, a small one costs 2 cents. The money is directly given to the villagers. So, the women, young girls, and young wives now have a little money. As Mei talked about the changes among the women in the village, her posture straightened, and her speech became smoother. Lady Chen listened carefully. Mother Erguzi's wife has also changed her temper. She no longer favors the eldest son alone. The two brothers now get along very well. Song Lu has registered as a household. She lives alone with her mother-in-law, and life is actually better than before. Lady Chen had heard about this household from her husband and Aunt Hu from the villager Zheng's family. She is very capable and manages her household well with her 3 daughters-in-law. If we talk about the most harmonious family in our village, it has to be the villager Zheng's family. By the way, Aunt Hu is very good at weaving straw hats, fast and skillful. She is the best hat weavers in the whole village. Also, and who plans to open a shop in our village. Actually, it's not really a shop, just a place where she can sell and store goods on consignment. May described everything vividly, and Lady Chen seemed to see a hard-working, thrifty old woman. Then there's Granny Zhuang. After eating kelp, her goiter improved a lot. Lady Chen interrupted May. What did you just say? May instinctively repeated, Granny Zhuang. After eating kelp, her goiter got much better. She ate kelp? Lady Chen asked again. Yes, she ate kelp.
May replied.
Now, our village has started eating kelp too. Lady Chen then said, May, go on. While Lady Chen was busy reporting on village affairs, County Magistrate Tang was also busy. Villager Zheng first brought dishes from Song's house. These vegetables were just pulled from the field this morning, still with dew on them. The vegetables looked fresh and lively on County Magistrate Tang's desk. Then, Villager Zheng and Song Changhe each carried a bucket of fish. These fish were from 2 rice paddies where we raised fish. One was stocked early, but the fish fry were small. What about the fish in the other field? They were caught late, but the fish fry are bigger. Can the magistrate tell which field these 2 buckets of fish came from? Tang County Magistrate called over the county's deputy and clerk, and they all came to look. They saw that one bucket had slightly larger fish, and the other had smaller fish.
It was easy to tell them apart.
The deputy and clerk didn't dare guess recklessly, afraid of making a mistake and losing face for the county office. However, Xiaowu looked closely and said, Could it be that the bigger ones are the fish caught later?
No.
Village Zheng laughed. Young sir, the big ones are actually the early fish fry. The smaller ones are the later fish fry.
Huh.
Not only Xiaowu, but everyone including Tang County Magistrate was surprised. Is that really true? Tang asked. So the fish caught earlier grow faster than the ones caught later? I would never deceive the magistrate. Village Zheng replied confidently. Wait a moment. Tang ordered someone to call over the county's agricultural officer and explained what had just happened. The agricultural officer was also surprised. Last time, when the magistrate visited your Songjia terrace, I heard you were raising fish in the rice fields. I thought that was never done before. I didn't expect you actually succeeded. These fish are still small, so they're not fully grown yet, Village Zheng said objectively. We just happened to be bringing some to the county to let the magistrate try. Tang County Magistrate ignored the word try and said, Song Village Zheng, continue explaining how you raised these fish. Village Zheng recounted how they dug the fields, fertilized, released the fry, and the observations they made during the process. We're also trying fish in rice paddies for the first time. Everything is based on our own experiments. We're not claiming it's perfect. How are the rice plants growing in your fields? The agricultural officer asked. Village Zheng thought for a moment and cautiously said, It seems they're growing a bit better than usual rice in water fields. Better by how much? The officer pressed. From what I see now, maybe about 50% better. 50%? The officer exclaimed. Magistrate, I must go see their Songjia terrace myself. The report from Songjia terrace caused a stir in the county office. Since early spring last year, things had already been a bit unstable. The northern part of Daxiao experienced drought, the eastern part faced floods, and the southern regions suffered rain disasters. The grain harvest in these areas was reduced by about 10 to 30%, depending on severity. The western region was spared from natural disasters, but Tibet's repeated provocations almost led to military conflict. The situation in the central region is relatively calm. However, in some mountainous areas of the central region, remnants of the former dynasty have started to cause trouble, seeing that the court is going through a turbulent time. Some officials in the court wrote to the emperor, accusing certain people of misconduct. The emperor was furious, scolding these officials for wasting their positions and blaming heaven for every problem. He dismissed some officials and sent them back to farm. Then, under the pretext of fighting bandits, the army was quickly dispatched to suppress the rebellion in the central area. Afterward, they collected grain from other places, opened granaries, distributed disaster relief food, and comforted affected regions. Even in Liang County, where they collected grain last year, 30% was allocated for disaster relief. These actions were kept secret from the common people by the court. Although the court appears to be thriving now, in reality, it is like a broken pot needing constant repairs. At this moment, the Song family's estate suddenly announced that their rice paddies could not only grow rice but also raise fish, which would increase the harvest. How could people not be excited? Go and check it out. Magistrate Tang immediately approved the agricultural officer's request to visit the Song family's village. Go today.
All right.
The agricultural officer turned to gather his things.
Wait.
Magistrate Tang called him back. Bring more people and record everything you see and encounter, big or small. If you think something isn't done well, suggest improvements and discuss with the villagers. Once the harvest is complete and the grains are collected, come back and report. Magistrate Tang hurriedly gave instructions to the agricultural officer, then changed to a gentle, encouraging tone and turned to speak with Master Liang and his apprentice. Thank you both for your hard work in Songjiatai these days. The master and his apprentice looked at each other, feeling uneasy. I've reviewed the water management documents you prepared. They're very detailed and excellent.
Tang said.
I've already sent someone to deliver them to His Majesty with urgency. He will surely commend you both greatly. The master and his apprentice chuckled nervously, feeling like something might happen soon. Oh, before you came to Liang County, Master Song made a foot plow and a seedling boat, which I reported to the emperor. The emperor issued an order for you to stay longer in Songjiatai. The master and his apprentice looked at each other again, sighing. Why does Magistrate Tang seem so refined but act so fiercely? He has already handled everything, so why didn't he inform them in advance? They kept thinking that Magistrate Tang had forgotten about them. How should I say this? I really dislike these officials. Then, Master Liang looked at Song Changhe and Village Zheng with suspicion.
No.
Does your Song family have something good? Can't you just show it all at once? Why do you have to take things out one by one? It's so hurtful to feelings. Also, after staying so long at Song Changhe's house, they haven't noticed that the Song family has such good things. Song Changhe, you're hiding things well. When Master Liang silently accused him, Song Changhe felt quite innocent. After all, when the county sent people down, they only mentioned building a water system, not a foot plow. Master Song, you invented the foot plow and the rice planting boat. The court will surely reward you. But this isn't urgent. Let's save it for now. Magistrate Tang comforted Song Changhe. The reward for the water system had just come, and now there's another reward. Someone in the court will surely interfere. If it turns out to be a small issue, it would be a big loss. Village Zheng understood and gently nudged Song Changhe with his elbow, meaning, listen to the magistrate, don't cause trouble. Even if the court doesn't give anything, Song Changhe wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Everyone listened to the magistrate. Song Changhe cupped his hands and lowered his head in agreement. Master Liang, you too. Magistrate Tang kindly said to Master Liang and his apprentice, if you don't urgently need this credit, you might as well keep it in mind for now. Compared to these folks, Master Liang knows he's not as clever. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be just a craftsman after so many years. Just follow Magistrate Tang's arrangements, Master Liang declared. Once everything was settled, Magistrate Tang couldn't wait to send people away. Don't delay anymore, go back quickly, and make sure to take good care of the fields. Then, Magistrate Tang called Xiaowu. Go buy more buns at the bun shop, so Master Liang, Song Village Zheng, and the others can eat on the way back. Master Liang, his apprentice, and the Song family members. Who would have thought you are such a Magistrate Tang? So, several people from the Song family came all the way to the county to give gifts to Magistrate Tang, but they didn't even get a work meal and were sent back. Song Mingzhu was quite surprised when she was called away. Why did her father and Village Zheng finish so quickly? Did they not manage to get close to the magistrate? Or was Lady Chen thoughtful, quickly sending someone to check the kitchen? Pack whatever you can. Ing Hong, who was quick, personally packed a big bag of food for Song Mingzhu to take. Big sister Yuzhu, I'm leaving now. Song Mingzhu reluctantly waved goodbye to Tang Yuzhu and the others. Sister Inghong, this mid-autumn festival, you're still coming to our village, right? Master Xie, who was working outside, hurried back when he heard someone from Songjia Terrace had arrived. At the county office, he ran into Changha Song. Changha, what's going on? Master Xie asked curiously. Are you leaving or going inside? Village Zheng, who was also familiar with Master Xie, said, the county magistrate told us to hurry back. Master Xie was puzzled. Usually, the county magistrate wasn't unreasonable. After asking, he learned there was a special reason. That's good news, Master Xie said happily. It shows the county magistrate values your Songjia Terrace. But we have to rush back now, so we can't visit you, Brother Xie, Changha Song apologized. Fortunately, before leaving, he remembered Master Xie and left 2 fish and some vegetables for him. He originally planned to ask someone to deliver them, but now he decided to give them to Master Xie himself.
Oh.
Master Xie exclaimed happily, unable to hide his joy. You brought me fish and vegetables. These are fish raised in our village's rice paddies. We're delivering them to County Magistrate Tang today, first harvest. Brother Xie, try if it's tasty, Changha Song said. Hearing this, Master Xie was even happier. Oh, he received the same things as the county magistrate. Such a pity you're leaving now, Master Xie said regretfully. It's not over yet, Changha Song said. I still need to buy some lacquer. Buy lacquer? Master Xie asked in surprise. What are you going to make with it? Since there were many people coming and going nearby, Changha Song didn't specify what he was making, only that he needed to craft something. If you're making things to sell, you'd better go to a lacquerware shop, Master Xie said with understanding and enthusiasm. I know the county's lacquerware shop well. I'll take you there. Because the crowd moved slowly, Changha Song decided to follow Master Xie to buy lacquer while Village Zheng took the others to wait at the city gate. They had agreed to meet there with the agricultural officer. So, they split into 2 groups. Changha Song went to buy lacquer and Village Zheng led the ox cart to the city gate. Master Xie took Changha Song to a modest lacquerware shop. This shop mainly sold lacquerware and didn't sell lacquer to the public. Only a few old acquaintances could buy from here. Master Xie. The shopkeeper greeted him eagerly. Didn't you just ask for some lacquer recently? Did you run out? This time, I am not buying the paint. It is my friend who wants to buy it, said Master Xie. Oh, I'm sorry, but our shop has no stock left, replied the shopkeeper. Do you know Songjiatai? Master Xie smiled. This is Master Song from Songjiatai, the clever craftsman Song. He was personally praised by the emperor. Clever craftsman Song? The shopkeeper immediately changed his expression. Oh, I see. It's clever craftsman Song. Sorry for the disrespect. The shopkeeper hurried to greet Song Changha. Last year, my young son bought a set of bamboo dolls made by Master Song. Seeing his son having fun, the shopkeeper wanted to buy another set the next day to give as a gift, but Master Song never came back to sell. Later, someone in the county started making fake versions, so the shopkeeper bought a set. Because some people weren't in the county at the time, he didn't give the dolls right away. 5 days later, the friend returned, and the shopkeeper took out the bamboo dolls to give as a gift. But when he looked at them, the dolls had withered. Angry, the shopkeeper went to find the fake maker in the street, but he was nowhere to be found. Fortunately, Master Song's original set was still in good condition. Then the shopkeeper asked around. Clever craftsman Song? Someone told him, and added, he even sold rice bowls in the county. His rice bowls were bought by the county magistrate's wife. An aunt's eldest son works at the county office. He said that the entire county office uses clever craftsman Song's rice bowls. The shopkeeper was very disappointed that he missed the lively times before. When the lotus flowers from Songjiatai arrived in the county, the shopkeeper finally had a chance to buy a bunch for his wife. Later, when straw hats came in, the little daughter of the family shouted that her brother had a bamboo doll to play with, but she didn't want the doll. She wanted a flower-decorated straw hat. When they brought the straw hat home, the son saw it and said, "My sister has a flower-decorated hat. I want one too." So he bought another one. Everyone in the county was talking about who Clever Craftsman Song really was. Today, the shopkeeper finally saw him. Do you know what kind of paint Master Song wants? The shopkeeper asked eagerly. If he needs only a little, I can spare some. Currently, the main colors for lacquerware are red and black. But because the shopkeeper secretly does business with Master Xie and others, he also has green and white. Song Changhe looked at the lacquer and asked for a little of each. The shopkeeper, wanting to make friends, offered a special price. Both of them were happy. Master Xie, the matchmaker, also felt proud. If Master Song's work turns out well, he'll come back. The shopkeeper personally saw him off. Master Xie smiled and said, Brother Changhe, these days you are quite famous. I dare not. Where would Song Changhe dare to take such a big compliment? It's the villagers from the county who are praising you. All right, don't be modest. I believe your Song family will rise to great heights soon, Master Xie said happily. I'll see you off at the city gate so your wife and siblings won't wait too long. At the city gate, Song Changhe placed the lacquerware on the ox cart. The group said goodbye to Master Xie and then headed out of the city. There were 6 people when they left, but on the way back, not only did they not lose anything, they gained 2 more, making a lively and impressive procession. They looked very eye-catching. Master Liang was the first to speak. Master Song, that's not fair. You have such good things and hide them, not letting others know. Song Changhe kept apologizing. This isn't something that can be solved in one meal, Master Liang said angrily. Everyone burst into laughter. Once someone spoke, everyone realized they were hungry. After all, they had set out before dawn, walked for half a day, and now they hadn't even had a sip of water. Come, have some buns. Village Zheng called everyone to stop and rest, taking out buns given by County Magistrate Tang and sharing them. Song Mingzhu also took out a bundle given by Lady Chen, and when she opened it, wow! Inside was a roasted chicken wrapped in oil paper. Song Mingzhu is a child with a good quality. She likes to share good things with others. Mother, let's share this roasted chicken with everyone, she said openly in front of so many people. What could Mei do? Good idea. Mei replied, taking out the chicken to share. No. Master Liang quickly said, Mingzhu can eat it herself. He was just teasing Song Changhe, joking around. He wouldn't really a little girl's roasted chicken to eat. Village Zheng also waved his hand, saying no. Mingzhu is still young, take it back and give it to her to eat. He had never eaten roasted chicken in his life, but he wouldn't shamelessly covet a child's chicken.
Eat.
Song Mingzhu acted very generous. Good things are better shared. It tastes better that way. With Mingzhu's insistence, the roasted chicken given by the county magistrate's wife was finally divided for everyone to share. Of course, neither of the 2 chicken legs was taken by anyone, so they were all given to Mingzhu. She put 1 chicken leg back into the oil paper bundle and said to her mother, "Take this back for Grandma." Then she picked up the other chicken leg and handed it to her mother first. "Mom, try it." "I don't want it, you eat," Mei said, turning her head away. "Mother, take a bite." Song Mingzhu pushed the chicken leg toward her mother's face. Mei was worried about getting her clothes dirty, so she said, Okay, I'll take a bite. After Mei finished biting, Song Mingzhu called her father. "Dad, you should take a bite too." "I don't want to." Song Changhe happily said, "You too eat." As a grown man, he didn't want to compete with his wife and daughter for the chicken leg. Besides, how many bites can 1 chicken leg have? His daughter's kindness made him feel very happy. Everyone else thought Song Mingzhu was a kind and good-hearted girl. So, she sat with a roasted chicken and gained some good feelings from Master Liang and the local farm officials. Before the officials even arrived at the Song family, they already liked them. And the best part was, the roasted chicken was a gift from someone else. After eating the chicken and buns, everyone felt thirsty, so they took out water bottles to drink. While drinking, they looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, you all have some." "Yes." Ha. At the county office, after seeing off the Song family, Magistrate Tang gave each of the assistant officials 2 rice fish and a bunch of vegetables. The rest was taken to the kitchen. For dinner, the dishes were served. The cook didn't know if the rice fish tasted good, so she prepared 2 dishes, steamed and braised. Magistrate Tang preferred a light taste, so he first tried the steamed fish. It didn't smell much, but when he tasted it, "This carp has no muddy taste," Tang said happily. "It seems to have a rice flour aroma. Yuan Yang, you should try." "Really?" Mrs. Chen picked up her chopsticks and took a piece of steamed fish. But as soon as it reached her mouth, she felt a wave of nausea. She quickly put down her chopsticks, covered her mouth, and called for a spittoon. "Mother, what's wrong?" Tang Yuzhu asked hurriedly. Mrs. Chen tried to hold back her nausea, waved her hand, told Ing Hong to watch her daughter, and hurried outside with the spittoon too. But she didn't anything, just dry heaved. "Yuan Yang, what's wrong?" Magistrate Tang came out to check. Mrs. Chen patted her back and whispered, "Madam's period didn't come last month."
Huh.
Tang was stunned at first, then happily shouted, "Xiao Wu, go get the doctor quickly." After vomiting, Mrs. Chen felt a little better. Tang helped her back to the table, but when they reached, she felt nauseous again at the sight of the fish. "Remove the fish." County Magistrate Tang quickly ordered his attendants. Lady Chen coughed twice, feeling as if her stomach was about to, and was very uncomfortable. Old Lady Chen had someone bring a pillow to support her back, so she could lean at an angle. Tang Yuzhu, worried about her mother, tears in her eyes, leaned in and said, "Mother. Mother is fine." Lady Chen quickly comforted her daughter. "Don't cry, okay?" She wasn't usually so delicate. She was just overwhelmed by the nausea, which caught her off guard. "Maybe, Mother, can you hold a honey date in your mouth?" suggested old Lady Chen. "Will that help?" Lady Chen waved her hand and pressed her chest, saying, "My stomach feels empty, and I can't catch my breath or eat sweets. Annie, please find me something salty." Ing Hong heard this and said, "Madam May brought 2 jars of pickles. Maybe you can try some?" Lady Chen nodded in agreement. The servants quickly brought some. The 2 jars of pickles from Madam May included one with pickled radish and another with pickled cucumber, bitter melon, and green beans. The servants quickly served 2 small dishes. Lady Chen looked and chose a piece of pickled radish to put in her mouth. The salty flavor quickly eased her nausea. Just then the doctor arrived. County Magistrate Tang dismissed the servants, leaving only old Lady Chen and a few trusted aides nearby. The doctor took Lady Chen's pulse, then stepped back and said to County Magistrate Tang, "Madam's pulse is smooth and flowing, a sign of good fortune." "Congratulations, Magistrate." "Congratulations, lady." Although they had some suspicions, Tang Magistrate was still very happy. "Really?" he asked excitedly. "Rest assured, Magistrate," the doctor replied. "I have seen many happy pulses. Although Madam's pulse is faint, it's definitely a sign of good news."
Oh.
Tang Magistrate was so happy, he was stunned. They had been married for many years, but since their daughter was born, they hadn't been able to conceive again. Today's surprise made them speechless with joy. Old Lady Chen asked the doctor, "Are there any foods she should avoid?" "Madam is healthy. As long as she can eat it, there's no need to avoid anything," said the doctor. "If she feels unwell, just call me again." "Thank you, doctor." Tang Magistrate snapped out of his excitement and asked Xiao Wu to send the doctor back. The doctor received both his fee and a gift, looking very pleased. Lady Chen ate some pickled radish and felt much better, then tried a piece of pickled green beans. The beans were salty and sweet, crunchy, with a slight tang, very tasty. With this plate of pickles, Lady Chen ate a bowl of rice. Regarding the 2 dishes of rice flour fish, Magistrate Tang took a bite and finally rewarded Granny Chen and the young ones, Xiao Wu and others, to enjoy them. In the evening, Magistrate Tang spent some time talking with his wife. After she went asleep, he went to his study and began writing letters to his family members. To his parents, he wrote in a cheerful tone, "Father, Mother, your son-in-law is finally happy again." To his in-laws, he wrote, "Old Mount Tai and Old Mount Water, I send you good news. Yuan Yang is expecting." To the emperor, he wrote, "Harvest season is near. The people of Songjia Terrace Village, especially skilled workers like Songji, have sent fresh rice flour fish to your majesty." The kitchen prepared 2 dishes, steamed and braised. I tasted the steamed rice flour carp. There was no muddy smell. The fish was tender and white like sheep fat. With a gentle bite, the aroma of rice flours filled my mouth. The group from Songjia Terrace returned to the village. Village chief arranged for the 2 agricultural officials and Master Liang to stay together. Because their focus was different, for convenience in communication and handling matters, the officials' meals were served at village chief's home. This is my eldest son. He's been watching over our rice paddies and fish farming, village chief said, pulling out his eldest son. If you need anything, just ask him. Old auntie was also quite happy. After all, these were county officials. If he could learn even a little from them, it would be enough for the village. That day, old auntie cooked several dishes she learned from May and warmly hosted the officials. She also invited Master Liang and his apprentice to join the meal. Meanwhile, Song Changha first took his wife and daughter home, then went to village chief's house to return the ox cart. When May arrived home, she felt unwell. Mom, what's wrong? Song Mingju asked worriedly, leaning close to her mother. May couldn't quite say what was wrong, only feeling heavy all over and lacking strength.
I've been, Mom.
May said weakly, maybe I'm just
tired.
Mom, should you lie down on the bed? Song Mingju asked carefully.
All right.
Mingju helped her mother inside, took off her shoes, helped her lie down, and covered her with a quilt. Song Changha hadn't returned with the ox cart yet. Old Granny Wu came in to check on them and took Song Mingju away. Let your mother rest quietly for a while, Granny Wu said softly. She took Mingju to the kitchen and gave her a small stool. Just sit here. Grandma will cook and prepare the meal. Don't run around. Mingju felt uneasy inside. Grandma, is my mom sick?
She asked.
The road to the county is too far. Maybe I just got tired, Old Lady Wu said. Didn't you have a fuss about this last year too? Medical care is very backward in this era. Song Mingju often hears villagers say that someone from a certain village got sick and didn't make it. She feels very scared inside. But Old Lady Wu is not a talkative person, and Song Mingju doesn't know what to say to her. Da Huang, Da Guai, and Xiahua sense Song family's unease and gather around. It's not even dark outside, but Old Lady Wu doesn't want to light the lamp. Song Mingju sits with her legs crossed, staring at the faint fire in the stove, her mind a mess. She was born through a special way, coming out of May's belly. From a bloodline perspective, she is like a daughter to May. She grew up from the beginning, feeling she has the right to be a child. She thinks she is very smart, earning money for the family and helping the village prosper. She feels proud of the love from her parents, even if she occasionally argues with May, which can be seen as a mother-daughter nature. May sometimes scolds her a few words for her own good. After all, May is a woman born and raised in this era, with many restrictions. They don't argue at all, which is impossible. But now May has fallen ill, and Song Changha is not at home. Song Mingju realizes that besides her parents, she has no one to rely on in this world. Mother. Song Mingju buries her head in her knees, sobbing. Old Lady Wu hears her crying and hurriedly puts down the firewood to hug her granddaughter. Oh, don't cry. Old Lady Wu holds her close, gently patting her back. Don't cry, ah. She doesn't speak, but as soon as she does, Song Mingju can't hold back anymore and bursts into loud tears. Grandma, do you think my mother will be okay? It will be fine. She'll be better after a good sleep. Old Lady Wu tries to comfort her with words, but tears also flow from her eyes. I don't want anything to happen to my mother. It won't. Ancestors will protect us. It won't happen. Old Lady Wu secretly scolds her husband in her heart. That dead, old man. He can't even protect his own family. If his daughter-in-law has something happen, where will he go for blessings in the future? Under the ground, old man's song. Song Changha comes back with the ox cart and hears his daughter crying as soon as he enters. He hurriedly looks for someone. Seeing his daughter hugging her mother and crying, he becomes even more anxious. Mingju, what's wrong? Mother, what happened? Song Mingju rushes to her father. Mother is sick. How could that be? Song Chang-ha hurriedly carried his daughter into the house. Isn't she feeling better now? May, who had just fallen asleep, was awakened and said annoyed, "What are you all making noise for?" Song Chang-ha looked at his wife's face by the lantern and saw she didn't look well. He asked, "Mingju said you're sick. What's wrong with you?" May replied, "I can't quite say where it hurts. I just feel weak all over and uncomfortable. Do you want to rest a bit more? I'll call you when the food is ready," Song Chang-ha suggested. "No, you help me to the outhouse first," May said. Song Chang-ha held the lantern in one hand and supported his wife to the outhouse with the other. May took down her pants and suddenly noticed some red between her legs. So my period has started,"
she said.
Her period was a bit irregular. Sometimes it came, sometimes it didn't, making it hard to see the doctor. May changed her menstrual cloth, and Wu Laonyang rinsed a bowl of honey water for her to drink. She ate a little porridge, and then went back to sleep. "Dad, stay with Mom tonight. I'll sleep with my mother-in-law," Mingju offered voluntarily. "Good girl. Don't cause trouble for your mother-in-law," Song Chang-ha advised. "Okay." Mingju nodded obediently and reluctantly went to Wu Laonyang's room. The next morning, May woke up feeling sore and weak all over, as if her bones had been taken apart and reassembled. She felt uncomfortable everywhere. When she went to the outhouse, she noticed only a few drops of blood on her menstrual cloth from last night, which didn't look like her period had come. Thinking about her worries, a thought crossed May's mind. "Chang-ha, please go and call the doctor to check on me," she asked her husband.
"All right.
"I'll go right now." Song Chang-ha left the house and first went to call Song Lu. "Uncle Chang-ha, isn't it too early for Mingju to go to school?" Song Lu asked curiously. "Your aunt isn't feeling well. I need to call the doctor," Song Chang-ha explained. "Please stay and keep your aunt company for now." "Okay. I'll go right away," Song Lu replied, telling the lazy old woman and rushing to Song Chang-ha's house. Mingju didn't sleep well last night either. She cried in her dreams. Wu Laonyang wiped her face twice, muttering curses about her father. "Old man, our family is finally doing a bit better. Please protect us," she thought. When dawn broke, Mingju woke up and immediately slipped out of bed to see her mother. May lay listless on the bed, feeling unmotivated. Seeing her daughter, she struggled to get up and sat on the bed frame. "Mom, are you feeling better?" Mingju asked with concern. "Mom is much better now." Mrs. May forced a smile and said, "Bring me the comb, and I will comb your hair." When Song Lu arrived, the mother and daughter looked like this. One forced a smile on her face, and the other tried not to cry. "Madam," she called out from the doorway. Mrs. May glanced at her and said, "It's Song Lu. Why did you come so early? Come in, don't stand at the door." "Uncle Chang-ha asked me to keep you company," Song Lu replied.
"Oh.
"Your uncle." Mrs. May looked annoyed with her husband for being meddlesome. "Are you sure this won't delay your work?" "Don't worry, madam, it won't," Song Lu said. She entered the room and saw Mrs. May combing Song Mingju's hair. Then she remembered that her own mother had never actively combed her hair. In fact, she had always worn her hair loose when she was young, until she was a bit older and started to understand things. One day, she overheard the village elder's wife say about her mother, "Your eldest daughter is already so old and still wears her hair loose, like a wild girl. As a mother, you should take better care of her." That was when her mother taught her how to comb her hair. But she only learned once, and after that, she combed it herself in a messy way. Most of the time, her mother was busy scheming how to get more benefits from her mother-in-law and her younger uncle. After the trouble last year, Song Lu also realized that many things had clear reasons behind them. Her parents simply didn't like her. Not to mention, her mother-in-law made her cook but didn't give her any food. If it were Song Mingju, would she have to serve herself at the table? Mrs. May had already served herself. So, looking back after everything, she saw that the ending had been decided long ago. Song Lu watched as Mrs. May and her daughter leaned on each other, and tears welled up in her eyes. Mrs. May finished combing her daughter's hair and said to Song Lu, "Song Lu, come here. I'll also comb your hair." "Madam, no need." Song Lu hurriedly refused. "You should rest properly." The doctor should be here very soon. It's fine, Mrs. May said. Just a simple combing, and I won't take long. Seeing that Song Lu hesitated, Mrs. May added, let me say a few more words. Your hair is already combed. Thank you, madam. Song Lu finally sat next to Mrs. May, allowing her to comb her hair. Your hair, if you leave it a bit longer and then tie it into a low bun, you'll look like a pretty young lady. Song Lu felt shy. Oh, madam, you're joking with me.
Joking?
No, I'm serious. Mrs. May smiled and said, girls change a lot after turning 18. They grow up so quickly. Song Mingzhu. She always felt her mother was implying something about her. After fixing her hair, the doctor arrived just in time. It was the same traveling doctor from last year. He asked Mrs. May where she was feeling unwell, then took her pulse through her sleeve, paused thoughtfully, and said, your pulse is slow and steady, probably from recent exhaustion. Your body is a bit weak. Mrs. May felt a little disappointed. But your pulse also feels like small beads are sliding inside. Song Mingzhu, who had been single her whole life, didn't understand this. But her father and mother were happy to hear it. Really? Song Changha eagerly grabbed the traveling doctor's arm and asked anxiously.
Oh.
Be gentle with your hands. The doctor waved dismissively at Song Changha and said to Mrs. May, it looks like you might be pregnant. You just don't realize it. Overworking and fatigue might have caused the pregnancy to be at risk, which is why your pulse feels heavy. Although the traveling doctor wasn't highly skilled, he could recognize basic symptoms. From Mrs. May's pulse, it wasn't very clear yet, but it was probably so. Really? Mrs. May and Song Changha were both surprised. They had been trying for another child these past few years, but it just wouldn't come. They were worried, but couldn't do much. Now, just when they were busy, the baby was on its way. No wonder there was a red spot last night. Mrs. May clutched her chest, realizing it with a start and feeling a bit scared. She had been bouncing around on a cart all day while pregnant. She was truly lucky. What should we do? Song Changha asked nervously. Should we get some medicine to protect the pregnancy? Medicine can have side effects, the doctor replied. You think medicine is harmless? Your wife is usually healthy, just tired these days. Her pulse is a bit heavy, but not too chaotic. Don't worry too much. Just eat some good nourishing food and avoid heavy work during the first 3 months. Once her energy recovers and the pregnancy stabilizes, then you can think about working again. In wealthy families, women would stay in bed to rest, but in this village, women still worked during pregnancy. Some considerate families let their women do lighter chores. Others just keep doing what they always do.
The doctor also knew about the Song family.
Last year, they lived in a simple house, but now they had a big brick house with tiles. Such a change made them one of the wealthier families in the nearby villages. He advised them a little more. Your family is now quite prosperous, but your family size is still small. You're being closely watched. Listen to me, everyone. Just keep this child safe and steady. Once the baby is born, Jingzhu won't be the only one anymore. Whether the child is a brother or sister, as long as everyone works together and stays united, others won't easily harm their family. Song Changhe understands this principle well. But he still feels uneasy, so he asked the doctor for a gentle, nourishing medicine. Then he wrapped the money in red paper and handed it to the doctor with both hands. The doctor took the fee and some extra money, gave a few more instructions, and said he would come again if needed before leaving. The whole family, including Song Liu, sat inside the house, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Auntie, Uncle Changha, this is such good news.
Song Liu said happily.
Yes, it's really good news. Very good.
Song Changhe smiled foolishly.
I'll go lay 2 eggs for Sanyang to eat.
Wu Laoniang said.
Meister hadn't eaten much last night. Now that she's pregnant, she should eat well first. Song Mingzhu looked at her father and mother, thought for a moment, then took Enlo's hand and said, Jiji Song Liu, can you take me to school? She wanted to leave some space for her parents to talk. Song Liu looked at Song Mingzhu and kindly helped her carry her school bag. As they walked, Song Liu couldn't help asking Mingzhu, are you upset? Not really, Song Mingzhu shook her head. Knowing her mother wasn't sick made her happy. But after learning her mother was pregnant, her feelings became complicated. If your family had a brother, it would be. Song Leo comforted her really good. Song Mingzhou didn't feel strongly about this. In her past life, she was an only child, so she didn't care whether she had siblings or not. She just felt that her parents weren't only her parents anymore. Some parents favor only one child. But children can be greedy too, wishing their parents only loved them. But can Song Mingzhu decide this herself? Song Mingzhu didn't realize that after she left, the atmosphere at home felt a little strange.
Song Changhe and Mei Shi initially felt happy, then fell silent. This child, it wasn't easy to have.
Mei Shi sighed after a while. Since having her daughter, Mei Shi had often been gossiped about in the village. The women would endure their own hardships, but loudly talk about others' suffering. Fortunately, Song Changhe didn't say much, and their daughter was talented and lovable, making life at home better and better every day. However, people say that Mrs. Mei cannot have children, and she might be considered to have no future heir. The man thought he was kindly warning Mrs. Mei, but she was so angry she couldn't hold back. Mrs. Mei would never tell her daughter about these worries. She only mentioned it to her husband, who simply said, "Let nature take its course," with the children. They had tried, but the timing wasn't right and the children wouldn't come. The couple could do nothing. Now that the child has arrived, they must ensure he is born safely, no matter what. "Don't do any farm work in the future," Song Changhe said, not understanding his wife's feelings, but also thinking ahead. "I'll handle the heavy chores at home. You and your mother can do lighter tasks like laundry and cooking." Fortunately, yesterday they didn't agree to sell things in the village with Wang Langjun and others. "By the way, what do you think about Lord Li's matter?" Song Changhe asked. Mrs. Mei originally wanted to hire the same women as last year to help with the mooncake filling. But this year, Wang Langjun and Lord Li wanted more, so she thought about hiring more women from the village. That way, the older women could earn money, and Mrs. Mei could also make some.
"But now,
I'm afraid I can't handle so many things," Mrs. Mei said. Last year, she personally made the filling to prevent others from copying her. But this year, she doesn't think she can do so much. "Maybe we should sell the recipe," suggested Song Changhe. "You should rest and take care of yourself. It's good to earn money with the villagers, but their own family is more important."
well,
Mrs. Mei hesitated for a moment, then said, "Let's sell it." The couple had waited so long for this child, and they couldn't bear any surprises. After making this decision, they both felt much lighter. Song Changhe added, "Yesterday you didn't feel well, and Mingzhu was so scared. Your mother said she was crying even after she fell asleep. I saw she was still very frightened earlier. When you have time, comfort her more." Talking about their daughter, Mrs. Mei's heart softened again. Thinking back to when she gave birth to her eldest daughter, it was so hard. Now she could rest in bed peacefully. Mrs. Mei didn't know whether to feel sorry for her past self or to be glad that life is better now. Suddenly, her emotions overwhelmed her, and she couldn't help but cry. "Oh, don't cry, don't cry," Song Changhe hurriedly comforted his wife. "Mingzhu has always been obedient, unlike other children who cause trouble." Yesterday, she even asked Wang Langjun and others to find her some foreign seeds. I guess she thought of something again. Mei was busy cooking yesterday and didn't know about this at all. She didn't immediately blame her husband but grabbed his arm and sat down slowly, saying calmly, "Oh, did Wang Langjun and the others agree with your daughter?" "They did." Song Changhe was happy inside and blurted out. Mingzhu even said she would pay for everything needed to find the item. Clatter, clatter. She sold her daughter completely. Mei felt that such a big matter might make her too upset to rest peacefully. Hee, now she's more confident. "I can't control her anymore," Mei said with a dark face. "You should handle it yourself." Song Changhe, feeling pleased, quickly tried to fix things when he saw his wife's expression change. "Oh, Mingzhu probably has her own ideas." He hurriedly said, "Don't scold her yet. When she comes back, ask her nicely. After you talk to her, whether to praise, scold, or punish, you can decide then. Go away, don't let me see you today."
Mei snapped angrily.
They just finished eating, and now they're acting like they're going to the sky. Song Chang-ha dared not bother his wife anymore and went outside to discuss with his mother. Meanwhile, Song Mingju was studying lazily. Her second master noticed something was off and decided not to teach her anymore. He casually drew a magic square and played a number game with her. This is a magic square, originating from the river map and Luo book. The goal: fill in 15 numbers from the start so that the sum of each row, column, and diagonal equals 15. Mingju saw this and knew how to play. She quickly filled in the magic square and then challenged her master. Master, there's a woodcutter going up the mountain to chop wood. He saw two people playing chess. He went over and found something strange about their game. What's strange? They weren't playing chess but numbers instead. Her second master became interested. Tell me. The woodcutter looked and saw the chessboard had 91 squares. Each square can be filled with a number from 1 to 9, but no repeats. In each row, column, and each small 9-square grid, every number can only appear once. Actually, it's Sudoku. But this was invented later. Her second master didn't know about it yet. However, such little puzzles weren't difficult for him. He tried a few times and roughly understood the rules, making Mingju admire him greatly. Wow, no wonder he's my master. Mingju played happily and felt much better. Song Lu came to pick her up. Mingju Judong ran over and held Song Lu's hand, then waved goodbye to her master. Master, I'm going home first.
You must eat well.
If one meal isn't enough, then have two. May has been patient for 2 days. Once she felt better, she asked her daughter, "What exactly are you asking Wang and the others to find?" "Just some crop seeds," Mingju said while eating. The meal from a few days ago was cooked by her mother-in-law, but today's was made by her mother. Her mother's cooking is still the best. "What kind of crop seeds?" May asked again. "I don't know. Let's see what Uncle Wang and the others can find," Mingju replied, unsure of her mother's plans. Song Chang-ha was anxious, but didn't dare to remind his daughter directly. He could only keep serving dishes to his wife and daughter. "Third sister, eat more vegetables."
Ah.
"Mingju, you've lost weight these days. Eat more."
Ah.
"You need to eat more to keep quiet." Unfortunately, Mingju didn't understand. "Dad, I can't fit anything more in my bowl." Song Chang-ha paused with his chopsticks. May ignored her husband's little tricks and asked her daughter, "Why do you want to find foreign crop seeds?" "Because different places grow different things." Mingju looked at her mother and father, with a "don't you know this?" expression. May endured her frustration and almost lost her temper. Uncle Wang said that the rice we eat now is imported from Jiaoji. It's high-yield rice that can be planted twice a year. Before, that kind of rice could only be grown once a year, and the yield was low. People would farm all year and still go hungry. Of course, it's not just about rice seeds. Taxes also played a role. Like the watermelons the village Zheng's family planted this year, they came from the western regions. We don't have them here. But if we could grow them, it would be a huge source of income. So, I thought, maybe I can find some things that we don't have in Daxia, but would be good for the people. That's the idea. Dad, Mom, do you understand? May and Song Chang-ha looked at each other and were a bit surprised. They thought their daughter was just being impulsive, but it turned out she had such a grand plan.
Then,
May stopped scolding and asked, "Finding these things must cost a lot of money. Do you have enough?" Mingju said, "Mom, don't worry. If we really find it and manage to grow it, all the money spent will be paid back to us." "Who will pay us back?" May asked casually. "Governor Tang. His Majesty." She thought she would never let go of the biggest advantage. The large blue brick house above their heads. Isn't that how it came about? If they find something, they must tell us right away. Of course. I wouldn't know how to plan it anyway. So, a big storm just disappeared into nothingness. Eat more. May also helped her daughter serve some food. Mother, you eat too. No matter if my parents still love me in the future, at least right now they love me. That's enough. Don't punish yourself for things that haven't happened yet. With that, Song Mingju let go of her worries. Compared to the quiet life of the Song family, the village was very lively. The next day, Everyone found out that besides craftsmen from the Imperial Ministry of Works, there was also a local agricultural officer at Songjia Terrace. Wow, it's so lively. Last fall, when the harvest was collected, the agricultural officer visited Songjia Terrace and liked the fields there. First, he went to the fish ponds at village Zheng's house, then to Erguzi's fish ponds. He asked questions, and the clerk who came with him took notes. Coincidentally, that clerk was also someone familiar from Songjia Terrace. It was the clerk who recorded during the water supply project last year in town. Since they knew each other, they weren't so formal. The agricultural officer and village Zheng formed a patrol team, checking the fields every day. Whenever they saw a field, they stopped to discuss and point things out. The villagers felt very nervous, asking themselves every night, are village Zheng and the others checking our fields today?
Were they criticizing?
Did they check the water in our fields today? Did they look for pests?
Did they?
After thinking about it, they felt uneasy whether they were being watched or not. Late at night, they finally decided, forget it. Tomorrow, we'll ask village Zheng and the agricultural officer to come see our fields. If they scold us, so be it. Next season, we'll do better. They couldn't help but hold on to such important people. So, village Zheng and the agricultural officer became the busiest people in the village, constantly being called by different families. Passing by the lake, some older children were swimming in the water. You little mud skippers. Village master pointed at them and scolded, this pond is deep, yet you dared to go into the water. Come back up quickly. Be careful with your skin. A few children hurriedly climbed out. The oldest one cheerfully handed village master 2 tender lotus pods and ran away. He ran to a place where village master couldn't reach, then called out, Village master, don't tell my father and mother. The clerk faithfully recorded this scene, accompanied by narration. Seeing this, the mischievousness of the children from Songjia Terrace is quite understandable. Village master. What should I do? Trying to trap people again. After finishing at the rice fields, village master invited the agricultural officer to see his own melons. Because they didn't know if they could grow melons at first, they didn't set aside a special patch. Instead, they planted seeds in gaps and decorated the edges of the fields. Oh, this is... The agricultural officer exclaimed happily, watermelon. Village master was surprised. Do you recognize it, sir? Where did you get these seeds? The officer asked. They were given by the county magistrate's wife to Mingzhu, village master replied. So, these seeds were taken by you. Last year, when the county magistrate took office, his wife's family sent several carts of goods, including watermelons. It was said that originally, there was a whole cart of watermelons, but due to long-distance transport, only a few remained by the time they arrived. The county magistrate's wife cut 2 and shared them with everyone at the government office. The officer found it interesting and kept the seeds. Later, when he asked her for the remaining watermelon seeds, she said she had given them away. He didn't dare ask who received them. Unexpectedly, these seeds ended up in Songjia Terrace. It must be fate. When did you plant these seeds? How did you plant them? The officer asked. Why are they better than the ones he planted? Old Song responded, actually, I got the seeds when I was transplanting rice seedlings. I was too afraid to plant them then, so I only started in May. The officer said, I started planting during rice transplanting too. As they talked, they realized that the officer's seeds were planted earlier, but sprouted slowly and grew slowly. When the seedlings finally grew and were moved to the fields, they looked delicate like fragile flowers. Wind would break the vines, and heavy rain would drown them. They were very hard to care for. Now only 2 vines bore small melons. But Old Song's melons, planted later, sprouted quickly, grew strong, and produced many melons. Growing these seedlings is tough. When heavy rain comes, I cover them with straw. Honestly, Old Song was more caring and respectful to his melon seedlings than to his own parents. He was afraid of neglecting them and ruining these precious seeds. He was extremely afraid. Unexpectedly, by chance, he chose the right timing. Meanwhile, the agricultural officer was still planting according to old habits, which resulted in much poorer results compared to Song Laoda's side. "Your melons are much bigger than mine," the agricultural officer said with envy. His fists were small, while Song Laoda's were at least twice as big, a clear difference. "My melons this year probably won't turn out well," he said. "I wonder if the county magistrate's wife will send us melons again this year." Song Mingzhu went to school. As she and Song Lu passed by village Zheng and the agricultural officer, she glanced at them and then continued on her way. Today, it was the second master on duty. After class, the master and apprentice played Sudoku for a while. Then, Song Mingzhu decided to talk to her master about something. "Master, last year I went to the county, and the county magistrate's wife invited me to eat watermelons. I had never eaten that kind of melon before, and I thought it was delicious, so I asked her for some seeds. This year, my father gave the seeds to village Zheng's family, whose father is responsible for planting them. But today, when I passed by the field, I overheard whose father talking to the county's agricultural officer. He said there were many melons, but they were small. Master, do you know why that is? In her past life, she had farmed, but she had never actually planted anything. Normally, she didn't even touch flowers or plants. The only green plant she ever kept was a cactus, which she accidentally killed by overwatering. In this life, it was even less likely. She was still a young kid, and her experience with farming was non-existent. The second master thought for a long time, so long that Song Mingzhu wondered if he had forgotten or didn't know himself, before he finally spoke slowly. There are a few reasons why watermelons might be small. First, the vines grow too vigorously, stealing nutrients from the melons. In this case, when the melons grow to about the size of a fist, you should pinch off the tips of the vines. This technique is called pinching the tips. By doing this, the nutrients will go to the melons instead of the vine tips. As a result, the melons will grow bigger, and the vines won't grow as tall. Song Mingzhu suddenly understood. "Oh, I see." Second, if there are too many fruits, some weak or small ones should be removed, leaving the healthy, strong ones. With fewer melons and the same amount of nutrients, each melon gets more and will grow larger. The principle is the same as above. Song Mingzhu nodded obediently. I remember now. Third, soil and fertilization are also very important. First, the soil for planting watermelons should be fertile, loose, and well-drained, allowing air and water to pass through. Before planting, the fertilizer must be applied enough. Then, during the fruit's swelling period, additional phosphorus and potassium fertilizers should be added. Which fertilizer? Phosphorus fertilizer, the second master said simply. Use leftover eggshells, chicken bones, fish bones, dry them, grind into powder, mix into the soil, and let it ferment. That's it. Actually, the second master has never personally grown watermelons. Back then, the great leader decided to establish the production and construction corps to guard the borders and develop the land. They also recruited talents from various fields to boost the frontier. The second master wanted to go to the most needed places in the country, so he prepared both in farming and science, learning some related agricultural knowledge. But in the end, he dedicated himself to science, and his farming knowledge was never used. It's already a miracle that he can still remember any of it now. Honestly, the second master's explanation is quite abstract. But compared to Song Mingzhu's gestures, his is much more detailed. See, that's the difference between studying a lot and studying less. Fourth, after planting watermelons, the land can't be used for watermelons again the next year. It needs to be rotated for 4 or 5 years to rest before planting watermelons again. Can other crops be grown in the second year? Song Mingzhu asked. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful of land. Yes, but the leftover plants must be cleaned up, the land must be plowed thoroughly, and the soil needs to be disinfected. Song Mingzhu exclaimed, Master, slow down. I can't remember all that. That's all. You can go now, the second master said briskly. Song Mingzhu said, When I left in the morning, my mother said she wanted to make fish soup tonight. I was thinking whether to stew mushrooms or tofu in it. The second master said, Did you remember what I just said? If not, I'll repeat it. Also, it's better to stew mushrooms in the fish soup. Then, the second master repeated the last 2 points. Thank you, master. Song Mingju ran down the mountain, holding Song Lu's hand, rushing to find village Zheng. Fifth Annie, I asked my master, and he said watermelons should be grown like this. Like this. Village Zheng looked confused.
Huh. No. Slow down.
Wait a moment. He called over the eldest and the agricultural officer, who were about to eat, and pushed them in front of Song Mingju. Mingju, now you can tell them. So, Song Mingju waved her little hand and, like a parrot copying words, chirped, my master said that watermelons should be planted like this. While Song Mingju was showing off her skills at village master's house, her parents were at home waiting for her to come back for dinner. They waited and waited, but she didn't return, and they started to worry. Maybe she went out to play somewhere? Probably not. Neither Song Mingju nor Song Lu liked to run around without a reason. Then why isn't she back yet? I'll go look for her, said Song Changha. He left the house, and on the way, he met some villagers coming back from work. Before he could speak, they spoke first. Are you looking for Mingju? I saw her at village master's house. Song Changha thanked the villager and went straight there. From afar, he saw his daughter standing in the courtyard of village master's house, talking animatedly with a big smile. Village master, Old Song, and the agriculture officer were kneeling in front of her, listening very carefully. When Song Changha arrived, he caught the last part of her words. That's all I wanted to say. What do you mean, that's all you wanted to say?
Oh.
The agriculture officer sighed in frustration after hearing Song Mingju's words, slapping his thigh. If only I had heard this earlier. Old Song, being practical, asked, can I still top the watermelons or the melons now? Is it too late? I don't know either. Song Mingju exclaimed. She had never grown watermelons before. The agriculture officer thought for a moment and said, your melons are already this big. It might be too late to top them now. Topping would be a shame to miss. If we top the tips, we might try it, he added. They didn't even finish their meals and immediately went to the field to think about how to fix the problem. Song Mingju also pulled her father along to watch. Practice is a long process, and all experience is really just lessons learned from failure. Old Song didn't dare to top all the melons, so he left some vines uncut. Anyway, whether it works or not, the difference will be clear once it's done. After finishing, everyone went home to eat. The fields at Song Changha's house had already been arranged with Guzi's father and others, who would help with the work in exchange for some pay. Song Changha checked the fields daily, inspecting everything, and spent the rest of his time making dolls. Because there wasn't enough wood at home, Song Changha went to the village to collect timber. The Song family's land didn't have its own forest, so they didn't have a forest farm. Only village master's family had a few extra pieces of wood. But those were the coffins they had been saving for themselves and their wife. In this place, it is a custom that when people reach a certain age and their family has some extra resources, they will make a coffin to keep at home. If they cannot afford to have one made, they at least stock a few pieces of wood. This makes them feel at ease. Now, the question is, these few pieces of wood have been stored for several years. Should they sell them to Song Changha first, or leave them to gather dust on the beam? Faced with his father's indecision, Song Lao Yao spoke first. Dad, Mom, you two will definitely live a long life. He didn't mean to force his father to sell the wood. He just believed his parents would live a long time. Long live Grandma Jiao Jiao. A group of good grandchildren echoed. Yeah. Song Lauda and Lao Er also said, Dad and Mom are healthy. They will surely live a long life. Amid these kind words, Jiangzheng suddenly decided, sell it. It's just wood. If the grandchildren are ambitious, he will have better things in the future. If the grandchildren are not capable, even a coffin won't guarantee their safety. There are many cases of grandchildren selling their grandparents' land. So, Song Changha decided to sell these pieces of wood. The wood was pine. Pine is soft, easy to carve, resistant to deformation and cracking, and inexpensive, perfect for making nested dolls. When Song Changha and his team made the nested dolls, Master Liang and his apprentice were nearby dismantling a foot plow. It was convenient for communication if any problems arose. During breaks, Master Liang and Master Zheng helped draw the nested dolls. Song Mingju was walking her big yellow dog and a big mischievous dog passed, saw it, and suggested, "Dad, can you carve a few dog-shaped ones?" Song Changhe was surprised. Huh? It seemed not impossible. Just roughly shape them, and the rest depends on painting. Later that day, Song Mingju was walking her little flower past and asked, "Dad, can you carve some cat-shaped ones?" "Sure." Song Changhe readily agreed. On the third day, Song Mingju was her mother-in-law's chicken past and asked, "Dad, can you carve some hens?" Song Changhe said, "Mingju, just tell me what you want, and we'll do it together. Just little chicks and ducks." Song Mingju said, "No need to cover them. Just put in an egg. When the hens are pulled apart and an egg drops with a clink, it will be quite interesting." The next day, the village started preparing for the summer rice harvest. First, they drained the water from the rice fields. The rice was not fully mature yet, so they had to wait another 7 or 8 days. Muramesa's family and Erguzi's family have fish in their fields, and before watering, they need to handle the fish in the ponds. "I think the big fish here are enough to sell," said the farm official. "I'm also thinking of catching them and selling them," said Muramesa. He actually wanted to wait for Lord Wang and Lord Li to arrive so they could give some advice and see how profitable the rice fish could be. But now the fields are ready for harvest, and there's no place left to keep the fish. He considered moving the fish to the pond, but worried that the fragrant rice aroma might fade and people might not buy it later, wasting effort. After some thought, he decided to catch the big fish and take them to the market in Shao village and the town, selling as much as possible. "Muramesa, we have good stuff. We should taste some ourselves first," someone among the onlookers shouted. "Then come buy some." Muramesa replied happily. Those close to the water had the chance to buy fresh rice fish from Muramesa. People from Erguzi's family also went to buy fish, since their fish were a bit larger. Since buying fish elsewhere costs money, it's better to sell to their own villagers at a good price. Song Changhe's family also received some fish, but not bought. They were given by Muramesa and Erguzi's father. When the fish were caught, the larger ones were sent first to Song Changhe's family, since it was his idea. Mao's family and Zhuang's family also received some, as they all belonged to the same martial arts school. After handling the big fish, they planned to catch and sell the medium-sized ones. "What about the small fish?" asked who was helping catch the fish. The small fish were too tiny, smaller than the original fry they released. "I think these small fish can be raised for another season," said the farm official. "Maybe dig a small pond by the field and herd the small fish into it temporarily?" "That works," Muramesa agreed. After the summer harvest and autumn planting, they would move the small fish into the main fields to continue growing. Then Muramesa compared his big fish with Erguzi's big fish, and his own were noticeably smaller. "This is probably..." The farm official lifted a fish and weighed it, shaking his head. "Almost 2 ounces less." "Actually, my fry are still quite large," Muramesa said with a smile. "It seems we should plant the fry earlier, when the rice seedlings turn green, then release the fish. Releasing early helps them grow better." The clerk quickly wrote down these words. Once the fish were handled and the water drained, about a week passed quickly. It was time to harvest the rice. The rice in the fields was fully ripe, a sea of golden yellow. The air was filled with the scent of rice, so intoxicating that one couldn't help but be drawn in. When the wind blows, the rice waves ripple and rustle, sounding very beautiful. "How lovely." Song Mingju walks along the rice field embankment, inspecting her family's fields and admiring the scene. Then she goes to find the county clerk. "Uncle, you're so good at painting. Can you draw the scene for me?" "Of course I can," the clerk proudly replies. He quickly begins to paint, capturing the image of the ripe rice. At Song Mingju's request, he names it Wow. The ripe rice looks so beautiful. Honestly, that name is a bit awkward.
"But..."
"Uncle, just write it like that. County Magistrate Tang will definitely like it," Song Mingju says. The clerk. "All right then. You're adorable, and your words count." The harvest officially begins. Every household in the village gets ready. No need for the village chief to remind them. Everyone is full of energy. This rice belongs entirely to them. The whole Song family platform is busy and lively. Master Liang and his apprentice work quickly to dismantle and improve the foot plow, hoping to test it in the fields before the autumn planting. The rice fields where Village Magistrate Village and Air Guzi's family raise fish are directly overseen by the agricultural officer. During harvest, not a single grain falls to the ground. Because of this, Village Magistrate Village has sent 2 grandsons, each carrying 2 cloth bags, to follow behind the adults and pick up any fallen rice grains. Not a single grain can be left behind. Village Magistrate emphasizes. Once harvested, it's ours. Later, your grandmother will cook dry rice for you to eat.
Got it.
The children cheer happily. Once all the rice in the fish-raising fields is harvested, they move on to drying the rice grains. Now, drying the rice is just to make it easier for the grains to fall off the stalks. They cut the rice while drying it. Next is threshing. Threshing means separating the rice grains from the stalks. There are several methods for threshing. One way is to take the cut rice stalks to a flat place, spread them out, and use a flail to beat the grains loose from the stalks. A flail is a stick with a wooden or bamboo board attached at the end, which can move. When used, it is swung and struck against the rice stalks, causing the grains to fall off. This method is quite simple. Now, let's talk about the second method. The second method involves preparing a wooden container called a half-dough, a wooden brush with a ladder-like structure, and a straw mat. During the actual work, first place the wooden brush in a half bucket, then surround the bucket with a straw mat to prevent the grains from flying out. Next, pick up a handful of rice stalks, lift them over your shoulder, and forcefully strike the wooden brush inside the bucket. Repeat this process many times until all the grains fall into the bucket. This action is similar to placing the rice stalks on your shoulder, so it's also called placing rice. No matter which method you choose, it is a very tiring task. It also requires skill. You need to knock down the grains but also protect yourself. Otherwise, if you're careless, the rice stalks might scratch your head, face, neck, shoulders, or back, leaving bloody marks. It's painful and itchy, and you can't scratch or rub it, which is very uncomfortable. If you get hit by a bamboo stick, it could even break your bones. Therefore, threshing rice is the most difficult part of the entire harvest process. When the person placing rice can't do it anymore, or when the bucket is full, they take out the wooden brush to gather or scoop out the already threshed grains. If one person gets tired, another person takes over. That's why families need many people, especially strong workers, to farm the land. For someone like Song Changha, who has no brothers, it was usually just him and his wife taking turns working. Back then, Meisha was so exhausted that she almost couldn't have Song Mingju. Sometimes, when they really couldn't manage anymore, they had to call out the work chant. Hi.
Who? Hi.
Sweat mixed with blood, and not a single drop was wasted. Today, Song Mingju is the most carefree child in the Song family at her age. She strolls along the field edge, with Da Kuai following her, running through the fields like the wind, happy and free. Xiao Hua follows behind, running a few steps, grabbing swinging rice stalks to play with, stopping and starting. People working in the fields look up and watch, thinking to themselves, when will their children be able to be like Song Mingju? They may not understand the word freedom, but they understand the meaning of relaxation. As long as they work hard and are diligent, this day might not be far away. Meanwhile, in town, Gao Xiaopeng goes down to his family's fields with his grandfather to watch the tenants harvest rice. Little young master, this is the new rice this year. Last year, Gao Xiaopeng personally farmed that field, and the tenant hands him a rice stalk. Smell it, it's very fragrant. His face still shows hardship, but compared to last year, his smile is more genuine. Really? Gao Xiaopeng takes the rice stalk, smells it, and happily says, "Wow, it really is fragrant." Then she handed the rice stalks to her grandfather. "Grandpa, smell this. It smells so good." Mr. Gao took the rice stalks, sniffed them, and nodded happily. Yes, it really smells nice. The tenant farmer didn't speak, but just looked at Mr. Gao and chuckled softly. In spring, Lord Gao promised to reduce their land rent by 10%. He also said that if the harvest was good, they would get an extra 10% reward. Because of this, they gained 20% more grain. To earn this extra grain, they worked very hard in the first half of the year, hoping that Mr. Gao would keep his promise. Mr. Gao knew exactly what they were thinking. "Don't worry, Mr. Gao, always keep my word," he said. "After the summer tax is collected, each family will get their fair share, just as we agreed." "Your wisdom is admirable." The tenant farmers all bowed in respect when they heard this. In the county, a green-covered carriage quietly left the city gate and headed toward the distant fields. In the wide fields, farmers were busy harvesting rice. "Are the fields at Songjia Terrace the same?" Tang Yuzhu sat in the carriage, lifting a corner of the curtain, and asked. Her father was out inspecting the summer harvest and hadn't been home for many days. Her mother was now pregnant, and Granny Chen watched her closely, not letting her mother go anywhere. But she was bored stiff in the county office. She asked her mother for permission to come out and take a look. "Mom, I've never seen a harvest before,"
Tang Yuzhu said.
Mingzhu said their village's fields look so beautiful when the rice is hanging. "I want to see too." Her mother thought for a moment and agreed. "Then take a few more people with you." So she took Ing Hong, Xiao Wu, and another strong, capable woman and set out in the carriage. Songjia Terrace's fields aren't as wide as this. They're divided into patches, some connected, some not, Xiao Wu, who was driving, answered. "But it's still pretty to look at." Tang Yuzhu thought for a moment and said to Ing Hong, "I want to go down and take a walk." Ing Hong helped her down from the carriage. Tang Yuzhu stepped off the main road and went to the edge of the fields, reaching out to touch a bending rice stalk. "Is this rice?" "It's a bit prickly," she commented.
"But it feels very heavy."
A gentle breeze carried a fresh, green scent, somewhat wild and a little passionate. It was completely different from the flowers and plants in the courtyard. "Heavy means the grains are full and healthy," Ing Hong explained. "Wheat is the same." If Mingzhu saw this scene, what would she do? Tang Yuzhu asked curiously. Ing Hong thought for a moment, looking into the distance, smiling, probably would say she looks good while running wildly along the field ridge. Tang Yuzhu looked at the straight field ridge and made a decision that went against the behavior expected of a young lady. She lifted her skirt, ran out suddenly, carried by the wind and the scent of rice. Song Mingzhu, a local from the Song family farm, had no idea that the seeds she planted had already started to grow in people's hearts. She hurried across the fields and reached the scholar's side. "Uncle, with such a lively scene, why not draw it? It's very meaningful," the scholar replied. "What's so special about that? Aren't all rice harvests the same?" "That's a big difference," Song Mingzhu argued. "First, this year will be remembered in history for our Song family farm. It's very important." The scholar thought for a moment and nodded. "That's true." "Second, this is the first rice harvest recorded in history for our farm. It's especially significant." The scholar.
"Wait.
That sounds a bit confusing, let me think." "Third, I heard that, uncle, the water supply map you drew for the town was presented to the emperor by the magistrate. The emperor liked it very much." The scholar's beard twitched with pride. He was a bit stiff in his work, doing only what he was told. He wasn't good at managing relationships. To put it nicely, he was principled. To say it bluntly, he lacked social skills. Honestly, last year, he was sent to oversee the town's water project. Unexpectedly, because of his honest records, he gained the favor of Magistrate Tang, and his drawings were presented to the emperor. And that was the emperor. He could brag about it for a long time. Just imagine a whole village seen as more impressive than just a couple of fields. Song Mingzhu tirelessly promoted their farm to the scholar. "So, if you paint the entire scene of our farm during summer harvest and autumn planting, the emperor will definitely like it even more." This last point was the most convincing. The others didn't matter much. "All right then," the scholar agreed, "but don't give my paintings any more names." Song Mingzhu didn't respond to that. That was because the scholar didn't know how effective the shock style of speech was. Once he used it and received praise, he wouldn't want to stop. "Uncle, look at our village. It's even older than you." According to her own aesthetic ideas, Song Mingju guides the clerk to observe their Songjia terrace. Look at him, swinging a bundle of rice stalks high, then smashing them down hard. Sweat drips from his forehead, falling into the dirt beneath his feet. Listen, clap. The clerk concentrates, listening carefully with Song Mingju. It seems he really hears it. The rice stalks brush roughly against his face, leaving a cut that bleeds. Listen again, clap. Zheng, the village head, turns his face away from other rice stalks, sweat seeping into his eyes. He opens one eye, raises his arm to wipe his squinting other eye. Look at his stubborn figure. Who does he resemble? Resemble whom? Does he look like those people around you, those struggling to survive, begging for a meal? The clerk feels moved, naturally thinking about the people and stories she mentions. He lives on the east side of Liang County, while the county office is on the west. Every day, he moves through the marketplace, smelling the aroma of rich food from wealthy homes. He has seen rich men turn away beggars at their gates as if shooing dogs. He has seen small vendors fight fiercely over a good spot to set up their stalls. He has seen women argue loudly for a single coin's discount, spitting and shouting for half an hour. He has seen noodle vendors get up before dawn, trembling in the cold wind and snow to attract customers. He has seen courtesans sell their smiles late at night, tears hidden behind their laughter, swallowing bitter wine. Too many stories to count.
Whose son is he?
And whose brother? Or perhaps whose father? Song Mingju asks sincerely, 3 times. People in this era are divided into classes, with clear social layers. It's unrealistic for her alone to change that. All she can do is seize the moment so that those in power see more of the common people at the bottom. On his head, he supports a small family. On his shoulders, he bears the responsibility of the entire village. Actually, the clerk has known Zheng, the village head of Songjia Terrace, for some time. In his eyes, Zheng is just like other village heads, 2 eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth. If he had to say what makes Zheng different from others, it's probably that. Zheng dares to think and act more boldly. This is the first time he looks at Zheng from Song Mingju's perspective. He realizes he doesn't really know Zheng as well as he thought. Who exactly is he? Yes, who is he really? He is our village head of Songjia Terrace. He is one of the millions of common people in our great Xia dynasty. Song Mingju held the clerk's arm with one hand, pointed to the sky and the ground with the other, and loudly said, "When the country is peaceful, the people are safe. When the people are rich, the country is strong." Our Song family village is on this path, so how can we not feel excited and proud? The clerk's heart fluttered like waves, as if he saw his future clearly. He was a straightforward person, not stupid. He had been a clerk for over 10 years, and his official documents might have buried him, but who would recognize him? Unexpectedly, a few drawings of Song family village's water supply system made him feel like he had reached the top. Maybe the best path for him in life was right in front of him. You make a good point. We should definitely record these scenes, the clerk said. Although the magistrate had told him to carefully record the 2 rice fields used for fish farming in Song family village, since these fields belonged to the village, it was reasonable to include more about the village in his records, right? Hearing the clerk's reply, Song Mingju smiled brightly. Her method was based on a coaching course in neurolinguistic programming. First, she guided and gently encouraged people to reveal their hidden wishes and pains. Then, she struck hard, hitting the core of their feelings, making them feel understood. Next, she offered solutions and hopes, making them think, if I do this and that, the problem will be solved. Life's peak moments are just ahead, waiting for you. Keep moving forward bravely. This skilled mentor, known as the neural nerve expert, could truly unlock a person's potential.
Song Mingju was just average in this.
She had learned a little when the company hired a coach for such training. She wasn't very skilled, but she could fool people. So, her face only showed a brief flicker of emotion before returning to her usual dull expression.
But
if I follow your advice, I don't have enough paper and ink. Song Mingju.
No.
Magistrate Tang asked you to go to the countryside for work and cut the funds? It's not that the magistrate is stingy, the clerk said shyly. I just met someone behind your village's mountain, talked with him a few words, and felt an instant connection. I gave him half a block of ink.
Huh?
Song Mingju was surprised. Was the person you mentioned about this tall? This big? Look like this? Exactly. The clerk nodded. Oh, he's my master, Song Mingju said. Because of busy farming, her master had given her a day off, so she hadn't gone to the back mountain these days. But she guessed that the person the clerk met was probably her master, because her second master was not willing to talk to outsiders. Even when it was Song Mingju's father, the second master preferred to speak as little as possible, avoiding unnecessary words and letting others understand on their own. Honestly, Song Mingju was very curious about what the bookkeeper told her master that made him so generous as to give ink to her master. After all, the bookkeeper often ate at Village Zheng's house, but she never saw him praise Village Zheng even once. Writing tools are easy to handle, Song Mingju said. I have a special pen that saves ink and paper when writing. Uncle Zheng is also using it. Wait a moment, I'll go get it for you to see. When the bookkeeper saw the bamboo pen, he almost immediately liked this kind of pen. Wow, this pen can write such tiny characters. This pen belongs to me. You can use it first, Song Mingju said. When my father has free time, I will make a set to give to you. Oh, that's too kind of you. The bookkeeper blushed happily. It's no big deal, Song Mingju said with a smile. Just promise me that I can help you come up with names for the illustrations. The bookkeeper. In the end, it all came full circle. This little girl, she's a clever fox in disguise, isn't she? In the end, the bookkeeper, tempted by a set of bamboo pens, agreed to Song Mingju's request, and then he received countless astonishing facts. First, like this, shocking. How long does it take for a single rice stalk to grow into a mature rice plant? Below was a simple 9-square diagram showing the process from seed planting to the rice stalk's full growth. With a subtitle, The Coming-of-Age Ceremony of a Rice Plant. Next to it, an old farmer was depicted holding a full rice stalk, showing it to others. Of course, it was obvious who this farmer was modeled after. Another example, very shocking. A handful of rice undergoes so many steps before it becomes the rice on your plate. Below is a simple 9-square diagram illustrating the threshing, husking, winnowing, and cooking processes. With a subtitle, Watch My 72 Transformations. Near the stove, a little girl with a bun was waiting with a bowl, ready to eat. Again, who this little girl was based on, I won't say. And another, unbelievably shocking. How long does a fish need to swim in the water before it reaches you? Below is a simple 9-square diagram showing how the rice fish from Song's hometown started as a tiny fry and gradually grew into a full-grown rice fish. Title, The Fish's Comeback Journey. Then, the book clerk carefully described his feelings after eating the rice flour fish. The fish meat is white like jade, tender and fragrant when eaten, with a faint aroma of rice flowers lingering, making your lips and teeth remember the taste. Onlooker Song Mingju. She was craving it. All right, she decided she would go back later to find her mother and cook rice flour fish for dinner. Soon, the villagers saw a big and a small person, both looking like monkeys, running around the village, holding paper and brushes, laughing with a mysterious smile. If this had happened at any other time, someone would definitely ask about it. But now everyone was so busy they had no time to pay attention to these two monkeys. Song Changha didn't go to the fields. He had just taken on a new job, making seedling boats. At first, everyone forgot about it. Then, the village chief ran over and asked, Changha, I want a couple of those seedling boats from your last batch. Can you find time to make 2 for me? Recently, in the county, Magistrate Tang only mentioned the foot pedal plow, not the seedling boats. He guessed that the emperor might think seedling boats are small and simple to make, so he wanted Song Changha to profit from it himself. Instead of waiting and struggling to talk to others later, they decided to do it themselves in the village and set an example. The results would be obvious. When Er Guzi's father, Er Mao's father, and Er Zhuang's father heard about it, they also came over and shouted, Master, we want some too. Other families heard about it and came asking as well. My family also wants one. My family, too. For farmers, what happens in the fields is more important than anything else. Even if the sky falls, as long as it doesn't land on them, they still have to plant their fields. With this in mind, Song Chong agreed. Do you want to supply your own wood, or will you buy it from me? He asked. If they supply their own wood, they only pay for the labor. If they want to use Song Chongha's wood, it costs extra. Since the seedling boats don't need much wood, a few families decided to work together and gather their own materials. They discussed and agreed on a fair payment for both sides. Song Chongha stopped working on the doll and started making the seedling boats first. He was so busy he wished he had 3 more arms. Master Liang and his apprentice also found time to help. But their expressions looked a bit hurt. Master Song, oh you. There's really none left now. Song Chongha shrugged. Their friendship was wobbling on the edge. Song Chongha treated Master Liang to 2 meals of rice flour fish, and finally, Master Liang's face looked a little better. As the saying goes, good news doesn't spread far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. The 3rd batch of rice fish hasn't been eaten yet, and the test has arrived. Chongha, you're so smart. Can you invent something to make threshing grain easier? The villagers, during their lunch break, came to find Song Chongha. They saw him tinkering with various things, and now he had developed a bit of awareness, thinking things through before acting.
Huh?
Threshing tools? Song Chongha replied, let me think about it. No rush, just think about it, the villagers said. As long as we can catch up during the harvest, that's good enough. Mingzhu was nearby and heard this, feeling very happy. Oh, I know how to do that. In their previous life, the village used an old-fashioned threshing machine made of wood, operated by foot. The person in front cut the grain, and the person behind threshed it, working seamlessly together, very convenient. It perfectly suited the villagers' needs now. But explaining this to her father was a bit tricky. Fortunately, it wasn't urgent. They could wait until after the busy farming season. However, Master Liang was a bit anxious and kept checking in for no particular reason, which made Song Chongha both amused and helpless. Master Liang, I haven't figured it out yet, he said. When you do, just call me, and we'll work on it together, Master Liang replied. Amidst this busy time, another big event at Song Chongha's home was approaching, Mingzhu's birthday. Early in the morning, she got up and told her mother, Mom, I want to eat steamed buns. Steamed buns?
My friend.
They need dough that rises, and I don't know how to make that. I only know how to make pancakes. Would pancakes be okay? With eggs?
No.
Mingzhu shook her head firmly. I want steamed buns, filled with pork fat and chives, and tofu filling from Aunt May. Her mother had just made pork fat yesterday, and the pork fat scraps hadn't been eaten yet.
My shite.
It seems she said she didn't know how, but she didn't listen at all. Mom, I know how to make the dough, Mingzhu said. Mix 2 ounces of gray flour with 1 ounce of cool boiled water, then add 2 spoonfuls of rice wine. Stir until it turns into a batter, cover with a lid, and let it ferment for 2 hours. May hurriedly said, Slow down, dear. Yes, 2 ounces of gray flour. Mingzhu repeated, This is how to make the batter. We'll use it to make the dough later. Don't you add water when kneading the dough? May asked with a frown. It wasn't just her who didn't know how to knead dough. In their village, even the most capable women couldn't do it well. Everyone only knew how to make pancakes. In Shao village, there was a rice cake seller who knew how to make rice cakes. The rice cakes looked like chubby little dolls, white, round, and very pretty. They sold for 1 penny each, or 5 for 2 pennies. Song Mingzhu loves to eat. Whenever Song Chongha goes to Shao village or passes by, he always buys a small amount to bring home. 1 bite tastes sweet with a slight sourness, and the aroma of rice mixed with a faint smell of rice wine. Now that I think about it, it probably comes from fermenting rice wine. The batter is already quite runny, Song Mingzhu explained. The batter shouldn't be too dry. If it's too dry, it won't rise properly later. How do you know about making the dough rise? May asked curiously. Do you remember it so clearly? It's in the book. Song Mingzhu replied. Now her helpers are not only Dogo, the peddler, Dogo's brother, his teacher, Wang Langjun, Li Langjun, her master, and County Magistrate Tang, but also the all-powerful book. There's also this in the book? Mei asked with curiosity. The book talks about a house of gold. It also mentions a beautiful lady. Song Mingju said happily. Don't believe me? Ask my dad. Mei looked at her husband.
Haha.
Song Changhe chuckled awkwardly. Dad's going out to try the rice planting boat today. You need to listen to your mother at home, okay? Then, with the apprentices Liang and his master, he carried out a rice planting boat that had just been made and ran off. Oh, Mom, do you still want to learn how to make the dough? Song Mingju urged her mother. Yes, yes, Mei said, trying to persuade her. Keep going. Song Mingju continued. Then, take 4 ounces of rice flour, add a spoonful of bean oil, mix it into a dough, cover it, and let it rest for 15 minutes. After that, knead it like washing clothes, knead and knead, until it's smooth and doesn't stick to your hands. Then the dough is ready. Mei asked while taking notes. And then roll it into a long, cut into small pieces. Roll each piece thin, put filling in the middle, and then fold and seal it. Song Mingju gestured with her small, chubby hands, feeling she explained very clearly. Then, put them on a rack, let them ferment in the pot for 15 minutes, and then steam them. Song Mingju looked outside. Okay, I've finished explaining. Just keep the proportions as 1 part and add more if needed. Remember that, Mom? Seeing her daughter's eyes start to drift, Mei knew her mind was elsewhere. How long do I steam them? She hurriedly asked. About 15 minutes. Song Mingju finished and ran outside. I'm going to play outside. She is now like a wild horse that cannot be tamed. When kept at home, she stomps her hooves and almost knocks the roof off. De Kwai was originally lying under the eaves. Seeing the scene, he immediately followed Song Mingju and ran outside. Xiao Hua was playing in the bamboo forest. Hearing the noise, she came out to look and saw a swift tiger-like figure, then followed out. De Huang, a calm and steady dog, was lying at the door, watching over the house and enjoying the shade. When Song Mingju approached, she greeted him. De Huang, I'm going out. De Huang looked up, about to stand and follow her, but saw De Kwai running past him. He barked twice.
Woof.
Woof woof. It meant, brother, don't worry about the house. I'm here outside. The 2-legged creatures are too slow. De Huang and De Kwai are now adults, but Song Mingju still moves slowly. Both brothers are quite worried. Soon after, Xiao Hua also ran out. When passing De Huang, she cheerfully meowed. It meant, brother, I'm going out to play with sister.
Da Huang.
She's a bit small and quite worrying for him. Mei Shi quickly chased to the door and called out, Where are you going again? To see Uncle Li's painting, De Huang watched the girl and the cat run far away, then returned to guard the house. Song Mingju left the house and headed straight for the back mountain. Song Lu was working in the field and saw her, quickly stood up and called out, Mingju, where are you going? She's been busy lately. Although she entrusted the farming work to Guzi's father, she planted vegetables near the field. It was convenient for harvesting rice and also for selling the vegetables outside. She harvested and took them to sell. Recently, villagers have been busy too. Sometimes, their own fields run out of vegetables and they're too lazy to buy outside, so they ask her for some. Since they are fellow villagers, she washed the vegetables and delivered them to others. The women all praised her for being thoughtful. She's gained some good reputation these days. I'm going to see my master, Song Mingju replied. Wait, I'll take you there. Song Lu called out. No need. Song Mingju had already run far away. Sister Song Lu, you're busy. I have De Kwai and Xiao Hua with me. She ran up the back mountain and found that today her master was on duty. Master, my mother made buns today. I'll bring you some later. Her master was painting and, upon hearing her, put down his brush. Mingju, come and take a look, he called her. See if you like it. Song Mingju ran over and saw that her master had painted her. It was exactly how she looked the day before yesterday when she brought rice flour fish, happily holding a lunchbox to give to him.
Wow.
Master, you painted it so vividly. Song Mingju praised warmly. Her master was especially good at capturing expressions, and he caught her proud little smile perfectly. "This is your birthday gift," said the master. Last year, when it was Song Mingju's birthday, they hadn't yet become master and disciple, so no gift was necessary. This year, things are different. But he had nothing of his own, not even a house of his own, thanks to his young apprentice. So he painted this picture. He didn't even dare to sign it. Song Mingju didn't notice this detail. "Thank you, master." She carefully unrolled the painting, rolled it up again, asked Uncle Wang for a piece of fine rope, tied it up, and happily went down the mountain with it. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind her master, "Master, I want to come again next year." Then, Song Mingju, along with her big dog and little flower, ran down the mountain like the wind. Senior sister Song Lu. She called out as she passed Song Lu's field. Without waiting for Song Lu to respond, she had already run far ahead. Erguzi's mother was working in the field, looked up, and said enviously, "Mingju is full of energy. She can't even use it all. It's a shame she isn't called to work in the fields." Erguzi and his brother were helping in the field too. Suddenly, Erguzi asked, "Mom, is today Mingju's birthday?" His mother thought for a moment and was surprised. "Oh, it seems so." She asked her son, "You can't even remember my birthday, but you remember Mingju's?" "Last year, for Mingju's birthday, Annie treated us to small dried fish," Erguzi said. His mother had no special celebration on her birthday. She still had to listen to her mother-in-law's nagging. Mingju's birthday, Auntie May invited them for tea, small dried fish, and pickled radish. "Can they be the same?" "Oh dear." Erguzi's mother laughed angrily. "Now there's no small dried fish at home for you? That's different." Erguzi said, "Our small dried fish is only available now." He ignored his mother's frustration and said, "Mom, Mingju likes to eat lotus pods. I need to pick some for her." His mother turned her face away and said, "Fine. Let your brother help you pick. Come back quickly after you give them to her. Don't stay at Mingju's house." "Okay, I got it." The brothers got up from the field, went home to get a basket, and headed straight to the lake. When they arrived, they saw someone already picking lotus pods in the lake. "Oh wow, Mao and Erzwang, your legs are so fast." Erguzi shouted at the two guys squatting by the lake. "We're just waiting for you," said Mao. "My brother and Dazhuang have already picked some. We'll share with you later." Erzhuang said, "Your brother is just like water. Tell him not to go into the lake." Second dog's brother. He was right in front of them, yet these little kids dared to say that. Don't they care about their reputation? In the end, second dog's brother couldn't bear to be embarrassed and went into the lake to help pick lotus seed pods. The three of them sat by the shore, pointing out the locations to their brother. "Brother, there's a big one over there." "Where?" their brother called out. They hid their view with lotus leaves so it was hard to see from above. "It's right above your head." Their brother gestured. "Here?" "Yes." He reached out and parted the lotus leaves, revealing a large lotus seed pod. Then he grabbed the stem of the pod, twisted it, and took the lotus seed pod in his hand. After filling 3 baskets, the 3 brothers came out of the lake, helping to carry the baskets to Song Mingju's house. Then they left. First, because they still had work to do. Second, because they were older and couldn't really play with the younger ones. After the brothers left, second dog, second Mao, and second Zhuang each carried a basket, some holding, some hanging, some carrying, and went to Song Mingju's door. "Mingju, we brought you lotus seed pods." Mei sure came out to see. "You're looking for Mingju?" "She's gone out and hasn't come back yet." Song Mingju was showing off her master's paintings to the village clerk. "Uncle, look. This is a painting my master gave me." The clerk looked and exclaimed, "Wow, this is very lifelike. It's even like the rice box is right here." "Mingju, can I borrow this painting for a couple of days?" the clerk asked politely, lowering himself to talk kindly with Song Mingju. He knew he couldn't ask directly for it without shame. "No way." Song Mingju took back the painting. "This is a gift from my master. I painted it myself. I won't lend it.
Just let you look at it."
The clerk. He wasn't going to be so greedy. "Mingju, I think this painting is very good. It captures the fresh aroma of the rice flowers and fish. The clerk felt he'd never spoken such flattering words before. You asked Uncle to record the Songjia Terrace more, right? I want to copy this painting and include it in your Songjia Terrace Summer Harvest Journal. It's not to steal your painting. He was having a hard time. Song Mingju looked at the clerk for a while, thinking he didn't seem to be lying, then handed him the painting. All right, I'll lend it to you for 2 days. Just 2 days. Don't damage it. The clerk was sweating profusely. Don't worry, I won't damage this painting. It was pitiful. He wasn't even this nervous when facing the magistrate. Song Mingju finally walked away, looking back 3 times. When she reached the door, she heard noise coming from the courtyard. Who is here? She looked inside and saw a few of Guzi's children. Mingju, you're back. Mingju, we brought you some lotus pods. Happy birthday, Mingju. Seeing this, Song Mingju was also very happy.
Oh,
Did you pick all the lotus pods from the lake?
not all of them.
Guzi honestly replied, more than half, I think. Don't pick so many at once next time. Leave some. Meisher interrupted. You guys can play in the courtyard first, and I'll call you for buns later. Picking so many lotus pods was quite tiring for the children. They couldn't just go back empty-handed, right? But she had nothing else to give as a gift, only the buns she was making. These 3 children, including Guzi, were told by their mother not to stay long at Song Mingju's house. If Aunt May invited them to eat, she wouldn't allow it either. But among these children, only Guzi had ever eaten buns. The other 2 had never even seen them, only heard Guzi brag about them. So, when they heard the word buns, they couldn't help but feel a little excited. Song Mingju didn't tease them. She simply called over to Gua and Xiaohua, and everyone played together. While playing, she also tested their math skills. De Gua has 4 legs, Xiaohua has 4 legs. How many legs do they have together? Xiaohua heard this and put away her front paws, standing up on her 2 back legs. Meow, seeing this, De Gua mimicked her, standing on his 2 front legs.
Woof.
The 3 children looked at each other silently. The dogs and cats at Song Mingju's house were really clever. While kneading the buns, Meisher peeked out from the kitchen and found it quite funny. Oh, these 2 are so clever. They're all with Mingju, Old Wu said. Meisher was making buns for the first time. When she was fermenting the dough, she counted the number of people to eat and made 3 portions of flour. She wasn't sure if it would turn out well, but she thought at worst, she could just make pancakes to eat. And surprisingly, the dough rose. She was quite happy about it. Then, she followed Song Mingju's instructions to prepare the filling. She didn't dare cook the filling too thoroughly, afraid it would release too much water, and she wouldn't be able to shape the buns. She probably cooked it about 3/4 done, then started wrapping the buns. The appearance wasn't perfect. As long as they could be shaped into round buns, it was fine. She sat them in the pot for over a minute, then started steaming them. At first, I didn't think much of it, but as it steamed, the smell of fried pork fat and chives wafted out strongly. Very impressive. Even Song Mingju, who is used to such scenes, couldn't resist anymore. Mom, after the fire in the stove goes out, you can't open the lid right away. You need to let it sit for a little longer. Guzi was even more reluctant to leave.
Kun Telly, hu also arrivet.
Miss Mingju, this is the steamed cake and bean cake my mother-in-law bought specially from Shao Village. They're still warm. Try some quickly. Who is here? May looked into the kitchen and called out, wait a little longer, Annie will treat you to buns later. Could it be that if those 3 are called, this one isn't? Hearing the word buns, who also became eager, so he forgot that he was told to deliver the cakes and then go back. May saw they couldn't wait any longer, so she handed each of them a piece of steamed cake brought by who, letting them sit under the eaves and eat first. Chew slowly, don't gobble it all at once. May advised them. If you eat it all at once, you'll just have to wait again. The children, not used to eating steamed cakes often, were reluctant. Like ants searching for food, they bit little by little. Brother who, this steamed cake is really delicious. Guzi said, but it was too small. If he opened his mouth to eat, it was gone in 3 bites. Who, being older than the others, wanted to act like a big brother, so he split his cake in half and handed some to Guzi and the others. Eat your share. The three children shook their heads at once. Brother we don't want it. You eat it yourself. After some politeness and sharing, Mei called out, the buns are ready. Come and eat buns. When Mei called everyone to eat buns, the children hurried over. Old Lady Wu helped find a few bowls, and each took a bun filled with fried pork fat and chives. We'll eat outside, Song Mingzhu suggested. The children squatted along the wall, biting into their buns all at once, burning their mouths and crying out.
Ow. So hot.
Really hot, really hot. It's burning. Huff huff. Eat slowly, everyone. Mei called out. Be careful, or you'll burn yourself. But with such a tempting smell, who could resist? Only Song Mingzhu, experienced, didn't open her mouth immediately. She carefully tore open her bun, revealing the green chives soaked in oily pork, looking shiny and greasy. She took a sniff. It smelled so good. It was just the right amount. Then he gently bit into the bun, enjoying the filling inside. Song Mingzhu closed her eyes, happily savoring the taste of this bite. Seeing this, the other children also imitated her. So, when Song Changhe and Master Liang returned and entered the house, they saw the scene. Several children squatting by the wall, pursing their lips, with identical happy expressions. Oh, what are you eating? Song Changhe teased them. Song Mingzhu opened her eyes and cheerfully shouted, Dad, eating buns. Mom's buns are so delicious. The best in the world. Both Song Changhe and Master Liang were pleased. Oh, really? Then we want to try too. A few adults went to wash their hands. Mei took a bun for herself and handed it to them to eat. They were tough and thick-skinned, so the heat wouldn't hurt them. Master Liang and his apprentice took their buns outside to eat, while Song Changhe talked to his wife inside the kitchen. Is the method Mingzhu mentioned really effective? He asked, holding his bun, switching it from hand to hand as it was too hot. Anyway, the dough has risen. Whether it tastes good or not, I don't know, Mei replied. She hadn't eaten yet herself. Song Changhe split his bun in half and handed her one piece. Here, wife, you've worked hard. Let's eat together. Old Lady Wu quietly got up from behind the stove and left. It's good that her son and daughter-in-law are close. That's a good thing. What does she have to do with it? There's a saying, not deaf or mute, not meddling in family affairs. Old Lady Wu was very good at following this principle. Song Changhe took a bite of his bun, and as soon as he tasted it, he understood why those monkeys outside looked so intoxicated. It was so fragrant, he didn't want to speak. How is it? Is it delicious? Mei asked. The best in the world. Song Changhe said. If the bun hadn't been so hot with pork fat, he could have eaten half in one go. Honestly, Song Changhe hadn't eaten many buns before. When he worked outside, if he was unlucky, he couldn't find work. Sometimes, even when he found a job, he only earned a few dozen coins a day. A bun cost several coins. Who would be willing to buy and eat it? If the employer didn't provide enough food, he sometimes went a whole day hungry. But he had some skills. Like Guzi's father and the others, they once teamed up with Song Changhe to look for work. Since they had no special skills, they only did manual labor, earning 20 or 30 coins a day. That wasn't enough to cover the travel expenses. After trying twice, they didn't want to do this kind of work anymore. Even now, if Song Changhe earned some money, he preferred to save and go out alone. In the future, if I go to the county again, Song Changhe mumbled while chewing a warm bun, can you steam a few buns for me to take along? They are much tastier than plain flatbread. Dream on. Mei scolded her husband with a quick glance, teasing, it looks like it only takes 2 bites to eat, but it actually takes 2 hours to make. Kneading the dough made my arms sore. Next time, you call me to help knead the dough. Song Changhe said sweetly. Mei didn't say yes or no, but she took 2 pork fat and chive buns and 2 tofu buns, put them in a bowl, and covered it with a cloth. These are for Master Wang, and the other one. You can take them to him, Mei told her husband. Everyone in the village knew how much Song Mingzhu valued her master. Over time, people stopped calling him the crazy man. Calling him Sir felt too distant. After thinking about it, they decided to simply call him Master Wang. Song Changhe and his wife also changed how they addressed him. It sounded natural.
All right.
Song Changhe took the bowl and said, "I'll go now." The 4 children, Eru and his siblings, finished their buns and naturally returned their bowls. "Thanks, Aunt May. We're leaving now. Staying longer would be impolite." Song Mingju saw them to the door and reminded, "Don't forget to practice your math. I'll be testing you later." Erguzi, Ermao, and Erzwang. "First, just take good care of your cats and dogs at home." Master Liang and his apprentice finished their pork fat and chive buns, packed their own rice in lunchboxes, and each took a tofu bun to eat in their room. May asked them to bring 2 buns each for the county's agricultural officer and the clerk. It wouldn't be proper to invite Master Liang and his apprentice for a meal without also inviting the county officials. Back in their own room, the agricultural officers hadn't returned yet. Master Liang and his apprentice ate their buns first. They started with the tofu buns. Inside, the buns also had some pork fat and chive bits along with pepper, prickly ash, and a little chopped chive leaves. Bite into one, and the juice is full and rich, completely different from the pork fat and chive buns. Master Zheng licked the juice dripping onto his hand excitedly. Delicious. Earlier, at Song Changhe's house, there were children, so he didn't want to show his excitement openly. Now only the 2 of them, so he felt free to express himself. "It really is tasty." Master Liang agreed. Even in the capital, they had eaten at grand banquets. And in the city, there were all kinds of buns, cakes, and pastries. The imperial kitchen could make anything exquisite. Sometimes, when the work goes well, the noble guests are happy and will reward you with a jar of wine or a few plates of snacks. But as I just mentioned, that is a reward. A reward means you have to bow and accept it and also be grateful, saying many kind words. Even the tastiest food, when passed around and shared, cools down by the time you can finally eat it. Still, you eat it gratefully. In the palace, the ladies and top officials may have lively banquets, but even after polite conversations, they might not get to eat hot food. Compared to that, it's much more comfortable to eat a warm, fragrant bun and sip a bowl of fresh fish soup with some pickled radish on the side. There's no need for scheming or flattery. Life is so good. I don't even want to go back. Master Zheng sighed. When they came down from the capital, some people mocked them for coming to suffer. Master Liang joked to his apprentice, "Forget your wife and children?" Master Liang and Master Zheng are master and apprentice. Master Liang is single, while Master Zheng has a wife and children living in the capital. His family has no land, and his salary supports everyone, so they're quite an ordinary family. Sometimes, if something happens at home, they can't manage it easily. They need Master Liang's help. But this time, when they came to Songjia Terrace, he had already told his colleagues to send his salary directly to his home in the capital. Without him, the family would be a bit better off. On the way to Songjia Terrace, the court provided some extra allowance. They saved a little by being frugal, and there was some left over. After arriving at Songjia Terrace, all expenses for food and drink were covered by Liang County, so they hardly had to spend any money themselves. Isn't it better than in the capital? Exactly. Master Liang also agreed. His salary is higher than his apprentices, but he has his own circle to maintain. Otherwise, if something happened, there would be no one to speak up for him. Also, Master Liang only has this one apprentice, whom he considers like a son, and plans to support him in old age. But this apprentice is a good person, just unlucky. Whenever good things happen, it's never his turn. So, Master Liang often has to worry and help him out. Plus, Master Liang loves collecting strange and clever items, which costs money. All in all, he doesn't have much savings. Now that they are at Songjia Terrace, all expenses are gone, and they only earn what they can save. He thinks that if he can stay in Songjia Terrace for a few years, maybe he can become a small wealthy man when he goes back. But the master and apprentice only say this when no one is around. When it comes to work, they still do it as usual. Mrs. May is worried about 3 baskets of lotus pods. They can't eat them all. Wang Langjun and the others haven't come, and they can't send them out. Throwing them away feels too wasteful. Song Mingju walks over, picks a tender lotus pod, sits on a small stool, and peels it while giving her mother ideas. Mom, we can make lotus seed syrup canned food. What is lotus seed syrup canned food? Mrs. May asks. Seeing her daughter eating happily, she also picks a lotus pod to peel.
Just.
Use a ceramic jar, put in lotus seeds, sugar, and water, then cover it and steam it, Song Mingju gestures. After steaming, tighten the lid completely, then seal it with mud. Because it's stored in a jar, it's called canned food. And because it has sugar, it's called syrup. Together, it's called lotus seed syrup canned food. Mrs. May, oh, it's quite easy to understand. These lotus seed syrup canned foods can last for several months. Half a year is fine. Actually, modern iron can lotus seeds last for 2 years. Song Mingju isn't sure if it works the same in this era, so she discounts it a bit, thinking it might still be possible. Really can last that long? Mrs. May is a bit tempted. In the Book of Zhou, it says if you put fish or meat into a new, waterless porcelain jar, seal it with mud so no air gets in, it can stay as fresh as new for 2 months. Song Mingju explains. Using sealed porcelain, pottery, or urns to store food has been around for a long time, not something Song Mingju invented. But making canned food like this only appeared in the late 18th century, and Song Mingju is borrowing the idea. Will a clay jar work? Mrs. May asks again. Their family only has clay jars, not porcelain jars. It should work too, as long as it's a jar. But Song Mingju can't guarantee this. Mom, you can try it and see, she suggests. Mrs. May thinks it's okay. It's just a matter of some sugar and firewood. Maybe after steaming, they won't last long, and they'll eat them in 2 or 3 meals. Then come help peel the lotus seeds. Mrs. May says. Okay. Song Mingju happily sits next to her mother and peels lotus seeds. She has small hands, so Mrs. May asks her to peel the seeds from the lotus pods. Old Mrs. Wu also comes to help. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are responsible for removing the shells from the lotus seeds. Seeing the tender ones, Song Mingju touches them and puts them in her mouth. If you want to eat, peel them yourself. May glared at her. Just let her eat. Old Lady Wu defended her. May said nothing. After Song Chongha returned with the buns, he saw his wife, daughter, and mother peeling lotus pods. After learning the reason, he also helped peel the lotus seeds. Looking at the 3 baskets of lotus pods, there wasn't much left after peeling. May took out a few small ceramic jars and pots, washed them clean. She put the cleaned lotus seeds inside, guessed she added sugar, filled them with water, then steamed them. After steaming, May kept 1 jar aside for that day and sealed the rest with mud. Is this okay? May asked skeptically. Yes, that's about right, Song Mingju replied. We'll see if it works after a while. After working so hard, May was too tired to cook porridge. The family enjoyed the buns with the lotus seed syrup, which felt quite special. In the village, after Guzi and the others went back, they boasted loudly about the buns they ate at Song Mingju's house. Mom, they smelled so good. Absolutely delicious. Smell my mouth. Still smells good. I dare say, Aunt May's buns are the best in the world. Their mother, curious and a bit frustrated, asked, what did they put inside the buns? Pig fat scraps and chives, the children said. They licked their lips as if reminiscing. Pig fat scraps too? Their mother also clicked her tongue, feeling impressed by May's generosity. Before, villagers wouldn't even spare 2 drops of plain oil when cooking. After learning to cook from May, they felt their previous meals tasted like pig feed. How about this, husband? When things settled down, you could go to Shao village or the town and buy 2 gin of pork fat, their mother suggested to her husband. They shouldn't always have their children craving others' food. Hearing this, the children happily ran off. Oh, we also have pig fat scraps to eat now. Their father looked at the happy children and nodded.
All right then.
Old aunt from the village, hearing about the buns from her grandson, sighed. Mingju's mother is really getting more capable. Her 3 daughters-in-law didn't say anything. I only mean she's becoming better at cooking, nothing else, the old aunt quickly added when she saw their reactions. You girls are also very capable. The one who got the benefit from May was Hu, and his mother responded. Mingzhu's mother is indeed good at cooking. But Mingzhu's mouth is also quite particular. That's true, the old aunt said with a knowing look. At first, she was quite tempted by Song Mingzhu. Looking back, that small mouth of hers might not even be enough to support their family. Her several big grandchildren are much easier to care for. They can eat pig feed without fussing at all. The grandchildren. This must definitely be her own mother-in-law. After the villagers finished harvesting rice, they started plowing the fields. Song Changhe and Master Liang pushed the foot-operated plow, while Erguzi's father and a few others moved to practice in the fields. Compared to the plow Song Changhe used before, the current one has changed a lot. Master Liang added more plowshares and rakes based on previous practice, so they could loosen the soil and break up clumps at the same time. Song Changhe borrowed the old ox from the village head's family to try using one person, two people, and a team of people and animals. They found that deep plowing was still hard, but shallow plowing was already very good. Most of the fields in Songjia Terrace are wetlands, mainly suitable for shallow plowing, with some deeper plowing as needed. This is very good, village head said happily. Yes, it saves half the time. The villagers also cheered. During busy farming times, every minute counts. The villagers are eager to move the foot plow into their own fields now. With this, Songjia Terrace is pretty much settled. But in the northern and western parts of the Daxia dynasty, there are many dry lands that require deep plowing. Master Liang, I have an idea. Inspired by the plow and rake, Song Changhe discussed with Master Liang. What if we replace all the plowshares with longer rakes to loosen the soil deeply, maybe twice? Basically, first loosen the soil thoroughly. Then, switch back to the plowshare and turn the soil with a middle cultivation method. Would that work? I think it will. Village head interjected. These fields are mainly wetlands, irrigated land, or dry land. For wetlands, just loosening once is enough. For irrigated land, loosening once and then turning the soil again is enough. Dry land is a bit more difficult, but it's always hard to work on dry land anyway. When the dynasty was first established, Emperor Taizu ordered people to reclaim wasteland. Most of these lands are dry, with hard, compacted soil. It takes many years of work to improve the soil gradually. If we loosen the soil first, then turn it, isn't that easier than just using a or shovel? Of course, if the land is too small for the foot plow to turn around, then forget it. Let's try improving it according to Master Song's idea. Master Liang agreed. But the villagers didn't want to do it. Oh, Master Liang, other places aren't in such a rush. Can't we just wait a bit longer for the improvements? If it's not available elsewhere, then there's no rush. Since it hasn't been available for so long, waiting a little more won't hurt. But their Song family platform is different. During spring plowing, villagers look forward to using the foot plow. Now, they see the foot plow in front of them, but can't use it.
Who can stand that?
Yeah. First, get our Song family platform ready. Exactly. Why can't we use the things we made first? Villagers agree one after another. Seeing the situation might get out of hand, Song Changhe quickly steps in to calm things. Master Liang isn't refusing everyone the foot plow. He thinks it can be improved to work better, he says, giving Master Liang a look. Master Liang, isn't that right? That's exactly what I mean. I didn't explain clearly before, Master Liang says smoothly. For example, the foot pedals here, they're too long. At first, Song Changhe didn't think much about the foot pedals and used two nearly 1 foot long boards, leaving plenty of space for the feet. Cutting them in half would make the plow lighter, Master Liang patiently explains. Then, when the plow is in use, it will move faster. Villagers. It seems to make sense. Just like when they work, they feel heavy if they wear too many clothes. Master Liang, you are the craftsman. It's up to you to decide when the foot pedals are ready, villagers say. We only ask for it to be quick. Yes. We can't wait in this season. The fields can't wait either. Exactly. Besides, when Changha was fixing the house, making the sliding rails, didn't he test and improve them as he went?
Someone who watched the whole process chimes in.
The foot plow we have now is used in our Song family platform. As for other places, they need to test and see how to improve it, right? Even the town's tap water isn't exactly the same as ours in Song family platform. Other villagers who watched the sliding rails agree.
Yes.
Even if we modify it 100 times here, if it doesn't suit local conditions, it won't work. Exactly. Master Liang, when do you think you can finish improving the foot pedals? Villagers don't dare blame Song Changha, so they direct their questions to Master Liang. In their eyes, it seems like Master Liang is the one stopping them from using the foot plow. Very soon, Song Changha tries to smooth things over. About half an hour. Everyone should discuss the order with Uncle Village Master first. Once I have made the arrangements, I will call you. All right. Go discuss elsewhere. Village Master shooed away the villagers. Don't disturb Changha and his workers. The villagers then moved to another place to talk. You all back then, when these things weren't around, didn't you just get by like this? Village Master pointed at the loudest ones. Why are you so stubborn now that there's a new method? That's different. The pointed person said confidently. In the past, we were not clever and just did hard work. Now we realize that having a brain is for a reason. Everyone laughed, easing the tense mood. Aren't you afraid of offending the craftsmen from the Ministry of Works? Village Master asked again. Back then, we didn't think that much. The person scratched his head and chuckled at Village Master. And besides, you are here. You probably also hope we can start using the foot-operated plow soon, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't stop me. Village Master scolded. You clever monkeys. All of you are so sneaky. The villagers laughed and said, We learned that from you. All right, enough joking, Village Master said seriously. We only have one foot-operated plow in the village, and waiting around won't do. Changha will definitely farm his land first, then his apprentices' families. Don't feel unfair about it. In terms of effort, they contributed more to this work than you. In terms of closeness, they are master and apprentice, which you can't compare to. Village Master also has a stake in this. The villagers understood and said, We know that. They should go first. How do you want to arrange the rest? Village Master asked.
Draw lots, someone suggested.
Others agreed. Yes, draw lots. Whoever draws first goes first. If you want to cause trouble, just quit now and skip the draw. When drawing lots with so many people, someone will end up last. Actually, those who are later in line can still finish plowing their fields. But everyone still wanted to try their luck. So no one volunteered to step out. All right, let's draw lots, Village Master decided. Under the big banyan tree. He called his own family members to organize it. Before your turn, you can't just stand around. Just like before, keep working in the fields as usual, Village Master warned. Don't let me catch anyone slacking off. We won't dare. The villagers quickly adjusted their attitudes. Now, the grain they harvest belongs to themselves. Whether they can have enough to eat at the end of the year depends on this autumn season. If they make a mistake, they will be scolded fiercely by their wives and families. It's all because Song Chung has set a bad example. Nowadays, the women in the village are getting stronger. If they shout loudly, they have to go to the village head's house and ask the old lady to settle the matter. Recently, someone who hit his wife was loudly scolded by the village head, who pointed his finger at him. Farm work is about to start, and you hit your wife. If she gets hurt, you'll be the only one working in the fields. The man argued, I'm her husband. Can't I hit her sometimes? You'd better beat her to death. Then I'll send you to the county and let the magistrate judge you. The village head yelled angrily. You wife weaves straw hats, and the money she earns is used by you to buy meat and wine. You're so tough. Why don't you earn money to buy cloth and make clothes for your wife? Looking at his lazy, helpless appearance, with shoulders unable to carry and hands unable to lift, what kind of man are you? During busy farming season, anyone who dares to hinder work will be scolded by the village head. After scolding, he was still not satisfied. He grabbed a stick from the firewood pile and struck the troublemaker. According to your logic, since you're a man, you can hit your wife. As the village head, I can also hit you. The troublemaker yelled loudly, but didn't dare fight back, because his 3 older brothers were all glaring at him fiercely. His mother begged, "Village head, stop hitting him. If he gets hurt, no one will work anymore." Only then did the village head stop, pointing the stick at him and scolding, "This farming season, I want to see you working in the fields. If I see only your wife working in your fields again, I'll break your arms and legs. Anyway, you're useless. If you don't want to farm your land, just come back and beg for food early." As he left, the village head told the villagers watching, "If anything like this happens again in Songjia Terrace, don't blame the village if good things stop happening. Don't include him." Finally, he told his own younger brother, "This rule starts today. Put it into the village regulations." Now, the men in the village can't show off their power in front of their wives. But life at home seems better than before. Sometimes, after a day of work, they can still see their wives' smiling faces and hear their warm words.
It's
pretty good. The men in the village suffer and find joy at the same time, following the village head to the big banyan tree to draw lots. In the village, Song Changha apologized to Master Liang, saying, "The villagers speak directly. Master Liang, please don't take it to heart." Master Liang had been pushed hard earlier and felt a bit upset. But now, after calming down and thinking, he agreed that the villagers had a point. "I was too simple-minded," Master Liang admitted honestly. "Every place's land has its own character. Thinking I could find a perfect solution once and for all probably isn't realistic." "Exactly," Song Changha nodded. "So I wonder, can we make the plow head detachable? Maybe make several types of plow heads, and depending on the land, we can switch to the most suitable one." Master Liang's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. But they would need to wait until the fields at Songjiatai were fully plowed before making improvements." The others didn't say much and quickly fixed the foot pedal. After shortening the sod part, it turned out that stepping on it didn't require as much force as before. Master Liang felt a bit nervous. Song Mingju watched for a while and said to her father, "Dad, why don't you try carving a few grooves into the foot pedal?" "Grooves?" Song Changha was confused. "It means making the pedal uneven, with ridges or indentations. That way, it will be easier to apply force," Song Mingju explained. "If not grooves, then maybe carve some dots." Song Changha understood immediately and started working on it. "Then here, carve a little edge," Song Mingju pointed out from the side. After finishing, they tested it again, and sure enough, it was much easier to use. "Mingju, how did you come up with this idea?" Master Liang asked curiously. The more he knew Song Changha, the more curious he became about his daughter's clever ideas. One idea after another kept coming. "It's just like the handle of the water wheel with a dragon bone," Song Mingju said. "A smooth handle isn't easy to grip, but if you wrap a few strands of fine rope around it, it's much better." Master Liang asked, "Couldn't we just wrap rope around the foot pedal?" "Of course, we could," Song Mingju replied, "but rope wears out easily and needs replacing. It's better to carve a few grooves directly on it, that way it's permanent." Master Liang and his apprentice thought they were more clever than a child. After the foot pedal was improved, the plow was ready to use. Song Changha and Master Liang's group watched closely, ready to fix any problems that might come up. The old ox was brought out again to work. These 2-legged creatures had a strange contraption attached behind them, with wheels and a person standing on it, stepping to operate. But when lifted, it was lighter and more efficient than before, when plowing the fields. "I don't understand. Old Neo just knows one thing. In this village, it wouldn't work without it." Song Changha's family was the first to start plowing, and villagers came to watch secretly during their breaks. Honestly, everyone in the village has a foot pedal plow. Those at the front are doing okay. Those at the back, by the time it was their turn, they had already finished turning the soil themselves. But this didn't dampen their enthusiasm. Two Dog's father and a few others saw this, and decided that after finishing Song Changha's fields, each family would only leave half of their land to be plowed with foot pedal tools. This would free up time for the villagers behind. They wanted more villagers to experience the benefits of the foot pedal plow. The villagers were very happy about this. Changha's apprentices are all as kind and fair as Changha. The villagers behind, after getting the foot pedal plows, only plowed half their land, then handed it over to the next person. This way, everyone followed the rules. Everyone's eyes were sharp. If anyone hesitated or deliberately delayed, others would point fingers at them. Fertilizer was applied together during plowing, then water was released. Village officials watched every step, carrying an ancestral bronze bell to patrol the village. If someone was slow, they would ring the bell in their field, and the whole village would be notified. Village officials' rough methods made people feel embarrassed. The family that was notified had to gather firewood and work overnight to catch up. Everyone in the village was afraid when they heard the bell. Only Song Mingju especially admired the village officials' approach. Fifth auntie, your method is good. Simple, effective, and motivating. Look at how everyone is working hard now. After the water in the fields was released, it was time to transplant rice seedlings. Those with rice boats were much faster than those without. They had only planted half a row, and they had already finished one row and moved on to the second. It truly made farming lighter, faster, and more efficient, saving time and effort. The others without rice boats were very envious. Next spring, I'll get a rice boat too. After the first few families finished planting, the lagging ones would come to borrow a rice boat. They didn't borrow for free. They would give a few eggs and some vegetables as thanks. If they didn't show kindness, no one would lend again in the future. After patrolling the village with village official, the agricultural officer, and the clerk, Song Mingju was ready to go home. While passing by Erguzi's family field, I saw Erguzi's older brother squatting by the edge of the field, handing seedlings to their mother. Meanwhile, Erguzi was bending down planting rice in the field. He frowned slightly. Uncle, Erguzi's brother is so thin. Song Mingju stopped and greeted Erguzi's mother. This isn't good. Why isn't it good? His mother asked hurriedly. Just a few days ago, Erguzi told me that his brother plans to take the imperial exam next year. Is he going to participate in the children's test? Song Mingju asked. After hearing about this, she went to ask her master. Master, Erguzi's brother is so young. Can he take the imperial exam? The master replied, children under 10 can participate in the children's test. As the name suggests, the children's test is for selecting talented children and prodigies. The current dynasty has clear rules for selecting prodigies, children under 10 who can recite the classics and pass 1 or 2 minor exams. Those who pass can become small students in local schools, similar to being a scholar. If they can understand more than 5 classics, they can be recommended by local officials to the court for further testing at the Ministry of Personnel. If they pass, they are considered successful candidates. If they understand more than 7 classics, they are awarded the title of advanced scholar. If they understand more than 10 classics, they can directly become officials. Master, what are the great classics, middle classics, and small classics? Song Mingju asked again. The master replied, like the Analects and Shaojing you are reading now, those are small classics. Like the poetry, Book of Documents, Zhou Rituals, Etiquette, and Guliang Commentary, those are middle classics. And the rites, Spring and Autumn Annals, are great classics. Song Mingju understood. So, it's about how thick the books are, right?
The master said.
Not wrong. In short, if you are chosen as a prodigy, you can succeed easily, and even your family can rise with you. So, this is also a very competitive path. Erguzi's mother didn't expect Song Mingju to know about the children's test and said, yes. Jianzheng, who was nearby, saw that Song Mingju had some plans and stayed silent. Uncle, I heard that the exam is very tiring, Song Mingju said seriously. Many people faint halfway through and are carried out. The clerk nodded, indicating that such things do happen. Look, Erguzi's brother is so thin. Song Mingju pointed at him worriedly. What if he can't hold on halfway through the exam? Really? Such things happen? His mother exclaimed in panic. What should we do then? Their family situation is like this. She doesn't mind working hard herself, but she can't keep reducing Erguzi's meals, right? I have a solution, but I haven't tried it myself yet, Song Mingju said with a hint. Auntie, do you want to hear it? Yes, I want to hear. Tell me, Mingju, Whatever idea Song Mingzhou comes up with is always good. That method has 2 steps, Song Mingzhou said, holding up one finger. First, you need to improve health. Eat 1 egg every day, and eat more fish to boost your brain. Argo Zanang took note and asked, is that enough? You can't become fat with 1 bite. Take it slow, Song Mingzhou said sincerely. For Argo Zanang, these conditions are not hard to meet. It just means raising a few more chickens at home and catching more fish in the fields. This way, the older child's nutrition is guaranteed, and there's no need to hold back the younger one. She also cares for the younger one now. But even with 10 fingers, some are longer than others. The oldest clearly has some talent for studying, so it's not realistic to be completely fair and not show favoritism. Second, strengthen the body, Song Mingzhou said, holding up. Basically, it means exercising. This isn't just doing chores, the whole body needs to move. Argo Zanang was confused. The whole body needs to move?
Yes.
The simplest way is to run to school every day. The distance stays the same, but the way of exercising changes. When not in school, run 3 laps around the village. Back in the day, who hadn't run 800 meters? Argo Zanang hesitated and said, we still have to do that. Of course. Song Mingzhu replied. Auntie, you haven't seen the exam halls. They're just rows of bare rooms, each person in a small space, about 3 feet wide, more uncomfortable than being in prison. And there's someone watching you when you go to the toilet. You can ask Uncle Scholar if you don't believe me. The scholar nodded seriously.
Yes.
He has a friend who, whenever there's a big exam, is either sick or has family issues. It's like they have a grudge against exams. Auntie, building strength takes time. It needs to be done step by step. Every day, Song Mingzhou reminded her. Look at me, I don't go out, but I run a few laps in the courtyard every day. That's true. Since they replaced the old tiled roof with a new blue brick one, Song Mingzhou has been exercising in the courtyard. Every day, she stretches, jumps, and moves around. At first, her parents found it strange and quite ugly. But after a while, they got used to it and stopped paying attention to her antics. Then I'll listen to you, He Zanang said nervously, quickly agreeing. Auntie, don't overdo it at first. Just run around the village once, that's enough. Song Mingzhu emphasized, take your time. Si Yuanjing added, Mingzhu is right. People shouldn't just study books, reading blindly, but also take care of their health. Build a strong body. I'll remember that. Guzi's mother nervously replied, later, I'll arrange for him to strengthen his body. Only then did Song Mingzhu happily hold Si Yuanjing's hand and smile, saying Wu Jia Jia, let's go. The brother of Guzi watched the whole scene and thought. He felt like he might have offended Mingzhu's sister somewhere. Guzi's brother is indeed clever. He looked at his 2 clean legs and then at his muddy brother and seemed to understand something. Mingzhu.
Sister.
It's really best not to offend her. While Guzi's brother was running around the village, the Song family completed the summer harvest and autumn planting. The agricultural officer estimated that the fields used for fish farming yielded more than half again, as much as those not used for fish. Less than 10% difference. But still quite impressive. This time, the villagers learned their lesson. Each family cleared half of their fields to repair and prepare for planting new seedlings, planning to introduce fish fry and raise rice flowers and fish. They kept half the fields as well, following Si Yuanjing's advice, to ensure a stable harvest during droughts and floods. Mao's father couldn't get enough fish fry, so he went around collecting, running his legs sore. It hurt, but it was also joyful. Guzi's brother wasn't running alone. Si Yuanjing called his grandson to join him. Song Mingzhu didn't seem like someone who would lie, so maybe it would work? His grandson was slightly behind Guzi in studies, but sooner or later, he'd have to face the same challenges. Early exercise. Early benefits. At first, it seemed strange, but after a while, it became a different kind of scenery. Especially Guzi's brother, whose changes were very obvious. At first, he ran 1 lap, out of breath and panting like a dog. Gradually, his breathing improved. If you called out to him halfway, he could even reply a few words. So, the clerk recorded this unusual scene in the Songjia Tai's summer harvest log. and accepted Song Mingju's suggestion, adding a note. Exercise your body, strengthen your physique. Study hard. Make progress every day. Si Yuanzheng's watermelon was ripe too. He picked the biggest ones and sent a few to Song Changha's family. Mingzhu, take a look and see if it's tasty. This watermelon was a bit bigger than a small phoenix, smaller than a Kirin melon, round and smooth, with a thick-looking skin. Song Mingzhu touched it and tapped it with her finger, hearing a hollow sound. This sounds pretty good, said Song Mingzhu. Can you also tell the sound? Muramasa asked curiously. Did you hear it at the county lady's place? He roughly understood that a ripe good melon sounded like this. Crisp and pleasant. Song Mingzhu explained it was like that. The sound of a ripe melon is clear and nice. Muramasa looked at the farmer official who came with them. Really? The farmer official hesitated. How would he know? The county lady was just a woman living inside the estate. He, a minor official at the county office, couldn't just go inside and chat with her, could he? It should be right. The official mumbled uncertainly. He looked at Master Liang, thinking that since they came from the capital and had seen big scenes, they should know. But to everyone's surprise, Master Liang spread his hands, showing he also had no idea. This thing was usually a tribute from the emperor, very rare. Even if the emperor gave a gift to the wrong person, it wasn't their place to question. So, Song Mingzhu and the official became the only two people in Song's family who had eaten watermelon. How do I cut this melon? Mei asked, holding a kitchen knife, but never having cut a watermelon before. Start like this, cut from the middle, Song Mingzhu demonstrated. Mother, maybe I should cut it?
Mei dared not do that.
She held the watermelon with one hand and carefully cut with the other, feeling like she was cutting a radish. One slice all the way through, then split it into two, revealing the true face of the first watermelon in Song's family. The pale yellowish-white flesh and red seeds looked very pleasing.
Ah, just like that, Song Mingzhu happily said.
The watermelon I ate at the county lady's place looked like this inside. The official also excitedly said, yes, it's exactly like that inside. He handed the melon to his family to watch over, not knowing how it was now. Mother, keep cutting it like this. Song Mingzhu showed her mother how to slice the watermelon into pieces. After the watermelon was cut, Song Changha asked the official to taste first. But the official asked Song Mingzhu to try first. She didn't refuse. She picked up a piece, smelled it, light, fresh aroma. Then took a bite, juicy, slightly sweet, very thirst-quenching. Yes, this is the taste. Song Mingzhu nodded happily. It's just a bit small, but everything else is the same. Muramasa finally relaxed and called everyone to eat the watermelon.
Eat.
Everyone try some. Old Lady Wu hesitated but moved closer, so Song Mingzhu handed her a piece. Grandma, this is watermelon. Only the emperor can eat it. Try it. Old Lady Wu was both happy and a little scared. She felt that not only had she moved into a house gifted by the emperor, but she was also eating watermelon only the emperor could have. Her life was complete. Muramasa and the others felt quite strange inside. First bite. Oh wow, this is watermelon. Second bite. Oh wow. Only emperors can eat this. Third bite. Oh wow. Now they can enjoy it too. After the fourth bite, I couldn't help but laugh. Wow, the Song family farm is really successful now. Tomorrow, I will go to our ancestors' graves and place some offerings so they can smell it too. Tu Mao's father and Tu Zhuang's father also asked for some melon seedlings from the village. They each planted only two, just a few. They followed the same care methods as the village leader, Song. The results were similar to the village, with each vine producing 5 melons. They each gave 2 melons to the village as a thank you for the seedlings. Then they each gave 1 melon to Song Changha's family as repayment for the seeds. That left each of them with only 2 melons. But both families were very happy. They thought about how Two Dog's father didn't join in planting this time, so each family shared half of their melons and sent them to Two Dog's family. This showed the strong friendship among the brothers. Two Dog's father was very touched. Because they all stayed close to Song Changha, their friendship grew stronger. The village clerk recorded this event in the summer harvest log of Song family farm with a note. This shows the good qualities of unity, mutual help, and kindness among the villagers of Song family farm. After eating the watermelon, the agricultural officer and the village clerk prepared to leave. Village leader Song didn't let them go empty-handed. He gave them some dried food and asked them to bring some local specialties to County Magistrate Tang. So, the agricultural officer and the clerk carried rice fragrant from the fish ponds of Song family farm on their backs and held a string of rice flowers made from straw in their hands. They also carried a watermelon in their arms and confidently headed to the village entrance to meet their mule cart. The driver said, "Are you two carrying mountains of gold and silver?" Song Mingju replied, "Isn't that so? Green mountains and clear waters are like mountains of gold and silver." The agricultural officer felt he saw the summer harvest and autumn planting at Song family farm, tasted the rice flowers and watermelons, and left with a full load. The clerk thought he had written many thick pages and received a set of bamboo pens. He felt happy inside and out, full of harvests. Village leader Song, you must continue to promote the hard-working spirit, carefully manage the autumn planting and harvest, and raise the rice fish well. The agricultural officer spent all his time with the village leader, learning his energetic methods, and earnestly advised him. "Next time, I will come to see how your autumn harvest is going. By then, the experience of raising fish and rice paddies will be almost ready, and it can be promoted across the county next year. By then, Li County will be a shining jewel of the great Xia dynasty." After sending off the two agricultural officials, the village became much quieter once the busy farming season ended. Master Liang and his apprentice also left. They were heading to the county to report to Magistrate Tang about the footplow, not returning to the capital. As long as Magistrate Tang didn't approve the footplow, the work wasn't finished. They needed to stay in Songjiatai to continue improving the footplow. Magistrate Tang took some time to listen to their report. When he heard that Song Chang'a planned to build a threshing machine, he was slightly interested. "Thank you both for your hard work," said Magistrate Tang. "Please stay at the county office for a couple more days. See if you can find any materials needed for the footplow and threshing machine, and bring some back." He also kindly reminded them, the weather is getting colder each day. Although it's not as cold as in the capital, it can still freeze here in Li County. I'll have someone bring you some clothes and bedding. Finally, he added, "By the way, think about what materials might be needed for the threshing machine and prepare them. That would be helpful." Master Liang and his apprentice felt a bit annoyed with officials like him, but they ultimately agreed to stay at the county office, considering it a small break. Magistrate Tang was generous, giving them money to buy what they needed. If they couldn't find something, they could ask him for help. Master Xie heard that Master Liang had returned, so he bought wine and meat to get closer to him. Everyone had their own friendships and connections. He also asked about Song Chang'a. When he heard exciting news, he was so annoyed he pounded his thigh. I can't believe I missed such an interesting event." Master Liang asked about the sliding track from before. Master Xie said, "Chang'a is really clever with the character, Gong."
I saw his talent back then.
They were so engaged that they toasted each other like old friends. Master Zheng didn't join the lively gathering. He was in his room writing a family letter. "To my wife, I am safe in Li County. I wonder how things are back home. Are my parents well? Are you well? My master and I arrived in Li County in May. We only stayed in the county for 2 days before heading to Songjiatai. At first, I thought Songjia Terrace was a poor, remote village. But after I arrived, I found there were lotus ponds everywhere. Truly, there are homes deep in the lotus fields." Master Zheng described his first impression of Songjia Terrace in detail, then added, "The villagers here live peacefully, helping each other. Song Village is very respected, led by the village head who weaves straw hats." He also wrote about Song Changha and his daughter. Master Song loves his daughter very much and is well known in 10 miles around, so people call her the daughter. Mingzhu is small but very clever. She asked her master to carve a wooden doll for her, which turned into a hollow, stackable doll. Master Zheng secretly used a small piece of wood to make the doll himself. He and his wife had been married for many years but had no children. However, their love was very strong. Every cut and line he made was full of his longing for his wife and his hopes for a child. If only I could have a daughter like Mingzhu, my heart would be complete. In the end, after thinking for a while, he softly wrote 2 words, "Don't think." Then, Master Zheng packed his family letter and other things he wanted to give his wife, handed them to Magistrate Tang, and asked him to help deliver them to the capital for his family. Magistrate Tang agreed, without hesitation. The agricultural officer also supported the idea of introducing rice fish farming across the county after hearing their report. Since you want to promote rice fish farming next year, everything must be perfect. Continue to go to Songjia Terrace and follow up on this project daily, recording everything carefully to ensure the methods are correct. The agricultural officer. He had already promised Song Tsuenzheng to wait until after the harvest to go. A few days later, he saw Song Tsuenzheng again. How do you think Song Tsuenzheng felt? He probably thought the official was reluctant to part with lotus pods, rice fish, buns, and watermelons from Songjia Terrace. Actually, he didn't love those things that much. The clerk was very happy. At the county office, everyone was busy every day. It looked lively but was actually very dull. Over at Songjia Terrace, things were busy and lively, full of energy. Villagers argued, and the village head would mediate. Villagers argued, and the village head would scold them together. After scolding, everyone would calm down, which was quite satisfying to watch. There was also little Mingzhu from the village, who had studied under Master Wang in the back mountain and protected him everywhere. Sometimes the apprentice seemed more like the master. He spent his days wandering around the village, drawing and writing freely, not caring about impressing anyone. If he had to choose, he would definitely choose Songjia Terrace. County Magistrate Tang gave the agricultural officials and clerks 2 days off to spend time with their families and restock supplies. The clerks didn't even go home. They divided the 2 rice fish brought back from Songjiatai, keeping one for their unlucky friend to see. This is a rice fish from Songjiatai. I hope you eat it and do well on your exams. His unlucky friend took the fish, looked at it, and asked, Songjiatai? Yes, the clerk replied with a serious face, but he smiled at his friend. It's the village that was praised by the emperor this year. It's full of talented and virtuous people. Then why hasn't your bad luck improved after being there so long? The friend asked. The clerk angrily retorted, if you can't speak nicely, just stop talking. When he returned home, the clerk found his fence had been repaired. The fence had been broken when he left. He planned to fix it when he came back. Su Langjun came by a few days ago and fixed it for us, his father said. Some people, you see, become friends for a reason. At Songjiatai, the villagers took 2 days off again, then started making straw hats. Song Changhe went to find village chief. Uncle, how about you take over the straw hat business in the future? This was a clear sign of handing the business over to the village chief's family. Village chief looked at Song Changhe and asked, you don't want it anymore? No, Song Changhe replied, I have too much on my plate to handle it. His wife was pregnant, and they were keeping it a secret. Once her belly grew bigger, villagers would find out. The straw hat business was very busy, with many people coming and going. He didn't want to give outsiders a reason to come into his home. Since you say so, I'll take it, village chief said. If you need anything, just tell me. Their families now supported each other. If one couldn't do well, the other would struggle too. Then village chief added, Changhe, you're now a respected person. Have you ever thought about forming a Songjiatai carpentry team? Village chief meant for Song Changhe to form his own carpentry team. I already have one, Song Changhe said. Ah, you. Village chief scolded him, disappointed. What's that? A half-master and 4.5 apprentices? When there's a problem, you call out. When there's nothing, everyone does their own thing. Other martial arts schools have senior brothers and second senior brothers. Do you have that? Song Changhe explained, we're all from the same village, so there's no need to be so strict about it. Because we come from the same village, we must be clear about things. Village master pointed out, disciples trained by the same master can be good or bad. Especially for someone like you, who took in a disciple halfway and only partially trained him. Each has their strengths and weaknesses. These people have different skills and temperaments, and they can't change much. Don't think that they are all peaceful now, not fighting or competing. That's because their skills are still average. If someone inside prefers to stand out, just look at the current situation. It's like in our village. No matter how clearly things are explained, there are always a few troublemakers trying to cause trouble. Think about it. If one day you have something urgent and can't handle it yourself, who among these four will step up to take charge? That's a real problem. Or if something happens somewhere else and you can't go yourself, who would you send as your disciple? Village Master now has good experience leading a team, and every question he raises is very relevant. Even the emperor needs to appoint a crown prince. You, as a half-master, want to keep everything fair? Even your own father can't do that. Uncle, let me think about it, please. He's gone from a commoner to a minor official, so it's normal that his thinking is a bit slow. Think about it. If you can't figure it out, at most your team is just a makeshift troupe, performing wherever there's a show. In the end, this is something you need to understand thoroughly yourself, and Village Master isn't rushing him. Once you've thought it through and made arrangements, you will be the Song family team, the Song family army. Our entire Song family stage is in your hands. Wherever you call, we will go. Village Master's attitude is clear. You keep moving forward, and I will protect you from behind. Song Changhe thoughtfully returned home. Mei noticed her husband's unusual mood and asked, "What's wrong? You went out happily but came back looking so gloomy?" Song Changhe repeated what Village Master said. "I think Uncle Village Master makes a lot of sense," Mei said. "Not to mention, just considering our family situation, who arrives first, who arrives later, that shows how close or distant they are. So, how should they be arranged?" Song Changhe worried. Should it be based on closeness or ability? Song Mingju overheard and played while talking. That's easy. Just go in order. First come, first served. It's like in a play, where the front seats are for those who arrive early. Hearing his daughter say this, Song Changhe suddenly saw the light. Oh right. Why think so much? First come, first served also reflects closeness or distance. So, Song Changhe called over the 4.5 apprentices and said, "Now, each of your families has many things to do, and I also have more and more tasks. In the future, you might even need to go out alone to do work." When they heard this, the apprentices looked happy. Oh, their master is aiming to grow stronger. I thought about it, and it's better to assign a hierarchy: big brother, second brother. That way, it's easier for outsiders to find you. The apprentices looked at each other nervously. "Master, just arrange it as you see fit," they all said. "Then I will do that," Song Changhe replied. "You four, Changhu is the earliest, so he will be the big brother. Do you have any objections?" Changhu is actually the father of Erguzi, but that name was used once and then forgotten.
No.
The other three quickly agreed. Second Zhuang's father can be second brother, a little later. Second Zhuang's father had no objections. Second Mao's father, third brother. Second Mao's father also had no objections. Second Tiger's father, fourth brother. Second Tiger's father. His father had already scolded him in advance. As for Changhe's ranking, Song Jianjin advised his son, "Don't argue about the order. Whatever rank you get, just accept it." Their family had helped support Changhe for a long time, so it's proper for him to be last. So, Second Tiger's father also had no objections. Then Song Changhe said, "Now that you have a rank outside, you should also have proper names. Most common people like them, who hold no official position in the court, don't have formal names. History won't record them, nor will they be remembered. But now, things are different. Their Song family has its own honorary archway, which is like having a name before the emperor. Now, they can also have their own names. I have a name called Changbai." Second Tiger's father raised his hand. This was when Song Changhe's father went to ask Master Wang for a name, and Village Zheng shamelessly went along. All three sons received names, but no one used them. As for Second Zhuang's father and Second Mao's father, they still need to ask their own fathers for opinions. Song Changhe told them to go back. After they returned and discussed naming, Even though the two fathers didn't meet to decide together, their opinions were quite similar. They all follow Changha's name, so you should do the same. So, each of the two fathers caught a fish, cut some vegetables, and took a jean of flour to find Master Wang in the back mountain to get their names. They really couldn't go without each other. They still felt quite nervous about Master Wang. When they went to see, Song Mingzhu was sitting inside the shed reading. After the busy farming season, her summer vacation was over. Eat without talking, sleep without speaking. At first, Song Mingzhu sat very properly, but as she read, she started to fidget. Master, Confucius said not to talk while eating. But if the emperor invites me to dinner, and halfway through, he asks me something, should I answer? The two fathers who came up the mountain to ask for a name. Mingzhu, you really dare to think. Master Wang was about to scold the mischievous little disciple when he saw the two standing outside, looking like they had something urgent to say. He kept quiet, waiting for them to speak first. But the two were even more nervous.
King, king, king.
Song Mingzhu ran out to see, and she exclaimed, "Oh, it's second Zhuang father and second Mao father. Uncles, are you here to see my master about something?" Mingzhu happily ran over to ask. The two fathers, seeing her as if she were a savior, quickly said, "Mingzhu, we want your master to help us choose a name." "That's easy." Mingzhu replied, "I'll go tell my master. Wait here for a moment." The two fathers looked at Mingzhu's fearless attitude, wiped the sweat from their foreheads, and felt very relieved. Fortunately for Mingzhu, Song Mingzhu, acting as a messenger, went to her master and relayed the request of the two fathers. Master Wang then told them to come over. "What are your expectations for your names?" The master asked. "Nothing special. We listened to Master Wang's advice." The two fathers hurriedly said. Mingzhu added from beside, "Master, they're the same generation as my father." The master understood how to handle this. "I see from your faces that both of you are honest and kind-hearted," the master said. "Ordinary people, there's no need to give overly grand names." Then he gently pointed at second Zhuang father and said, "You, why not be called Changqing, meaning the evergreen bamboo? And you, be called Changli," he added to second Mao father, meaning true to your original intentions. He then wrote down these two names and gave them to the two fathers. They were very grateful. "Thank you, Master Wang." Mingzhu saw her master off and returned to continue her questions. "Master, Confucius said to learn and review regularly. If there's time, why not learn new knowledge?" "Master, did Confucius really say that Guanzhong had a small mind?" "Master, why did Confucius stand by the river and say, 'The past is like this'?" "Master, Confucius." Finally, the old master couldn't bear it anymore and angrily ordered, "Go write 10 big characters on the ground. Holidays are not possible, so go practice calligraphy." Heir Zhuang's father and Heir Mao's father went down the mountain, each holding their own items and smiling foolishly. "Song Chongqing." Heir Mao's father shouted loudly.
Hey.
Heir Zhuang's father responded loudly and also called out, "Song Chongli."
Hey.
Heir Mao's father replied loudly again. The two brothers shoulder to shoulder, calling each other's names happily like two children. Because of this, the Song family troupe was officially formed. Master Zheng was also quite happy and called everyone over to give a speech. "You all must stay close to Song Changha, promote our Song family's hardworking spirit, keep improving your skills, and make the Song troupe famous." The two fathers with the same surname hesitated. They felt like they'd heard this kind of phrase somewhere before. The next day, when they went to work at Song Changha's house, they heard Song Mingzhu talking to her father. "Dad, you must deeply understand the essence of plowing with a foot pedal, carry forward our old Song family's hardworking spirit, and work together to develop the foot pedal rice threshing machine, making the name Skilled Worker Song famous." The two fathers with the same surname hesitated. Now they finally understood what this strange way of speaking was all about. Master Liang and his apprentice just happened to return too. They came back with Wang Longjuan's mule cart. "Coincidentally, we met at the city gate," Wang explained. "Someone from the county was Song Ings, but since we were coming to Songjia Tai anyway, I thought I'd bring them along to save trouble. Master Liang, you're back. Song Changhe warmly greeted, helping carry the things Master Liang brought. Grandpa Liang, Uncle Zheng, you're back. Song Mingzhu also ran over and gave Master Liang a warm hug. Big Yellow, Big Guai, and Little Flower also gathered around, wagging their tails and spinning happily. Master Liang was so happy that his beard twitched up and down. Master Zheng was more reserved, but also smiling broadly. The master and apprentice felt like they had come home. Mingzhu, look what Grandpa brought you. Master Liang called to Song Mingzhu, handing her a big bundle. Song Mingzhu hugged the bundle, placed it on the table, and opened it. Inside were various small toys. There were Luban puzzles, colorful silk flowers, painted fans, colorful flags, sugarfish. It seemed that Master Liang bought her all the little things he could find on the street. Wow! Song Mingzhu jumped with happiness, then rushed to Master Liang. Grandpa Liang, you're so kind. Meanwhile, Li Longjuan's mule cart slowly arrived and stopped at village chief's house. Two people also got off, the agricultural officer and the clerk. Village chief. Why are they back again? The magistrate said I should stay at your Song family farm and record your autumn harvest, the agricultural officer said flatly, handing over a document. Here is the magistrate's handwritten note. You can read it yourself. Village chief took the note and handed it to his eldest grandson, who read it aloud. It was just as the agricultural officer said. Oh, big brother, you're just in time to come back. Village chief smiled warmly and went to greet him. With you here, our autumn harvest is sure to go well. The agricultural officer looked serious for a moment, but couldn't hold back his laughter. I knew you'd say that, he said proudly, pulling out a small, plain cloth bag from his sleeve. Look what I brought for you. Village chief opened the bag and saw it was full of watermelon seeds.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
He exclaimed happily, almost jumping. We have enough watermelon seeds for next year's planting. Everyone was happy in just a few days. At Wang Langjun and Li Longjuan's place, they first delivered some goods to village chief's house. It wasn't much, mainly some miscellaneous items and seasonings to test the market. Then, they went back to Song Changhe's house to pick up all the nesting dolls. However, because Song Changhe had been very busy lately, he only made a few, so the total wasn't large. Wang Langjun and Li Langjun planned to hold onto the goods and not sell them immediately. They wanted to wait until the next batch of products was ready and sell everything together. Next was the mooncake matter. When they heard that Mrs. May was willing to sell the recipe, Li Langjun was overjoyed. Wang Langjun looked at Song Changhe and said, I heard last year's mooncakes were made by your wife and the village women together. This year, she originally planned to do the same, right? That was the plan. Song Changhe replied. But after returning from the county last time, she fell ill. The doctor said she needed to rest. I persuaded her for several days, and only then did she agree to sell the recipe. I see. Wang Langjun nodded. By the way, I also want to discuss this with Li Langjun, Mrs. May said. The materials you two brothers bought last time, I see you've already brought them over. These materials can only make about 100 mooncakes, roughly. I was just thinking, since the materials have already arrived and I had already promised the women in the village, I wonder, can Lordly help us finish making the mooncakes this time and then buy the recipe? Like the old aunt and the mother of Erguzi, they finish their busy farming, then come to ask if we still want to make mooncakes this year. May only said she didn't know yet, and she would tell them when she had news. Seeing the hopeful looks of the old aunt and others, May felt that even if she sold the recipe, she should try her best.
Lordly looked hesitant. I'm afraid it might be.
May's smile faded.
If it's not possible, then.
I have an idea. Wang interrupted. Would you like to hear it? My idea is like this, Wang said. Brotherly, after you buy the recipe, you'll need to send someone here to learn. It might take half a month for the round trip. Your sister-in-law, after selling the recipe, will have to wait until someone comes to teach her. Even if she's quick, it might still take a few days. If she comes directly to make the mooncakes during these days, she might not finish all 100 or so, but she could probably do half.
Song Chung-ha listened for about 2.5 minutes and understood. So, Brother Wang, what do you mean? I mean, brotherly, you buy the mooncake recipe and then entrust your sister-in-law to make them, Wang explained. That way, brotherly doesn't have to worry about learning everything at once, and your sister-in-law won't have to worry about losing trust with the villagers. Isn't that a good solution? Everyone looked at each other, thinking this idea was quite clever. But after thinking carefully, it seemed not impossible. The only downside was that May might earn a little less. But in return, May wouldn't have to worry about selling the mooncakes. She could just focus on making them. As for Lord Lee, he just needed to arrange for people to come and pick up the mooncakes regularly. Although the journey was a bit far, the road from the town was soon to be repaired, making travel much easier. After some discussion, Lord Lee and May finally decided. First, Lord Lee would buy the recipe and continue selling the mooncakes in Liang County and trusting May to make them. Lord Lee would supply the ingredients and settle the wages with May. At the same time, Lord Lee would send someone from Lanling County to learn how to make the mooncakes. Once they learned, they would go back and make them in Lanling County, mainly selling within that area. That sounds great. Wang clapped his hands and laughed. From now on, I'll get my supplies from Brother Lee. As for how much the mooncake recipe was sold for, that was not something Song Mingju needed to know. When it came to discussing money, her parents told her to go out and play. But Song Mingju quietly observed her mother and noticed that she was in a good mood while cooking. Both older brothers, you can leave a bit later. I'll make some buns for you to take on the road. So, Song Mingju understood. Mom, make a few more buns. My master likes them. Song Mingju ran to tell her mother, then went to ask Wang Langjun and others about what was happening outside. Uncle Wang, are you guys going to trade along the southern coast again this winter?
Well,
Wang Langjun looked at Li Langjun and said, we haven't decided yet. Traveling such a long distance for trade is not easy. It's tiring for both people and mules. But last year's trip was quite rewarding. So, they still needed to think about it. Song Mingju didn't press further. By the way, Uncle Wang, Uncle Lee, I wonder if the lotuses at Songjia Terrace are blooming even more beautifully this year, maybe because they received praise from His Majesty and the local officials? Wang Langjun and Li Longjuan's hearts skipped a beat. Here we go again. Would you like to take some to sell in our county? Song Mingju asked with a bright smile. She really didn't miss any chance to promote Songjia Terrace.
ha, you.
Wang Langjun patted Song Mingju's little head and laughed. All right, we'll listen to you. We'll sell as many bundles as you can make. But the price will stay the same as last year. Anyway, the money wasn't much, just a small gesture to support Mingju's sincere heart. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Thank you, Uncle Lee. Song Mingju was very happy and immediately sent a Kwai to call people from Guzi's family. She hadn't earned money with her friends yet this year. Seeing the situation, Uncle Wang quickly said, the price can't go up from last year. It can't go up? Song Mingju's expression froze, and her smile disappeared instantly. Why not? The emperor himself praised it. You don't know, Uncle Wang explained. Now, when people come from the town to Songjia Terrace, they're all trying to sell us lotus flowers and seed pods from their villages along the way. Really? Song Mingju was shocked. They say their village's lotus flowers are from the same lake as yours.
Wow.
Song Mingju looked at her father. Song Changhe replied, it is indeed the same lake. Their village's lake is long and narrow, starting from their village and stretching across 2 villages before ending.
This.
Song Mingju was speechless. These people are so good at copying. All right then. Song Mingju briefly felt regret but quickly regained her happiness, bouncing happily as she waited for her friends to organize their tasks. Being copied by other villages was always hard to avoid. Still, this was what Song Mingju had hoped for. If they were willing to change proactively, it meant the path at Songjia Terrace was the right one. For boys, Guzi, Zhuang, Mao, and Hu each called their helpers and headed down to the lake together. They were experienced and knew which lotus flowers, leaves, and seed pods could be picked and which could not. Don't pick all of them. Leave some so the plants can keep growing, Song Mingju reminded her friends carefully. Don't worry, Mingju.
We'll handle it.
Her friends assured her confidently. They still asked Song Liuli to help with wrapping the flowers. Song Liuli, after wrapping the 3 treasures, put some water in this pocket below, Song Mingju instructed. This way, the 3 treasures in the pond would last longer. At least, when Wang Langjun and his friends returned to the county, the flowers would still look fresh. Oh, in the past, she was the only one selling this, without competition, so selling it was enough to earn money. Now that there was competition, they had to focus on better service. Money was hard to earn. Song Mingju was sometimes happy, sometimes sighing, which made Wang Langjun laugh a lot. Don't worry, Uncle Wang and Uncle Li will definitely support your big project. After dinner, Mei prepared steamed buns, some with pork fat and chives, others with tofu filling. Wang Langjun eagerly ate a hot bun on the spot.
Wow. Wow.
Wow. After taking a bite, Wang Langjun's eyes lit up. Delicious. Oh, sister-in-law, your buns are even better than those famous bakeries in the county. Really, sister-in-law, you should open a small restaurant. Your cooking skills are a shame to be wasted at Songjia Terrace. Then Wang Langjun warmly invited Li Langjun. Brother Li, try it. It's best when hot. Li turned his head away and covered his eyes. He really couldn't bear to watch this embarrassing fellow. After eating and drinking well, they agreed on a time to come again, bringing more buns and goods. Before leaving, Wang told Song Changhe, Brother Changhe, your skillful worker Song, reputation has already spread a bit. Take this chance to make some good products and fully establish your name as skillful worker Song, so that everyone in the great Xia dynasty will know and remember. Song Changhe replied, why do you all speak in the same tone? After sending away Wang Langjun and his group, life at Song Changhe's family returned to normal and peaceful. The next day, Master Liang and his apprentice came to work. They clearly felt that the atmosphere was different from before. Several of Song Changhe's half-apprentices worked more organized and disciplined. They also exchanged praise for the senior brothers and second brothers, showing more politeness than before, which indicated that Song Changhe had managed to set things straight. That's good. As the saying goes, without rules there can be no order. Even though they are only half-apprentices, the proper rules still must be followed. Otherwise, the master can't control the apprentices, and if they start fighting among themselves, it will only lead to trouble. Song Changhe continued working on the doll-making project, because it was profitable. Master Liang kept improving the foot-powered plow, as it was meant for the court, so he couldn't be careless. When problems arose, both sides discussed and solved them together. In the gaps, they also worked on the rice threshing machine. Their schedule was packed without any free time. Meanwhile, because Mei was preparing to make mooncakes, the men were around, making the women uncomfortable. Mei moved Song Changhe and his group to one side of the courtyard and divided the space with a mat. Just work over there for now. Don't come over here,
Mei said.
Song Changhe. All right, he didn't dare to refuse. Song Mingju joined in the fun, clapping loudly nearby. Mother is mighty. Song Changhe. Mingju, are your team members standing the wrong way again? Mingju was too busy to pay attention to her father because she also needed to pay her little friends their wages. Don't worry, those whose names are called come first, Mingju shouted. A few children lined up straight, holding their heads high, like soldiers in training.
First.
Mingju looked at the children in front of her, then said, second brother Air, you picked. Air took the money happily. Little sister Mingju, next time there's a good event, call me again.
Got it.
Mingju cheerfully agreed, then called out the next one, second Mao, you picked. Master Liang and his apprentice watched this scene with admiration. After just a few days apart, Song Changhe's family had truly impressed them. Recently, the village girls and young women developed a new hobby, visiting the village blacksmith shop. Old Auntie was always decisive and quick in her actions. Although she said she wouldn't open a shop, she still tidied up a small room to use as her shop. The shelves were handmade from a few broken pieces of wood by her second son. They weren't very pretty, but sturdy. They also made a small box to serve as both a counter and a storage space, which was very convenient.
Old Annie, I want to see that purse, said the little girl. Auntie, I want to see that piece of cloth, said the young wives. Mom, you promised me before that you would buy me some candy, said the children who came along. Then their mother remembered the promise their father made to buy fabric for them. She touched the patterned cloth and asked about the price. After thinking for a long time, she finally chose a small piece of candy and a few needles and threads. Old clothes can still be worn again, and torn ones can be patched up. But if children are not honest, they won't be willing to work next time. Now, the children in the village are very clever. They can count things under 10 very clearly. If you say a few candies, they will know exactly how many. You can't even trick them into thinking there's one less. It shows that Song Mingju's math lessons are working a bit. Speaking of math, the clerk also noticed recently that the small shop at the Song village's Zheng family used a method of keeping accounts that he couldn't understand at all. What's this? Asked the clerk, pointing to the big grandson of village Zheng. He wasn't intentionally spying. He just overheard the boy talking loudly while helping his grandmother with the accounts. Grandma, this number that looks like a hook is read as 5, said Dahu. A hook? Is it 5 or Wu? They don't look like either. Can I see it? The clerk asked curiously, walking to the door and speaking loudly. Dahu looked at his grandmother. Are you interested in seeing the accounts or something else? Asked the old auntie.
Just that
hook thing you mentioned? The clerk requested. Can Dahu write one out for me to see? He didn't dare ask to see the entire account book. Even if he's simple-minded, he knows what he can and can't ask for. The old auntie took the account book and told the grandson to deal with the clerk. Uncle Clerk, what we just mentioned is the 5 in Indian numerals, and it looks like this. Dahu didn't hide anything and wrote it openly for the clerk to see. The clerk looked at it and thought it really looked like a hook. Where did you learn this? Asked the clerk. Song Mingju taught me, said Dahu. All the kids in the village have learned it. Is that the only one? The clerk continued to ask. No, there are 9 more, said Dahu. First is 0. The clerk pocketed the paper, examined it carefully from both ends, and pondered all night. The next day, before dawn, I got up and climbed the back mountain to find Master Wang, intending to get some answers. Unfortunately, I arrived just as Master Wang was having a fit, nearly going mad. Heaven and earth are unkind, treating all things like straw dogs. Then suddenly, his tone shifted. Long live socialism, sir. Uncle Wang held him and begged desperately, Sir. The clerk was frightened and ran away. After running a short distance, he thought it was wrong and turned back. He made a firm decision, grabbed Master Wang from behind, and shouted loudly, Come back, soul. Soul, come back. Why leave your body and wander to the 4 directions? Why do you have to leave your body and go wandering everywhere? Abandon your happiness and leave the unlucky place. Leaving your peaceful home to face danger is so terrible. Soul, come back. The East cannot be trusted. Soul, come back. You can't go east. People there are waiting to search for your soul. If you go, your soul will surely vanish. Soul, come back. The South cannot be stopped. Soul, come back. You can't go south. There are wild men and beasts that eat people. Soul, come back. The West is dangerous, with sands stretching 1,000 miles. Soul, come back. You can't go west. There, the sands are endless, crops won't grow, and the land is vast and desolate with no end. Come back. That place is not for humans. Soul, come back. The North cannot be stopped. Soul, come back. You can't go north. There, snow falls for thousands of miles, freezing like mountains, and you can't stay long.
Come back.
Soul, come back. You have no heaven above you. Soul, come back. You have no place in this dark city. Soul, come back. Enter the cultivation gates. Soul, come back. Return to your hometown. Soul, come back. Don't go to heaven, don't go underground. Just return here, to your homeland, and stop wandering far away. Soul, come back. The clerk called out, each cry more sorrowful than the last. I still remember that day when they met on the back mountain.
Master Wang stood on a stone, gazing at the busy farmland below. He looked thin but strong, with eyes full of sadness. "Are you also from Songjia Terrace?" he asked curiously as he approached. "Why do you live here alone?" Master Wang turned to look at him, his gaze falling on the bag he carried on his back. Whether he wanted to speak or not, he remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. "I am only half a person in this world, not a complete one." The clerk stepped aside and looked down the mountain. "Are you watching Songjia Terrace?" Master Wang turned his head and looked into the distance. "I am watching the world." The clerk was immediately captivated by these words. "How do you see this world?" he asked again. "All things are born, and even ants are strong," Master Wang replied. At that moment, the clerk decided to be friends with this person. He stubbornly offered half of his ink stick to him. He even ignored the villagers calling someone a madman. But now, seeing it with his own eyes, his heart also ached. The way of heaven is unfair. Unfair. As the clerk called out repeatedly, Master Wang gradually softened. Uncle Wang quickly caught him. The clerk helped lift him onto the bed. Master Wang was sweating all over, as if he had fallen into water. "Thank you for your help, sir," Uncle Wang said to the clerk. "Please sit outside while I change his clothes." The clerk also broke out in sweat. He picked up his book bag, silently walked under the eaves, grabbed a piece of grass, and sat on the ground. Morning light pierced the sky, tearing open in the sky, revealing golden rays inside. The clerk looked at this glow for a long time, speechless. Song Mingju held Song Lu's hand, happily coming to school. Seeing the clerk, she ran over cheerfully. "Uncle Clerk, are you here to see my master?" Uncle Wang heard her voice and came out, softly saying to Song Mingju, "Your master fell ill early today, so he probably can't teach you today." Song Mingju was surprised and asked softly, "How is master now?" "He just fell asleep," Uncle Wang replied. "Can I go in and see him?" Song Mingju begged softly. "Just a quick look, I promise not to disturb him." Uncle Wang thought for a moment and took Song Mingju into the room. The person on the bed had disheveled hair, closed eyes, curled up inside the blanket, which was old and torn. Song Mingju couldn't tell if the person was her master or her second master. She only felt that the person in front of her looked very thin. She gently grabbed her master's frail hand but couldn't hold back and softly started to cry. She was still too young, unable to protect anyone. Seeing her upset, Song Lu held her in his arms and softly comforted her. "Mingju, don't wake master." Obediently, Song Mingju left the room, went outside, wanting to cry but afraid to do so loudly, sobbing uncontrollably. The clerk saw the situation, got up from the ground, picked up Song Mingju, patted her back, and said to Song Lu, "I'll take you both home." Song Mingju cried all the way home, frightening her father and mother. "Master Wang is sick. Mingju feels very sad," the clerk simply explained. The couple understood immediately. Song Changha saw the clerk out and said, "Thank you very much." Master Wang's condition was beyond medicine to cure, and the couple had no other way. After crying, Song Mingju, with swollen eyes, went to find her mother. "Mom, how much is a chicken?" she asked. "What do you want to do?" May asked. "I want to buy a chicken." Song Mingju sniffled, to help Master Wang get better. This was the first time since she had her own little savings that she actively asked for money. May and her husband looked at each other, and Song Changha signaled her to agree to their daughter's request. Actually, neither of them really understood why their daughter was so attached to Master Wang, as if he was a long-lost family member. But besides agreeing, what else could they do? "To help him get better, we need an old hen," May said. "We don't have one. I'll ask around in the village." "Okay." Song Mingju leaned on her mother's shoulder softly. "Thank you, Mom." May's heart softened too. In the end, May bought an old hen from the village blacksmith's family and collected a dozen eggs from other households. They cooked the chicken that same day and divided it into two parts. One part, with eggs, was sent to Master Wang by Song Changha. The other part was packed in a jar and soaked in cold water, ready to be delivered the next day. They didn't dare wait too long. Song Mingju went with her father to deliver the chicken soup. Master Wang had now calmed down and was drawing at the table. From his appearance, it seemed that the second master had won. "Master, this is the chicken soup my mother cooked. You must drink it all," Song Mingju said by the table, reminding her master. "Master, I wish you a long life. When I grow up, I will serve you well." The second master looked at Song Mingju and watched her for a long time. Finally, he reached out and gently placed his hand on her little fist. "Master is already better. Come to school tomorrow." Despite the shabby world, there was always a thread connecting him. "Okay." Song Mingju agreed happily, holding her father's hand as they went home. On the way, Song Mingju had a new idea. "Dad, can you make me a car that can move by itself when I press it?" she asked her father. It was another moment to test their father-daughter bond. "What kind of car?" Now Song Changha has found a way to deal with it. "You spoke too quickly just now. I didn't hear clearly."
Well,
"Dad, when you made the foot plow before, didn't you put wheels on it so it could move forward by itself?" Song Mingju demonstrated her idea to her father without any real object. "I don't want the foot plow now. I want it to move forward. Like a cart. Dad, do you understand?" Song Changha. Honestly, he couldn't say yes. "Do you mean no plow head on the foot plow?" Song Changha tried to understand his daughter's meaning. "Is everything else similar to a foot plow?" "Yes, yes, yes." Song Mingju cheered. "Dad, you're so clever now." Song Changha felt quite pleased. "Of course. I am Song Mingju's dad, after all. Dad, pick me up high." Song Mingju jumped around in front of her dad. "It's been a long time since you lifted me high." This was her favorite game when she was younger. Song Changha waved the thing in his hand. "But I still need to hold the basket." "I'll hold the basket," Song Mingju said happily. "Dad, lift me high again." Song Changha. "What a good idea." So, Song Changha handed the basket to his daughter, then grabbed her and tried to lift her high into the air. Flying now, Song Mingju laughed happily. Haha. When Song Changha heard his daughter's request, he started thinking about making a bicycle. "Master Liang, can you be less unpredictable with your ideas?" He couldn't keep up.
but
Even though he complained, he honestly helped think it through. "Master Zheng. Master, please try to keep your expression calm." A few enthusiasts gathered around, discussing the foot plow for a while. They thought that maybe just removing the plow head would work. Originally, Song Changha designed the foot plow based on the water wheel of a dragon bone watermill, with front and rear wheels turning together. Because it was unstable on the ground, he added small wheels on each side of the rear wheel as support. After removing the plow head, the foot plow could still move forward. It just didn't look very nice. Soon, Song Mingju got her very basic, beggar-style bicycle. From a distance, it looked like a child's bike without a handlebar. She stared blankly at the bike, surprised. "Dad, it's so tall. Do you think I can climb on it?" She was only a little taller than the wheels. Song Changha compared his daughter's height and thought making another one wouldn't be very difficult. "Dad, I'll make you a new one," Song Changha said straightforwardly. Then, he handed the task of carving the doll to Guzi's dad, asking him to bring a few junior apprentices to help. Master Liang also kept some apprentices to help with painting, while he worked on the bicycle with Song Changha. "Dad, since you're making me a new one, should it be a bit shorter here?" Song Mingju squatted nearby, watching and casually guiding her dad. "Don't bend the middle connecting rod either, just make it slant straight across. Anyway, my legs are short, I can't reach. That way it saves effort. And the wheels should be a bit smaller too." "Yes, and the two small wheels at the back. Even smaller." "How small should they be?" "Dad, I think about the size of your palm is enough. As long as it doesn't fall over. Otherwise, it's too heavy for me to push." She meant to make the training wheels smaller. "Also, Dad, at the front of the bike you need to make a handle that I can hold on to. Otherwise, where should I put my hands?" Because the plow head was removed, the front looked bare. "And, Dad, the front of the bike should be able to steer. Otherwise, I can't turn." "Mingju, slow down when you talk," Song Changha quickly called out. "You're saying so much at once. I can't remember everything. Song Mingju poured water into a bowl and used a stick to draw the main points on the ground for her dad to see. Here, here, and here all need to be changed. The drawing was meant to be understood intuitively, not explained in words. Luckily, Master Liang was there. Master Liang brought paper and brushes, and whatever Song Mingju drew, he followed and painted. Is it like this? Seeing it, Song Mingju felt something was off. It's not like that here, it should be like this, like this. Master Liang went to make adjustments. Is it like this now? Yes, just like that here. How about now? Yes. Song Mingju nodded happily. Grandpa Liang, you're so amazing. Master Liang finally understood the joy Song Changha felt. Guzi's dad and the others scratched their heads, completely unaware of what Song Mingju was talking about. Master Zheng listened with half an ear, seeming to understand but not quite, feeling very curious. He wished he could put down his brush and go see for himself. So much so that the characters he was painting were glancing sideways towards Song Changha. Also, Dad, on this bike, you need to add a brake. Otherwise, it won't stop, and what if it crashes into the lake? Brake? Song Changha asked confusedly. What kind of brake are you talking about? Song Changha has not yet understood the true meaning of these two words, and Song Mingju doesn't know that her father hasn't understood either. Both of them speak their own words, and I understand my own tone, which is quite harmonious. I think we don't need to kill the cart. Song Changha said. Like the ox cart from village Zheng, it doesn't go fast, and just stopping to pull the reins is enough. For a horse-drawn carriage, stopping with a huh sound from the horse is enough. For a pedal bike, just get off and stop yourself. Song Mingju. Well, it's not her father's fault. He has never seen a real pedal bike. Once he figures it out, he'll understand how strong human power can be. What if it's a downhill road? Song Mingju asked her father. Like the road outside our house, can we just jump? Wouldn't that cause a fall? Thinking about it, Song Changha agreed. Even the old ox from village Zheng wouldn't dare to push hard downhill.
So,
what exactly is this killing the cart method you mentioned? Song Changha asked humbly. I think. Song Mingju looked up at the sky above her courtyard, gesturing animatedly. This brake, it should be installed either on the foot or on the hand. If I want to stop, I can either step on it with my foot or squeeze it with my hand, and the car will stop. Song Changha thought for a moment and believed that installing a horizontal bar near the wheel, so that when the foot touches it, the bar gets caught in the spokes of the wheel, making the wheel unable to turn, could achieve the purpose of stopping the cart. Master Song, that probably won't work. Master Liang interrupted. He has seen a horse-drawn carriage run. No matter how thick the cushion inside, riding at high speed can bounce a person into the air. If suddenly stopping sharply while running, the carriage and horse could overturn. This. Song Changha quickly admitted his mistake. I didn't think it through. Thank you for the reminder, Master Liang. So, you see, to stop a pedal bike, you probably need to slow down first. Master Liang said, while thinking. Song Mingju's eyes lit up. Wow. Master Liang is amazing. He quickly grasped the essence of the brake. If it were her father, he might fall a few times before understanding. She was already prepared to pretend to fall a few times to remind her father. Oh, no wonder Grandfather Liang is so impressive. Song Mingju looked at Master Liang with admiration, her eyes shining. Master Liang proudly puffed out his chest, his beard trembling. Not really. Your father just hasn't seen a horse-drawn carriage run. Master Liang still remembered speaking well of Song Changha. If your father had seen it, he would definitely understand too. That's right. Song Mingju nodded in agreement. My dad just hasn't seen enough of the world. Otherwise, with his intelligence, he should already be a master craftsman. Master Liang.
No.
He's just being modest in the usual way. Why do you keep praising him? Changha Song. No, dear daughter, you're putting too much on him. Your dad can't handle that. But Song Mingju didn't care. She just made a heart gesture toward her dad. Dad, keep going. I believe in you. The other fathers were jealous and quickly followed suit. Master, keep going. We believe in you. They didn't have daughters, but they didn't want to be the only ones feeling hurt. Master Liang patted Changha Song on the shoulder and said sincerely, "Keep it up, Song. I believe in you too." After Master Liang's reminder, Changha Song's ideas opened up. He decided to make 2 types of brakes. One to slow down the bike, called active brake, because it slows down gradually. One to stop the bike completely, called dead brake, because it stops immediately. Now, the naming of brakes was already something Song Mingju had passed down to her dad. Song Mingju. The names make sense, but they sound a bit strange. These 2 brakes are connected to the frame with linkages. Changha Song still followed the idea of foot brakes, with the active brake on the left foot and the dead brake on the right foot. Mingju didn't remind her dad to switch to hand brakes. Because materials were limited at this time, her suggestions were not very practical, so she let her dad figure it out himself. And her dad was doing pretty well. Sometimes, Mingju would subtly hint at small details. "Dad, is this wooden brake too hard?" Mingju crouched in front of the active brake, poking it. Maybe wrapping some cloth around it would be better? In her past life, her dad had a 2-wheel bike, and they went to town together. She sat on the front bar, holding the handlebar, while her mom sat in the back. Once, on a downhill, her dad braked and accidentally grabbed her hand, making a loud cry. Another time, the brake failed on A, and her dad used his foot to push the front wheel brake. When they got back, her shoes' toes were worn out. Those were painful memories. Also, Dad, the wooden wheel is too hard.
Can we use bamboo instead?
Bamboo, when roasted over fire, can be bent into a semicircle. Just glue 2 pieces together and you get a circle, right? Anyway, given her weight, it shouldn't be easy to break the bamboo wheel. Also, Dad, you should wrap this stool with cloth, make it thicker. Otherwise, it'll hurt your bottom. Song Changha. She really has many demands. But Song Changha still did as she asked. Except for the bamboo wheel. He still thought a wooden wheel would be stronger. That's fine too. Song Mingju didn't insist. At worst, her dad could keep upgrading it. So, Song Changha experimented and spent a few days rebuilding a pedal bike. It was only half the size of the original plow. To Song Changha and Master Liang and others, it was already very small and neat. Everyone watched this thing go from nothing to something new, and they kept praising it. The women making mooncakes on the other side of the courtyard, hearing the noise for days, finally couldn't resist and peeked over the curtain to see what was happening. Wow, is this a pedal bike? Master Song really made it? It really moves forward when you pedal? Then they called out to Mingju. Mingju, try pedaling so the aunties can see? Mingju thought for a moment and felt her dad's bike was safe to ride and stop, with all the main parts in place, so it didn't seem to have any big flaws. She could control the speed, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. Okay. Mingju agreed happily. Let me change my clothes first.
She went inside to change.
Mother May followed and asked worriedly, Daughter, are you sure you can do it? Mom, it's fine. Mingju reassured her. I won't fall. In her past life, she rode her mom's lady's bicycle, which wasn't even as tall as her, and she dared to get on and ride on the road. But of course, after her mom found out, she was scolded with a bamboo shoot stir-fry. Maybe your dad should try it himself? May suggested again. My dad can't try it. Mingju said. That bike was made for my height. My dad is too big. He can't sit on it. Outside, Song Changha heard the mother and daughter talking and thought they were arguing, so he hurried inside to check. Can't you let others try your pedal bike? May asked angrily. Song Changha. He had asked. He really asked. But Mingju refused to do it herself. Dad, I dare say that among the kids in our village, I'm the best at riding a bike, Mingju said confidently. Oh heavens, do you know how long she had been waiting for this chance? There's no way she'd let someone else have the first try. What is the point of her having a chief engineer father? Song Changha knows his daughter is stubborn, so he quickly comes over to support her. I will follow Mingju. Wife, don't worry, nothing will happen. I understand. Now you and your daughter are united. Mrs. May is angry and chases after them. Let's go, let's go. Both of you are like bulls, stubborn, and won't turn back until you hit a wall. Song Mingju casually says, "Even if I hit a wall." Song Changha quickly covers her mouth with his hand and carries her outside. "My own daughter, don't cause trouble for your mother again." Song Changha personally moves the bicycle onto the wide road at Songjia Terrace, choosing a smooth, straight section. He carefully checks and finds no potholes on the stretch. Besides that, he has a few apprentices stand on both sides to prevent the bicycle from swerving into the fields. "Dad, is it ready?" Song Mingju urges her father. "Does a child's bicycle really need such fuss?" Song Changha checks again, almost ready to lay a red carpet on Songjia Terrace. All set. Most of the village comes out to watch. The fields and roadside are full of people. Song Mingju changes into a neat, sporty outfit, quickly climbs onto the bike, places her feet properly, and tests her feeling. It feels a bit unfamiliar, but it's okay. Then she slowly pushes with her legs. The bicycle starts to move. Wow, the children watching cheer in surprise. It's moving. It's moving. Bike is moving. Ignoring the adults' protests, the children crawl from the fields onto the road, jumping and shouting along the roadside. "Mingju, give it your best. Come on, Mingju, go for it." Song Mingju puts in effort. But first, her father is honest, and the bike is a bit heavy. Second, the wooden chain isn't very smooth, and Mingju is afraid of slipping if she pedals too fast, so she doesn't dare to pedal hard. "Come on, Mingju, keep going." Mingju's loyal little friend, Guzi, follows beside her, loudly cheering her on. "Keep pedaling, Mingju. Mingju, you have to believe. You are the most charming kid in Songjia Terrace." She learned this from Mingju. Yesterday, Mingju went to school, and coincidentally, Guzi's brother, Xuanxiu, was running around the village. Mingju specially went over and gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Guzi, as long as you keep going, you'll be the most charming kid in Songjia Terrace." Guzi was running with his brother and asked, "What does the most charming kid mean?" "It means the coolest kid," Mingju explained.
Guzi remembered it.
And now, she's applying it to herself. Two other girls also followed Song Mingju, running and shouting along the way. "Go Mingju! Keep going, Mingju! Mingju, come on, Mingju!" As Song Mingju heard the loud cheers, her ears buzzed, and everything around her became a little blurry. It felt like she was back in her school days during the sports day. In their honors class, the teacher said girls should just run the 50-meter race for fun. Your main focus should be on studying. But she was not satisfied and signed up for the 3,000-meter race. The teacher scolded her angrily, calling her silly. "You're aiming for college. You shouldn't waste your energy on this." She argued confidently, "Teacher, I believe a top student should develop in all areas, morally, intellectually, physically, artistically, and practically." The teacher was very angry and didn't allow her classmates to watch her race. On the race day, students from other classes cheered for their runners, but she was all alone. She felt upset.
Upset.
Why should being in the top class mean sacrificing all extracurricular activities? Why, just because I am a girl, should I be less capable than others?
Why?
If I want to truly impress everyone, I must surpass my opponents everywhere. She clenched her teeth, her long legs swinging like a whirlwind.
Surpass 1. Surpass 2.
Surpass 3. Classmates from the regular classes gathered around, shouting loudly. "Wow, she's running so fast. Like she's flying. Too quick. Which class is she from? I don't know. She seems." No one is cheering for her.
Huh.
The classmates, watching, looked at each other in disbelief. If she were from their class, wouldn't they be cheering wildly? "It's okay, we'll cheer for her,"
some girls said.
And they started shouting. "Number 10, come on. Number 10, keep going." Some even ran alongside her, cheering her on. Come on, classmate. No matter which class she was from, she was the shining girl. From the nearby classroom building, her classmates had been watching her through the windows because the teacher wouldn't let them go down to the track field. But when they saw her surpass the fourth runner and heard classmates from other classes cheering her on, they couldn't hold back anymore. "Teacher, I need to go to the bathroom." "Teacher, me too."
Teacher, I have a stomach ache. I can't hold it anymore. Teacher, students clutching their stomachs one after another run out of the classroom using this clumsy excuse. They don't go to the bathroom downstairs, but head straight to the playground.
Hey.
You all, the teacher quickly steps down from the podium to stop the students. Teacher, can you help me check if I did this problem correctly? A top student in the class blocks the teacher's way with a book. Hey, you can't go out. The teacher shouts loudly. The top student kindly helps the teacher back to the podium and offers a glass of water. Teacher, have a sip to soothe your throat. Teacher, look at this question. Is this how you solve it?
Teacher.
The latecomers from the advanced class rush to the sports field, pushing aside the regular class students. Excuse me, please make way. Why should we? The regular students respond impatiently. When they turn around, they see no one. They feel someone tugging at their pants, so they look down and see that the group is almost lying on the ground. It's obviously the students from the advanced class, who are so light the wind could them away. Okay, I'll make way for you. The regular students quickly clear a space. Let go of my leg. My pants are almost coming off. They're most afraid of these guys causing trouble. The students from the advanced class help each other and shout loudly to the runners on the track. Shengnan, keep going. Their voices are so intense they almost break. She rushes forward with her head down, ears buzzing, unable to hear what others are saying. She only feels a few faces near the track look somewhat familiar. Her name is Shengnan? A student from the regular class nearby asks, from the advanced class? Yes. Her name is Shengnan. From the advanced class, replies a student from the advanced class. The regular students find these people quite strange. They didn't come earlier. Now they're here, but she's almost exhausted, and she feels a strange sense of pride. They don't understand. Our class top student. The advanced class student adds, shouting again, Shengnan, come on for yourself. And for us too. The regular students watch, feeling strangely moved. Though each of them is as delicate as a bean sprout, together they seem quite tough. So they also shout, Shengnan, keep going, Shengnan, keep going. She's never run such a long distance before, feeling like her lungs are about to burst. The track seems endless. She feels dizzy, wanting to collapse, roll over, and dig a hole to bury herself. Everyone can see she's about to fall apart. Shengnan, keep going. Victory, Shengnan, don't give up. Shengnan, persistence is victory. Shengnan, you're about to reach the finish line. Shengnan, you're going to win. In the classroom, the top student blocking the teacher's path glanced out the window and regretfully told the teacher, Teacher, Shengnan seems to be losing. That can't happen. The teacher exclaimed, pounding the desk. Our key class students must always be at the front. Then he waved his hand. Come on, follow me to cheer her on. The commentator sat in the broadcasting room, watching this scene from afar on the sports field, feeling very disappointed. We can see that this girl has already given her all. She was ahead of many, but now her strength is clearly running out. Oh, someone has overtaken her. 1,
2.
Oh, 3. Suddenly, the door of the broadcasting room was pushed open. Several male classmates rushed in, lifted the commentator, and moved him aside. Hey, what are you doing? The commentator angrily reached for the microphone. A slender but strong hand snatched the microphone before him. Shengnan from class 3-2, I am your homeroom teacher. The microphone emitted a harsh squeak, very piercing. Everyone on the sports field was startled. Her fading soul was also pulled back by this unpleasant sound. Listen to me. Keep going, push forward. You're so close to the finish now, just one step more to victory. Beat them all. I'm not targeting anyone here. I am just speaking to everyone present. Shengnan, go for it. She wobbled her head and suddenly charged toward the finish line. Mingzhu, keep going. Song Mingzhu wobbled her head, pedaled her bike, and rushed toward the Song family archway. Her mother watched from afar at their door, her heart pounding in her chest. It's not that May was discouraging. Those two were just having fun, unaware of how worried she was as a mother. She was just afraid that, what if? Suddenly, the wooden chain couldn't bear the weight and snapped loudly, shattering outward.
Song Mingju missed a pedal, and her inertia caused her to fly off the bike. The villagers watching gasped in surprise. Mingju! Song Changha hurriedly reached out both hands to catch her. Dad! Song Mingju opened her arms and fell safely into her father's embrace. The villagers also sighed in relief.
Dad, we did it.
Song Mingju was sweating and happily hugged her father's neck.
Her father was also sweating.
It was quite frightening. Yes, we did it. Song Changha stood up from the ground, holding his daughter. Our Mingju is the best. Dad, I want to tell you, I think there are a few parts that still need some fixing. Song Changha carried his daughter back, saying, Okay, take your time. Dad is listening. For a moment, he felt like his daughter might fly out of his world. He was so scared his heart skipped a beat. Only when he caught her and felt her solid weight did his heart start beating again. She was his daughter. Forever. When they got home, Mrs. May came over and hugged her daughter tightly. Song Mingju didn't notice her mother's heart pounding fast. She was excited to show off her experience to her mother. Mom, I tell you, even though it's a bit hard to pedal, it's really fast. Faster than old Nyo from the village. Chattering away. Seeing her daughter's lively face, Mrs. May reached out and smacked her, but it only landed on her daughter's bottom. Unfortunately, the slap was too light, so Mingju didn't feel her mother hitting her. She thought her mother was just dusting her bottom. Mom, if Dad can figure out this bicycle, then next time we go to the county, we won't have to walk on two legs anymore. Mingju was so excited she started dancing and couldn't stop. If they could perfect this thing, it would be a huge change for transportation today. Mom, Dad is really going to be famous all over Daxia this time. Mingju whispered, trying to lower her voice. She thought the appearance of the bicycle would be more important than the threshing machine. It would be a major revolution, changing how everyone traveled in Daxia. But such a big project couldn't be handled just by their old Song family and Song Taidai. Once their few hands take over the entire Daxia dynasty, even the yellow flowers would wither. Plus, it's easy to be attacked openly, but hard to defend against secret schemes. They might offend some powerful person without knowing it and get into trouble. It's better to leave it to the court. Even if someday someone boldly goes to fight the court for resources, it's the court's problem to deal with them. But it shouldn't be handed over for free. Publicly, Mingju hopes the Daxia court will become stronger. Privately, she hopes her family and village will benefit.
Even the town and county should gain something.
That would be worth it. But this matter can only be discussed with her father when no one is around at home. Guzi's father picked up the bicycle, and not a single wooden piece was left behind. Then he continued with his usual work. He neither asked questions nor said much. The women working on the May side also watched the excitement and then went back to do what they normally did, saying nothing more than necessary. The villagers gradually recovered from their shock and dispersed in small groups. Inside, they still felt a little unsatisfied. Changha really outdid himself this time. He's truly impressive. From now on, the future of the Song family will surely flourish. As long as they stay close to Song Changha and support him, they won't go wrong. For a moment, everyone's thoughts became clear, and all their messy worries faded away. Good days are right in front of them. Why not behave well? Must they cause trouble like before, get kicked out of the village, and then settle down? That's just not worth it. Suddenly, the villagers noticed they had become calmer. When they gathered, they no longer gossiped about neighbors, but discussed how the rice in their fields was growing or how big the fish in their ponds had gotten. At home, they talked about planting some crops around the house or doing some repairs. Basically, they didn't want the land to stay empty, and they didn't want to be idle. Everyone started moving. Even the laziest households in the village began to get active, hanging behind others from nearby villages. Village official Jing realized that they could follow behind others, but they shouldn't just sit still. Now, the villagers had developed a habit. After working in the fields, they would check on the fields of those who were falling behind. Your field isn't well cared for. Give it to me. That's fine with me. My family can do it too. Scared, these lazy folks just came up from the fields and hurried back to work. The clerk saw this and made a note. Songjia Terrace Village is simple and honest, with villagers helping each other. A few lazy people. Do you call that helping each other? The clerk didn't care about their opinions. He also recorded the scene of Mingzhu riding her bicycle. He wrote, "In sight, a wooden cart, very simple in design, only as tall as Song Mingzhu's little son." Mingzhu climbed on, riding like horseback or a donkey, with feet on both sides, pushing down to make the wooden wheels turn slowly forward. The villagers on both sides cheered loudly. Amid the cheers, Mingzhu pedaled faster and faster. The wooden cart shot out like an arrow from a bow, zipping away with a whoosh. Next to them, a 7- or 8-year-old child swung their legs vigorously to catch up, barely managing to do so. The clerk reminisced about that exciting moment and finally commented, "I see this invention as having the spirit of Zhuge Kongming's wooden ox and flowing horse. If it can be improved so that adults can ride it too, I believe it will be very useful for many people." It's actually quite simple to figure out who might use a bicycle. Rich people, for example, have their own carriages pulled by horses, donkeys, or mules. Even if they have bicycles, they probably wouldn't pedal themselves like oxen or horses to move their fancy carriages. But trying out something new isn't a bad idea. Poor workers, like footmen, might really need such a wooden cart, but they probably can't afford to buy one. And there are repair costs after it gets damaged. For ordinary villagers in Songjiatai, they might be interested in bicycles and want one, but they don't really need it. They rarely go outside all year, and walking on their own legs is enough. There's no need to spend a lot of money on something that can't eat or drink just to keep as a decoration at home. Honestly, if this wooden cart could be used widely, the biggest beneficiaries would be people like the clerk. They have steady salaries, can afford to buy one, and can pay for repairs. Once bought, they could use it every day. It would greatly shorten their commute and save energy. It would be incredibly convenient. So, the clerk happily made a decision. He would stay in Songjiatai and wait for Master Song to finish making the bicycle. He planned to ride it back to the county seat, and he wanted to be the most stylish kid in the county office. After Song Mingzhu finished testing the children's bicycle, and once everyone else had left, the father and daughter closed the door and talked privately. "Dad, if we can make that threshing machine, we only need it twice a year." Song Mingzhu encouraged her father. "But if we make this bicycle, it will be useful right away." "What's so useful about it?" Song Changha asked while wiping his face. After a busy day, he felt more tired than working in the fields. He didn't need to watch the fields all day now, but he was never free for long. Either someone was looking for him, or someone else. The noise in his ears had been constant all day, and now his head felt numb. All he wanted was to eat, lie down, and sleep. But his daughter still wanted to talk to him. His mind is now as muddy as the pond, truly unable to think clearly. "Dad, you can ride a bike to the town or the county later," Song Mingzhu said. Song Changha replied, "Why should I go to the county?" Then he paused, realizing what he'd just said. Mrs. May saw her husband's expression and knew he was really exhausted. "Mingzhu, your dad is tired today. Let him rest and have a quiet meal. We can talk about other things tomorrow, okay?" Seeing this, Song Mingzhu noticed her father's hand trembling as he picked food. "All right then. Dreams are important, but dad is more important." The next morning, Song Changha woke up. As soon as he moved, Song Mingzhu woke up too. "Dad, have you decided yet?" Song Mingzhu sat up and asked, "Should we build the threshing machine first or make the bicycle?" Seeing her daughter's face with 2 dark circles under her eyes, he felt very sorry. "You've been thinking about it all night?" "Yes." Song Mingzhu couldn't help but yawn. "I couldn't sleep all night, just waiting for your decision." It's clear she really wants to make the bicycle. "Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's make the bicycle first." Song Changha agreed with emotion. Anyway, the threshing machine isn't finished yet, and they still don't know if the emperor will reward them or how much. Taking a break on the threshing machine isn't a big deal. Even if he can finish the threshing machine before the harvest, the whole village only has one and most villagers can only hear the sound. Achieving fame and success is important, but his daughter is more important. So, the mutual effort between father and daughter was smoothly achieved. "Oh, Dad, you're so kind. Song Mingju happily threw herself at her father. Do you want to sleep a little longer? Song Changha caught his daughter and asked. No. Song Mingju shook her head. My teacher said he will teach me drawing today. I want to go early. Then Song Changha carried his daughter to find his wife. Then go wash up with your mom. Mrs. May took her daughter, feeling a bit sad inside. Oh, everything belongs to Dad. The dirty and smelly chores are Mom's. Song Mingju didn't notice her mother's feelings and was happily excited. Mom, I want to wear that green dress today. Mom, I want to eat flatbread in the morning. Mom, I also want fried eggs. Remember to sprinkle some salt. Just a little, not too much.
Mom.
After a while, Song Mingju, dressed in her green outfit, sat at the small table, happily biting into her sizzling fried egg. Mom, your fried eggs are the best in the world. Mrs. May.
All right.
Who calls this little thing her own child? Song Mingju finished eating and went to school. Over at Song Changha's place, since he decided to start with a bicycle, he needed a plan. First, he repaired the existing wooden bicycle. Then, based on his daughter's experience, he improved the bicycle. He made small adjustments here and there, focusing on fine details. At noon, after school, Song Mingju checked her father's work. Dad, this part feels nice. Very good.
Dad, this part still doesn't feel right.
It's too heavy. Dad, this part also doesn't work. It's too thin.
Dad, this.
Song Changha felt both pain and happiness. After many discussions and adjustments, by the afternoon, the first version of the bicycle was almost finished. Wow, this looks much better than before. Master Liang praised. Song Mingju tried to move it and found it was much lighter than before. Wouldn't it be even better if it were lighter? She asked. Then I could carry it alone. If we use wood, it can't get any lighter, Song Changha thought. Maybe I should try bamboo instead? Yes, yes. Song Mingju nodded. Bamboo is hollow, so it should be much lighter. Master Liang added. Using bamboo for the frame should work. But how do we make the wheels? Let's try and see, said Song Changha. He went to pick and cut bamboo. Considering bamboo's hardness and durability, he first had to treat it by boiling or roasting, so it would be easier to work with. This time, Song Changha used fire to roast the bamboo. He drilled holes in the bamboo, filled them with sand, kept roasting and adjusting the shape until it looked right. Making the frame was easy, but when it came to the wheels, he tried several methods before finding a workable one. First, he shaped a rim from wood. Then, he took a suitable bamboo, split it open, removed the joints, and cut it to size. He heated it and bent it into a circle, wrapping it around the wooden rim. He sealed the ends with the same method, creating a complete wheel rim. Next was the hub. Because the hub was small, he still used wood, but the axle was made from a bamboo tube. Then, the spokes. He used thin bamboo for the spokes. He drilled holes in the rim and hub, then inserted each spoke one by one. It sounds simple, but it took 4 days to make the first wheel to find the right method. The second wheel took only 3 days. Actually, I think using wooden wheels might be better than these wheels. Master Liang, who watched the whole process, said this. Considering the size and load of this bicycle, Master Liang thought that even wooden wheels didn't need to be made very precisely. Anyway, it's just for riding around the village. Master Liang added. When Song Mingju, who was returning from school, heard this, her face fell. Grandpa Liang, don't you love me anymore? Frightened, Master Liang quickly denied it. Oh, I do love you. I just think it's not worth making things so complicated. Actually, I think so too.
Song Changha also said.
But since his daughter suggested the idea of bamboo wheels, he definitely wanted to try it. Otherwise, neither father nor daughter would be satisfied. What a pity. All the effort and energy spent. Master Liang sighed, looking at the pile of scrap. Grandpa Liang, all that effort wasn't wasted. Song Mingju didn't think so. After these days of practice, my dad figured out the best way to make the wheels and gained a lot of experience. It's been a full harvest. Then, Song Mingju looked at her dad with admiration. Right, Dad?
Song Changha was working on a bicycle at home, but he didn't say it that way outside. Changha, are you making a new bicycle? Villagers asked curiously when they saw Song Mingju pushing out a bamboo cart. No. Song Changha replied. I just modified the old one. When will you make the threshing machine? Villagers asked again. Still looking for inspiration. Song Changha answered casually. Song Mingju was riding her bike when suddenly it tilted, frightening her father, who quickly went to steady her. Is there a problem? Song Changha asked. Here. Song Mingju got off and pointed. I scraped it a little. Does it feel okay anywhere else? Maybe. It's fine now. So, Song Changha carried the bike back to fix it. Father and daughter walked and talked. Dad, that bump I just hit gave me a sudden idea. What idea? I think the threshing machine could use 2 gears, like this and that, biting into each other. Song Mingju jumped and gestured excitedly. Gears? Song Changha caught the word. Yeah, like the water wheel of a dragon bone wadmill, but the teeth should be tighter. Song Mingju opened her mouth and showed her teeth to her dad. See, just like this. Click, 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 the grains were just being harvested, right? The villagers watching the scene were confused. What is a rotating wheel? What are teeth? How does this relate to the grain thresher? This time, Song Changha quickly understood. Then you use your foot to turn it? Yes, yes, yes. Song Mingju was very happy. No wonder he's my dad. He's getting better and better. Indeed, practice makes perfect. From the villagers' perspective, this scene looked like, he's really impressive, Song Changha. So, when someone asked about the grain thresher, the villagers started talking among themselves. Don't rush, Changha is thinking. Sometimes, the popular opinion and the general public's wishes are not far apart, just different perspectives. Half a month passed, and it was the day to deliver the goods to Wang Langjun and his friends, as agreed. Because they thought they might stay longer at Song's farm, the 2 good friends left early. In town, Gao Lijing was doing his daily patrol. He had learned Song Xunjing's way of doing things and was wandering around the town when he had nothing to do. He caught a few troublemakers who disturbed the town's rules. Following Song Xunjing's example, he scolded them harshly, which made the local troublemakers behave much better recently. Gao Lijing is so impressive lately. The wealthy families who opposed road repairs before whispered about him. That's thanks to everyone's support. Gao Lijing replied with a smile. Who doesn't know how to be sneaky? It's just that they didn't have time to act. Besides, the town's roads were almost finished. The villagers were reluctant at first, but halfway through, seeing the progress, their enthusiasm suddenly increased. Now, everyone wanted to finish quickly so they could walk on the new roads. Gao Lijing had basically achieved one of his goals. As for the other, Gao Lijing looked up at the outside of the town, but didn't see the person he wanted to meet. Today's the day. It's today. He felt like the women in the plays, waiting eagerly, looking forward to the arrival of her beloved. But after waiting a long time, there was no change on the road. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back and saw a few dark spots at the end of the road. Hey, wait. Gao Lijing called his grandson, telling him to open his eyes wide and look ahead. Look, those are they, pulling a cart? In their area during market days, many people from nearby villages come. But not many come by cart. After all, the surrounding villages don't have many oxen or donkeys. The town has cows and carts, but Gao Lijing has noticed that no one is going out today. This means that if a vehicle appears on the road, it is probably someone he is waiting for. Gao Lijing's grandson's eyes were wide like copper bells as he looked around eagerly and said, Grandfather, look. It's a cart.
Yes.
It's a cart. Gao Lijing exclaimed, patting his thigh happily. But waiting at the town entrance seemed a bit too obvious, so Gao Lijing said to his grandson, Let's go for another walk around. His grandson didn't understand and didn't dare to ask, but he felt that his grandfather had changed a lot lately. He used to be very serious, always speaking properly, and no one in the family dared to provoke him except his grandmother. Recently, he had become kinder and talked more, but even his family, including his father, dared less to bother him. It was very strange.
He also heard from Yuanyu that since early spring, his great-uncle's temper had changed too. People said he had become more kind and gentle. But he also heard that Yuanyu's older brothers had been scolded more often. Sigh, when people get old, their tempers become strange. It's best not to provoke them. While timing himself, Gao Lijing turned back toward the town gate and indeed saw two familiar faces. Oh, Lord Wang and Lord Li, what a coincidence. Are you heading to Songjia Terrace again? Gao Lijing cheerfully approached to greet them. It's still early. Let's have some tea before you go, he added. When Lord Wang and Lord Li saw this, they couldn't refuse and stepped forward to greet him. The last time they took goods from Songjia Terrace and returned, they also met Gao Lijing in town. But since it was getting late, they only exchanged a few words and left quickly. Gao Lijing saw them to the town gate and asked when they would come again. They had nothing to hide and simply answered, Gao Lijing, it's been half a month. Are you well? Lord Wang, a talkative man, liked to chat with everyone, especially Gao Lijing. Thanks to Song Village Chief, I'm doing well, Gao Lijing said happily. He was telling the truth. Lord Wang thought Gao Lijing was joking and laughed. Yes, we're all thanks to Song Village Chief. Finally, he added, it's been half a month. Gao Lijing, you seem more impressive than before. That's also thanks to Song Village Chief, Gao Lijing replied. He was still telling the truth. Lord Wang looked a bit puzzled. Why did Gao Lijing seem strange today? Master Wang and Lord Li, the master is also looking forward to your visit. Gao Lijing warmly invited them again. Without waiting for their answer, he took their arms and led them toward the master's residence. A clever village official quickly went to deliver a message to young Master Gao. Young Master Gao received the message and personally came out to greet him. I've been meaning to invite both of you gentlemen to have tea at my house, Gao said with a big smile. But every time, you two rush past so quickly, I just can't catch you. Everyone laughed heartily. Sorry to bother you, Gao Lijing and young Master Gao, Wang said, exchanging a look with his friend and politely agreeing. From the way things looked, Gao Lijing and young Master Gao must have had some business with them. They couldn't leave easily. Forget it. Whether it's a fancy banquet or a secret gathering, let's watch and see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Gao Lijing is quite interesting. He invites people for tea, but doesn't invite them to his own house. Instead, he invites them to young Master Gao's house. Young Master Gao serves good tea and delicious pastries, giving them a warm welcome. The two brothers' actions left Wang and Li feeling confused. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Hi Lijing, young Master Gao, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Wang finally couldn't hold back and said, no need to be so polite. These two important local figures acting like this was hard to handle. Gao Lijing stopped beating around the bush and said straightforwardly, I see you often travel between Liang County and Songjia Terrace, buying and selling goods. Do you happen to have shops in Liang County? Does Gao Lijing have some goods he wants to sell? Wang guessed and added, although we don't have shops in Liang County, if Gao Lijing and young Master Gao have something to sell, feel free to tell us. If it's within their ability, they would help. If not, they could still ask friends nearby to keep an eye out. In short, there was room for discussion. But to everyone's surprise, Gao Lijing shook his head. It's not that we have goods to sell ourselves, he said directly, but I wonder if you two are interested in opening shops in our town? Wang and Li looked at each other in surprise. They exchanged a glance, vaguely guessing Gao Lijing's idea. They were two friends who, as long as they didn't encounter delicious food or good medicine, still kept their wits about them. Li then asked carefully, Gao Lijing, are you suggesting? Honestly, I want to invite both of you to open shops in our town, Gao Lijing said with a bow. Li looked at his friend and said cautiously, we need some time to think it over. Opening a shop is not an easy task. Even if they open a shop locally, there are many things to consider. For example, where to choose the shop location, what to sell, who the target customers are, how to arrange the staff, where to hire accountants, how to handle official relations, and so on. These decisions cannot be made overnight. Opening a shop in a different town is even more complicated. Besides the issues mentioned, they also need to think about how to deliver goods, settle income, and ensure safety along the way. In short, it's impossible for Gao Lijing to promise everything just by saying so. I understand that opening a shop is not easy. Since you two are not from Li County, you must have many concerns, Gao Lijing said kindly. Would you like to hear my opinion first? Please, Gao Lijing, Wang Langjun and Li Longzhong replied seriously. First, regarding location, our town is in the heart of the county. It's very convenient to go from here to the county seat, Zhongling County or Lanling County. That's true. Both Wang Langjun and Li Longzhong nodded in agreement with Gao Lijing's point. Second, about the town itself, it's not bad compared to others in the county, Gao Lijing estimated mentally. It's average, slightly above average. He based this conclusion on a meeting in the county, where he summarized the status based on seating arrangements. He felt his assessment was honest, neither exaggerated nor belittling their town. Wang Langjun and Li Longzhong continued to nod, agreeing with Gao Lijing's self-evaluation. Although they hadn't personally visited every corner of Li County, they had heard from colleagues that the overall situation was similar. However, you've traveled from the county here, so you've probably seen that our town is very different from before. With that, Gao Lijing finally gained confidence. Our town has 21 villages besides Songjiatai. This spring, all these villages followed Songjiatai's example and rebuilt their roads. Now, over 70% of the villages have finished, and less than 30% still need to complete their roads. Gao Lijing personally sent people to oversee this work. He often went to visit each village himself, so he knew the progress was real. I dare say, besides the county town, there's no other town or village in our county with such good roads. From water supply to road construction, Gao Lijing closely followed Songjiatai's progress at every step. Wang Langjun and Li Longzhong often traveled back and forth, so they knew Gao Lijing was speaking the truth. They nodded again to show their agreement. Mayor Gao is absolutely right. Mayor Gao speaks the truth. Both of them said in unison. Not just in Liang County, even if we combine Zhongling County and Lanling County. Wang Langjun glanced at his friend, signaling him to continue. So, Li Langjun said, there's no other village head or village official with the courage like Mayor Gao. Gao Lijing was pleased to hear this. But he still remained modest. You two are too kind. No. Gao Lijing is just being humble. Wang Langjun and Li Langjun weren't just flattering Gao Lijing, they truly believed it. Over the past year, they had visited the town several times and seen all the changes firsthand. Last year, they saw farmers outside the town, drawing water from ponds and ditches to irrigate fields. Their sweat hit the ground and seemed to roll 3 times. Looking up, their faces showed hardship and worry that couldn't be erased. Inside the town, children lined up at the well to fetch water. There was no laughter or joy, only confusion and concern in their eyes. After a winter apart, when they returned, they saw several new channels dug outside the town, filled with water. Farmers carried water from these channels to their fields, just a few steps away, making life very easy. Sweat dripped down, and looking up again, their faces still showed hardship. But their eyes sparkled with hope and anticipation. Inside the town, every household now had running water, so they didn't need to go out to fetch water. The wells were covered with wooden boards, and no longer could people be seen queuing for water. Children played around the wells, happily putting straw hats on the bamboo water-drawing figures. Then came road construction. Not to mention, when all the villages in a town started building roads at the same time, it was a spectacular sight. Wang Langjun and Li Langjun had traveled quite a bit themselves and had never seen such strong action outside the county seat. After all, road building usually required forced labor elsewhere. But here, it was done without it. Gao Lijing and his team managed it themselves. This kind of achievement, no matter where it was a sign of good governance. It might not be remembered forever, but at least this year, the emperor would hear about it. Just for this reason, Gao Lijing was someone worth following.